Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to hear what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place even as we bring the curtains down to the 100 days of the Kenya Kwanza administration. Now the scorecard must, without fail, come out. And that is why we are making sense of 100 days of Dr. Ruto's administration. What do you make of this particular performance of this new government in this great nation? Have they got it? Are they still far from getting it? What is it that you make of the Kenya Kwanza administration, their first 100 days? Do they add up or they don't? Let's talk about that. Then I want us also to look at another angle of our nation, and that is nation building and political responsibility. I have a feeling that in this country, political venture has just been reduced into a game that everybody fights to win against another, and that is all. Instead of our politics being the vehicle through which we seek and establish national building, it has been turned into a venture where you venture to get the connections you need, make the kill you need, and forget about the rest. I don't know how you feel about the same. I want us to look at national building and political responsibility. Are we getting it right or things are falling apart? Karibuni sana katika show ya leo. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk. And of course, there is Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm being reminded by Wascon. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much for making time and joining us even as we start out our discourse. And of course, we will begin with a word of prayer even as we proceed with the discussion tonight, that God will guide us and help us to arrive at the place of his expectation, that will not fall short of his expectation, even as we continue with the discussion concerning the nitty-gritty of the affairs of this great nation. And we really seek to be in the center of God's will, even as we continue with the push to make this nation great again. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you for making us able to gather here and ventilate on the state of our nation and what is wanting, what needs to be corrected, and what wisdom is called upon in order to fix whatever that is out of place in our nation. Lord, we humble ourselves before you according to the scripture. You say, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and call on you and seek you, you will hear from heaven and heal the land. We reach out to you by the Spirit of God and by the power of the blood covenant, that you will reach out and heal this nation from the east to the west, from the north through the south. We pray for your divine order to be established in the land. In the name of the Lord Jesus, even as we converse in this particular platform, help each one of us to be part of the solution and not be part of the problem. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will stand and contend with him that contended with this nation, that you will be the enemy of the enemies of this nation. You will be an adversary to the adversaries of this nation. Arise and defend your name in the land. Arise and defend your honor in the land. In the name of the Lord Jesus, the conspiracies, the counsel taken in the deep of the night against this great nation, Lord, we decree in the name of Jesus that they cannot prevail under our watch. By the power of the blood covenant, we forbid every ungodly covenants and godly oaths taken against this nation, against the progress and the future of this nation. Yes, putting at risk the children of this nation. We pray in the name of Jesus that your reign shall be, O God, established in the land at all levels. In the name of Jesus, Father, don't let this nation collapse. Don't let this nation go through the dogs. We pray in the name of Jesus. Send your angels to fight for this nation. Send your power to contend for this nation. Send your power to rescue this nation from the hands of evil people. In the name of the Lord Jesus, we pray for total healing over this nation, total deliverance from every form of oppression and every form of affliction. We give you thanks and bless you, Lord, even as we look unto you for the restoration of the nation and for the correction of the wrongs in the nation. That as we make progress, O Jehovah God, you will reign in our hearts, in our minds, in our souls, in our bodies, in our spirits. Pray for every community. We pray for every minute segment of this nation. Let your hand that is able to save come upon this nation and make this nation everything you want it to be. We place ourselves in your hand. Make us instruments that you can use to make a difference in our lives and in the lives of everyone you bring our way. We give you thanks and bless you tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. We look forward to engaging tonight as we converse. Pray that we will all comply with all that needs to be complied with, even as we look keenly to this great nation. The evil intended against this nation must not prevail, and the wickedness of the wicked people must be frustrated. The Bible says God is the only true and living God, and because He's a God who declares the end from the beginning. And He says He's a God that makes diviners to go mad. We pray today that every conspiracy and every evil arranged against this nation, let it meet the wrath of God, and let salvation be seen and deliverance be experienced in our land. Well, naomba sasa tuendelee moja kwa moja. Link nilikuwa nimewapatia, wacha nikawape tena. Samahani tena, hatujamaliza na maintenance ya Facebook channel. Kwa hivyo wale ambao mnatufuata kwa Facebook mtakuwa na shida leo tena. Naomba tu mtufuate kwa Twitter and YouTube, and of course our Facebook page. We can't get to the Facebook profile that we are used to until it is done with the maintenance process. So please bear with us and allow us to continue with the program. Mungu akubariki sana unapojiunga nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza zimekuwa vipi? Are you making sense of it, or it is all a game? And if it's a game, how do we get from here to where we ought to go? And of course, I want us to look generally on nation building and political responsibility. It appears to me that politics in this country has been turned into a business rather than a service that is supposed to ensure that there is nation building. Are we engaging into nation building by our politics, or our politics have nothing to do with nation building? It's all a business venture you get into to get the connections you need, make the kills you need, become rich the shortest time possible, and get out of the way. If that is the case, how do we go forward? How do we correct the wrong and be able to do what is right? Tuendelee kukaribishana moja kwa mwingine. Usiache mtu yeyote ambaye anafurahia show kama hii aachwe nyuma. Leo nimekutana na watu wengi tu sana ambao wanafuata kipindi hiki na wanakipenda sana. Kwa hivyo tafadhali usimnyime mtu raha ya kufuata mjadala wa Wakenya, akaelewe kile kinachojiri na kamakinike katika siasa zetu. Hata tunapojiandaa na kusherekea Krismasi, mpaka tusimame katika zamu yetu kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu haitokomei, bali itasimama kulingana na mapenzi ya Mungu na kutekeleza wajibu wetu kama wazazi kwa vizazi vijavyo. Karibu sana Westcon, thank you so much. Good evening to you. Merry Christmas. We say no to GMO. Thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Jen Sage. Thank you so much. Asante sana. You say thank you for praying fast before starting the debate. Asante sana. Michael Ngige anasema amen, amen. Thank you so much. You appreciate that. Diana Gianna, thank you so much. Amen. Thanks. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. Rhoda Shira Otieno, hello to you. Thank you so much. Margaret Wanjiru, karibu sana kwa show. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, thank you so much. Hi everyone. Nani mwingine huyu? Wote nimewasabai. Basi tusonge mbele, kahakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu. Tafadhali usitazame kipindi peke yako. Kuna Sakam Enterprise VP. Haya, niko salama nashukuru. John D, worst 100 days by a president. Thank you so much. Anapeana maoni yake kuhusu siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza. Anasema it is the worst 100 days for any given president. Things fall apart by Jinua Ajebe. Asante sana. You're right, you're right. Things fall apart by Jinua Ajebe. You're right. Gitonga, hi to you. Thank you so much. Mato Makandet Mtumishi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Karibu kwa show. Achieng. Happy to see you too. Thank you so much. Asha Omar, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Anaitwa Ken. Anasema, can I give 5.5 for the last 100 days? That is not the problem. The really problem is the US and Joe Biden. The moment they get their way in, they will make sure that all Kenyans become poorer. And we resist them by all means. We stand against them by all power. With every might that we have left, we must stop every evil intended against this nation. We cannot go into slavery another time. We have served for long. It is about time we got independent completely and did what is required to safeguard the future of our children. We have already eaten ours. We have finished. We have eaten the one for our children. We have finished. We are now getting into eating the one for our children's children. Then somebody wants to put us on another program that will make us slaves for eternity. That is not acceptable. And so as God's people and as Kenyan people, we must arise and say no to Joe Biden and his team and their evil intentions against this nation. They must not prevail. They will not prevail. And so let's do our part and believe God for the rest. But arm yourself, get set. Let us get our mind made up that whoever agrees with the enemy against us becomes our enemy. And we will soon be naming and shaming the enemies of the people on this program, even as we proceed with the conversation. Asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Kuna Asha Omar, bado mapambano. Anasema mapambano ni lini? Maandamano tunaanza, usijali. Tengeneza viatu kama unavyo, jitahidi na mguni poje, kwa sababu tuko karibu kwanza officially the push until we win against the evil forces targeting this nation to enslave it for eternity. Kuna Tatu Juma, God bless you, thank you so much. Chak Ndune, asante sana. Rating of 100 days of Kenya Kwanza anasema ni 0.0005%. Mungu saidia Kenya. Thank you so much. Mimi nilikuwa Olympic nimerudi. Wewe nabii wewe, achana na mimi. Okay? Mbona uamini? Asante sana Mohamed Ege, thank you so much. Kenyans should not welcome Biden when he comes to Kenya. He should be sent away on arrival. I agree with you. Any person who wants to poison us should not be welcome in this country. And I think we're going to launch out a 24-hour prayer chain where every ground and every soil of this country should reject all the enemies of this country. Let the earth open her mouth and swallow the enemies of this country. We cannot go on with business as usual when people are determined to enslave us, enslave our children, enslave our children's children. We cannot take that anymore. And so if they put up a regime in this country so that they sell us off, they will carry their regime to wherever they came from. We cannot take that not under our watch. Passionate love of Christ. If I was a mathematical teacher, I will give Ruto negative 0.0000000000000000001. Hey, nakwambia. Tusonge mbele. Simba Omar said, jambo, si jambo. Asante sana. Esther si tall. Watching you guys. Thank you so much. Kuna Ndijit. Mercy inasema God rescue us from the hands of the dogs. We say amen to that. We will not be victims of evil in this land anymore. Not by might, not by power, but by the Spirit of God. The evil targeted against this nation and their carriers should be punished to the core. Whatever they come up with shall fail. Let it fail in their face. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Well, karibu sana. Anashukuru kuna Agnes ashafika hapa. Naomba tu tujitahidi tafadhali wote tukuje studio tuanze kuongea kwa kina moja kwa moja. Tusiogope, ni wajibu wetu kulinda hii nchi, ni wajibu wetu kuhakikisha kwamba wajukuu na vitukuu na vilembekeza vitaishi kwa nchi ambayo ina amani, raha, mstarehe. Hiyo ndiyo mababu zetu walitutakia. Ni jukumu letu kutakia watoto wetu maisha mazuri na kuhakikisha kwamba haya maisha mazuri yanapatikana, kwa sababu tumeweka uongozi unaofaa, tumekataa uongozi mbaya na tumekataa maovu ambayo uongozi mbaya unataka kuingiza katika nchi yetu. Everybody, you are welcome to the show. Glad you are out there. Thank you so much. Let's continue with the conversation. Yes, Agnes, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard.
Yes.
Habari ya masiku?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Nimesaka sana bila kuingia hapa tena online, lakini nakuanga nini? Nakuanga tu kwa huko comment section na waonanga kila siku kama leo. Tuliendelea mpaka saa 2. Wewe ulituasha ulienda kitu saa 10. Julia wakaingia. Hata wakati ulikuwa unaambia Mato ashikilie nilikuwa tu online. Mimi nilitoka saa 2.
Sawa, asante sana kwa kushikilia doria mpaka tufanye wajibu wetu.
Nikasema leo wacha niingie nikusalimie. Naendelea tu na kazi mzuri ya Mungu ile ametupea. Tukigojea tu Mungu atuone kama atatufanyia vyema. Mambo iko gumu kwa kila mtu, na hata wale walichagua UDA tuko kwa kikapu kimoja sisi wote. Hakuna ati ule yako tu na maisha mazuri, lakini mwenye yako ndani ya Mungu ako na maisha mazuri sababu anamtegemea Mungu. Hiyo tu ndio kitu mzuri, na wale watu tunajuana na Mungu. Because hata Daudi akasema tangu akiwa mdogo na masiku yake yote hakuona mtu muombaji Mungu akilala njaa. Hiyo ndio inatuweka uhai. Nothing else. Not the government. You cannot talk about the government because unga ijateremka 100 days. Diesel ndio hiyo tunanunua tu bei kali. Mafuta petro ukienda kwa mafuta 177. Hakuna kitu imeanguka, lakini wale wanajuana na Mungu tunaweka tu gari mafuta na tunaenda na tutarudi. Hata hawa maasara ndio naonanga wakiwa na stress mingi hata kunishida. Na waulizanga hii serikali mlichagua itagusa vitu siku gani? Wanasema wacha tuipatie wakati. Nawaambia basi wacha tuipatie wakati tu tuone vile wataendelea, lakini mimi niliwaambia hawa ni waizi. Sasa kwanza kama kuna mama mwingine nikienda sadi nitamuuliza, uliniambia Raila ni mganga, huyu mwenye si mganga amekuletea unga, pesa ya wasee imeenda ya wapi? Sasa ni miezi mitatu, ngiri 6 uko naye, ile walikuwa wamepewa ngiri 2 hawana, hakuna kitu wanapatiwa, hata wako na stress. Hawa ndio na wakulima wa Moya. Kuna kijana ya anti yangu wako huko alikuwa ananiambia mchere hata wafadhali wakati wa unye, sababu saa hii wale watu wanachukua. Unajua Uhuru alikuwa anaipeleka kwa serikali, wananunua bei mzuri. Alikuwa ananiambia sijui afanye nini, nikamwambia siniwaambie muachane na hii serikali ya hasara. Kaniambia anti, kweli ulikuwa unasema, lakini tulikuwa tunaona huyu hasara kama atajijua. Na nauliza na pesa mmechukua ya hasara? Nikamwambia mimi hata siwezi nikaichukua hiyo 1200 ni biashara gani unaweza kufungua na hiyo pesa? Na wengine wajinga tu unaona wakisema pesa tunachukua, naweza ni biashara gani utafungua na 300? Hata tray ya mayai zimepanda. Sasa unashindwa watu ni wale watu walisema wafunguliwe Barabas, Yesu asurubiwe. Sasa mambo ya watu ni gumu sana kuielewa Bernard. Mimi hata sitakagi kuongea hii maneno. Tunaongeaga na watu, mimi nisikie mtu ni wa UDA tunakosana. Hata bwanangu tunakosananga sana. Alikuwa wa UDA na mimi nilikuwa Azimio. Namwambiaga, usiniambie mambo ya hii serikali. Karibu ndoa ivunjike. Hata saa hii akinisikia hapa niko sitting room na kanga sitting room. Kuja ananiambia kama usiku aliniambia, kwa tu hapa ni kusikia tu unasikia hii mtembe hii TV inakufanya kichwa inasemuka. Naambiaga sio mtembe inanifanyaga kichwa inasemuka. Isemuka kitambo wakati ulisikia nikisema huyu mtu simtaki. Na wewe ukasema huyu ndio mzuri. Sasa wacha tukaangwe kwa sufuria moja sisi wote. Wenye walichagua hiyo serikali, wenye hatukuichagua. Sasa wacha tu tukae hivyo. Lakini Mungu naye ni nani? Atakumbuka wale wakati wana Israeli walikuwa huko Misri, wakati vijana walikuwa wanakuja kuuliwa, kulikuwa kunawekwa dot madamu kwa zile boma za watu. Wale watu wanajuana na Mungu. Kwetu tutafunikwa tu kama hawa wana Israeli, ile nyumba zao zilikuja zikasigirwa na malaika. Hakuna mambo mbaya tutaona. Wale wenye walifanya hiyo walifanya, wao ndio watapata shida kushinda sisi. Mungu anajua tu kila mtu. Hakuna mtu ajuangi. Mimi kwanza mtu akiniambia Raila ni mganga nasikianga vibaya sana. Na si ndoa wewe mtu ya Mungu na umeokoka. Ulijua mganga mlikuwa naye kwa uganga. Hiyo ndio shida. Kwanza mimi wa Kikuyu ndio tunakosananga sana. Sababu kama kuna watu wamefanya tukue na shida hii Kenya. Mimi ni Mkikuyu lakini wametuweka kwa shida kubwa sana. Wameturudisha tu kwenye tulikuwa kitambo. Hata kama tulishaguana, sababu mimi nashangaanga. Hizi kura zilitoka wapi? Unauliza mtu yeye anakuambia mimi nilichagua Raila. Marafiki wangu wengi kama 80% walichagua Raila. Unashindwa hii kura ilienda wapi? Bernard. Ukikaa tu hivyo ukifikiria mambo ya hii kura, unakosa zingine usigisi unakosa. Unatoka kwa kitanda, unakuja unakaa kwa kiti unashindwa. Hii mambo kwani ilienda namna gani? Si Mungu atufunulie tu kwa nini shida gani ilitokelezea. Unajua kuna kitu inakusubuanga mkapaka unashindwa. Mungu atakuletea mwangaza lini ujue ukweli kwani kuliendaje. Sababu ukiuliza mtu anakupigia, mlikuwa mnapigia huyu mzee, kura ilienda wapi? Kura yetu kwani ilienda wapi? Kwani our vote doesn't count in this country? Mimi hata nilisema sitakuwa napiga kura tena. Mtu anakaanga, unafikiri umesahau, unajipata tena umekumbuka. Unashindwa hii kula kwani ilienda wapi? Hata ukijaribu kukuwa na ile roho mzuri, unasikia roho inakataa. Hata ukikataa, ukifikiri hii kitu utaisahau, ukae tu ati umesahau. Unakaa tu unashindwa hii mambo kwani ilienda namna gani? Kwani what happened? Kwani ni sisi tulikuwa light ama ni akina gani walikuwa light? Unajua saa zingine unakaanga hapo tunajiuliza who was light. Na wewe ukiona roho wa Mungu ndiye alikwambia huyu acha tuende na huyu mzee. Unashindwa hii roho ingine ilikuja iliingilia wapi? Was I not light? Ni mimi sikujiuliza kwa roho ama kwa nini nikakuwa hivi na hiyo maombi yote nilikuwa naomba? Kwani kukaenda hivi? Sijui kama nyinyi mnajiulizanga kama mimi ama ni mimi nakuaga na hiyo maswali peke yangu. Ama nyinyi hamjiulizagi ni mimi tu niko hapa Agnes na kuanga na hiyo shida peke yangu?
Maswali hapo na tumejiuliza maswali mengi sana. Leo nimekutana na mtu yeye ndo alinitambua, nilipeleka suti yangu kwa dry cleaner, so nikakuta huyu jamaa anafuata kipindi sana, so akanitambua sasa. Nashukuru sana, kipindi yako imetusaidia, tumeanza kuponapona kwa vile tunasikia Wakenya wengi wakiongea. So katika maongezi akaanza kuniambia yeye alikuwa polisi lakini ameretire, anafanya biashara yake, lakini ana wale watu aliwafundisha, alikuwa mwalimu wa polisi. Anaambiwa ana watu aliwafundisha ambao walikuwa wanahusika na
uchaguzi,
walihusika moja kwa moja na elections, na anasema kwa kulingana na yeye na zile tarehe 14, okay? Tarehe 14 alipewa zile results za NIS. Walikuwa na tallying center yao. Na hizo results zilionyesha Raila anaongoza kwa mbali sana. Sio milioni 1, sio milioni 2. Alikuwa anafuatwa tofauti ya milioni kama 3. So kasema on the 15th in the morning the result was still the same because wao walikuwa wanatali. Hii mambo ilipikwa hiyo 15th asubuhi vile Chebukati alidisappear, then he resurfaced. So ukweli wa hii kura si eti wananchi walipiga kura vibaya, si eti Wakenya hawakumchagua Raila Odinga. Kulingana na huyu jamaa na mimi namwamini, ni watu walichagua kubadilisha matokeo ya uchaguzi ndio wakatupatia hii serikali ambayo haifai. So bado tuko in conversation. I will be getting those specific results and the specific figures ndio tusichague vizuri, lakini Mkenya yeyote aliyepigia kura Azimio asijilaumu, asijihurumie. Fanya vizuri sana, tulipiga kura vizuri, hesabu iliingia vizuri. Matatizo yetu saa hii nani huyo anasema anasema ni Itumbi na Chebukati. Hao ndio walisababisha hii mambo yote, lakini kuna Mungu mbinguni anaisikia vilio vya Wakenya. Wakenya wamelia sana, Wakenya wamehuzunika sana, na hiyo itakuwa
kuna driver wangu aliniambia kwa station mahali walipigia Kayole walikuwa watu kama 60 hivi. Kuhesabiwa kura ilisemekana ni kura 5. Na wale vile walikuwa najuana watu kama 60 walipigia Azimio. Lakini kura kuhesabiwa ilikuwa kura 5, hata walituka sana. Sasa tunaulizanaga hata mahali naendaga gari garage. Hii sisi wote tulikuwa tumepigia baba. Ilikuwa ni kura ilienda wapi? Kila mtu anakuanga na hii maswali. Kila watu tukikutana wale tulikuwa tunapiga. Tunaulizaga what went wrong. Hata unafika hapa ukiuliza na huyu Uhuru walikuwa na jama na Ruto ama na yeye alitucheza. Sasa mtu anakaanga kujiuliza maswali mingi sana. Ukikaa ukifikiria kusahau hii kitu, unakaa 2 days unafikiria na hii kura kwani vienda namna gani? Unachidagwa, utakosa mimi hata hakuna sijaichagua na uchaguzi, nimechaguana sana na kuna uchaguzi imenisumbua kama hii uchaguzi. Juu mimi sina miaka kidogo, naelekea 60. Nilianza kuchaguana 283 ndio uchaguzi yangu ya kwanza nilifanya, lakini hakuna uchaguzi imeniuma kama hii uchaguzi, na sijui inaniumaga kwa nini. Sasa unajaribu unasahau. Mzee ananipataga na simu ananivia, umeenda Mtebei? Na naondoka hata kwa kitanda na kuja tu hapa kwa sitting, nakaa hapa nikasikia kama jana nilisikia mambo ya Rosepiti, ile video uliweka, kashindwa naye huyu mzee mtu ya kanisa. Unajua watu wengi kama sisi na tunajua Mungu na tumeokoka, tulikaa kama tukuenda kwa kanisa like 2 months, sababu hutaki kuona watu ukasirike. Hata saa hizi na usikuangi na ile raha nilikuwa naye ya kwenda church kama before. Inakuanga nikisikia sina mood, sitaki kwenda kukasikia watu, na wacha nikae tu kwa nyumba nisome Biblia, nikae niende wakati nasikia roho inataka, na sio mimi peke yangu, tuko watu wengi. Sasa ni shidagwa hii kitu itatutoka kwa roho lini? Mbona nisiwe ni mchungaji, we unatuombea hizi roho situlie?
Hakuna kutulia bila kujua ukweli, lakini kwa hili ukweli utajulikana. Naamini kwamba ukweli utajulikana, na tena itachukua muda, kwa sababu vile mambo yanaenda, sioni Kenya Kwanza wakitoboa bila kuhusisha wengi wa Wakenya. Hizi ya kuendelea kununua viongozi, kununua wanasiasa haifanyi kazi. That is why they are 100 days hawajafanya chochote, na eventually kuna watu ambao watashughulikiwa tu, aidha watakuja kukiri ama watapigwa fimbo, watapigwa kiboko na ijulikane kwamba hiki na hiki ndio kilifanyika. Wakenya watapona wakati wamejua ukweli. Saa hii uongo tunaendelea kusema, kama ile show ilifanywa kwa NTV ya kusema how Raila lost the elections, wanajaribu kulaumu huyu na huyu na huyu. Raila did not lose this election. By all indications, by all Kenyans and the way the pattern they voted, he did not lose the election. Somebody grabbed this victory, brought the yani with impunity. Nifanye vile nataka, nione vile watafanya, wafanye vile wanataka. Na Kome na timu yake wakaongezea misumari ndani ya mioyo ya Wakenya. Hiyo mambo haiwezi kwenda kama kawaida. 2007 ilisamehewa ikaenda, 2013 ilisamehewa ikaenda, 2017 ilisamehewa, tukakuwa na handshake, ikasema tusahau yaliyopita, tukange yajayo, tukaponyesha nchi ikapona, tukaendelea kama kawaida. Saa hii hatuwezi kukubali kwenda handshake. Hakuna handshake, hakuna grand coalition, hakuna nusu mkate. Saa hii tunataka mkate wetu mzima. Okay, so result na tuko nazo, si eti tunatafuta. Okay, result tuko nazo. Chebukati anajua zile results za elections. So after hii Christmas sisi tunaanza kuitisha ushindi wetu. Hatutoki 2022 hata tukiingia 2023, 2022 remains with us until we get to the bottom of this matter. Naamini hiyo ndio mikakati ambayo baba ameweka, na kuna mtu anasuggest hapa siku ile Biden anakuja tunajaza barabara. I think a very good move, kwa sababu yeye is part of this problem. We demonstrate against him. Let it be historical that one time in nation called Kenya demonstrated against a sitting president of the United States of America. Hatutaki GMO, hatutaki hizo vitu wanatuletea hapa. Sisi tutakula mizizi, wacha tukule mizizi za mababu zetu walikula. So wetu bado wale wanaishi wana meno yote. they are strong, their memory is strong. Wanakuambia story ile ilifanyika miaka sijui ngapi, kana kwamba ilifanyika jana. Watoto wale tuligraduatisha juzi kutoka shule, they cannot remember when they were in class 1. Kwa nini? Kula hizi vitu za kisasa. We must resist and refuse. So Mama Agnes, tuendelee kuomba, tusimame imara, tujue ukweli. Tukitafuta uponyaji pasipo kutafuta ukweli, tutarudia haya magonjwa over and over and over. Ni kama uko na infection, badala umeze antibiotic imalize infection, wewe unaendelea kumeza Panadol. Panadol ni painkiller. It does not take away the infection. It may just give you a little relief, or after a short while the pain comes back, you take it again. Tumekuwa kwa painkiller from 2007, 2013, 2017. We must get the antibiotic, the antidote to our election fraud in this country. Hatuwezi kuendelea hivi kama nchi. So Kenya Kwanza wajipange. Naamini kwamba hii itakuwa historia ya serikali ya mtu fulani kutimuliwa katikati. Na mimi sio nabii na wala mtoto wa nabii, lakini hii sioni ikienda mbali.
Salimia Julia ni wa kwetu Nyeri.
Asante sana.
Mimi ni wa Nyeri kama Julia.
Yeye ndio mwalimu mkuu wetu hapa. So akifika sisi wanafunzi tunanyenyekea.
Najua ni mwalimu pia, nasemanga hapo. Hata leo asubuhi tulikuwa na wao, lakini mimi nakuaga tu wa kuwaona. Ni ngumu sana kuingia. Nimeingia kama mara 2 hivi.
Asante sana. So let's continue with the conversation. Julia, welcome. Michael, karibu sana. Mary Wainaina, mama yetu. Kamera imeenda wapi?
Yeah, Bernard, yes. Unikubalie, nimetoka kazi na nilikuwa nataka kuongea kidogo, kwa hivyo pahali nimekaa hamungependa kuniona, lakini kama ningekuwa na dakika 2 nisemee huyo mama Jerry na nimsalimie sana. Kukomenti tu kidogo, mniwie radhi tafadhali.
Go ahead.
Okay, Agnes Njeri, huo uchungu tuko nao hata sisi. We really feel that pain, it has never gone away. We try to forget, but we can't. The problem that we have not gone over is because we know Baba won in a big margin. Tena ile swali kubwa tuko nayo, hawa watu kama waliwin, why didn't they open the server? Why didn't they let the server be seen, which is the conclusion of the whole matter? Hiyo ndio swali yangu, na mnikubalie niwasikize nikiwa nimeondoka the back, kwa sababu nimetoka tu kazi sahi. Niwieni radhi na muwe na wakati mwema. Nitawasikiza back at the back of the curtains. Thank you so much. Lakini nitaondoka tu, lakini nawasikiza. Asanteni sana. Mama Njeri, namkusalimia sana. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mama Mary, we appreciate that. Tuendelee. We are in this together and we must pull through. By God's grace, we must emerge winners. Asante sana. Kenyan with love, I see you have arrived in good time. Thank you. Julia, take it please.
Asante Bernard. Nimekuja tu kusalimia Mama Agnes Njeri. Na pia nikaona tu nisalimia wa Kenya. Naona Maiko ameingia mapema. Ni kama Bernard, saa zingine tunafanya show kama Wakenya wamelala. Sasa sometimes we don't communicate, na saa zingine hatupati ujumbe wao. Nimefurahi sana. Good to see you Kenya in love. And I think sasa utasikiza haya maoni. Watu wamekuwa kilaumu wa Kikuyu, at the Kikuyu sold the country to the dogs. Hata mimi saa zingine na walaumu. Lakini after kusikiza maneno ya mawazo ya Madam Agnes, nikaamua kwamba we are wrong. I want to think like almost half of the Kikuyus voted for Baba. Na kwa sababu gani? Mnakumbuka at around 3, Waiguru alisema ati turnout Kikuyu ilikuwa iko imefika 60%. Sasa hii turnout vile ilifika 70, 80 baadaye ilitoka wapi, Bernard? I asked myself that very much because by around 3 people didn't. So what happened in Mount Kenya region? Kuna watu waliamua wako pande ya Uhuru na kuna watu who were not decided to vote for Baba, lakini walikuwa wameamua wapigi Ruto kura. Sasa hao watu ni kama waliamua they are not coming out to vote. That is the picture I saw in Mount Kenya region. So it seems more than half of Mount Kenya did not agree with Ruto's government. So mimi nimeona, I think we have been very unfair kwa hii show most of the time as we point fingers at Mount Kenya region saying that waliuza inchi and Madam Agnes, you have changed my mind leo. Nitakuwa nikitetea watu, nimeona we have been very unfair tukisema ati Wakikuyu waliuza inchi, sijui walifanya nini, because even not coming out to vote it wenye hawakutokea ni kwa sababu kwamba walifikiria we don't agree with Ruto, so they didn't come out. So that turnout was just fake in Mount Kenya region. Watu hawakutoka kupigia Ruto. That is, and then jana we were trying to argue who voted for Ruto. Somebody was saying that the educated walipigia Baba kura. Sasa tulikuwa tunaulizana, kwani Mount Kenya waliwachenga kusoma lini? Sasa nimegundua kwamba those who are mature and were informed really supported Baba. Lakini those numbers were fabricated, Bernard. Now, Leo, from today, my mind is changed that Kenyan with love, and I think I'll not allow people to point fingers at Kenya region again, because now I know that I think is what Teto has been saying here, that Kenyans, we are together had to taki serikali, whether from the mountain to the lake to the sea, from the mountain to the lake to the sea, we are together. Hatutaki serikali na hatukuitaka even from the beginning. And those of our children who are doing from the mountain and wherever wakaambiwa wanaletewa pesa mkononi, I think they have discovered walidanganywa. They have discovered that also. So I think I'm sure ni vile hawezi ongea, wanaweza sema tuko pamoja na sisi. So me, Madam Agnes, I'm very pleased kusikia maoni yako na kupatia ujumbe ya mawazo ya watu pale Mlima Kenya. Na mimi naona Wakenya wanasikiza hii show saa hii hawajalala. Nawaambia watu wa Mlima Kenya, hatuwezi kauza nchi yetu. Na washukuru sana wenye walikubaliana nasi wakaunga Uhuru mkono na Baba mkono, na msiuzue hiyo maneno ati watu wanasema ati Uhuru played Baba. That is propaganda from Udaku. That is high class nonsense. Don't buy that rubbish. How can Uhuru spend all that money campaigning for Baba Rafu? He sells him out. How? He had a choice to decide that I'm not going to campaign for this money. He had a choice to be like Kibaki. Kibaki hakutetea mtu yoyote. So Uhuru instead went out campaign for Baba. He was not an idiot to campaign for Baba. So kumaanisha kwamba hii ujinga na hii uongo imekuwa ikisambazwa kwamba ati Uhuru played Baba. That's a lie from UDA. And I also saw another lie the other day ati Baba amepatiwa kazi sijui wapi. That's another lie from UDA. Don't buy it. Don't buy that. Don't listen to that. So people like John D saying Mount Kenya is to blame what? I want to tell, even if you hear Gachagua talking rubbish, the views of Gachagua does not represent the people of Mount Kenya region. He only represents himself. Na bibi yake, pengine na bibi yake na watoto. I'm not sure kama na represent bibi yake. Bibi yake has to tell us kama na represent. But he only represents himself. So when you hear Gachagua talking rubbish, he's not talking on my behalf. I won't agree with that hiyo rubbish yake ya ukabila na watu wetu. Kama wamepewa kazi na appointments, I don't benefit directly in any way. And I have been here, and I think in Kenya region we have had 3 presidents, but none of them ametusaidia. Sijui kama Madam Agnes ulisaidikaje na Kibaki ama Uhuru ati sasa ati maisha yako ikabadilika, ati kwamba kama ati Uhuru is a president ama Kibaki is a president. We didn't change. We were struggling the way you are struggling with life, Bernard, is the way we were struggling. The way unangangana kulipa fee watoto yako ndio tulikuwa tunangangana. Si ati mountain walisaidika. So whether Gachagua walks around saying that we are getting more appointments, he's giving appointments to his friend. He's not benefiting the people of the mountain. So people of the mountain, Aluta continua, tuungane na wananchi wengine, tupiganie hii nchi. Today I saw Baba kwa mazishi, alisema hatutishwi na hatutishiki. Alisema Aluta continua, alisema mwaka mpya hatutishiki. We are fighting for this country. We will not allow hooligans, thugs, thieves, majambazi, murderers, assassins to take over our country. No, we cannot do that. So Bernard, nimesikia umetutolea hesabu ingine hapo. Mimi naomba watu wa Baba waambie wananchi exactly hiyo hesabu ilikuwa namna gani, so that never again will a normal Kenyan in his normal senses sit to plan to steal election, so that this will be the last time anybody in Kenya sits to plan to steal election. Siku ingine tutakuwa tukihesabu kura, kama Bernard amepata 5, amepata 5. Julia amepata 3, amepata 3, na zinakaa hivyo 5, 3. Hakuna vile zinabadilishwa. That is the thing, that is the tradition and the history we must set and establish in this country. Nimefurahi sana kusikia Madam Agnes na Michael, ulituongeleza vizuri sana jana, ukatuambia what is happening on the ground. I liked your presentation, and I think, Bernard, I will say, I agree with all of you here. Aluta continua, the struggle continues. Hatutishiki kamwe. Lazima tuendelee kupigania nchi yetu. Somebody is saying that Ida got 10 million. Ida got so many votes. I mean, watu ni majambazi. Michael Ngige, asanti. Na Michael umepotea, ingia show. Last time uliongea vizuri sana. I'm inviting Michael to come to the show. Asante Bernard, nimemaliza. Nataka kuondoka, nitakuja baadaye.
Okay, thank you Julia, we appreciate that. Tunaendelea na kipindi chetu. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike pamoja. Ukweli wa IEBC, Chebukati na kura za 2022 haujajulikana. Utakwenda kujulikana wazi. Lakini hiyo
kabla Julia aende,
subiri kwanza nimalize sentence yangu na bi wewe. Unataka niite Roho Mtakatifu? Okay, that figure that Michael Ngige is giving is the proper figure of how the elections were. There was no close tie. There was nothing like these people were running neck to neck. All that was fabrication of IEBC and Chebukati. And until Chebukati enters his grave, he will have to tell us this. He will have to tell us this. There was no neck to neck. You cannot compare Raila Odinga to William Ruto in a general election. They are not comparable. So Kenyans, let us pick up ourselves, get back in the ring and fight until we win. Ndio wanaleta hao kina Biden walete GMO wa kutunyamazisha. Hatunyamazi mpaka haki yetu tupate. Kenyan would love. Go ahead.
Nimekuja hapa for the same reason na Julia amekuja. Imeniingiza haraka. Huyo ni Mama Agnes Njeri ndio amefanya nikaingia hata mimi. We had this conversation jana, ndio maana nimekuambia kabla Julia aende. There's been a misconception and a propaganda that imekuwa ikiendelea. And I want Kenyans to understand what is happening. Since independence, there's something Bernard Musema hapa lakini nasemanga kama nimejificha. Naguzaga natoka. The Mount Kenya region has never been with the rest of the Kenyans. Kuna kitu ilifanyika Bernard, na nataka kuwasha moto tu kidogo, but reality isemwe. Mount Kenya watakuambia hawa watakuambia, na nikisikia hata venye mama Agnes ameongea ndio imefanya nikaingia hapa. Watakuambia wenyewe. There's an oath somewhere, but the oath is getting broken. When I start seeing people like Julia, Mama Agnes, and the Kikuyus that come here, I understand that Kenya is moving forward. Na mwezi sema, hiyo ndio jana nililia sana, nikasema mwezi sema Uhuru alicheza baba. Hakucheza baba. Na Mount Kenya, Bernard, you remember the day that elections ilifanyika, tulikuwa hapa. I told you how many tallying stations were outside the country. One in the US, Norway, and Germany. Ya Wakenya. Most of the leaders when wako saizi wanasema Mount Kenya wamechaguliwa, they are not. We know the numbers. Huyo mwenye amesema 10, it's nothing. We have the numbers, we have them. The day walijaribu kuhack, we told them, because we had IT people and we spent a lot of money to get IT people to look at that thing. We were the first people watu wa diaspora to tell them that hii imehakiwa. And at the time tuliwapatia that 3 a.m. yenye Julia anasema, most of the leaders in Mount Kenya, watu wanachukia wanasema Mount Kenya ilifanya kitu. Hakuna. Bernard, nimeuliza hapa, and everybody that comes to this show knows that every time I come here naulizanga, other than some part of Ruto, I mean some part of Central, because you want to say Central, or Rift Valley, where else did Ruto get his votes? Because there's no, hakuna, na wajaini jibu watu wa UDA. Now, the truth is starting to come out with Mama Agnes. Amesema kabisa, hawa walipigia baba, lakini kura ajuu kule zilienda. Yana ana account for 60, but zilikuja, sijua amesema zilikuja 5. And I'm so grateful for these elections that zimepita. And Bernard, you know how many, hata wakale wangapi wanakujanga hapo wanasema, Ruto wako against Ruto. Ushaona Mkamba amekuja hapa akasema ako against Kalonzo. Not that Kalonzo was anyway, I was against Kalonzo coming into Nini, lakini eventually, yeah, he came, but we worked our thing and we brought the votes home. We were here. And we did that. Tulikuwa tunafanya hapa. And I told you guys, but I'm telling you guys, mkianza kupiga Ruto, Uhuru, ama Wakikuyu, or even Wakale, you're wrong. Because these elections was not tribal. These elections, people made their choices as Kenyans, as who's a good leader, and where are we going as a country, and our constitution. But then there's kuna hizi propaganda. And Bernard, I don't know, I'm going to go against you today. Nimekuja mapema, unajua system yangu pia mimi nitapotea. I'm also going to go against you. This thing of Biden, I don't think it's anything to look into. I think the whole thing was played at Bomas that last day. Everyone knew. And it's not that I think, I also know, because at the time military walikuwa already washaamua ilikuwa. And like I always say, there's 2 certificates somewhere zimefichwa. And that's why for the first time in our country since independence, we had 1 certificate shared, handwritten, shared by who? The president-elect and the vice president-elect. Normally they get 2 certificates printed. And that's why, for the first time since tuanze kuchaguana Kenya, they sat down with the person that is the head of IEBC and the person that is going to be declared. And you could see the mood on it. So this was so bungled. And actually, I think even Ruto made a big mistake to do this tribunal, because it's going to come out. There's the 4. The Cherera 4. Zile maswali zitaulizwa tutakuwa tukiziangalia, Wakenya watajua ukweli. I think he made a mistake thinking that he's going to chase them out. Bernard, there's something you always say here. We are not going to 2027 without 2022. We are tired. Hii game haitachezwa tena. Moi alianza, inaishia hapa. Hii next time tukichaguana, Mama Agnes venye amesema dereva wake akienda akichagua, hiyo kura tunataka kuona mali imeenda. Hatutakuwa hapa tunaenda kustach sijui kufanya nini, kuita kina Kamago sijui nini na kucheza sijui na numbers. We know it, people are smart, like Ruto said. Wakenya wajinga waliisha Kenya. This time tuko na servers. Hizo servers zenye wanakataa kunini zitakuja, because we had 3 in different countries. We know the numbers. Bernard, the man got 3 point, it wasn't closely to 3.5 million. And those are the real numbers. Na zitakuja na zitaonekana. He never won anything. Now, he can use the judiciary, he can use his money, but he's going to run out. And that's why I'm saying, mimi nataka kwenda kuchukua hiyo Hustlers Fund. Hatulipi, we need him to run out. Ndio maana anatumia 30% on Hustlers Fund to give Kenyans. We don't know where the other 70% is going. Bernard, Mama Agnes ndo amenifanya nikuje hapa vile amesema, because that's the truth. Na watu wache kuangalia. Wakikuyu hakuwa na Central, haikukuwa na Ruto. Rift Valley, half of it haikukuwa. Maybe Sugoi yuko kwake na watu wake. Niambie bali pengine watu walikuwa na Ruto. Hakuna. So Mama Agnes, thank you for sharing, giving the light. Bernard, hiye kwa time yangu ya kukuja, nimekuja tu kwa sababu my point, na jana tulika hapa tukapigana juu hiyo kitu. Amenivuta. Nitakuja baadaye.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for that confirmations and encouragement to Kenyans. That's one of the tactics that UDA are using. Not necessarily intimidation, but setting us against each other. Let's blame the Kikuyus, let's blame the Kalenjin. Then when we are busy blaming each other, they are running away with everything. Let's remain focused on 2022 elections. What happened? The majority of Kenyans did not vote for William Ruto. He knows it. Chebukati knows it. The whole country knows it, including the children in the interior of the village. They know it. So we will not accept to be taken for a ride anymore. Lazima tufike to the bottom of this. If we don't settle this, no elections. Wacha uongozi, kila mtu ajitangaze. Kila mtu ajitangaze. Vile Chebukati tamu yake imeisha, ajikate, aende kula anaenda, tutamkamata baadaye kujibu maswali. Hii maswala mengine ya kusumbuana watu, ballot papers, they are being printed in Greece, what. Hiyo hela yote tunapeana huko, tuachane nayo kabisa. Kama hatuangalii ukweli wa 2022, hakuna haja uchaguzi Kenya tena. Wacha wazee wa amwenge. Wacha wazee wa amwenge, county government wachague vijana wetu, wasongesha hapo mbele, watuongoze. Lakini no more expenditure on an elaborate election only for one person to come up and turn everything around and pretend to be a winner. I have asked this question over and over. If you want elections, why are the stadiums empty? Why is nobody turning up for official government meetings? Why are the county commissioners attacking chiefs for not bringing people? For how long are you going to gather people, buy people, give incentives people to attend Jamhuri? A minority government will not take off. Not this time round. Na kuna kuhalalisha uhalifu. Tulihalalisha uhalifu 2007, tuko hapa. Tukahalalisha uhalifu 2013, tuko hapa. Tukahalalisha uhalifu 2017, tuko hapa. Leo hii lazima ukweli ujulikane. Mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi, mwenye alikosa arudi nyumbani bila mkia. Nashukuru sana. The best person to take over would have been Chaga. Ndo anajua hizo misemo, lakini nataka nimpatie Michael ndio nisipigwe mawe. But I wanted to play a video. Let me play a video first before you come, Michael, so that we keep everything in perspective. Watu wa comments now wanaenda huku na kule. Njerani, umejificha nyuma ya curtain. Shida iko wapi? Let's listen out to this, then we continue.
Mmoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga leo amewahakikishia wafuasi wake kwamba vita vyake vya kulikomboa taifa havijafika kikomo. Akihudhuria mazishi ya mwandani wake James Ochieng Igori, Raila amesema mwaka ujao mwenge wa ukombozi utawaka. Tumpate mwanahabari wetu Bernardo Juang na mengi.
Hii ndio ilikuwa ziara ya kwanza ya kinara wa chama cha chungwa kuzuru eneo la Migori tangu uchaguzi wa Agosti 9, akihudhuria mazishi ya rafikiye diwani wa zamani James Ochieng Ruku hii leo katika eneo la Wendo. Akizungumza katika lugha ya mama, Raila alisisitiza kwamba mambo bado na wafuasi wake wawe tayari kwa mwelekeo atakaotoa Januari mwakani.
Uinjo kurumu tija wacho ni okadwa lose wachni dwe manyien ka chako higa manyien tabro loso malungu abro nyiso kuma dhiye.
Raila vile aliwaomba wakazi na viongozi wa Nyanza kutobabaishwa na ziara ya waziri wa teknolojia Eliud Owalo ya kugawa msaada wa vyakula.
Moko maringo kakamani kelo duma ke kelo ganagi matode ngaringa ngaringa.
Tamko lake pia liliungwa na viongozi mbalimbali waliohudhuria mazishi hayo, wakiongozwa na gavana wa Migori Ochilo Ayako, wakimshtumu vikali waziri huyo kwa kile wanachokitaja kuwa ni madharau kwa kiongozi wao.
Our brother Owalo, with all due respect, let him go around the country, do what he was appointed to do as a cabinet secretary, not going to distribute relief food. Na huku kwetu kwa sasa hatuna njaa, so we want to request Bwana Owalo akija huku akuje sai. Mahindi watu wameanza kuvuna, si ni ukweli? Si tumeanza kuvuna mahindi? Kwa hivyo atuletee ma ICT hubs huku kwetu. Saa hizi serikali wangekuwa wanajitayarisha kutuletea mbolea.
We cannot be intimidated. We are Luos and we are in Kenya by right. Nobody invited us here. And we didn't choose to be Luo. God himself decided that the Luo must be in Kenya to give direction.
Please don't remind us of what happened and do not belittle our leaders.
Bernard Ojuang, NTV.
Asante sana, naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Michael, karibu, vipi?
Niko poa Bernard. Topic ya leo naona umeweka siku 100 za Ruto za kwanza kama zina make sense. Is that the topic? So we just use a marking scheme 1/10 na tumalizia hapo. What I would like to say, somebody was saying that Ruto alipata, I don't know, mimi niko nyuma kidogo, sijui hii mambo ya server, sijui they were in 3 different countries, na my own estimations bila kutafuta, because it seems that even baba alibwaga Ruto na huku Central ni kama pia alifanyiwa to the same thing. Sasa we are having a government which forces itself to the wananchi. My only question is, are we going, kwa sababu kwa njia ya maandamano, ningependa kuambia baraza, I would like to say that it cannot remove a sitting president in a country like ours. So unless we come up with a way that we want to tujitokeze tu, tunataka haki yetu hata kama tunawawa, lakini maandamano, someone has just said there that the Cherera 4, Bernard, is there, these people resigned, is there possibility of them coming back? even if the tribunal find them innocent. Remember, the three of them have already resigned.
They have resigned, but you know, drastic measures can. It depends on how everything plays out. They are being victimized for questioning the results that were cooked. That is their only crime. Okay.
Mm.
Even in resigning, some were forced to resign.
Actually, they have resigned under duress.
Yes, that
They
is.
resigned under
They
duress.
were they were prevailed over to resign so that the mission gets accomplished without even the tribunal. The tribunal was just a threat. So only one of them has refused and said, I'm going through the whole process. And through this one, things can turn around. But the really cure to this situation is the anger of all Kenyans, not just these committees, because committees can anything can happen. If the Kenyan people will take their position and refuse this thing once and for all and stick out, will overturn these things and correct what is wrong. And history has been made. It can be made any day. Bwana Michael, inaonekana mitambo yako ina shida. Pole lakini. Aha, you are back.
Okay, that's what I was asking myself, kwa sababu kama sikuwa nimesikiza baba vizuri. I just read it somewhere kwa Google that anasema anataka kuanza kupigania electoral reforms. Tukienda kupigania electoral reforms, that means tumeshasahau ya 2022 from what I understand by fighting for electoral reforms maybe, but sasa nimemsikia hiyo video umenini, hakuna mambo ya kupigania electoral reforms. We are going to claim our victory which we are ready for, hata kama we are tunafanyia hii government kazi, itabidi tujiondoe. Anyway, mimi nimemaliza hapo na waangalia tu, nikisikiza nikichukua tena mawaidha hekima kutoka kwenu.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Michael. We appreciate that. We are far from, I would say we are far from the woods, as far as the 2022 election crisis is concerned. Only the wishful thinkers who are UDA want to believe that everything is behind us. There is nothing else behind Kenyans. And that is why the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza have been very slow, very slow. They have done almost zero, and they will continue doing zero until the truth comes out. So, what is it? There is something Nani saying. Mato says resignation is not complete until accepted constitutionally. And if it can't be constitutional, while you have an ongoing case on the same. Okay. I don't know. You will need to come, when you come back, you will substantiate that. But for okay, if things play out, then it's proven that the elections were rigged and da. Then everything accused towards that should be reversed. But one thing that is going to happen with this, the push, the claiming of the victory, is that it's going to have an overhaul of the judiciary, an overhaul of the electoral system, an overhaul of the executive. Now, if these three work with this one stone, we will have succeeded in a big way, and we will never go back to where we have been ever again. But if we relent now, we will also never get away from where we are. Never again. So it's do or die if we must put it in its perspective. Bwana Chaga, vipi?
Nashukuru niko salama, brother Bernard, na nimsalimie. Mnanipata vizuri?
Unapatikana vizuri sana, karibu.
Yes. Ni mama nani yule ameenda sasa hivi. Nimshukuru sana kwa jinsi alivyochanganua mambo ya mlima. Vile vile pia nimsalimie brother Michael, na kuna Kenya Sihami, bwana Rotich na wengine wale wambo wako kwa comment section, wale wenye wanafuatilia hii kipindi. Nadhani Bernard, ukweli ushaanza kujitokeza, na ukweli ni kwamba maji na mafuta hayachanganyikani siku zote, na vile vile ukweli ukidhihiri, basi uongo hujitenga. Siku 100 ndio hizo zimeenda, na kwa kweli kama ingekuwa ni haki kama ilivyotangazwa kwamba ni viongozi waliochaguliwa kwa minajili ya Mungu tu na ni kwa maombi wala si uchawi, mambo yangekuwa ni mazuri, dalili tungekuwa tumeziona nzuri. Lakini kwa sababu ya kubambanya, alafu kisingizio ni Mungu. Mimi siku zote nasema, na nilishazungumza tu, si mara moja si mara mbili hapa, hachanganywi na uovu, hatajitaji ovyo tu, wala yeye habagui tajiri maskini. Yeye husimama kwenye haki, na haki ikidhihiri, basi uongo hujitenga. Sasa hivi tukipata mama ambaye anazungumza, mama haswa wasema ambaye anazungumza vitu kama hivi, it's true color, hiyo ndio rangi halisi ilivyokuwa mlima. Na tukuridi tu mfano mdogo tu wa juzi, baba aliposema tumetoka Kamkunji na tutakutana Jakaranda tusherekee siku ya wazalendo, ilitia tumbo joto, kiwewe. Nafuu ilikuja tu pale baba aliposema hapana, nitasimamisha kwa sababu naenda safari yangu kidogo. Lakini kwa sababu Mungu anataka kudhihirisha wazi kwamba hii serikali si ushindi, si wao, kwao nyumbani kabisa Wasingishu, makomishina walikuwa na kibarua kigumu zaidi wao na machips, kwa sababu walijipata wako na viti na wanahutubia viti vitupu. Yale yamekuwa Nyayo, si tunayajua, kwa sababu si mara kwanza. Baba alikuwa Kasarani na yeye mwingine akawa Nyayo enzi wakati fulani ule wa kampeni. Tuliona nani alijaza uwanja, nani alihutubia viti. So halikuwa jambo geni kwa wale walikuwa pale na yelo nini, tunajua. Lakini hata hivyo naweza nikasema Nyayo juzi ilikuwa empty, mwananchi hajajitokeza kikamilifu. Kwa huu ushindi, ukweli wa mambo, si wa hii serikali. Huu ushindi ulikuwa wa mtu mwingine, na ni sawa kupewa mwenye mbuzi, maana huyu mbuzi si wa Kenya Kwanza, huyu mbuzi ni wa Azimio. Wao ndio waweza kupata huu ushindi. Walio bambanya hawa ni Jabukati na Martha Koome, hawa ndio wametuharibia. Lakini kama wangesimama hakika katika hali ya uungu na kuongozwa na hekima ya Mungu, wallahi hatungekuwa tunazungumzia haya, na hakuna Mkenya sasa hivi ungekuwa yalalamika kama tunavyolalamika. Kwa hivyo haya tunayapitia ni kwa sababu ya huo mkono wa Mungu, kwamba yeye hachanganywi na uovu siku zote, Bernard. Kwa hiyo kila ambacho mimi nazungumzia leo haswa ni hivi: Hizi chaguzi zilikuwa chaguzi ya 2007, 2013, 2017 zilikuwa na mchafu mwingi tu, na tukiruhusu hii iwe ya 4 tena na uchafu, basi hakuna jinsi ambavyo tutaweza kurekebisha haya maneno. Kwa hiyo ni wakati huu wa Kenya wote venye tumeona nyuso za Central kwamba haswa wananchi, haswa tuachane na viongozi, kwa sababu viongozi wanaongozwa na tamaa za tumbo kama tulivyozungumzia jana, lakini picha halisi inatoka back kutoka kwa wananchi, haswa ule ground. Tuunganeni pamoja, tukomeshe hili jinamizi, kwa sababu laiti kama tungekuwa tuna uwezo wa kuipeleka mahakama yetu kuu inapotoa uamuzi usiokuwa wa haki, hatungekuwa hapa tunazungumzia haya. Lakini pale tulipokutwa msumari ni pale kuambiwa kwamba maamuzi ya koti yakizungumzwa ni basi hapo hapo, hatuna jinsi ya kuwashtaki majaji popote pale, kwa sababu hapo ndo tumemaliza na ndipo tulipopigiwa. So ili kuonyesha kwamba hii Kenya, Mkenya ndo mwenye hii nchi wala si viongozi, tujitokeze wote kwa kauli moja, kabila zote, tukomeshe hili jinamizi, tuseme hapana. Huyu mbuzi alikuwa wa Bernard, apewe Bernard. Chaka hakuwa Chaka si wake. Huyu mbuzi ni sisi wananchi. Wenye kutengeneza hii nchi ni sisi na wenye kuharibu ni sisi. Umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu, utenganaji wetu tufikirie vizazi tunavyokuja. Uzalendo wa nchi ni sisi, wapiganaji wa mageuzi ni sisi. Wakati wetu huu tupaze sauti zetu juu na tuseme hapana. Hili litangazwa kwa mahakama kuu, tunalitia shaka. Hili lilifanywa ABC, hatulitaki, na uongozi ni wa fulani, na hii serikali haitufai, kwa sababu ni jambo la waibu ikiwa watu wanang'ang'ana tu huko juu kupakana matope kwa mwananchi akipata harama, akipata hasara. Na si hasara tu, yani akibeba mzigo ambao sirika lake, mzigo ambao unamuumiza, akiutoa kwa kichwa kuregesha kwa mabega, anautoa tena kwa mabega kuregesha kwa kichwa, hajua anzie wapi. Harama ya maisha ni ghali mno, na sasa hivi tumemaka, tunaelekea wakati baada tu ya hivi vijisukuu, maana hivi vijisukuu pia watu hawana imani navyo. Hakuna ile shamra ya Christmas tunavyojua. Maana hata mtu kwanza akipiga hiyo harama hajui ikitoka hapo mwanawe school fees itafika shingapi. Hakuna mtu anazungumzia swala la elimu. Serikali hakuna kitu kinazungumziwa habari na ufisadi, harama ya maisha, harama ya mafuta. Please Kenyans, let's focus, tushirikiane. Wale wa mlima, wale wa Rift Valley, tayari wa Rift Valley wale wamejionyesha wazi kwamba hawana imani kabisa na huyu ndugu yao. Laiti kama wangekuwa na imani, basi ule mkutano ungejaa pomoni hivi, lakini ni wachache wakiongozwa na kina Senator Cherigei, ambao ndo hao wanajaribu kusafisha na kupaka mafuta machoni maruninga na vyombo vya habari kuonekana, lakini ndani ya wanawasingishi wenyewe wanajua ni kwa nini hawakujitokeza katika ulimwengu. Kwa hivyo hana imani. Kwa hivyo ushindi si wake, ushindi ni wa bwana Raila, apewe mbuzi wake, na kupewa mbuzi wake ni sisi wenyewe wananchi. Tuseme hapana. Tumeangalia nyinyi wanasiasa, tumeangalia mahakama zetu, tumeangalia vyombo, lakini imefika wakati tuamue. Kwa kama ni kumalizwa, basi tumalizwe Kenya yote, lakini ukweli lazima tutasimama nao. Mbuzi apewe mwenye mbuzi. Mimi nitakwamia pale ili niwape wenzangu nafasi, na leo tutakesha hapa.
Asante sana Bwana Chaga, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Mwenye mbuzi apewe, mwizi akamatwe, apelekwe kamiti, na wale wote ambao wanahusika na masuala haya, kwa sababu Nchi nzima haiwezi kutapeliwa alafu watu wanatembea scot free. That is not the way things are done. We need to close this chapter once and for all. But for us to close the chapter, we must get to the bottom of everything that transpired. In fact, we will need to investigate these elections as back as 2007, and then be able to sort this matter once and for all. But for now, hakuna kubanduka, hakuna handshake, hakuna grand coalition, hakuna kuhalalisha uhalifu. Mhalifu akamatwe, apelekwe kamiti. Mwenye haki apewe haki yake, ili nchi isonge mbele. La sivyo, we get stuck here until justice is done. Thank you. Let's move. Before we get into the next person, we'll play another video shortly. I hope that just memory lane, tukumbushane tukisonga mbele ili tuelewane vizuri. I just want you to look at this.
I also have data that shows government has really built, has constructed a lot of roads, more than it was anticipated. Yes. As we talk today, the country is transforming. I told you, we are doing 6,000 kilometers of roads in 3 years. We have done 12,000 kilometers of road in 70 years.
Jubilee has cheated your people.
My friend.
Okay. Just let me tell you about roads. 1,000 kilometers is Mombasa to Malaba. So what it's telling you is that they have tarmacked a road in the country equivalent to Mombasa to Malaba 6 times.
My friend.
You see what I have here? Called low volume sealed roads under the 10,000 kilometer Jubilee government. This I have for Ministry of Roads itself. It's county by county, and it totals up to 6,887 kilometers.
I told you.
But it's not done.
Right.
But out of this,
yes,
only 500 kilometers has been tendered. And out of that, only 50 kilometers has actually been tarmacked.
Okay.
So it is 0.005% of what they actually set out to do.
My friend.
Those tarmacs they're talking about exist in the imagination. Telling lies, with a straight face.
Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. But that's alright, because I love the way you lie. I love the way you...
Kenya sihami, vipi?
Yes. Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Mwamisi sana. World Cup tulimaliza. I think network sahi itatuletea ujinga. Habari zenu. Tulisherekea. Messi alimess the ground. Now we will need the mess in Kenya to mess Ruto. You see? Bernard, nimekuwa na mambo mengi kwa hii channel nikifuatilia hizo zingine hadi nalala nimechoka akili. The scorecard of Ruto, as I said, it is negative 0.0000. The only percentage he can be given is negative 1.11 quarter ya tourist. At least amejulikana kwa anajulikana. That's the only thing we can say. He's a tourist man. Wants to show off. Mimi hata nilishangaa alikuwa hapa tujira hata amekuja kuona football. This country sometimes is, I don't think in capacity ilienda wapi. Hata mtoto wa CBC ako better than Ruto and the wife. Juu kila mahali anaenda na huyo bibi yake kwa mgongo hunyu. Status wanaachia nani? Mgeni akikuja abruptly nani atakaribisha mgeni? Gachagua mwenye aliacha kwa ofisi ndio ng'ombe nyingine yenye iwezi kakamuliwa hata maziwa. He's talking nonsense. Amaanza kupiga vita Sakaja Nairobi. Atawezana? Sometimes people, Kenyans, we should wake up. Well, that lady who has said walipiga kura, wacha nikuambie Bernard, I called my friend who is a lady from Kikuyu, nikamwambia hasa la mlifurahi, akasema we sisi tulikuwa watu wa baba na mama hata tuongei. She's a very close friend from Kikuyu, ulikuwa ni Nyeri somewhere like that. And then I was really, did Kikuyus vote for Baba? Na kama alipigia Raila kura zilienda wapi? What happened? You want to tell me Ruto can win Kikuyu and is going to be a president, surely, for God's sake? Huyo mama amenisaidia sana. At least I have that ka feeling Mountain walipatia Raila kura. Lakini huyu mzee kipara, kuja huyu mama wa meno zimechomoka nje kama panya. Unaona ile panya Bennett ya kuingia kwa store ya kuuma mahindi. That is Martha Koome. Aliingia kwa store. Alikuwa anapuliza. Tukasema ni mama atahisi ile uchungu wa mwana kuzaa. Kumbe si mama, ni negative mama. Is a zero woman. Alafu anasema ati Mungu alikuwa pale. Kwani sisi wengine tuliumbwa na shetani. Sasa huyo ndio Mungu aliingia State House. And you can see things are happening in Kenya. Sijui ni Mungu amekasirika. I don't know what is happening in Kenya. Sincerely speaking. Can God forgive us where we went wrong? Aturudie mahali tulienda kinyuma, ama zile damu zilimwagika 207 they are still haunting us. Imagine watoto wanang'olewa macho, wara sijui nini inafanyika. Na ni serikali Ruto bila aliingia mebifo ni maajali. Yani vituko zinafanyika Kenya Bernard, mpaka unashindwa president aliingia na mkosi gani? Is this a man, real man or a devil? And then another thing. Raila ameongea kitu nimefurahi kabisa. Amesema bado tusichoke, na amesema tusipoeshe hiyo moto. Sasa by the way Bernard, tunataka kuhakisha kuni, petroli tunataka kuleta, na ndani hiyo moto tunataka kumwaga chumbi ipasuke hivi, hizo miale ziende zianguke State House. Unaona vile wameanza kugongana wenyewe huko State House. That's the confusion we want, until Ruto ajipate peke yake na inue mikono aseme I surrender, I'm going. I just wish that niwe nimelala, niwe naota alarm ikiniamsha breaking news. Nikifungua hivi simu, Ruto is no longer president of Kenya. Bernard, hatujui wenye tulizaa kama tumechelewa watoto watasoma aje. Tunarudi zile enzi za Moi. Mtu alikuwa anachia class 6, class 4. I remember most of my classmates, they were dropping because of school fees. Primary. Secondary hatujui. But they wazazi wako na kibarua kigumu. Next year kuna hii form 1 wanataka kuingia. Hebu niambie school fees itakuwaje? Aya, juzi wametangaza matangazo. Hata unaweza jua Kenya kuna mtoto alikuwa na mbwana, hakuna sherehe. Yaani Kenya iko dali, hata sikukuu huwezi ukajua kama iko. We don't know kama watu wako. By the way, I'm thinking that it's a high time God to change this country. I think sijui to separate, tuchukue wenye walipigia Raila kura, tuunde nchi yetu, na wenye walibaki juu. This man is doing totally nothing. Biden anakuja kufanya nini Kenya? What is the meaning of Mau Mau? Unajua Master alinifunza hiyo meaning ya Mau Mau, and I still remember it. Mau Mau, we don't want these white people. Wame to destroy, they want to control the world, not even Africa only. Wanataka hao ndio wajibebe kila kitu. Why are they controlling us? We are not fools. Africans, we are not illiterate. Hawa watu wametudharau Bernard. Na Ruto amechukuliwa kama doli. Anakontroliwa tu hivyo, yani anajifanya ule amenyenyekea na ndani ni umbwa mwitu. Watu wenye wanasema Ruto ni mtu wa Mungu, ingieni kwa magoti muangalie kiroho. Huyu ni mtu wa Mungu. Wacheni kusema he was chosen by God. Who? Which God? Or God in quotes? Wakina sijui, I don't know, the Baal wale wa Biblia, hao ndio walichoose Ruto. Ruto, if it was God's chosen person, Kenya could be at peace at now. People will be celebrating. Maisha ingekuwa mzuri, lakini Bernard, watu wanalia, tuko na uzito ndani ya mioyo. We can't even save. We are hustling the little we have. We can't save. Hatujui watoto watasurvive aje kesho. Januari imefika. Angalia story ya Daudi. Unajua Mungu alikuwa anatumia manabii kuonya hao watumishi wa Mungu Biblia. Daudi alipomfanyia dhambi yule mume wa Uria, Mungu alimtumia nabii akamwambia nenda ukamwambia, akampa kwa mfano. Ulikuwa na kondoo wengi lakini ukaenda ukanyanyasa maskini, ukachukua yake ukachinjia mgeni. Naye pasipo kujua, kwa ujinga akasema huyo mtu anafaa uawe. Hakujua anatoa judgment ambayo itamkula. Na Ruto is making judgment that is going to kill him. Unless arudi kwa magoti aambie Mungu, forgive me for this. Huyu mzee kwa kulia, watu kulia kwa ajili yangu. People were mourning as if somebody's dead. Aseme, by the way, Wakenya mnisamehe nilifanya hivi na hivi. Mzee, kiti yako ndio hii. Vile mzee baba yetu ametuambia hapo. Mbuzi apewe mwenyewe, mwenye haki achukue. Ruto anakalia nyota ya mwenzake, na ndio maana anayumba yumba. Serikali ya sasa, their work is to impeach governors. Mara wako kwa ule mama Meru, na mama Meru hakusimama na chama yote, alijisimamia. And people chose her because they knew she's going to work for them. Why are they disturbing Kenyans' minds? Wanataka watu waende elections, by elections. Where's the money? Wametoa subsidy, education, food, petrol, everything. Linda mama, pesa ya wazee hakuna. Hizo pesa ziko wapi Bernard? Where are they? Ama ndio zinapeleka Ruto na kimbia mbio kama ile ndamu imetoka kwa tumbo ndio inajifunza kutembea. Pesa hakuna. Ndio wameanzana Nairobi. Gachagua badala angalie kwao kuna kaja, hata pengine barabara ya kwenda kwake hakuna lami. Ameshaanza kuingia Nairobi. Anaingilia ofisi ambaye si kama anataka kuwa gavana Nairobi, si akuja apigiwe kura Nairobi akue gavana, tujue tuko na Gachagua kwa ofisi. Why can't they leave this man to focus? Tuone kazi yake ni vipi. Sisi hatuangalii chama, tunaangalia matendo ya mtu na kazi ya mtu. So they are fighting a person mwenye alipewa kura with more than 42 tribes. Ama anafikiria Sakaja wa Kikuyu alimpigia kura. What I know, Sakaja was voted with some Azimio people kura because walimjua kwa matendo yake. Can this government sit down and think? And they cannot think because ile deadline waliweka imeisha. Bernard, the only thing is Raila atupigie firimbi wenye tutakuwa mbali juu wengine hatuna uwezo wa kwenda kwa barabara. Tunatuma maombi. Tunatuma maombi na Mungu asaidie amani iwe, lakini mstorm State House. Recho aingie under the bed, ashindwe hata kutoka huko. Wamtoe huko na ambulance. Ambie bwana yake kama ni hivi mimi hapana. Ajikuta ako nchi nyingine kwa ICU. Juu ya shock. Naye Ruto abebe juujujua akipelekwa Hague direct. Nothing else. That man is a murderer, monster. Even I can't respect him. Hata huwa sipendi kuona picha yake, hata kwa nikiona headline na niona sura ya Ruto, I can't even follow that content. Even if it was inaongelea against him or anything, I don't want. Na Gachagua, I don't want to see those people on my face. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Kenya Simami, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tusimame hapo hapo kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli unajulikana na haki inapeanwa kwa mwenyewe. Hii nchi haiwezi kuendelea kuishi katika uongo siku zote. So Wakenya wenye nia njema ambao wanaona kwamba ni muhimu tuweke historia, na kuweka historia inamaanisha mambo ambayo hayajawahi kutendeka yatakwenda kutendeka, na kama ilitendeka kwingine itakwenda kutendeka hapa. Tunajua kwamba constitution inasema wakati Supreme Court imepeana uamuzi, huo uamuzi ni wa mwisho, lakini uamuzi wa mwisho hauko na Supreme Court, uamuzi wa mwisho uko na wananchi. Kama Chebukati hawezi kuhesabu kura zetu vizuri, tutaanza kupiga kura alafu tunabeba tunapeleka boma sisi wenyewe. Tusimame hapo foleni, tuokote, tukifika huko alafu tuhesabu, kwa sababu tukiwapatia wapeleke bomas hawafikishi. Hizo vituko zikomee hapo. Asante. Play one video then tusikilize Toroitich. Nashukuru wote kwa kuwa mko studio mejaa, naamini tunasonga mbele vizuri. Lakini usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Let's listen out to this as Toroitich gets ready to make his submission something you need to keep in perspective. Tuende.
Maandalizi hayo ya sikukuu, basi mtazamaji, mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC Wafula Chebukati amesema hajutii chochote katika kipindi chake cha miaka 6 ya kuwa mwenyekiti katika tume hiyo. Chebukati ambaye alikuwa akiongoza mkutano na viongozi wa vyama mbalimbali vya kisiasa katika shughuli ya kutathmini namna uchaguzi wa Agosti 9 ulivyofanyika, alidokeza kuwa ana uhakika kuwa amefanya kazi kadri ya uwezo wake licha ya changamoto mbalimbali ambazo zimekumba tume hiyo. Chebukati ambaye anakamilisha awamu yake ya miaka 6 mwezi Januari mwaka ujao, alisisitiza kuwa uchaguzi wa Agosti 9 mwaka huu ulikuwa wa uhuru na haki. Mwanahabari Chris Thairu na taarifa hiyo.
Miezi minne baada ya kuendesha na kusimamia uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9 mwaka huu, ilikuwa wakati wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka kutathmini utendakazi wake kama tume kabla ya kuandaa ripoti yao ya baada ya uchaguzi. Viongozi kutoka vyama mbalimbali vya siasa wakiwa katika majadiliano na makamishna wa IEBC ili kung'amua ni wapi kulikuwa na changamoto kabla ya kuandaa ripoti yao. Na huku Chebukati akilazimishwa kubeba mzigo wa tuhuma kutoka kwa viongozi wa Azimio la Umoja kuwa alishirikiana na Rais William Ruto kwenye wizi wa kura katika uchaguzi huo, Chebukati alisema kuwa hajuti.
I've served 6 years as a state officer, and I believe I've made my contribution. So I have no regrets, and I believe that whoever comes in should pick up from where we have laid ground, and we shall be available for consultation if required.
Kulingana na Chebukati, kura za Agosti mwaka huu zilikuwa huru na za haki, na kwamba mahakama ya upeo ilithibitisha hayo kwa kuamua kuwa Rais William Ruto alichaguliwa na Wakenya kihalali.
6 years, yes, it's been tough. We went through challenges, but 2022 election was a success as far as the commission is concerned. A lot of success stories. And we want to build on those success stories, and the team that will come after us, when they do come, we shall ensure that there are enough handover reports, including this PA report.
Chebukati ambaye hatamu yake inakamilika mwezi Januari, pamoja na makamishna Abdi Gulie na Boya Molu, walitofautiana na makamishna wenzake wengine kuhusu matokeo rais yaliyopelekea vurugu katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Tayari makamishna watatu wa IEBC, Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi na Justus Nyang'aya, wamejiuzulu baada ya rais kuunda jopo la kuwachunguza, huku kamishna Irene Masit akiamua kujitetea mbele ya jopo hilo.
I feel good. I feel I've made my contribution to the institution of the IEBC and to strengthening democracy in this country.
Wakati wa mkutano huo na wadau, Chebukati naye alifichua kuwa tume hiyo haifadhiliwi vizuri, na hilo limekuwa changamoto kuu katika tume hiyo.
If the commission is to be funded, say from the next financial year for the programs it have, registration of voters, all the other programs, voter education, then it can perform better. So if money was there, I think it would have done better than possibly what we have done in most of the areas.
Chebukati bado atapata nafasi yake ya mwisho ya kusimamia chaguzi ndogo katika maeneo bunge ya Kandara na Garissa mjini, na vile kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet katika nafasi ya useneta tarehe 5 Januari. Shughuli ya kuwatafuta makamishna wengine ili kujaza pengo la watu 6 bado halijaanza rasmi. Chris Thairu, KTN News, Nairobi.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Habari. Niko salama kabisa.
Karibu.
Masimaki, James Makini, Passionate Love of Christ, Fartum Abdullahi, Roda, Julia, najua Julia ako huko hivyo nyuma tu, Bernard, na wasalimu nyinyi wote wenye tuko kwa panel na wenye wako huko kwa comment section, na Yeah, I love the fire yenye watu wameingia nayo leo kwa kwa nini, kwa panel, and imenifanya nikafikiria kitu. I was not even planning to talk about this, but I think it's good I put it to rest because it has shown me something that kidogo tujai jua. Why is Raila powerful and why is somebody so scared of Raila mpaka inabidi wametaka sana kumnyamazisha, and I'm very sure uh, kesho mtasikia Gachagua ataanza ku rebuttal everything yenye baba ameongea leo because they're so scared. Actually sisi wenye tumekuwa ni kama wafuasi ama sisi wafuasi wa Raila wenye tumependezwa na ideologies zake, Raila ana draw energy from us. Hiyo strength yenye Raila ako nayo ya kuongea ya kila siku kukuja relentlessly despite vitu nyingi sana yenye nampata mpaka na umri wake, ni sisi anapata nguvu kutoka kwetu, lakini when tunaendelea kuwaver mpaka inafika mahali tunakuwa na uncertainty sele yenye amenyamaza, it's like we do not even trust the time he has put in since the time aliingia kwa siasa, mpaka ikakuwa hata akinyamaza we are no longer sure what happens, ama tukisikia news kutoka kwa unverified sources tunaanza kuyumba mpaka tunaanza kuona ni kama alinunuliwa, amekuwa compromise, nini kumeenda. No, please tusimfuate kwa sababu ya ama tusijaribu kumwei na current circumstances. We should appreciate muda yenye baba amekuwa ako kwa siasa na stand yenye amekuwa akichukua na vile amekuwa akiexecute mambo yake. Now kuna time yenye nilikuwa ninawaelezea kuwa itafika time yenye we no longer need kungojea sasa baba ati akuje tupatie mwelekeo, because penye tumefika pia time ituruhusu tunaendelea kupatia watu muda. It's now 100 days of nothing. Actually it's 100 days of 50 steps backward kutoka kwa maendeleo kidogo yenye tuliona kwa previous government. So tukisema tuongojee baba atoe mwelekeo, sometimes hata labda baba pia na wale wenye wanamshauri na handlers wake wanaona ni kama Kenya ni kama tuko kidogo tired. It's about time yenye tutaanza sasa kusema baba, we want you here today. In fact, don't even come and talk, just come here. Let us show you let us show you your numbers. Sisi wenye tunaendelea na tunafuatilia na tuko nyuma ya ideologies zako, kwa sababu baba ni our ideologies personified. Sisi baba akiingiliwa, it's like ni sisi ndio tunakuwa tuko insulted as many as we are. Hiyo kura kuibiwa haikuibiwa baba. Hata nasikia mbuzi baba anapatiwa, ni sisi tunapatiwa mbuzi yetu. Ni baba tunamweka kwa kiti kwa sababu baba ndio tunajua yeye ndio tukimpatia kisu hiyo mbuzi yetu itagawanyishwa vizuri. Baba ni kama mzazi wetu, na sisi huyu ni mzazi sasa, wacha wakuzaa by accident, huyu ni by choice. Tumeangalia tumeona hapana, huyu ako na qualifications zote ya kuwa baba. So all that yenye hii serikali imekuwa ikifanya si inamfanyia baba yeye, no. Na sisi tukiwa tunakaa hivi, kuna wenye wanafikiria kazi yetu ilishaishia kwa debe, so that we don't even trust now the powers of the street, and we don't know na tunakosa kukumbuka sio kitambo sana, it's right about 20 years enye street ilituletea multi-party democracy na zingine nyingi yenye imetokea from the street, na actually imekuwa ikitokea kutokana na kwa silent numbers. Unajua hizi kura zote yenye wamekuwa kiibia baba has always remained to be a force. He has always remained in the government, hata wakifanya nini. Hata saa hizi by the way baba ako kwa serikali, they will go nowhere. Kuna vitu mingi sana yenye imekuwa expedited, lakini because baba is there and because we are behind baba, they need to be cautious kidogo kwa ile yenye wako wanafanya. But kwa spree yao ya kuiba, they just can't help it. These people cannot help themselves, but still they've been doing that kwa ile serikali ingine. As much as wanajaribu kujitemu wawezi, hata wakipewa serikali wako naye saizi, lakini they cannot just help it, they will just have to loot. Mpaka unajiuliza kuna haraka ya kwenda wapi? So what I was just trying to say is Baba is the numbers that we are, and it's now about time yenye tutaacha sasa kukuwa swayed na hizi hizi news zenye zinatoka kwa mabloggers wengine wanajifanya ni kama wako side ya baba, na kusema kweli wao wanataka kutudistract. Kina Dennis Ndumbi na Itumbi usiwasikize wao, hakunanga kitu yenye wako nao. Hao ni watu wakuja kusambaratisha kazi yetu, na wengine wenye wanakujanga pia kwa panel hapa hivi saa zingine kutu mislead, but in reality tunajua ukweli, na wale wenye wako nyuma ya baba tunajua sisi tuko kwa ukweli. Unajua hatujawahi shawishiwa na shilingi. In fact, I'm very very proud kuwa mfuasi wa baba, kwa sababu nakumbuka was it in 2017 au ilikuwa 2013 yenye tulikuwa tuko na pay bill number ya kujaribu kufund chama yetu, unlike wale wengine wenye tunatolewa pesa, tunapatiwa pesa ili tukuje tupige kura. Now sisi wapiga kura tulikuwa tunatoa kuhakikisha kampeni yetu inaenda smoothly. I'm very proud of that, because Kenya is not about what Kenya. Baba ameenda mpaka imefika mahali hawezi tembea bila handkerchief, kwa sababu kuna machozi inamtoka kwa sababu ya dhulma yenye alipitia kwa yeye kujaribu kutuletea sisi uhuru wenye tunaenjoy mpaka saa hizi tuko na Mtembei TV uninterrupted. What can we do as a token of appreciation for that? What can we do? What's the least that we can do? What can we sacrifice? So enye mimi niko nasema ni kuwa now that we have decided, now that many have decided, now we are not going to let go about 2022. How about we do something? We don't need even sasa kusikiza baba. It's about time tuambie baba, hey, baba sasa wewe nayo hebu tusikize, leo ni Jacaranda tumesema, kwa sababu ni sisi ndio. In fact baba akienda Jacaranda bila sisi, baba that day anapoteza sauti, that very day. Aende tu hivi siku moja Jacaranda na tukose kutana hapa, yeye atakuwa ni sawa na nani mwingine, sijui hata nitasema nani. Atakuwa ni kama mtu yeyote mwenye ana ushawishi, atakuwa ni kama wale viongozi wenye walienda pale hivyo, ilikuwa ni Sugoi siku ya nini ya tarehe 12 mwezi wa 12 na kukakuwa hakuna watu, they were very ineffective, hakuna kitu kingine, hata hakuna haja kumuongelea. Sasa hiyo ni done deal. Ni kama saizi vile tulisikia kuwa Uhuru ali step down from chama ya Jubilee na amejitoa kwa active politics. Immediately tukaona kumekuwa na changes, kumekuwa na so much silence upande ya Gachagua kuendelea kumtusi. Sasa saizi Gachagua anakimbilia watu wenye wako actively in politics, kina Sakaja, anajaribu kuwaweka wafuate mtaratara yake. So we are the numbers that makes baba become baba, na tusiwahi relent, na tusiwahi kujiona any less, na kitu yoyote isiwahi tokea yenye itakuja kutusway. In fact it's about time yenye sasa akisema ni tutokee, ama kama tutasema tunataka baba atokee, tunasema in a million people crowd. So hiyo ndio yangu yenye ningependa kusema kwa sasa kwanza, alafu bado niko tutaendelea kuongea.
Asante sana Bwana Torotich, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako na ushauri wako kwa Wakenya. Kile ningependa kusema tu ni kwamba kazi hii ambayo lazima tuifanye, lazima tuwe na structure. Tukijitoa wenyewe kwenda kuanja bila kuongozwa, kuna vile ambavyo tunaweza piga kelele yetu tukafanye vile tunasema, lakini it will bear no fruit. We must be very strategic and very devoted. And the best way to go about it ni kama vile Yoshua wa Biblia. Ninyi watu mnasoma Biblia, naambia wana wa Israeli, sasa tumefika wakati wa kuvuka mto wa Jordan kuingia katika nchi ya ahadi. Katikati yako na makuhani kuna nafasi kubwa, makuhani wamewatangulia. Hakikisha kwamba unawatazama makuhani vile wanakokwenda, kwa sababu ile njia mnakwenda hamjawahi enda hapo awali. So you keep your eyes to the priest, because the way you're going, you have never gone before. We only succeed when we keep our eyes to the right leadership and follow it rightly. but if we go on our own without leadership, tutarudishwa bure. Taendea mbuzi, tarudi hapa na makonde tu. Hakuna mbuzi na makofi juu yake. So lazima tukue strategic. And then hiyo ndio ma UDA blockers wako hapa kufanya, kutu divert. Kwanza sisi kupotoka, tusifuatane na ukweli. Okay? Hii maneno ya ofisi ya opposition, hakuna ofisi ya opposition, na ikijengwa wacha Sudi apewe. Okay? Kama mnataka opposition, patia Ndindi Nyoro, patia Sudi, patia nani mwingine, yule mtu yeyote mnataka. Hiyo ofisi sio yetu. Sisi ile tulitaka mlikataa kwa BBI, and that story ends there. So Ken and your office of opposition, wewe utaka huko ndani ukitaka. Kile tumesema ni mbuzi apewe mwenyewe, aliyeshinda kura apewe ushindi wake, aliyeiba ushindi apelekwe manyani. Mzee Michael anasema manyani, mimi na propose Shimolatewa. Okay, lakini afanyiwe shift wiki 3 Shimolatewa, wiki ingine Kodiaka, akizungushwa hivyo kamiti, ili afanye tourism mzuri ya pembe zote za prisons. Hii inji lazima ipone, na kwa hii inji kupona lazima tuambiane ukweli, tuache kudanganyana. Naomba nicheze video moja tu alafu tulete nani huyu. Tumefika zamu ya Samia Roda, ndio turute kwa Jeremani. Okay, just hold on shortly after the video Roda comes in.
You want me to talk first or you bring the video first?
The video first.
Okay,
The video
sorry.
first. Roger kwanza. Okay. All right.
Pa jijini Nairobi. Mtazamaji, kuanzia kuzindua hazina ya maslahi ama mahasla hadi kushindwa kupunguza bei ya bidhaa za kawaida kama vile unga na mafuta, Rais William Ruto atakuwa akihitimisha siku zake 100 mamlakani hapo kesho, akiwa ametimiza takriban nusu tu ya ahadi ambazo alizitoa. Alisema atatimiza kabla ya siku 100 kukamilika. Baadhi ya ahadi nyingine ambazo ameshindwa kutimiza Rais Ruto ni ikiwemo ahadi ya kuwapa wanawake nusu ya nafasi katika baraza lake la mawaziri, huku baadhi ya ahadi ambazo amezitimiza ikiwa ni pamoja na ahadi ya kutoa kibeti cha fedha za maafisa wa polisi kutoka Wizara ya Usalama wa Ndani na kuzipeleka kwenye afisi ya Inspector Generali wa polisi. Mwanahabari mwenzangu David Mudhoka anaangazia siku za kwanza 100 za Rais William Ruto akiwa afisini.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency.
Zikiwa zimesalia tu saa za kuhesabu kabla ya Rais William Ruto kuhitimisha siku 100 ofisini, macho yote sasa yanaangazia ni jinsi gani Rais Ruto alivyoongoza taifa katika siku hizo 100, na haswa endapo ametimiza ahadi alizosema atatimiza chini ya siku 100 mamlakani. Takriban ahadi 10 zilitengwa kutimizwa kabla ya tarehe 22 Disemba, iwe kwenye misururu ya kampeni za Kenya Kwanza au katika hotuba ya siku ya kula kiapo kama rais. Jioni hii ikiwa mkesha wa siku ya 100 kwa Rais William Ruto, inadhihirika kuwa nusu tu ya ahadi hizo zimetimizwa. Kati ya ahadi zilizotimizwa ni pamoja na ahadi ya kuteua majaji 6 waliokataliwa na mtangulizi wa Rais Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, ahadi ya kumpa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua majukumu, ahadi ya kurejesha shughuli za bandari Mombasa, ahadi ya kuwapa maafisa wa polisi kibeti chao cha fedha ambacho awali kilisimamiwa na Wizara ya Usalama wa Ndani, pamoja na ahadi ya kuzindua hazina ya hasla. Kwenye upande mwingine, ahadi ambazo hazijatimizwa ni ikiwemo ahadi ya kufanya ulipaji ushuru kuwa otomatiki, ahadi ya kuzipa kaunti hela kulingana na makubaliano ya wakati wa kampeni, ahadi ya kuanzisha hazina ya mahakama, ile ya kuwapa wanawake nusu ya nafasi katika baraza lake la mawaziri, pamoja na ahadi ya kushusha bei ya bidhaa za kawaida kama vile unga. Wataalamu wa masuala ya kisiasa wametofautiana kuhusu endapo Rais Ruto amefaulu au amefeli katika siku hizo 100.
Sioni kama kuna tashwishi la watu kuwauliza kwamba hamjafanya kazi vizuri, labda hamstahili kwa hapo. Nimeweza kusikia kiasi fulani kwa wengine mabwiji wa upinzani wakilalamika, lakini ni mapema mno.
It is an experiment that we Kenyans gave. We are yet to get the results of the experiment, but the way I look at the experiment is likely to backfire instead of it succeeding.
Kabla ya kuhitimisha siku hizo 100 ofisini, Rais Ruto leo aliongoza ufunguzi wa Akademia ya Kitaifa ya Uongozi wa Polisi pamoja na uzinduzi wa kampeni ya upanzi wa miti zilizofanyika Ngong, Kajiado. Katika hafla hiyo ya pili, Rais Ruto aliyekuwa pia anaadhimisha miaka 56 tangu kuzaliwa kwake aliahidi kupanda miti milioni 1, kupiga jeki kampeni hiyo iliyo na lengo la kupandwa kwa miti bilioni 15 ifikiapo mwaka 2032.
From the World Cup, you know, on the heat of the moment, I placed a bet with the First Lady. But I think unanimously the people of Kenya have said I must pay the bet. So after it became difficult to work my way around, I decided to negotiate with the First Lady and the people who we had placed the bet with. And they have graciously agreed to commute this bet into 1,000,000 trees for me to plant.
Hatua hiyo ya rais iliungwa mkono na gavana wa Kajiado Joseph Ole Lenku, ambaye licha ya kuwa kwenye upinzani aliahidi kushirikiana na Rais Ruto kupeleka mbele mpango wa Kenya Kwanza. David Muthoka, KTN News.
Rhoda, take it.
Hi everyone, happy Merry Christmas. I hope you're doing well. You have started to do Christmas presents and Christmas food. You know, I'm funny. And you know, I just want to say hi to everybody. Thank you so much to join us in this evening. We don't take for granted, even if for you to take a time to watch for us wherever you are, even to take that internet. But I don't know, you call it in Kenya, Bado, something like that. We don't take for granted, and we love you so much, and we'll continue to grow as a community. We are community, a warrior. We are warrior. We are prayer warrior. Like me, I'm a prayer warrior, a true warrior, and serving of God, and we continue shining in our country because we are called to be we are called to be the light to the darkness, and we know the darkness has overcome. We know the light is bigger than right, and Jesus is the light of the world. Our country will see the right. I still believe in, I still have faith. We will see the right in our country. What the enemy have been planning to our country, we will see the right, and many people, many tribes, they'll come to see Jesus. Many tribes in Kenya, they'll see Jesus really live. They'll start to repent. They start to cry to him. They start to say, God, have mercy on me. To start to open their eye and inside heart what God is coming to do our country. And whole world will come to see that God is coming to Kenya, is coming to spread the whole world. Because Kenya, God will never leave Kenya. The God who is the one who created Kenya and one who created Africa, the one who created Europe and America. He will never leave the whole world. He loves us. He loves us.
For me, this Christmas, because tomorrow we celebrate Christmas. We are also people that try to call me.
Rhoda, your phone call. The phone came in and took your audio.
Nana nakohoa huyo jamii.
Samahani, tafadhali kila mtu mute your mic. Everybody mute your mic. Rhoda, you have a problem with your audio.
Hey. Hello.
We can't get what you're saying.
Rhoda, we can't hear you.
Kuna kitu imefanyika hapo. Mnanisikia ama?
Umeenda?
Sorry. Leo, you say you can't hear me.
Kuendelea nanio. Mwingine anaweza kuendelea atakuja atamaliza.
Subiri kwanza. Are you able to get me?
We can get you then.
Okay, thank you. Rhoda, I think she received a phone call that interfered with her audio settings. Let's hear Jeremani as we wait for her to come. We'll give her priority if she comes back. Jeremani, vipi lakini?
Salama Bwana Bernard. Nashukuru sana kwa fursa. I always listen in because there's a lot of wisdom from the group. And I always take time to just, even if I'm doing something on the side, listen to what fellow Kenyans are saying about the country. One of the things that I wish to be enlightened on today, because I can see the panel is quite full, and looking at the theme or the topic that you put forth for us, I wanted to ask the question, what makes us Kenyans? Because I find that until you're able to answer that first initial question, what makes us Kenyans, it becomes difficult for us to start talking about nation building and political responsibility. And the reason I say this is because nation building has a composite of people coming together and then saying, this is our nation. And then we go ahead and work towards building it. Political responsibility. I always don't like talking about history because most of us Kenyans, we are politically, could I say, below what civic duty requires us to be. We leave most of the politics to politicians. And I think that's where our problem lies. So without going into much, as I say, listening in, if you see me stepping out, I'm just in the background, but it's because I also want to listen to the wisdom of the people who are present. If I may repeat, the key thing I want to get enlightened on today is what makes us Kenyans. Thank you.
Samahani brother nani Jeremani. Hii swali umeuliza, hebu kidogo ni sijaipata vizuri. Kindly kama unaweza iuliza tena. Sijaipata
Naam Bwana Chaka, nashukuru sana. Swali langu ni kuwa ikiwa tutasema tuna dhamira ya kujenga nchi ambayo tunasema ni nation building, ni kipi ambacho kinatufanya sisi haswa tuwe wa Kenya? Tukirudi kule nyuma tutapata kuwa wengi wetu tuna makabila aina, tunatoka katika kabila mbalimbali. tukija kwenye mada tunasema nation building and political responsibility, lakini cha msingi ni kipi kinatufanya sisi tujiite wa Kenya. Kule nyuma nilitoa mfano kuwa nimezungumza na wengi wanasema kuwa mimi ni Mkenya kwa sababu nina kipande, nina kitambulisho cha Kenya. Kuna wale wanasema mimi ni Mkenya kwa sababu ya kabila langu linapatikana Kenya. Na nikasema kuwa ikiwa tutaiondoa hiyo hicho kitambulisho, tutakuondoa katika sehemu yako ya kikabila, tukupeleke kwa nchi kama Ujerumani, kisha tukuulize wewe ni Mkenya, ni kipi kitakufanya wewe useme mimi ni Mkenya kwa sababu ya maadili fulani fulani yanayopatikana kwa Wakenya kwa kipekee? Sio ati tutasema maadili haya yanapatikana kwa Mkenya utayapata kwa Mtanzania. La, tunasema maadili au yale mambo ya kipekee ambayo tutasema huyu chaka ni Mkenya kwa sababu ya jambo fulani na fulani. Hilo ndilo nataka, naomba mnielimishe. Shukran.
Okay, thank you, Jeremani. And there is a question you had asked in the private chat. I don't know if you addressed it. You say, I wish to inquire why Kenya cannot purchase or pay for its own election software for which the source code can be scrutinized by the court or the Supreme Court order. I've been in this country for a few years, and touching on elections especially, it's not that we don't have software. The amount of money we spend on the Kim's kit is huge. What I can conclude about our elections is that systems are put together so that they fail. Not like they can't work. They are made to fail on purpose so that rigging can take place. Wale watu wanasema, oh, I'm a democratically elected president. They don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in people voting and the number of votes decide who becomes president. They must get into the system, manipulate, turn things around so that they favor them. Then they say democratically elected. Democratically elected by who? The people who are supposed to elect you are now denying they did not vote for you. Who voted for you? So it is not a software issue. And it's not even the Supreme Court scrutinizing. It is looking the other side so that evil can take place. That is why we must say time no longer. We can't take this anymore. Uovu ukome. Tunataka kuachia nchi watoto wetu, nchi ambayo inaeleweka, nchi ambayo inategemewa, nchi ambayo tunajua itasimamia maswala. Not the madness that they are trying to teach us into. So see a story na software, see at brings you the 2017 ilikuwa France. This time has been Venezuela. And then all those are excuses. Nimesema hapa M-Pesa. M-Pesa tunatuma from all over the world. Pesa inafika. Ni kupiga kura kufika Bomas itakuwa ngoma. We don't even need software. We just need this M-Pesa system. Who are you voting for? Pick. And then everything will be tabulated. But we don't want to do it the right way because the wrong way is what works for us. nchi yetu imetekwa nyara na mafia. Hao ndio wanaharibu mambo yetu mazuri. Hapo tuelewe na tukubali. Naomba hivi, nashukuru sana kwa uvumilivu wa kila mmoja. Yes, Jeremani, unasemaje?
Thank you, Bernard. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I was asking from the perspective of we're always talking about the system cannot be accessed because if we ask for the source code, someone will say we have copyright or intellectual property matters. And I was coming to that point, which I think you've put very well with Safaricom as the example. We have Safaricom, it manages billions of our shillings every month. And yet we have never had the need to go and find out how is the source code at Safaricom working? Is this money being moved properly? We have never had a cause or reason to raise that doubt. And I thank you for that. The question that I also wanted to make sure, or I humbly request that we do not let it slide, is my request to answer the question, what makes us Kenyans? Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana. Hilo ni swala nyeti but we will do our best to see to it that we address it in the course of the conversation. Asante sana. Naomba kwa sababu watu wako kwa mkururo wengi, tusiwaweke sana ili nawe wachangie in good time, then we go to the second round. Ni Roda amerejea. Roda, kamilisha submission yako, alafu tukimaliza Roda tutaenda tutaenda Nifa ndio tuende leo, then
I'm sorry.
Angira, then Guru. Carry on. Roda, endelea.
Sorry, it's my friend was calling me to wish me Christmas because here we celebrate 24. Tomorrow, no shop open. So tomorrow is going to be a very special day, only in North Europe. But in UK, they celebrate like in Kenya. And yeah, so that's what was wishing me the Merry Christmas because tomorrow is a special day. So that's why I'm sorry. So what I want to say, today we are talking about making sense for 100 days of Ruto administration. For me, nothing, zero. You have not done anything for 100 days. You have not able to supply food security for the people. They have not able to help our old people with money for food. For old people, they used to get money with the other administration. He have removed them, so he's coming to destroy to for this government. So I don't see any fruit for his own for this Ruto regime. So I see only negative. But yeah, that's what I want to say, and I hope Kenyan people they have seen that. Of course, Kenyan people, they are very smart. They have seen that not everything have been going well since regime came. Ruto, me I call regime Ruto regime. So we are continue trusting God that God will come to our country and heal our land and heal our heart, because He know our heart, what we have been going through. We have been sad. Many Kenya people have been broken. So he God is coming for those who are weakness, and when the country is going difficult time, that's when people they need to seek Him. We're never fed up that God is not real. We still trust in God is real, and He will come and change new things. People like Echibukati, they will start to know a really true God. Even him, he can repent. With God, everything is impossible. You see people like Chibukati repenting. They say, God have mercy on me. You have seen people like Paul. Paul, he was a bad person in the Bible, and he repent. You see the Bible, he became a prophet. So even criminal, they used to be saved. God always forgive even murder. God can forgive those people who have been done evil things to our country. People like Chibukati, people like Ruto, those people have been abusing others, taking power, abusing the country. God can forgive us. If we believe Kenya is country of God, God can forgive them if they come and faithful and they repent, totally repent, and they cry to God. They say we need God. They cry and God can forgive them if they want. But if they don't want, it's up to them. And they can live the life God created them to be if they want. If they want to live the life God created them to them, they must repent and live for the truth. And they call the son and the daughter. They worship a true God. And our God will not tell you lie. Our God will not tell you steal the vote. Our God will not tell do this and this. Our God is love, is kindness and mercy and grace. This is a God we serve in our country, and I believe and trust in, because me, I pray to Kenya. I still continue to pray for our country. And these things about I had Biden is coming to our country. And Biden have a bad history about in America. Even election, we know it was not well when he win. It was not free, fair, and credible. His own country. So I don't know what he need to fix own country first before he come to fix our country. Before he come to fix in Africa. He need to go to travel the whole Africa, because Kenya is in Africa. Kenya is not in the United States of America. He need to go to visit whole Africa, and then he come. If he's really think that he is a king or king of whole Africa, he must go every country, and yeah, that's then I'll be very. He start to Western Africa, Central Africa. He go every country. If he believe that he's a king of Africa, he must go all Africa if he want that. But they're not coming to destroy our country, because even his own country have a problem. He must fix his own problem. With the other with the Trump and politician in his own country before he come, because Biden is a bad person, is a criminal. He's not good person. He's the one who destroyed America elections with the Barack Obama. So, and I know why they feel jealous for our country, because they know that our country have been getting more, and they don't want our country to get more rich, more rich. They feel jealousy. They don't want to hear our country. We don't have a street boys in Kenya. They don't want to hear we have a slum in Kenya. They don't want to hear about that people are starving, because we have people are starving in Kenya with food. They don't want to hear that. And I believe, like the way the president of Ghana, Nana, he said this, we are not living for. We have a lot of resource in Africa. We can able to feed our own people. We can feed our people who are starving. The way that message President Nana is speaking, I hope all take it. Thank you. I don't talk so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate it, and it is our civic duty to do what is right. Uh, you know, we don't need help until we are doing something. Africa needs to stand on its feet and take audit of its resources and begin to defend it against the so-called helpers who come to pretend to be helping us when they are actually robbing us. But for Kenya and its situation, let us all be vigilant and ensure that we follow due course, and be able to follow through our leaders tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Nitacheza video moja alafu tumsikilize Nifa. Tukimaliza Nifa tunaenda kwa Leo, and then Wangira, and then Guru. Naomba tushikilie hapo hapo, and then nini. Okay, one video, please. Here we go.
And Azimio leader Raila Odinga has called on his supporters to remain steadfast, saying he will be pushing for electoral reforms in the country. Odinga, who spoke in Awendo constituency, Migori County, said he will make a major announcement in 2 weeks after Kenyans are done with the New Year celebrations. Stimulator has more.
Azimio leader Raila Odinga was in Awendo constituency, Migori County, for the burial of an ODM party official and former councillor Ochieng Ruku. Odinga called on his supporters to remain calm and promised a major announcement soon.
I want you people to understand that it is not over yet. I have not pronounced myself on the issue. I will give directions next week. I will tell you where we are going.
The Azimio leader added that he will continue to fight for the electoral democracy in the country, adding that he is determined to see a free and fair election in the country. Odinga allies who accompanied him to Awendo lashed out at some cabinet secretaries in President William Ruto's administration over what they termed an equal distribution of development projects.
I want to request our brother Owalo, with all due respect, let him go around the country, do what he was appointed to do as a cabinet secretary, not going to distribute relief food. Na huku kwetu kwa sasa hatuna njaa, so we want to request Owalo akija huku akuje sahi mahindi watu wameanza kuvuna, si ni ukweli?
National government has responsibility to develop through Waka, and we are not begging.
I see some people distributing maize. Just let them run around. We need a bigger thing, and the county can grow well when MCS can work with the MPs and the governors to grow. The habit of disturbing governors is an hindrance to development.
Odinga later crossed through the neighboring county of Homa Bay for several meetings where the county was unveiling its medical care milestone. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Welcome, Nifa.
Hi, everybody, and I salute you all and all our viewers who are helping and giving out comments. Mimi sitasema mengi, but because the headline, I think we've talked about it like yesterday, 100 days. I don't want to repeat. And then also, Kenyan Tasema too, maybe I'll comment about the clip about Raila directions in 2 weeks' time. So at least I'm happy to hear his voice, and at least he's doing great. And I think that's a good idea, because at least awache watu wa pumzike si kupumzika, lakini watu wa Christmas and New Year. And then 2023, we see what's going to happen. I just wanted to talk about mambo ya planting of trees. The previous clip that Bernard played. I find it so funny that the chairman or the leader of UDA speaking about betting in Qatar. We were there, and they betted with the first lady. I mean, it's not funny to as a leader, or you call yourself a leader, and then you're speaking about, I betted with the first lady. You betted with the first lady, your country was not playing. Your country kwanza it was banned. So I mean, yani ni kama ni kufukuza, I don't know how to say. Yani hata you are, I don't understand why the purpose you are there, and then unaongea unasema as if it is ni kama nchi yako ndio ilikuwa inaenda for World Cup. Nchi yako ilikuwa iendi for World Cup. You need to work hard for your sportsmen or those boys, na muangalie kama watafungua. But if you bragging at me and my first lady, then the first lady akasema sijui planting million trees, it's so funny because hiyo mambo ya climate change is for everyone. Kila mtu is responsible for climate change. Usijifanya tu ulikuwa huko New York and then you're talking about planting. Sasa ndio mnaona climate change and global warming. This is for everyone. So I find it a little bit, yani unajua sometimes they speak about vitu venye hata ziambatani na what you're supposed to tell the people. So it's like, okay. Sasa I just wanted to comment on that and sitaongea mengi. Hiyo tu peke yake.
Okay, asante sana, asante sana. He's trying to be romantic and prove to the Kenyans that they are having their honeymoon since the president came. So he's claiming that he had betted $1 million if his team wins. But now the $1 million has been turned into 1 million trees. Whichever the case, we are not in a joking mode. The country is stuck. The country needs to move forward. All these romances as my first lady and this siwapelekee huko kwao. Sisi tunataka delivery. Ulienda Katari kwa akaunti ya nani? Aliyelipa hoteli ni nani? Ulienda kufanya nini? Harambee Star ilikuwa hapa. AFC Leopards ilikuwa hapa. Gor Mahia ilikuwa hapa. Inaitwa nini? Stima ilikuwa hapa. Bandari ilikuwa hapa. Hakuna timu tulipeleka Qatar. Wewe ulipeleka timu ya Kenya Kwanza. Hiyo ndio timu ulipeleka ifanye nini? Kutake selfie. Kama umetoa meno. Wacha nisitende dhambi. Leo karibu.
Oh, hi everyone. Hello Bernard, Chakandume, nimekuona hapo. Nipa Guru pia anaonekana kwa umbali na Bwana Wangira. I think the day is the year is almost ending. In the next 2 weeks will be 2023, and it's good. We have an opportunity to look at the 100 days. And I believe most of you went through, the Azimio team already analyzed for you how the Kenya Kwanza 100 days has been. And when I was going through that document that they analyzed, I thought they've been listening to this program, or maybe somebody else have been giving them some report, because what is in that paper is exactly what we've been discussing here. So you take time and go through, they call it from hustlers to sufferers, the 100 days that the UDA is taking us backward. So if you read that document by Azimio, you'll realize that you people are doing great work in this show, because everything we discuss here, one would think that was a report from Mtembei TV, this political show. All in all, if you look at where the government is headed within these 100 days, you just need to know, maybe from the talk of the president, it can tell you. The president goes in public and talks of betting. So it simply tells you that the UDA or the Kenya Kwanza government is playing some gambling with the country. They are really betting with the country. They are yet to realize, or they are yet to know what they're supposed to do. Like in his bet, he didn't know how to settle the bet. So he was like asking Kenyans, what do we do? Do I have to pay the bet? That is what those are the questions he's asking. Do I have to pay the doctors? What do we have to do with this subsidy? So they don't know what to do. They are gambling with the country. And if you look at the recent appointments, I heard yesterday, the former Chief Justice Maraga has been tasked with heading a task force. So do we really need a task force to know the problems that the police are facing? Do we really need a task force to reform the police? I think matters of reforming the police is in the 2010 constitution. It just needs implementation. So we are in a country of launching and task forces and commissions. I think ever since Ruto placed that Bible down, he formed several commissions, he formed task forces, and they've launched and relaunched programs that had already been launched. Like the one we've just seen from the news, the police training, whatever. That is something that was launched by Uhuru, and it's work in progress. He's been relaunching the projects, forming task force, and we're in 100 days. So what I can say is that Ruto is an expert in lies, is an expert in propaganda, promises and deception. But there is only one thing that is not having, let me be done. He doesn't have a degree in speaking the truth. He keeps on contradicting himself. Ruto will say something today, the next day he'll contradict the same thing that he said. That is what is happening with even the BBI that is now returning. Today, if you had an opportunity to listen to this one, it's called TV47. They were having some interview with Mudavadi. I heard Mudavadi, instead of telling us he's the one in charge of developments in the country, instead of telling us what his department or the cabinet has done in their 100 days to change the lives of Kenya, he went in the live TV to tell us how the Mulembe nation have now dynamically changed and have changed now from following Raila, and they've now taken a different course. Imagine that is what he's discussing. He is 100 days. He is the person who is in charge of these cabinet secretaries. Instead of advancing the government policy, he went there to discuss Raila. He went there to say how the Mulembe are now changing. They've followed Raila and they should not be taken for granted. And moving forward in 2027, they've woken up and they're going to show that they can no longer be used by Raila. So that is the cabinet, a chief cabinet you're expecting to give you the report on what is taking place or how the country is supposed to move forward. He's busy discussing people. You see Gachagua, whenever he goes to the meeting, he can't end his speech without mentioning Raila and the former regime. In today's news, I heard him telling the people in Central that they are going to look at tea, coffee, and milk. And he did not finish that statement without telling them that mambo ya maziwa, majani chai, na kahawa iliharibiwa na ile regime na wale makatels. And since me and Ruto, we are not in the business of tea, we are not in the business of coffee, and we're not in the business of milk, we are going to do away with the cartel. But there's one thing he forgot to tell these people, that now with us, it is true, I agree, they are not in the business of tea, they are not doing milk, and they are not doing coffee. But they are in the business of fertilizers, they're in the business of maize, they're in the business of sugar. So in other words, they're just saying that, no, we will not interfere with the tea, coffee, but we are going to interfere with your fertilizer, which in the other way, they're still going to interfere with the tea. We are going to interfere with your maize, which the major casualties are those ones coming from Rift Valley and Western. So this time around, they're saying we've eaten Central too much, so now it is the time for us to eat from Rift Valley and Western. We are going to interfere with your maize. And we're also going to interfere with your rice. Gachagua is likes talking of rice each and every time, so it means he has some interest in rice. And if you look at the list of some of the things we're importing, at all, we're going to import rice. I'm wondering, why are we importing rice? We have air, we have irrigation schemes there, we have Moe and wherever. These are the irrigation schemes, and these are the rice that is being produced in Kenya. Why do we have to import rice? We are going to import maize. Why do we have to import maize? And it is harvesting season. So in other words, they have selected some businesses. They're in the business of insurance. We know Ruto is the leading person who is in the business of insurance. They're in the business of these mobile money apps. And that is why they had to do away with Fuliza so that they create their own Fuliza. Who knows if that 50 billion is a loan. Ruto, the minister told us that they took a loan for that Fuliza Hustler Fund. So who knows, this is a loan that was taken. But now Ruto is now giving you a loan. He took a loan for his own company. Now he's giving you a loan so that you have this is their own business. So we are not in the right direction. And I was happy today to hear Raila speak, and he was so categorical, and he has really confirmed to us that he's not joining government. Not soon, not today, not tomorrow, not in the future. He really confirmed and affirmed to us that the fight is still on. We are not going to settle for less. Just as everyone here is saying mbuzi, lazima mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi. So that is what is going to happen. In 2023 is going to be a rough year for these jokers. They'll not find it easy because somebody like Gajakwa, he is still excited. They've gotten that power, but he still doesn't know what to do with the power. So that is why in his agenda he keeps on talking of the former regime. He doesn't know what to do with that power. So by the moment they'll be realizing they were having power and they're supposed to work for the citizens, they'll find themselves out. Let them use anybody they want to use. Biden is coming. Biden is not coming for the interest of Kenyans. He's coming for the interest of Americans. They're the ones who aided Ruto in getting that position. So he's coming there to confirm his authority, to confirm and try to coerce these other leaders, these other opposition leaders, and tell them that you see, this is what we just work with Ruto, just work with Ruto, because they know they want Ruto to auction Africa to them. Ruto has got some sweet awards. The other day you heard him talking, while other leaders were asking what is there for Africans, he was busy marketing the African population and telling Americans, you see, you have technology, you can take advantage of African population so that you can sell to us your goods. You can take advantage of African population to advance your telephone or companies. You can take that advantage. You see, he wasn't telling them that now that we have coffee, you need to buy our coffee at this price. He went there to market, he went there to present the African population to Americans. So he's not serving our interests. He's not serving the interests of Africans. But they now want to make him look like a god, a small god in Africa. They want to make it appear as if he's more powerful and more influential so that they can use him as the entry point so that they can be able to control the entire Africa. That is why they keep on following him. After he's swearing in, he made more trips abroad. Why is he making these trips? He's going to those people who supported him. I'm telling them, you know, Kenyans did not elect me. You're the ones who elected me. Can you give me this loan? Can you do this? Can you do this? So if we don't take action, if you don't keep on pushing, if you don't keep on pushing and telling these guys that, you see, you people give us what belongs to us. We cannot trust you in this country. You are not running this country in the right way. You are taking us to the olden days whereby the government was run on roadside shows. And who warned you? Akawambia serikali aiongozwi juu ya magari. And that is what we are seeing now. People are being employed in public rallies. Soon you'll see people being fired in public rallies. Declarations are being made. You are being told that, you see, this guy, they are telling Sakaja, you see, Sakaja, we are the ones, the Kikuyus who elected you. And I thank Sakaja for standing still and telling them that, you guys, I was elected by Nairobians and I'm going to work for Nairobians. I saw some few MCS minority threatening that they'll not attend the plenary. But the most important part that made me happy, they accepted and acknowledged that they don't have numbers. Azimio have got numbers that can ensure Sakaja remains to run. And we also need to take this advantage and be happy that as Azimio, we are controlling 3 major cities in the country. We are controlling Nairobi, we are controlling Mombasa and Kisumu. What else do we need? We can demonstrate anytime. We can do anything we want until we push these people out. So I'll stop there and I'll still follow and make contributions later.
Asante sana bwana Leo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa wakati wa kuambiana ukweli umefika, na lazima inji ikajue ukweli. Uongo wote ukusanywe pamoja, uweke kwa gunia moja, alafu ushughulikiwe. Just say something little before Wangera takes over. Leo, I want you to help me with moderation, in case I drop out. I wanted to say the story of task forces, okay, and commission of inquiry. If you remember Moi, everything that happened during Moi's time was a commission of what? Inquiry. Now the formation of task forces is one and the same thing. Create a committee, get people to sit, let them sit down, earn salary, looking for something you know. There was a task force that looked into the issues of prisons by Angomudi in the NAC government. It brought all the things that were needed to do with the prisons. Then there was one for the police that was funded and it did everything. What is remaining is implementation. Why are they bringing up another task force to look into what? Lazy people will always look for an excuse not to work. Kenya Kwanza is top on the list of lazy people. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Oh, how are you, Bernard?
I'm good, thank you.
I think it has been, I just want to acknowledge one thing that I joined Mutembei, I think, early this year, and it has been an interesting moment. Bernard, we have discussed a number of issues. Although my lowest point on this program was on the 15th of August, Bernard, when Raila Odinga was not declared President of the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. But so far, God has brought us to this point, and tomorrow we are likely to celebrate Christmas. So I want to, first of all, say a Merry Christmas to all of you and a Happy New Year to everybody who has been part and parcel to the Mutembei Summit. So let me just make my contribution, Bernard. Bernard, these are very interesting times, Bernard. I understand that this evening Chebukati was on one of the TV stations, Bernard, and he even described himself as the Mandela of Kenya. So Chebukati and Mandela in the same sentence, Bernard. That in the same sentence, Mandela and Chebukati, that is a serious abuse. And one of the newspapers today carried a headline that made him the man of the year. But it does not matter, because even in 1938, Hitler was made the man of the year in one of the top magazines in the world. Bernard, we are seeing very interesting times. Workers are threatening to go on strike. Already the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union has threatened to go to strike, Bernard. We are seeing IMF, because the Ruto government has gone to bed with IMF. The IMF is saying that the cost of power must not come down. They are opposing the subsidy on power, which means we are likely to pay more on electricity as we go forward, Bernard. Then we are seeing the resurfacing of the what I'll call the old wine in the name of guys like Wakina Engineer Kamau, Bernard. They are now coming back to the public service, people who had a tainted record, Bernard. So these are very, 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 very interesting time. And just to pick up where my brother left, it is funny, that instead of Mudavadi, whom William Samoei Ruto has, appointed to become the prime cabinet secretary, whatever that position means, working and proving himself to be a real public servant, he's already attacking Raila Odinga and purporting to speak on behalf of the people of Western Kenya and saying that, the ground has changed. I don't know which ground he's talking about, because if we go to Kakamega, Kakamega is controlled by ODM. If we go to Vihiga, Vihiga is an ODM area. If we go to Kakamega, Kakamega is an ODM area. Busia is an ODM area. Perhaps the only place that we had challenges and for historical reasons was Bungoma, Bernard. So when he talks of this ground, I don't understand the ground that Musalia Mudavadi is talking about, Bernard. Bernard, today, the CS for Treasury, it's called Professor Who, the former governor of Central Bank, who is now the cabinet secretary for Treasury, has gazetted what they call duty-free importation for sugar, maize, and what else? Sugar, maize, and rice. So we are likely to have a large quantity of duty-free import of sugar, maize, and rice. And who suffers when we have the flooding of free duty importation of sugar, maize, and rice? Me, I'm not a farmer, I'm not suffering. So the sufferer is the guy who grows sugarcane, and the guy who grows maize, and that person who grows rice. So, it's interesting time, Bernard, especially given that only 2 months ago we were told that, there was supposed to have been free fertilizer to enable farmers produce their crops cheaply, Bernard. And today we are now being told that we are going to have free duty importation on sugar, on maize, and on rice. And you remember the other time farmers in Mwea were saying that they already have 400,000 tons of rice in their stores in Mwea, and they were asking the government not to allow for the import. They were talking of not to allow for the import. And today the government has gazetted what they are calling duty-free importation of rice, sugar, and maize, Bernard. So these are very, very interesting times in the Republic of Kenya. Me, I'm not a farmer. So long as I go to the supermarket I go to and I get I get cheap sugar, cheap unga, and cheap rice, I'll be ready to go. While the sufferers will be the same hustlers who are saying kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta amalize aende. Uhuru Kenyatta finished and he went to Gatundu. So they have the man that they wanted. And the man that they wanted is now saying that we must have duty-free importation of sugar, maize, and rice. Bernard, there is a headline today that is very interesting headline, in the Standard. I don't know whether you have seen it. It reads, dull Christmas for Ruto as ratings fall. Dull Christmas for Ruto as rating falls. Bernard, you can cheat people, you can cheat some people sometime, but you cannot cheat all the people every time, Bernard. And again, you cannot keep on building castles in the air on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kenya, because what the people of the Republic of Kenya want is reality, the reality that impacts on their life. Don't sell castles in the air, Bernard, that, I'm going to build 200,000 units of housing, 200,000 units of housing every year. That's not the castle in the air that the people of Kenya want. The people of Kenya want what are the basics. And the basics that the people of Kenya want, Bernard, is a reduction on food prices. That's what the people of Kenya want. Then they also want an improved economy. Then they want the cost of living to go down. That's all that the people of Kenya want. They don't want to hear about 200,000 units of housing in a year, because, not many of them will afford mortgage. Many of them want just something that they can put in their stomach. So according to this survey that was done by the Standard, which they have now dubbed Dull Christmas for Ruto as rating falls, Bernard, 56% of Kenyans who are interviewed, 56% feel that, Ruto dwelt on what was wrong focus. His wrong focus in the last 100 days has been a wrong focus, because what they feel should have been his focus was the tackling of the high cost of prices. Bernard, that's what they wanted him to tackle, the high food prices. That's what they wanted him to tackle. He never tackled that. They wanted him to tackle the economy. He never tackled the economy. They wanted him to tackle the high cost of living. He didn't tackle the high cost of living. So 56% of Kenyans seem disappointed with the 100 days of President William Samoei Ruto's government. And imagine we are only in 100 days, Bernard. We are yet to cross into 2023. So we don't know what will happen come June 2023, Bernard. And there's something funny here, Bernard. I'm a statistic guy. And if you remember me all along on this program, I think statistics, Bernard, they say that 76% of women who took part in this survey say that they were not satisfied with the performance of the government of William Samoei Ruto. 76% of women were not satisfied with the performance of this government. Bernard, if 76%, Bernard, if 76% are saying they're not happy about you, that means that you only have 34% approval. 34% approval in KCPE. My son did KCPE and his results were just out the other day and he did quite well. And I know that 34% in KCPE could be somewhere near D. So William Samoei Ruto's performance in the last 100 days could be D minus or somewhere closer to there. Then only 2% feel that the issue of environment, or the issue of planting a million trees was a priority, Bernard. Because only 2% of Kenyans find it to be a priority, telling them to go and plant trees. Because how do you tell Kenyans to go and plant trees on an empty stomach, Bernard? So only 2% feel that the planting of trees was a priority, Bernard. Then only 3% feel that you were supposed to have a priority of the fight against corruption. So Bernard, looking at this particular survey, Kenyans wanted the basics in the last 100 days of President William Samoei Ruto's government. They didn't get the basics, which means as we speak today, there are likely to be many Kenyans who have gone to bed without a meal. I'm talking of people who woke up yesterday morning, and today we are at around 2 in the next day. So people who have spent nearly 24 hours without anything in their stomach. We are talking of people who are in business and they don't know where this economy is taking them. I understand that when you read newspapers today, people are being auctioned left, right, and center, Bennett. Property is worth it. Millions of shillings are being auctioned. And that's why people are talking of the economy. What are you doing about the economy as the president of the Republic of Kenya? So they are not seeing William Samoei Ruto doing anything as far as the economy is concerned. Then they are asking, what are you doing about the cost of living, Bernard? Bernard, tomorrow is Christmas Day. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, 25th of December, 2022. I don't know what you have on your table tomorrow. I don't know whether you'll have Ingoho or whether you'll afford Ingoho this time. Not many people are going to afford Ingoho, Bernard. Not many people. So, Bernard, it's such a dull Christmas, just like the Standard says. And we're likely to have a more dull year come 2023. 2023 is likely to be a dull year, Bernard. Just like I've told you, my son is getting into Form 1 next year. And I am among many parents who will be taking their children to Form 1. And that's when the real character development will come up, Bernard. You are slapped with perhaps school fees for first term, 40,000. You need uniform, 20,000, beddings, 10,000. Then the overall amount of money perhaps you have to pay in first term for boarding, 70,000. How many parents will afford 70,000 for first term, Bernard? So things are not good as many people want to portray them to be. And no wonder the president is telling us about how he betted, with his wife, because the president could be in another world and we are in another world, Bernard. Because mimi ni mtu wa kawaida, I live on the ground here, so I know how people are suffering. So I cannot even afford to bet. It's funny that the president can afford to bet. Me, I cannot even afford to bet. Do I choose to bet or do I choose to buy unga for my family? So, it is, these are very hard times ahead. They are very, very hard times ahead for the Republic of Kenya. And, this is coming up because, we have chose the wrong way of governance, Bernard. Governance starts with electing the right leaders. Perhaps we are not electing the right leaders in this country. The malpractice in the electoral process, Bernard, is a problem in this country, Bernard. And I tend to agree with Raila Odinga that we need reforms in the electoral process, Bernard. People are losing hope. People are saying that they will never vote again in this country because they are not seeing, the ballot delivering what they want in terms of leadership, Bernard. So these are very hard days ahead, Bernard, for the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. 100 days of William Samoei Ruto's government, Bernard. And as far as I'm concerned, my score is D. I'll give William Samoei Ruto 34%, which is a D. So William Samoei Ruto has scored a D in his first 100 days in the office. And I'll be looking forward to assess and analyze him, come January, February, March, April, and May, so that I see whether there will be any change, Bernard. Because if there won't be any change, then there's likely to be a lot of desperation among the people who are finding it very hard to perhaps feed their families, pay for their house rent, take their kids to school, foot their medical bills, Bernard. Things are likely to get harder and harder if there won't be any change as we move forward, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, Bernard, and allow somebody else to come in as I say Merry Christmas to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira, and Merry Christmas to you too and your family and every other person within our borders as we celebrate the Christmas that is dull for Mr. Ruto and team. Kenyans are not happy, not a happy lot because of the mismanagement and the mispriority being executed by the Kenya Kwanza administration. There is something that happens to one when he joins UDA or associates with UDA. One of it is that you either suffer brain damage or your brain just goes to, what do I call it? No, not slow mode. It just goes to a pause mode. Okay, it stops completely, and you just begin to run your mouth, and that's what has happened to the prime CS and team. Because what they are saying, it doesn't make sense. They were to deliver 70%, they couldn't make 20%. And now they are claiming they have now gotten the 70 added to the 20 and taken to Sugoi. That's not possible. But all in all, nataka kuomba hivi leo tafadhali naomba ukachukue kiti, ukue chairman kidogo tu, alafu nani yuko kwa back officer, utaendelea kuongeza wa Kenya katika debate. Not, let us debate soberly. Let's ensure that we do the right thing. And more than that, let's carry this debate at home. Let's carry this debate to the matatus. Let's carry this debate. The guy I was talking to engaged me at the dry cleaner's place. He watches this show and he said he doesn't go to bed until the show closes and all that. So let's begin this conversation. The undertones is not helping. Let's now begin to discuss. When the big announcement will be made by Baba, let us all engage. Whether you're in the diaspora or you are at home, we are all needed for this great cause to fix this country once and for all so that we can have leaders that we elected, not Chebukati and team. Chebukati has no regrets. We're going to give him reason to regret. Let us push this course completely to the maximum until it's able to give Chebukati something to regret. He says for 6 years, he has no regrets. He has executed all his plans and everything has worked according to his plan. He's proud and he claims to be the Mandela. God, unajua nashukuru sana kwa sababu mimi sio Mungu, okay? Ningekuwa Mungu kama vile Mungu wako na power zake zote, okay? Watu wangekuwa tu wanaongea namna ile, nashuka tu kidogo na nyahunyo na mnyorosha tu mtu vizuri mbele ya umati, okay? Alafu narudi kwangu mbinguni. Kwa sababu watu, this level of impunity is not bearable. We can't take this anymore. Let us do what is required. And then, of course, safeguard what is rightfully ours. Thank you so much. So, leo utakuwa chairman. After Guru, we go back to Nifa, and then you continue like that. Other people, wale ambao mjaingia studio, karibuni kabisa, mkachangie katika mjadala wa leo, but carry that conversation elsewhere. Usichat tu hapa ama kuongea hapa uachie hapa. Tuanze kuongea maswala. Serikali hii imeanguka mtihani. Wangira is very generous anawapatia dima. These people did not even make it to E. They are Z. Hakuna kitu wamefanya. kutoa pesa hapa kuweka hapa, kutoa pesa hapa kuweka hapa, kutoa pesa hapa kuweka hapa. What else have they done? Nothing. There is the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza, hakuna kitu kipya wamefanya. Sio hata uniform ya polisi, sio chakula ya wanafunzi, sio nothing. There's nothing to pinpoint on except collecting all the subsidy, kunyima wazee chakula, kunyima watoto chakula, kunyima nini subsidy zote, alafu ku travel around the country, going to attend a football match shamelessly when KFF of your own is not working, when you don't have a team that went for Africa Cup of Nations, leave alone. Ai bwana, leo karibisha Mr. Guru aongee na sisi. Asante
All
bwana.
right. Thank you, Bernard, for guiding us up to this moment. We do appreciate your time. And we also thank everyone who've joined, the ones who are watching, the ones who are typing, because if they are not there, then I don't think we can be here. This side of the studio is only availed because of those guys who are at the backstage and the ones who are busy typing and watching. If they stop watching, then we cannot speak and watch ourselves. So we really appreciate. So as Guru comes to tell us and give us an update or his opinion of what has happened, we are still analyzing the 100 days of Dr. Ruto. There are some instances that have also happened. There are some speeches that have been made. There are some interviews, and Baba also managed to speak today. So, Mr. Guru, you are welcome.
Thank you. Let me, on the outset, say that I've already announced that as a new year resolution, I'll not be appearing on this show, not because I don't want the show, but because if I don't find any direction given on the way forward, I think I've stopped as much as I could. And I believe I'm not alone among those who are feeling that way. But to add to what is happening right now, the 100 days, is to say that what has happened is shocking to most Kenyans. That's why they are quiet. They do not know what to do. And when you are trapped, you get a shock. And in most cases, you just keep quiet and watch as you wait to see what happens, and sometimes to look for leadership on what steps to take after that. The current government, I can liken it to a man who's just married a young girl or a lady, and because the lady has come and discovered that there were some issues, has refused to bear a child. So that family does not progress from there because there are no fruits of that union. And I think that is what is happening right now. Those Kenyans who are discerning enough, they know that there is no inspirational leadership that is there currently in the country. For a fact, they know that we are just, dragging along without a clear way forward. I've just seen that the government has organized a syndicated loan of 110 billion right now to add to whatever they have already borrowed. And this borrowing
is one of the things that this government came to power fighting. So we have a government that says one thing but does the exact thing that they were condemning. And in such circumstance, you cannot for sure say that you are moving in the right direction. Because you see, leadership is about honesty. If you are going to borrow, just say you are going to borrow for this or the other reason. Don't say that you are not going to borrow. And then the people, after some days, they see you are borrowing heavily. So therefore, it is good that Baba has said he is not quiet. He will give direction. And I'm one of those who will be waiting for that direction for a fact. Because in matters like this, what is required is leadership. And when there is no leadership, then people find themselves in wilderness. What is obtaining today in Kenya is a very sorry state of affairs, because you cannot put anything concretely that the government is pursuing. What we hear are many statements of intention, like we are going to build this number of houses, there will be uptake of mortgages, we are going to build 1,000 dams, and so on and so forth. So many promises. And to cap it all, commissioning of projects that were started by one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, like that project in Dedan Kimathi University on how to make mobile phones. That is a project that had already been commissioned by the retired president. And therefore, when you are in a situation where you do not know where the leadership is leading you, there is bound to be what we call despondency, restlessness, and general lethargy among the population. And that is what is the situation today, unfortunately. So therefore, many will be waiting to see the new year 2023 and what it brings forth. There seems to be a serious leadership vacuum that needs to be filled. And that leadership has to be inspirational. Of course, there could be problems, and there are problems, but a leadership must always be inspiring, that even if we are facing problems now, the future will be much better. And that comes in the manner in which the government handles the various aspects that impact on the people's lives, which does not seem to be the case right now. So for me, I'll be waiting for the way forward next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guru, for your input. Yeah, at least Kenyans, at least everyone, we are now hopeful with what Baba said today. It really gave us hope, because I know there have been speculation. Some of us were saying, you see, oh, Baba has been bought or he went to US, he not said anything. They are going to create the office of the opposition. But from what he said today, it has really confirmed to us that he's not going for the opposition seat or the opposition post that the government is planning to create. And we've already known that these guys are planning to create that office so that they can use it to undermine him or so that they can use it to silence him. But from today, he really confirmed that he's not going for that office, and he was categorical and said that our focus was the presidency, and we are not going for anything less than that presidency. And if you also manage to read yesterday's report that the Zimio gave on Ruto's 100 days, you'll find that they did analyze everything that they've done within the 100 days versus the promises that the UDA gave us. They looked at the promises they gave in health, things like NHIF was promised, and we were told that everybody is going to be given NHIF cards. None has been given. The promises they gave in lowering the food prices, nothing has been done. Instead, the prices and the subsidy that was being given by the former regime was scrapped off. So people are not able to afford food. People are not able to afford electricity. They've increased electricity, I think, by about 25%, if I'm not wrong. People are not able to afford the fuel. The subsidies that was on the fuel was removed. And from January, people are going to feel it, because as the students are going to join school, they're going to find out that what the government has been paying, the capitation that the government has been paying, has been scrapped off, and people now have to dig into their pockets and pay the school fees. And these are people who are hungry. And even the fertilizers, you people are just talking of the fertilizers. We did see Gachagua launching or doing what with the flagging of the fertilizers, but we've never seen these fertilizers being given. You only saw the lorries being flagged off. We've never seen the fertilizers. Like each and every weekend, sometimes you do see some food being distributed. None of us have seen these fertilizers. They've never shown us these shops. They came up with the Hustler Fund. We are told. I almost cried when I heard the minister, the cabinet ICT, telling us that the Hustler Fund is going to revolutionize, and it is going to move hustlers from job seekers to job creators. And I really wondered. If I look at the report, we were told the minimum they've given is 500. The maximum that they said maximum is 50,000, but the minister admitted nobody has been given that 50,000. The person who received the maximum amount has received 5,000. So I'm really wondering if this 5,000 is going to change them. Baba promised 6,000, and how people decided to leave 6,000 for 500 still beats logic. So I don't know which kind of prayers we need, but we need to keep on pushing and telling people the right thing. We need to use every platform that we have to ensure that we reach all the Kenyans of goodwill and tell them the right thing. You know, the only way that you can use to erase the lies that have been fed on the Kenyan minds is by telling them the truth. So if we don't tell them the truth, we don't give them light, I don't think. So let us hear from Nipa. Huh? Nipa, we are losing you, yeah? Okay, as we are waiting for you, we are just looking at these 100 days. You'll find that there is nothing that we can celebrate. Just as they've said, we are going to have a dull Christmas. It is not like the initial Christmas we've been having. And if you want to know that Kenya is in a bad situation, I saw today when the MP of Mumias West, somebody called Salasia, was distributing some Christmas food. I saw the crowd that attended. It tells you how people are really suffering. If people can turn out just to receive the kilos of unga and some oil, some few liters of oil that were being given in Mumias today, it will tell you the situation. People are not able to afford the basic needs. If you saw what happened in Langata, I've never seen that one happening before. I've never seen people coming out in large numbers to go and receive such a gifts. But you won't be surprised, because the cost of unga is more than 200 shillings, and somebody is going to offer it to you for free. So Kenyans are really desperate. People are hungry. And to make it worse, January, nobody will force you to go on the street. Everyone will just be saying, Baba, 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 we want you to guide us. We want you to lead us. And and I like it. I like the way things are unfolding. People are really getting tired. And if there's anything that is going to send these people home, is the cost of the living. Food price is going to be high. People cannot be able to pay fee. The only way will be, let us go to the street and push them. So we've lost Nipa. Maybe as you're waiting for her, Rhoda, you can take it. I can see your back. Rhoda?
Yeah. Hi. I come back again. Even me, I've been feeling very sad, because we don't do anything. For example, we see what happened in Jamhuri Day. We didn't do something. We are supposed to meet to celebrate our Jamhuri Day because we know Ruto regime. He didn't have any Jamhuri Day. We want to celebrate our culture, how we celebrate, like who fight for our country, like Mau Mau. They were not recognized by Ruto regime, and those the things that I need to focus. The people who fight for our country, because that is our history, and the children in our country, and the children will come after we leave, and the one will come, they know that the history about Mau Mau. So those are things I've been a little bit disappointment. And for example, we need to speak things here, truth. I think when we speak the truth and really, really honest without hiding, and I think not people coming here propaganda say that Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting behind with the Ruto. That absolutely that's liar from the enemy. Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting 100%. Baba. Even Baba know that. He knew that. Even himself, he told us, I'm not bringing the thief. He told us, and me, I believe the word he was telling us. And he told my community, go and vote from your heart, from your ear, not from your emotional. I remember when he was speaking those words, I was crying here alone. I was crying, and he was speaking to us. If I have done something wrong to any Kenya, please forgive me. Think small things I have done for you. That's the last word he told us. He left that house, state house. Remember, kumbuka ile kitu nimekufanya. Mnaona, ile kitu nimekufanya uko. Remember something I have done for you. He called for the forgiveness before he left that house. And I remember he told us, they asked him, where are you going to stay after your retirement? Of course, I will go in Isaweri. I have my own bed. I started at Isaweri. A president retired, go and live in Isaweri. I didn't know what is Isaweri, by the way. And when I searched in the internet, I was like, no. A president have done for us development. A president was represent. To be a president is not something small. A president is not a president must be respected. Like you remember how we respect Donald Trump when he retired, and everybody was valuing him until he went with the Lord. To be a president is not something small. And the way that people are praying with the Uhuru, like a small child, he was a president of Republic of Kenya. Those are the things have been hurting me a lot. Even now, I still see my therapy because I have to speak this thing here. How they have been abusing him. It's not something I have been happy. Even this Christmas, I cannot celebrate the way I used to celebrate, to be honest. I have never get joy. People like Waitagura, they were calling our former president that he need to feel ashamed. Why he feel ashamed? He's the one need to feel ashamed because they are the one. They have been manipulating him. They were going around him in state house, round like that. They were controlling him. He could not be himself. I know that. He could not. They were controlling him and they were planning for him. Those tribes. And that's why I say here, those tribes must be saved in Kenya. Only tribe. I've been talking with many people here. what people have been treating us. Because many tribes in Kenya, they hate my tribe. And it's very bad. And we are born there, where we are going back. Is God bring our Bantus? Kikuyu, Luya, we are Bantu group, and Kisi, so where we are going back. And is God create Uhuru Kenyatta? He need to be valued, he need to be respected, he need to have a good retirement and to live nice house. He have our own home in the state house, close to the state house. He need to live in those house with his own family. He enjoy his president. We need to toke barabarani tupiganie president wetu Uhuru Kenyatta vile alitupigania. Tutoke kwa barabara. Tusitikie watu kama Biden, they are coming to, people, I know people like Biden, they hate the former president because former president was fighting against terrorists, and Biden, he's a terrorist. Biden, he's a terrorist. Can you imagine one American man, police officer, he was killed by the terrorist. He was crying. Biden, he was killing his own people with the terrorists, and he was threatening even Tennessee state, I don't know, it's a city, with the bomb because of the election. Why we welcome such kind of people in our country? Criminal. Biden have signed the paper with the terrorist organization. We know that. Even them, they know, even Republicans, they know that. And then we are bringing that kind of people in our country. Biden, he have done corruption in his own country. He have been a lot of house. He have a son who have done corruption with the China government. And I know everything, and I'm here. So we need to speak this thing, not try to hide. We need to speak in. And we tell Ruto, stop selling our country to like the way at every governor in every county. America must be there. How stupid Kenya you are. You accept kind of madness with this Karejini man. We must stand. And this military of Kenya, they must be stupid. Be like a Turkey. Turkey, they take the power and they were shooting everywhere. May could ask the military to take over in our country and police officer take over. I'm tired. Thank you.
Right. I think it's we Kenyans who can take over. It is the citizens. We have the power to do that. But this power, we just have to mobilize. We just have to pass the message. Somebody said in this show that Kenyans need to change their attitude. Once we change our attitude and start thinking beyond our tribes and beyond our communities, then we'll realize that when we are suffering, we are not suffering as tribes. We are suffering as Kenyans. Somebody said before, we had our deputy president talking in Central and was telling them mambo ya majani chai, mambo ya maziwa, na mambo ya kahawa. We are going to look at it. So I was looking at, he was telling them that, the president and the president, we are not in the business of tea, business of coffee, and business of milk. So we are going to ensure we remove the cartels who are eating your money. So I was really wondering, what is it? And they are forgetting they were the part of the former regime. So in other words, they are trying to tell these people that they are now changing. You need to add, if you talk of coffee, you talk of milk, and you talk of tea, it specifically touches of one a specific region. So does it mean that we are now going to promote coffee, tea, and milk at the expense of maize? The maize farmers, mostly they come from Western and Rift Valley, because we know very well this regime have interest in maize. Are we going to substitute the coffee and the tea with the rice, because rice is now under threat? We're already having rice being imported, and we know very well places like Mwea, places like Ahero, and those are the irrigation schemes that we're having in Kenya producing rice. Are we going to sacrifice sugarcane farmers because of tea and coffee? We know the majority of those people who are growing sugar are those ones from Western. They grow their sugar, and they were having hope that this government is going to revive their companies. Nothing is going to happen. Mumias is not being revived soon, because if they are really genuine and sincere, they want to revive Mumias, they cannot allow importation of sugar. We have enough sugarcane, we have a company, they just need to buy modern machines and ensure that these industries are running. But they're not going to do that simply because they want to import their sugar. They are in the business of sugar, then the business of fertilizer. That is why instead of subsidizing maize and maybe giving subsidy on the fuel, they decided to do the subsidy in fertilizer. And they're not even sure if that fertilizer was paid for, because there are rumors we had fertilizer coming from Russia that was given for free. So you're paying for something that has been given for free. I had this case of a KQ. Ruto said he's looking for somebody to buy KQ. They want to sell it to a private investor. KQ, recently I heard they are going to bail it. I don't know how many million or billion government is going to bail this KQ. But if you look at KQ, the major beneficiaries of KQ are people like Mudavadi. He's a billionaire, but they're the ones who are renting their aeroplanes, their aircraft to KQ. KQ doesn't own the aeroplanes. They hire them at a price that is higher than the market price. That is why it is the most expensive airline that we have, I think, in Africa. I do use Ethiopian Airlines, and they're much cheaper than KQ. KQ is really expensive, the Kenya Airways, and one will think they're making a profit and millions. But if you look deep, you're going to find that these are the cartels, people who are in government like Mudavadi. They're the ones who are renting their planes to KQ. So who is making profit? So they're the ones who are renting their planes. They get paid, but the company now doesn't have money. Kenyans keep on spending money there, keep on spending money there. So Ruto government is not genuine. They are really doing the opposite of what they promised. And I really feel it specifically for the people who voted for Ruto to punish Uhuru, those ones who voted for Ruto to punish people like Kibicho, because now they're seeing that the people they voted Ruto to punish are the ones Ruto is now giving a job. Ruto is bringing back Major General Karangi. This is the guy called, is he Kamau? They're the ones who are being brought, and we know Kamau is also having some cases. He's bringing back the old men that you voted him to punish. So it's really a sad state, and that is why even as people are going for Christmas, there's no happiness. People are not smiling. Huh? So we just have to pass this message. We just have to engage people. Most Kenyans are listening to this channel. They follow it, and they're really happy with what we are doing. And we need to keep on, and at least we try to tell them this is what is happening. We can do it. We should not give up as Kenyans. We need to have that courage. We need to show this government that we are tired, and we need the right country. We need our country back. We need the country to be driven in the right direction. Nothing new Ruto have done. He relaunched things that were are done by Uhuru. If you look at the roads, if you look at the houses, the military, whatever. So there's nothing. He's just to start doing his own things. And as we are moving on, he's not going to do anything new. Jeremani, you can take it over, yeah? Before, as we welcome Big J. So Jeremani, we can hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leo. One of the things that I like about this forum is that we dig deep. Let me add the volume. Is that we dig deep into what really ails the nation. And I like the question that Guru posed before he disappeared from the airwaves. Is that what is the way forward? And I can see the mood also reading from Madam Rhoda's comments, is that there is a growing need for some action that quenches or satisfies some of the deep-seated needs within the population. And I think I also not want to be a talker. I want to also suggest or give some idea of what we can consider as a way forward. Madam Rhoda talks of taking over. And the term taking over has a certain connotation within the Kenyan context. When people say take over, most of the times it's presumed to be militant, that ways or means of power and force will be deployed to take over instruments of power. And as we know today, government is a sole monopoly of power violence, and influence. There is no other individual groups or persons who can outdo government when it comes to use of force and power. And I'm thinking that if we think that direction, it may be impossible to win in the long run. There may be short-term gains, short-term wins, but the long run may not be favorable. And what I want to propose is a means or way in which we can be constitutional, legal, and still has the backing of future generations if some of those actions are to be held up to the transparency of a light bulb or any other means that ensures transparency. And for me, what I'll propose is this. We have very many enablers within the Constitution for the kind of takeover that Madam Rhoda is proposing. Some of them include the following, and which we rarely exercise. And when I say we rarely exercise, I'd say hardly ever exercise. Because, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I've mentioned this in previous discussions, that as Kenyans, we have never known how to exercise collective power as sovereigns. And allow me to take it back one step before I come back to the solution I'm proposing. The last sovereign Kenya ever had was not even any of the 5 presidents. The last sovereign we ever had was the Queen. So after the Queen, we became a republic, and the republic bestowed upon sovereignty to all the Kenyans collectively. The problem is that we have never known, or we have never exercised that collective responsibility. The only time we ever came close to doing this is when we brought about the 2010 Constitution by collective authority. All the other years, and you can see we are just in 2022 going to 2023, all the other years, we have just let our politicians change the Constitution as they will, make changes, bring in institutions without reference to the sovereigns. And the sovereigns, if I may give you an example, is very basic. If the Queen, for example, wants to know, or currently the King, who is a sovereign in the UK, wants to know anything about government, all they do is either write to the Prime Minister, invite the Prime Minister to a meeting, and they will get all the answers they want. Collectively, as Kenyans, do you think we have ever held our leaders to that level of accountability as sovereigns, where we say, as sovereigns, we want the following answers from the following institutions and from the following representatives? We have tried gathering signatures to bring about changes for the Constitution. That is an example of exercising the authority of the sovereign. It can be done collectively. We have been ceding, we have delegated that authority to the various institutions. But these institutions come to loggerheads, and at times the interests of these institutions put them at cross purpose with the future aspirations of the sovereigns. The political class bicker and fight between themselves, but it's all about political short-term interests. Most of the times it's not about the long-term interests of the nation. It's about what can we do now to gain us favor for the next few weeks or few days. What can we do now to gain favor for the next 1 year? What can we do now to gain us favor for the next elections? Those are what I call short-term gains. Now I come to what I'm suggesting as a proposed solution. Our constitution allows us as sovereigns to petition parliament on anything that we want. But interestingly, this is what has happened. Parliament has put laws or has put together a law that stipulates what process should be followed by a sovereign to write to them. And the question is, before I even go to what the question is, that law says that for you to petition Parliament, you must find out whether this matter is being dealt by any other body. You must find out on your own initiative whether this matter is being addressed by a court of law. And the question is, at this point that I ask, if you as a sovereign have delegated authority to these institutions, why are they then passing it back to you? That before you come and talk to us about doing something as a petition, why must you, or as I as a sovereign, go and find out whether this matter is either being addressed by a commission, a court of law, a magistracy? Why is it being put to me while I, as a sovereign, have delegated this authority to you and as the institutions and provided you the resources, monetary and skills to be able to dig for that information? The bottom line is, those petitions are not supposed to see the day of light. Those petitions by sovereigns are not supposed to get to Parliament. Those laws, or the law that Parliament has enacted, is to keep you away from their busy schedule. And I say busy with a lot of sarcasm. The law is supposed to make sure that you do not burden the representatives with your many inquiries. And I'm saying that is not what ought to be. And I'll say this: a sovereign in Kenya is any Kenyan citizen. Mistakenly, many people believe that a Kenyan citizen is one who is 18 years old. And for you to address Parliament, you must be 18 and above. My argument is that a sovereign is any Kenyan, including a child. Because a child who is 10 years old, and you all know this, can ask you some questions at home that you will be left wondering, what is this child talking about? The child of 10 years old is curious enough to ask what we adults may think are small questions, but with very, very big impact. And if that child were, for example, to ask in Northeastern Province, why am I not getting sanitary pads to enable me meet the universal standards of education, which is a right. It's a human right by the Kenyan Constitution. And I say this again with a pinch of salt, if I may use the term, because many Kenyans, as I said earlier, we do not know our civic, we do not uphold our civic duty. And we do not uphold our civic duty because we do not know many things that are supposed to be our duty as sovereigns. For example, ask anyone today, and you'll find that this will happen on a Friday evening. Someone will be arrested, and when the police comes to arrest them, they will say, I know my rights. Okay, you know your rights. How many rights are there bestowed upon you by the Kenya Constitution 2010? You will hardly get anyone give you the answer for that, because we do not take time to understand as sovereigns, because that's where it starts. To exercise your sovereignty, you must have an understanding of what sovereignty is. You must have an understanding of what sovereign law is about. And then you can be able to exercise it in a manner that does not infringe upon other people's enjoyment of that same right. I want to conclude. When we want to put a petition, for example, to Parliament as sovereigns, a 13-year-old should have the same rights as a 45-year-old, as a 60-year-old, because they are sovereigns. They are citizens of this country. But Parliament has made it in such a way that a child in primary school cannot write to them. To me, my proposed solution is this. The way our children write composition and insha, they have been given the ability to read and write. They should be able to write from their school PO box address if they do not have a home address to Parliament and say, my legislator, I need an answer to this. I saw this happen in the news. I want an answer. And it should be upon the legislator to reply to all those questions that come. Yes, there will be many. And that is why you, as a representative of the people, are going there to represent them. Legislators have three key functions: to legislate, to oversight, and the third one is to enact law. To legislate, to oversight, and to represent. If you're not taking letters from the sovereigns, who are you representing? I end at that, Leo. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremani. Indeed, you've given some great advice and you've given some great options. Because we've been talking and we also need to see what is the way forward. Just as you said, any government, for you to take over, it simply means you need to take the items of governance, and for you to do that, you must have monopoly over violence. And mostly people will tell you that why Raila has always been able to oppose the government and get some rights for Kenyans obeyed is because he normally controls some violence. Because the moment people go on road and demonstrate, like the way we were having the Monday demonstrations or the Friday demonstrations, during those days, however much they're saying that the demonstrations are going to be peaceful, citizens, they don't make it peaceful. Yeah? There is that kind of happiness that you find. There's that fear that it instills even people who are doing business. They don't feel secure. Nobody will tell them to close, but they just decide to close. So people used to say that Raila is controlling some violence, and this violence is given by the citizens. So the citizens are the ones having the monopoly of violence. The government is having the monopoly of violence simply because they're the ones who are having the weapons. They go ahead, they use the weapons, and these weapons are from our taxes. So one thing that I also came to realize is that in Kenya, we lose it at the elections of the people who represent us. We know very well, and it is in the constitution, the role of the member of parliament is to legislate, that is to make laws, to change laws, and to oppose those bad laws, to represent and to oversight. So most of us, we don't elect MPs based on those three qualities. We currently, you'll find that 70% of our MPs have been elected because of charity activities they do back in their constituencies. Some of them have been elected simply because of how they manage the CDF. No, not actually, they don't manage the CDF. We have a CDF management committee, but they hide behind that management committee and take credit of what the CDF management committee have done. And I normally give people example of Kibera when they had the late Ken Okoth. That guy was sick and was always out of the country for the entire term of 5 years. For 4 years, he was sick, was never in that office. And the CDF ran smoothly. So that one is enough to tell people that you don't need an MP to run that CDF. So Kenyans, we've been blinded by our MPs, whereby we pick those people who are good in charity. And when they go there, they don't represent us. Like if you look at the MPs that were elected, let's say for example the Kenya Kwanza MPs, when do they meet their citizens? They go to parliament from Tuesday to Thursday, of which some of them don't attend. Most of this time they attend their personal businesses. On these weekends, they are not there. They don't go to the village to meet people, yet they get money, the mileage allowance, they get money for the fuel. You find that an MP from Western, for example, somewhere in Kakamega, instead of visiting the residents on this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and Monday, they are busy following the president for a church service in Mombasa. So when will they be able to come and listen to these people? When will they be able to come and get these letters that our students are going to write to them? They don't attend to these offices. These offices, there are several people who are there. You will never meet them. You will never see them in their constituency offices. Those offices have been turned into cartels where people break, they make deals on those ones who want tenders, and the ones who want maybe to, even the CDF is being tendered. You have to pay something for your child to be given that CDF. They tell you to pay a little amount. So we need to make these leaders responsible. That is the best thing that we need to do. We need to hold them accountable. They need to ask these questions, the hard questions we've been asking here. They need to ask these questions. We need answers. Why is the government removing the subsidy? Why is the government doing away with the amount that was being paid as part of school fees? So our MPs, we need to hold them accountable. And I do believe that even the streets can also help, because at a constituency level, if you decide to go on the streets and tell that our MP, we are recalling you so that you can be able to tell the executive to do 1, 2, 3. So these demonstrations, we do them daily at the constituency level. I think it will resonate well with the government. And sooner or later, the government will realize that, oh, things are not right, and they'll have to do the right thing. And if they don't have to do the right thing, then they'll have no option. They'll have to leave the office. Kenyans, we are easily bought. Like today, if you say you want to go and demonstrate, somebody else will come and give. They use what is called divide and rule. They give you some money. There's some few people who will be bought, and that is how it will. These bills never see the light. We had people like the civil societies who've been taking this responsibility. We've been seeing people like Akuro Court. They come up with the bills, but at the end of the day, these bills will never see the day. They don't have money and they don't have influence. The civil society groups also get compromised. At the end of the day, the only person who's been doing this work is of Kokio Mtata. You've been in court each and every time. But I think sometimes it also becomes tiresome because it needs resources. It also needs time. So we still have a lot. Let us hear from Big J, then Nipa. Nipa, I hope you're around. Pricing begins. Welcome. Big J, karibu.
Thank you so much, my brother, Leah, Rhoda, Njeremani. There's a little bit difficult name. I can see a pricing begins. And my sister, Island. I think at first I want to tell my sister Island she's a professional, so she has to abide by the law, because we agreed that we should not be in the curtain. So at least we have to show by example. I really, I appreciate, I thank you all for the wonderful contributions. Sometimes we think that we are, it's what we are saying here is not effective. Kuna mtu mwingine alikuja hapa, he started complaining that I don't know what you are doing here in Mtembei TV. Like, what is this guy talking about? You know, this forum actually is a real forum, and if you are a real man or a real woman, you come here, you give your views. Kuna watu wengine wanajifichaka kwa message because you cannot see their faces, so they start attacking, which is, I mean, if you are for real, you love your country, you come here, you contribute to it, because we love our country. Anyway, I can see also Lex. I wanted at first, before Leah, you talked about demonstration and some violence. You know, before I give my contribution, I want to answer how to talk about that. You know, Leah, you know, for example, Nairobi, because mostly demonstration, we have done it in Nairobi several times, for many years now. And as you know, actually, you remember last time Sonko said is actually is the one who always hire people to go and destroy, stone cars, they buy cars and they burn them. So, you know, there is always a very dirty game in between. So the demonstration of, for example, if it will be Azimio demonstration, definitely we have also to check ourselves and look who is with us and who is not with us, because at the same time, crooks enter. Unaona ile story ya Gor Mahia, it happens that ati mafans wa Gor Mahia ni wakorofi, they like fighting. But again, we came to realize that those who have been fighting Gor Mahia, beating people on the street, even sometimes stoning cars, they are not Gor Mahia fans. So sometimes it's very difficult because najua na kwanza this time ambayo serikali ya Ruto is the most dangerous because they use money a lot. They use money a lot, and we have seen it before, even in the campaigns. They used to pay people so that they will not attend the campaigns. Don't go there. So we have to also be, but one thing, Leah, I can tell you for sure, if we want justice to happen to election in Kenya, let us not even think about 2027 election. Yani nataka hiyo kila mtu atoe. The other day I was talking with my senator, Olekina, and I told him we should not think, let's not remove our mind from 2027 election. That is the only way that we can go forward, Leah. If we want justice from 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022, we will not accept to go to elections in 2027. Why? Because, you know, this election, it happens, actually, election ya 2022, ilianza kuibiwa like 2017. Immediately after 2017, wameanza kuiba kura. That's why you see now, like, Ruto is removed. Si unajua Chebukati by January, he's supposed to be his contract will expire. I mean, and why is he still in the office up to now? Because actually he was supposed to go to vacate office 3 months earlier, but he's still in the office. What is he doing in the office now? Kina Masita and Kina Cherera and whatever, those other four, Cherera 4, the president makes sure that he has to remove them before January, so that he will make some changes by January 24th. We got information from inside. By January 24th, there is something they are doing about IBC. So the election, actually, it's not rigged on the election date. Election is rigged in Kenya 5 years before. So what I was suggesting, and I told my senator, we should not go to election. Let us not think about going to 2027 election. We will go on the 2027 election when we know what happened in 2007, 2013, 2017, and 2022. Because we have been, and I like one suggestion that Leah, you have just suggested there. The demonstration, if we are going to picket, let us picket in all in constituency level, where we have supporters, wherever in the whole country, we start from constituency level. But this thing of going to only Nairobi, it doesn't work. Of course, Nairobi is the heart of the country. But I suggest that your suggestion is the best. I think I really like what you said. We need to do it from the constituency level, pick at the same time, because we one thing, the brother Jeremani gave a good idea, but that idea, the problem is now, you know how corrupt Kenya is. Kwenda kufika hiyo level ya kutuma barua, even that school, things, we are not that organized because many people in our country are not educated like in many other countries. We are not that much educated, but the only way that we can express ourselves is by picketing, by demonstration. That is the only way that we have. We don't have any other way, because hata saizi ukisema we sign some whatever, it will, because that coordination also, it will be sabotaged. I wish some of you know that guy anaitwa Ruto. Ruto is a very tough guy in kutumia pesa. He's good. So I think for me, we should not. That's my take. I believe that we should not have a 2027. We should not even think about going to 2027 election. Let us just get the solution, and that solution is only to picket, nothing else. Kama Ruto aliiba kura, and we say that we have the president Uhuru Kenyatta. We had Gisheru, who was the ICT. We had the Sasa saisi 2027. Do you expect you are going to that is good things to happen? What miracle are you going to expect in 2027? Surely, I heard somebody saying that at Moi, kama to defeat Moi. What about Ruto? Moi, that is two different persons. And I'm telling you the truth. Kama alishinda aliiba kura this time, na alikuwa opposite the other side. Because okay, we are doubting watu wengine. For me, I'm not doubting. Kuna watu wengine wanasema according to Babu Wino's whatever, ni kama ati Uhuru ni kama alidanganya, he did not, I mean, but Uhuru, I don't think, for me, I did not take that. Ruto was just, he used money. Ile pesa yote alikuwa ameiba from 2013, alitumia that money to bribe his way in. So that's why I was saying that if he can do that in 2022, now 2027 akiwa head of state, akona internal security, akona unaona sasa amechukua judiciary. So what else do you have, Kenyans? What else do you have? We have nothing. And there is one thing I like that Ruto is doing, because amejitoa kwamba the hustler thing that he proposed, he has been always preaching, it was a hoax. It was a hoax, because saizi wale wote wezi, wauaji, murderers and wale wote, and the tax evaders, wale walikuwa wanakataa kulipa taxes and whatever, he rewarded them. So what about the hustlers? What did you reward them? Nothing. Umewatolea kazi kwa vijana, wazee wale wa Kongo umewatolea pesa yao, school fees umeongezea hustlers, stima ndio hiyo, mafuta ndio hiyo, chakula ndio hiyo hakuna. Umesema unaingisha mchele, mahindi, haya, sukari. Mumias iliamuka juzi, nilikuwa nafikiria Mumias at least itasimama imara, because at least ilikuwa imeanza kutengeneza nini sukari, but now akiingiza hiyo sukari, obviously Mumias itaenda kwa dust. So definitely this government of UDA is not actually serious about what they are saying. They are really in a dreamland, and we cannot just keep quiet. Watu wanasema kwa messages, wanasema sisi tunakuaga watu wa kuongea. We speak, because if we don't speak, then we tutakosaje kuongea? Because we see the pain. We see the pain. We see the pain, how people are crying. hakuna pesa mfukoni, hakuna saa ingine hakuna chakula. Alafu saa hii sasa watu wamelima, hakuna mahali watauza mahindi because mahindi cheap itakuja, itaingizwa, sukari cheap, rice cheap. Sasa hapo mahazola wake walikuwa haya, unapatiwa 5,500 inaitwa hustler fund, alafu unaambiwa utawekewa sijui 30%, ni 25%.
Percentage of it. So your pesa umeapply, they don't give you all, they keep part of it.
Yeah.
And that interest that they are telling you, and for those people who've taken that money, the interest keeps on fluctuating. So try to imagine today if we have, you are told 14 million people have borrowed that money. So out of these 14 million, just imagine if you only take 1 shilling, don't take much from each borrower, only a shilling. How much is that? You're having 14 million shillings. So there are some questions you need to ask yourself. And the person giving you this update is not government official. He's a blogger. Somebody called Dennis Itumbi. He doesn't work for any government. So I don't know who pays his salary. I was surprised. I saw the former senator for Kakamega, Malala, saying he's bragging the way he is the deep state. He's the one who is welcoming and perusing those people who are visiting State House. If you see CS Owalo, whenever he goes to Nyanza, he's having a bunch of some election losers. So who pays these people? Who pays these people? So you need to ask yourself, this government, your president went to watch game in Qatar and no such information was even placed in the State House accounts, the social media account or official communication. So since when did the president have to jump from country to country without the public? You know, president, once you're a president, you're public property. We need to know where you've gone to. We need to know where you've slept. The president went to Qatar. He sneaked to Qatar. Nobody knew. Why it's not for the videos and the photos that were taken? They were not official photos, but they were taken by foreign medias and foreign citizens. You will not have known that Ruto visited there. In fact, he went there. He just sneaked there. So who is accountable for that? Nipa, you want to add some information? Big J, you are still on the floor. Let Nipa give maybe some
Big J,
information.
let me say, yeah, sorry. You saw that I was coming in and going out. My phone is heating up. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys can help me. In a heat up, sijui ni kwa nini. So it's like, hey, naogopa inaweza weka burst. Okay, so pole BJ, Big J. Kama sijaenda haraka, I just wanted to say, like, you talked about Ole Kina. I didn't know if he's your senator, and I should say he's a bullfighter, government defender, and a real patriotic. So I really, when I saw the clip yesterday that Nani played, Bernard, that clip, you know, I think it was him and this guy at the Bomas.
Memusi.
Yeah.
Memusi.
Yeah. So I was asking myself, where were the other Azimio guys? And he really fought, you know, and he almost lost his legs, you know. But anyway, I just wanted to say these positive remarks about him. So I wonder if he watches this show. Because it will be also, I don't know if it's allowed per constitution if some of them could just come and give advice. I don't know if they're allowed, the MPs or any, I don't know. And then my other remarks was about, somebody talked about Maraga for task force. So do you guys mean that Maraga has agreed to take that post? Surely. Maraga. Because if I remember 2017 or 18 when Maraga, when he was the CGA, it was really a big problem between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta when they say they're going to revisit, and they really gave him a hard time. So I can't imagine if Maraga is because Maraga knows who Ruto is. Or maybe if he comes over there, if he's going to take that opportunity from Ruto, I don't know if he's going to make another difference, to save Kenyans. I just don't understand. And then the other thing, because about Maraga, I think Maraga retired. I think he retired 2 or 3 months before, right? So I'm asking myself, why couldn't he have just waited until they got a CJ? Because he left and the other Mailu was playing like assistant until Kwame came. So I think there was a little bit confusion over there, not because of Maraga, but maybe he was also pressured because there were not him and Mr. and Uhuru Kenyatta, they were not in good terms. Whatever Uhuru Kenyatta could not do what was supposed to be done. So he had to leave. So I'm asking myself why he had to leave without they really getting his successor to make things go well. So now he's coming back. So why was he to resign? I don't understand, I really, it's like, shambling, like up and down, okay.
Okay, Nepa, I know in your submission we are going to get some information from the speakers who are going to speak, and you'll be able to maybe get more
Yeah.
information about because
Yeah,
as
that's
it
what I was.
stands, he've
Yeah.
not been called back to the CJ position, but they've called him back to chair the task force to look into the welfare of police. So the question that as Big J is going to wind and finish his submission, that we are asking ourselves is, do we really need a task force to look into the welfare of the police? Because we know the constitution of Kenya, the 2010 constitution, talks of the police reforms and everything that needs to be done. So it is a matter of implementation. So do we need a task force? Because of late, we're having so many task forces that are irrelevant. But as Big J said, I know he's going to wind up and tell us more, shed more light. What Ruto is doing currently, and Jeremani and anybody who spoken before.
That's why. Thank you so much
What Ruto is doing
commenting
currently
it.
is simply preparing for the 2027 elections. And how is he preparing for the 2027 elections? People like Maraga, the ones who nullified Ruto, nullified this election. So, like, if you have some disagreements with your spouse, what do? You have to bring her close or his close friends to be your friends, so that you can have some sort of security. So Ruto is a desperate man who wants to isolate Raila, and anybody who is thinking otherwise, he knows very well, if you cannot isolate Raila, then anybody who can have a similar mind to that of Raila, that mind that is opposing bad things, that mind that is democratic, he wants to bring them together. That is why the first thing.
But not Maraga.
Yes.
But not Maraga.
So Maraga is now given a position, is a national position, is a statesman. He cannot say that now I don't want. If he refuses, then we might see it negative or positive. Negative in that you are a statesman, you've been given an opportunity to help your country, and you are declining. So with him, we don't know. Let Big J, he did not finish his submission. Let him finish the submission.
Thank you, Leah. I was talking about Asla Fund and the savings. This is a totally money laundering scheme. Actually, now we understand why President Uhuru, he did, like, at first, you see, Uhuru ran to Dubai, Tanzania, before changing the notes, the currency, 1,000 currency, and it was 500 or something. Before changing the currency, about he traversed many countries. And it was because of money laundering. And there was, at that time, kulikuwa na this betting, if you remember. There is a lot of betting. So I think that is now that money is coming back. Because one thing you cannot, there in Kenya, we have legislation. The money that is being used, that how can before the CS for finance tells us that it was a loan. They have never told it was launched, and it was not. They did not say where the money is coming from. They did not tell us. So Njuguna came to tell us just, I think it was this week or last week, something like that. And the launch,
it was this week.
Yeah.
I saw the interview. It was this week.
It was this week, but he did not intend to tell us. He did not come to tell us. He was forced to tell us. You know, one of the questions they asked
Yeah,
that
but
question.
Eric asked him. Yeah, Eric asked him where is the hustlers, because there was no this board of directors. BJ. There's no board of directors. Is it from the government, from treasury, or is somebody? And then he said that somebody loaned them with zero interest.
Okay,
and
now, what I wanted to say is that there is this where I see a big cheating. Pesa they are saving for you, for NSSF, something like that. And you know, actually, to register for NSSF, to be a member of NSSF, they need your documents. You have to fill a form, where you live, where do you work, where, I mean, there is many things that you have to fill. But this hustler fund, Gitu mejaza kwa mobile phone, that means it's like a temporary. It's not, because can you go to a bank, utumie tu mobile phone, kujaza majina na nini, and you open a bank account? Surely. So this is...
I will answer you that one. I will answer you that.
Let me finish my submission, because if we go on and off like this, then somebody will just forget what I was doing. I think I will finish it in another 2 minutes, maybe, or so, please. So I feel, I think that kuna udangajifu fulani, and Leah, let me ask you one thing. Saizi wewe unaishi Mandera, right? Ofisi ya NSSF iko Nairobi, and you have saved 1,000, right? If you have saved 1,000 and you are from Mandera, and for 5 years, for example, are you sure that you are going to travel from Mandera to come to the NSSF building to claim for 1,000? That's big no. You cannot. Fare peke yake kutoka Mandera kuja Nairobi, it's more than that 1,000. So will you come use maybe 1,000, 2,000 kuja kutafuta 1,000? So that's one way of that the government got. Unajua serikali ilijua, understand that Kenyans are very desperate at the moment. So because they are desperate, wakasema this is a golden chance to milk them dry, and they are milking. So anyway, I just wanted to tell Kenyans that we have to wake up, and we have to wake up and think about your beloved country. And let us not, I want everybody not to think about 2027 election. No. That's my last remark. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Big J. At least we are moving somewhere. We are getting ways forward, what we can do. And before we know the way forward, it is normally good for us to know why we want that way forward. You know, we cannot just wake up and say we want to demonstrate. You have to know, why are we demonstrating? What has happened that has reached as a point whereby we feel demonstration and the mass action is the solution. So I do like it when people discuss here, we give out the views, and those people who are listening to us, at least they're seeing some need for what we are doing and what we are saying. Before uprising maybe says hi and maybe tells us something, I don't want to keep him waiting. Let us hear from Jeremiah. I think he's just having something to add on top of it.
Thank you, Mama Leo. Mine was just a quick rejoinder to Big J. Thank you, Big J. You put in some good context to the current situation, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. What Big J talked about, and I made a quick note so that I don't interrupt his quick flow, was that, and this is with regard to my proposal for petitions. The literacy, Big J addressed the literacy level and said it is very low in Kenya. Now, let me give you some numbers. Then you can you can tell me how much more we need to raise it before this proposal for petition can be given a thrust. I start with the neighboring countries. Ethiopia has a literacy level of 52%. This is 2017, 2018 statistics from the World Bank. Uganda has a literacy level of 77%. Tanzania has a literacy level of 78%. Now, in Africa, we always talk about the big economies. And I want to use Nigeria and South Africa to illustrate. And I'll add Egypt to it. So Egypt has a literacy level of 71%. Nigeria has a literacy level of 61%, 62%. South Africa has a literacy level of 95%. Now, Big J, you'll be interested to know that Kenya, as at 2018 statistics by the World Bank, has 82% literacy level. For me, that's a very high score. In fact, I heard from the previous speakers who are rating the current government at 34% and saying that is poor, that's an E. I would say 82% is an excellent A score. Now, how do we translate that 82% score into real action? And that's where I'm heading and saying, if we were to give the opportunity to even our children, not even ourselves, the young children, because the future belongs to them. We are only the caretakers for now, but the future belongs to them. To give them the opportunity, just as they do write their compositions and insha, as we teach them in school, to be able to at any one time say, we do not like the way our school is run. We do not have facilities. We do not have textbooks. And they're given the opportunity to write that to the Member of Parliament. That is a step forward. It will create the opportunity for them to start engaging in civic duty. And it is already there. It is incumbent upon any state or public officer to provide a response to the sovereign once requested for that information. The safeguard that we have, but we do not also make use of, is that we have a body called the Commission on Administrative Justice. If I was to write to an institution of government and requested them for information, and they fail to provide me that information within a certain time, I can write to the constitutional body called CAJ and say, I have made this request to this body. They have not given me a response. Kindly request them to do it. If they fail to do or provide a response to me as directed by CAJ, they are going against the Constitution and they're liable to action including losing their positions, losing their office, arising from that inquiry. So we have the safeguards, we have the instruments in place, we are only not making use of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that quick rejoinder. Rod, I'll just request that you just be patient a bit. I know you have a lot that you need to add. As the year from Uprising begins, you know, you've been, I can't even see him. I hope he'll bring his face or her face. Uprising begins. Can you begin uprising now?
Yeah, sorry, may I have to leave?
It's okay.
Kwairini, my phone is heating up again.
Okay. Nipa, you can sort your phone, then you'll come back once
Yeah,
it's sorted.
I wish you good time. Okay. Poleni.
Thank you. Let us hear some uprising. It begins now. You can begin uprising.
I'll start praising by what Jeremani is proposing. I think, Jeremani, unless you are a visitor in Kenya, that petitions don't work. Those kind of letters will never work. Even if you write it in the Nation Media Group or KTN, I mean, that is why you see even the government is proposing an office of the opposition, because they want to control the kind of opposition where you talk you talk like the way we are talking. You know, those things don't affect Ruto. Ruto and this government and Kenya diplomacy is a no-no. I think what we need is a serious civil disobedience. And what I mean civil disobedience is not only demonstration. I think for the first time we should be very, very much studying on what worked in the Indian Revolution, French Revolution, and even the United States. Because what happened there, it was not diplomacy. Mambo ya kuandikia, let me tell you, there was even a petition. Do you know, in this Cherera 4 petitions, there was even a petition to remove Chebukati. Where did it go? Hmm? You know, somebody took it there. But when you write petitions and the government is not giving you the blessings, it's a dictatorial government, it won't work. What we need now is a strong resistance, my friends. And I will propose this, my friends, because we are on media and most of us will not participate in any demonstration. We need some symbol, some cape, some bangle to show that we do not condone this government, that we do not validate this government. Si mambo ya mchezo sahi. Nataka nikitembea kwa street najua huyo jamaa ako pande yetu. Because when they killed an African in the United States, a movement began known as Black Lives Matters. And there was a symbol of a hand holding and kneeling down. And that symbol went all over the world because it was a serious symbol. And even the white people started doing it. Even the footballers, before they started the football, they could kneel down, showing in solidarity with those people. In Kenya, we need such a symbol. We need such a movement. And this is how we are going to begin it. We need to say that even other tribes matters in this country, not only the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. And that is why you see they are appointing Kikuyus and Kalenjin even today and even yesterday. And even the shortlisting of teachers is majority Kikuyus and Kalenjin, as if other people don't belong to this country. If this other tribes matters, then we need a cape, we need a bangle, we need a scarf written other tribes matters. And we need to wear it every day until the day they will hear us. So it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter where you are. We need justice. We need this country to come back to its senses. We need our country back. This is a gangster's paradise, and a gangster's paradise does not need democracy, does not need diplomacy. It needs pure resistance. Mi nataka mtu ambaye amevaa bango imeandikwa other tribes matters na iko na kara ya Azimio. I'll buy it in those shop. I'll buy in that shop. I'll get into that matatu. I'll even rent in that house. Lakini mambo ya kusema watu wanafikiria this country belongs to other people. You see, there is no way we are going to be allowing mediocrity, dictatorship, corruption at that level. We can't allow that. That is why you see at wakina Bobby Owino saying sijui somebody ati sijui the reason why we lost sijui it is who it, the reason why Azimio lost is because somebody stole election. That's a fact. And how did they steal election? Like Big J says, it was planned by, you know, let me tell you something, guys. If you want to steal even in a mall and you want to steal smart, you don't go there with AK-47s. You might not succeed. But if you can engage the watchmen, the people who watch over that mall, and tell them once we access the gold, you'll part with something that you'll be set forever. That is how successful people steal. And that is what happened in Kenya. That for the last 5 years they plant because they are truthful men, they don't drink beer, they don't drink alcohol, they are very focused. These are people who are very smart. They engaged the watchmen. They told the watchmen, do you want your life to be set for the rest of your life? Because if we give you this, you'll be rich forever. Chebukati will never be poor, I'm telling you the truth. They received money through Dubai and stuff, and this is taxpayers' money. These are people who have been sorted so well, because you better sort for, they say that what matters in an election, and particularly an African election, it is not those who vote, it is those who count the vote. Why should I spend a lot of time convincing people, the 80% that we are told they are illiterate? Yeah? Why do I spend a lot of time convincing them? Well, I can talk to the person who will be counting the end result. There was and there is evidence that this election was not clear. And I can tell you guys, it is time, hata tukikuja hapa Mutembe, next time I'll be visible, I'll be seen, unless, and I want us to agree on a symbol of resistance, so that tunavaa hiyo tuoneshe ya kwamba this is the reason, this is the way to go. Kwa hivyo, if you succeed, and I tell people, if, for example, Chebukati, who is the chairman of IBC, the much money he can get even through loan, in their circle, it is 10 million. But if an individual brings 800 million and 1 billion shillings, I don't know what you can do. You can even sell your country and your soul. And that is what is happening in this country. And this is why Raila says it's a gangster's paradise. Yeah, that is why you see almost that 3/4 of a cabinet are very corrupt, and yet we are chasing other chicken sellers and those who are stealing goats. This is not a country anymore. It's a failed state. Yeah, Mother Karua says it is easy to control a mafia when the state is when the mafia are being supervised, but it is so difficult when the mafia are in power. It is one of the hardest things. Yeah. So the mafias are in power. The cartels that they talk about are in power. Because today I was asking somebody, we were told that once the Bible is put down, things are going to go because the cartels have been eating this thing. And then I asked this guy, did you hear the cartel being caught or turned to jail? Who are these cartels? In which village do these cartels live? If the cartels were not arrested, then it means the people who say they were cartels, they are the cartels themselves. Are we together? Kenya, believe me or not, sent the biggest delegation in Qatar without a football team. The president of Argentina, of Messi, did not even show up. Yeah, imagine. But our president, without a team, sent governors, CSs, CAS, members of parliament to watch a game. Is this a country? And then we are sitting there pretty thinking that everything is okay. Germany, I want to tell you, my friend, forget about those papers and letters and those compositions and inches. Those will not help this country. Wherever you are, I want you to be appearing here with a cape written, Other Tribes Matters. And if you know your neighbor is supporting cruel government, then you have no association with them, because if these people are supporting cruelty and corruption, then they are not part and parcel of the future of this country. I tell people here every day, go kneel down and don't feel ashamed. Tell God, let this government fail. Pray and fast every Friday. Tell God, let this government fail. Why should it fail? It is because crime should not pay. And if crime pays, then why should we condemn those who are in jail? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Uprising. I can see the uprising is really, really okay. And there's one thing that you've said that I've really liked that we need to do in those people who are in humanitarian field, they call it advocacy. You know, in advocacy, even in business, you need to make your products known. So, like if we are having a movement or we are having a cause, the first thing we need to do is to advocate it. Is a good suggestion. We need to have some banners. We need to have some branding, and this branding should be everywhere. If you cannot be able to maybe put on that cape or put on that T-shirt, you can give it to somebody to put it on. If maybe you cannot be seen in public, maybe the people who are not within, what you can do it. It should be online, and it should be trending whenever you are posting anything until somebody will have, it will become a common name. I remember when they started the resistance, the resist movement, it only took few weeks and the entire country and the entire world knew that there was something called resistance, the NASA resistance. And the government feared, why not for what happened, which you now don't want to talk of. And as somebody have said earlier, these elections, we don't need to go for an election in 2017. We don't need to think about 2017. And what the government does, they know very well. We've rigged, they'll make noise, they'll wait for 27, we'll also do the same. So we need to say that, no, we are suspending everything until we know the truth. We are suspending everything until the electoral body is reformed. We are not going for an election without knowing what happened and getting justice done. Then there's also a point that is also coming clear that this kind of government that Karua got it right and told us, in other countries we normally say we have mafias in the government, but here in Kenya we say mafias have a government. So here we don't have mafia and government, we have a government belonging to mafia, whereby they are controlling the police sector, they are controlling the judiciary, they are controlling the executive, they are controlling the parliament, they are controlling the business. They're telling you they want to chase away the cartels. Who are these cartels? They are the cartels themselves. If it is true that we have cartels who are outsiders, the first thing we would have seen Ruto doing was to send away these cartels. Nothing happened. He's having power. We will be seeing cases now in court of the people whom he tells us are cartels. These people he says are the COVID billionaires. These people he's telling us that are dilapidated the economy. But as long as no arrest has been made and you're the president, you're having the judiciary and the prosecutor, then he tells us these people, you are the ones. So there's no way you'll be telling us you're going to remove. What are they going to do with these cartels? Let him act. We want to see these cartels being arrested. They're the cartels. What they're doing currently, they're just changing the areas of operation. They operating in tea. They're now saying we'll now not operate in tea. We are going to change from tea. Let us now visit the rice farmers. Let us now visit the maize farmers. They're now changing. So by the time you'll realize that the same cartels that you're seeing in tea and milk have come back to your rice and have come back to maize, it will be too late. Then now they'll shift, they'll now work with the rice farmers and tell them, no, we are not interested in rice. We are going back to tea. So we don't need to give these people time. We don't need them to give them time. And uprising, I've also said, if you look at the history of uprisings and the history of revolution, it has never been peaceful. It has never been peaceful. Kenya tried all these things before independence, and immediately the Mau Mau changed the course and they became violent. That is when we realized independence. If you look at all these people, peaceful negotiations only happen to people who can listen peacefully. But when you have a rogue government, you have a mafia, and you want to, if you people normally listen to the way Ruto speaks, he speaks as if he owns the earth, he owns the heaven, and he also owns the hell. This guy speaks with Madarau, and like the other day he was speaking in church, and until even the bishop remained speechless. He will tell you, si ni wale tu, si watambandamana tu, si watafanya nini, si meisha wangoje 2027. No, this guy speaks with as if he owns everything. So such a person, really, those people who've studied some physics will tell you that that force, it needs an equal force. You can't use a lesser force and expect, and I will laugh at you and say, no, this guy, the kind of kiburi that he's having, and it is evident that he took this power to revenge. He took this power not to help you Kenyans, but he now wants to feel that is part of it, and everything has to start and stop with him. Unless he's stopped, he's going to be a small god, and we are going back to the Moi era whereby the police officer would speak the language of Moi. I was born knowing that police were having the same language. I think during this time for the Uhuru and the time for Kibaki, at least nowadays you can be able to know these police is a Luo, these are Kikuyu, these are Kamba. But in the olden days, you would think all police officers were Kalenjins. They were speaking the same language. So we don't want to go back there. Roger, you can continue.
I can say something. You make me happy, Leah Nyamboya. You know, oh my God. And this lady called Naira, this lady, she's very smart. I like this lady. She's very kind and she talk the truth. You know, she focused about the Maraga, why he retired, and then he want to get another job. Even me, I was asking those kind of job, like Maraga have already retired. Why do you need a job? What is our constitution? When you retire, do you need a more job? When you retire, there's retired, right? When you retire, you don't need to have another job. It's only to enjoy your retirement, and you can help the judges who are working before you can give them coach or tips. But I don't know what this regime really doing. Me, I'm very surprised. Me, I don't care about, let me tell you, some people, they focus about tribal. Let me tell you, I can meet even a, me, I can meet even as somebody, we come the same tribe and we don't talk. And we come the same tribe, we go the same church, even to say hello. But people, they think that, oh, you come from the same tribe, or you like each other. No, it's not like that. Like me, I don't like my tribe. I don't like. I not me say I like them or not, but for me, I don't care. Who cares? For me, I care. The person is very important. Who you are is very important, and you're honest, and you are really who you are. That's more important. I don't care about the. Me, I have never seen the president is Ruto, like the way he is choosing this tribe. I don't know, because I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's happy. Because in Kibaki, he was not doing like that. You could not know Kibaki was a Nyeri. He's a Nyeri man. Nyeri, but you could not know he's a Nyeri. Even me, I have never had talking him Nyeri. Nothing. Hey, I was very sad. Even sometimes I was asking myself, even the current regime, the Uhuru Kenyatta. I have never seen Uhuru Kenyatta with with the group of Kikuyu. He was all the time, with he was just himself, just to make life more easy. I don't know whether maybe Ruto he feel happy to be with the Kikuyu or Kalenjin. Maybe he feel more excited. He feel happy maybe when he together with he give that. Maybe these two tribes, Kikuyu and Kalenjin, maybe they have some similar things we don't understand. Me, I'm not there. For me, I'm international. I can be with the Ghanaian. So me, I'm international. So I don't care. Let us remove this mentality about focus about tribal. Let us stop focus about. Let us focus in our country. What can we do in our country for the best? What can we, because there's a lot of women Kikuyu are married, a lot of Kikuyu women are married with a different community, a lot, and they feel like good, like my best friend was married by Luya community and she really liked it, and I was very proud of her. Another one Luo, so another one Kisi, and the other one Mijikenda. So let us not, another one Karejin. There's a lot of Kikuyu women are married with Karejin, another Luo married with Karejin, and we are even there. We are really blessed because we come from different communities. Actually, we are really blessed. Actually, to be different and speak different language actually is a blessing from heaven, because it's God creates every tribe, so we don't take for granted, because God is the one who created the Lion of Judah. The Lion of Judah. God doesn't, when we go to heaven, me, I'm Christian. Just Jesus is say, oh, you are Kikuyu, go the front. Oh, you are Muzungu, you go in the front. Oh, you are more. No. God, he look at his own build. He look at his own children, and he value us. Not even me alone. My Christianity faith, God, he love me, he love you, he doesn't love me more than you. He give me life, and he wake up me this morning. If it's not God, I could not be alive. Many people they are in the mortuary. I want to see this day, So don't care about the tribe, because it's God create us, and we cannot tell God why you create us like this. When you go to a country like I have a lot of friends, international friends. I have a Brazilian, they speak their own language, Portuguese. I have a friend from Ukraine, and Russia, they speak Russian. I have a lot of friends from Iran, they speak Pashishka, and they have another language too. Iran, they have different language also. In Afghanistan, they have a different language. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Me, I have a friend global. Yeah. And nobody put me down at to say you're like me. No. So actually we are really blessed. So thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. Now Alex amerudi. Alex. Umeweka emoji ama umeweka nini? Karibu. Yote inaitwa emoji ama inaitwa profile picture? Karibu.
No, I've not been feeling well, and ndeto ameniforce niingie, but I'll be very brief kwa sababu najua this is our channel and this is how we make our living. I will not be flippantly answer. You see, we were brought to the national cause by the 1992 uprising. We were very young, and some of us lived in Kondele. I remember when Moi sent the GSU, which used to be called Majoni. And when Majoni used to be sent, I don't know what walikuwa wanapewa. Walikuwa wanapewa sijui ni madawa, sijui walikuwa wanapewa ni nyasore. And those are the times we used to have Baghdad boys. And for some reason, Baghdad boys made sure that they had recruited us. And in their recruitment, we became militant, extremely militant, because at that particular time, to be brought to the national cause, Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was basically in house arrest in Kisumu. But sometimes he could be given time to come to a certain place, and we could converge like Bunge la Mwananchi, and we could listen to him. The guy could ooze wisdom to a point that you could ask, where did I go wrong? How can I not have this kind of wisdom? And that's how I was sold to the national cause, to the politics. Otherwise, politics was very foreign to me. Now, the mantra of our politics by then was, by all necessary means, death or nothing. And remember, we went to Kamkunji. I was very young, but we were shipped to Kamkunji. We were whipped. We were really whipped, but because we were underage, we were left. And that changed my life. In so changing my life, I have always looked at the politics of Kenya in a different way. We have made strides, but now we have reached a point where we have degenerated. And you know, when you have fight for that long, and you get to a point now, you see that your country is in a darkest point, you almost go into depression. Not almost, some of us have gone into depression because of this election. So the problem that we are having is this, my friend. We started electing personality cult, messiahs, and celebrities to serve us as members of parliament. We forgot patriots like Raila, like Orengo, like Itobi Manyara. Now, the kind of politicians that we have, my fear is whether we try to talk like my friend talked that we need to go to the street, we can't go. Let me give you an example. I had faith in Simba Arati. He came out as a militant. We saw him as the person that may take over from Raila Amolo Odinga. But what did he do then? What did he do a few days ago? He compromised. He went to State House and he said he's going to work with who? Ruto. And let me tell you the unfortunate thing about this person. Tumekuwa tukimtetea, but let me tell you what he has done. For the past 3 months, 90 days, he has never gone to the office. He holds all his endeavors in the stadium. Go watch out. These are the kind of leaders that we have. So when we talk about a revolution or going, it is us who have that mandate. But if we want to look at the leadership, we are all failed. Now, I want to remind you something, and I want you to pay attention. Power is a contact sport. It is not given. It is contested. It is fought. It is grabbed. So unless we understand that mantra, which is revolutionary, we are going to fail. We must come to a point and say, we are not going to consent. Now, let us define power. You see, many people do not understand what power is. Power is military. Power is energy. Power is communication. When my son is putting water, let him finish. Just finish to put water.
All right, it's okay.
Just finish quickly. It's already, thank you. So, when we understand what power is, and we want to have a revolutionary, we must know what to attack. Going to Kamkunji alone, I did a little bit of political science. And that's why people like Pakistan have succeeded, people like Sri Lanka have succeeded, people like Iran have succeeded. When they go to rallies, they don't just sit and feel good and go back home and say, oh, we had masses. Oh, we were many. And then you do what? You start going to social media. Social media is not real. We need to start knowing that social media is a mirage. So if we want to have a revolutionary, we must know what to attack. We must attack the military. We must attack the energy. We must attack the communication, because these are the things that the executive knows how to use. But whenever they will see us go after the military, then you will see what they will do. So we do not have a tactical strategy, and we are missing think tanks, and it's frustrating. And I get to a point that I ask myself, we can't keep on speaking. If you remember, when Jeff Koinange came and interviewed Miguna in Washington, D.C., some of the things he said, the meetings that they were having, to a point that the government became afraid and they had to deport him. What were the things? He organized a think tank. And that think tank was a civil service, military was there, Kenya Communication Commission was there, the Energy Department was there, because in Kenya, if you want to frustrate, like Ethiopia they did, we have a national grid. You take one switch off, you frustrate simu zote within a week. Hakuna mtu ako na simu, kila kitu iko off, and then you are able to frustrate the government. Let us have a strategy. Speaking alone is not enough. We must understand that there are people in the military, and what I'm saying is dangerous. I may even be looked for. We must look for the military, somebody in the military who is very mad, somebody in the police who is completely mad, people in the Communication Commission who are extremely mad, people in the energy who are able to help us switch that national grid, so that once you switch that national grid and there is blackout, we cause anarchy in 5 hours. Some people are going to run away from Kenya. So I think we need, there is a missing spice in the food of revolution. Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much, Alex, for those great and strong words. You know, those words, they are not only encouraging, but they're also motivating, and they're raising that fallen power that maybe somebody who might feel faded or might feel tired, it gives you some morale and it raises the dying spirit, and it keeps the fire burning. Talking alone will not be enough. However much talking is only going to give us some advocation, but it might not be much. Let us get some rejoinder from Jeremani.
Thank you, Leo. And I wish to acknowledge the input of Alex or Lex Media. And I also wish to acknowledge the input of Uprising, who is not live but maybe could be behind the scenes. I made a few notes on what Uprising was saying. And one of the take homes that I got from him is that petitions don't work. And he came at me very strongly, because my submission is for us to consider that petition is also a step or an avenue that we can exercise in our quest for sovereignty. I want to defend my position by saying the following: that petitions do work, and petitions are one of the good steps through which we can achieve or exercise sovereignty in a democratic environment. I say this because I look at the history of the major uprisings that we have had in Kenya. And I always like to go back to history, because history is what gives us the patterns with which we're able to project future outcomes. And I refer to the Mazrui rebellion as one example. This occurred in 1895. And what was the reason for this? In 1895, the question of the Mazruis being the governors of the coastal area in Kenya was really becoming a thorn in the flesh of the Mijikenda. The Mijikenda was saying, how comes we are the ones who till the land, but there's someone called Liwali or Walis who are the governors of this land that we are on, that we need to pay homage to them, and they pass on the homage to the Sultanate. That, in a nutshell, was the cause of the Mazrui rebellion. There was agitation also from the Mazrui side, and the agitation came in this front. The Mazruis were paying homage to the Sultan of Zanzibar. The Sultan of Zanzibar came from, or even to date, come from the heritage of the Al-Busaidis. So the Al-Busaidi family are the ones that give the Sultanate of Zanzibar the gravitas. Before the Al-Busaidis, there was another family called the Urabis. So the Urabis were the ruling family back in Oman. And then they were replaced through infighting within the Oman kingdom by the Al-Busaidis. And then the Al-Busaidis are what we know today to have given the Sultanate of Zanzibar the gravitas of the heritage that we borrow from. Now, when the colonialists came, one of the things that they did was to break the stronghold the Sultanate had over the coastal area. And what did they do? They used gunboats. They used the gunboats to say, if you do not say as we wish, we are going to bomb your palace. We're going to bombard your palace, and there'll be no more kingdom. I'm coming to the element of force. Do you have enough force to sustain the virulent words spoken towards a revolution? And in the context of revolution, let me take you to the French history, because the French give us a very good basis of understanding how revolutions come about. The revolution of 1789 in France was founded on very simple things. King Louis XVI had a stronghold on the country, and this stronghold was such that there were royalists who wanted the monarchy and nobility to retain power. And then there were the common people who were saying, we need a republic so that everyone is equal, equality for every French citizen. Where did the element of equality come from? There's a very famous philosopher and historian, and his name is Rousseau. Rousseau said, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. So the element of revolution was founded on ideology. If we are to talk about revolution in Kenya, there must be sufficient grounds of ideology that binds everyone towards that goal. In the French instance, the aim or the strive for equality for every French citizen was the binding ideology. In Kenya, and in the context of our discussion now, we do not have the context of ideology. What ideology are we rallying behind to drive us towards a revolution? And you'll find that we have none. And that's why I'm saying petition at this point is a very good starting point, because with petition, we build a record of attempted efforts. And this I will use to illustrate from the 1982 attempted coup in Kenya. The argument at that time was this, that, and the people who were later caught, including Raila Odinga, have said, we tried all avenues of democracy, but all avenues available to us, including multi-party politics, was closed out. So we had no other option but to try and organize a change of government because all avenues of democracy were closed to us. These are the words, I'm paraphrasing the words Raila Odinga used. And I'm saying in this instance, an attempt at revolution should also be guided by attempts at democratic instruments. A petition to me is a democratic instrument which we ought to explore and see how best do we use it. And here I'm also going back to what Uprising said, that petitions don't work. Petitions provide a basis of recorded history for us to refer to and say, we wrote letters in this regard, we asked for accountability in this regard. These are the documents that say what we did, when, and to whom, to provide the basis for escalation. Alex Media said, power is grabbed. And I'm going to the context of sovereignty again. And I say, and my argument here is, power can also be delegated. We as sovereigns delegate our authority collectively to the avenues of government, legislature, judiciary, and executive. And then, if you take it further, you find that even the military, in the context that is being discussed here, is also a delegated authority, so that a general or commander-in-chief will give instructions, generals will execute or cascade those instructions, and then the eventual regiment people or officers will execute the instructions that come through there. So my argument or my position here is that we should not lay a lot of emphasis on power being grabbed, but also look at the element of power being delegated. And if it can be delegated, it can also be taken back. So how do we exercise the process of taking back some of this delegated power that we believe are not being exercised properly? That's a point I wish to leave that discussion at. Thank you. Thank you, Leo.
That's really great. That's really great. Due diligence, I can see also talking of that. We don't give ideas of disruption with critical infrastructure. That is true. Like, when you start destroying critical structures like the health sector, that one now will not be perfect, because in that case, however much you want revolution, you should not interfere with maybe other people's rights. At the same time, you should not interfere with other people's health. Like, for example, if you mobilize the nurses and all the doctors and you tell them that now we don't want this government, you people are not going to work. At the end of the day, there are so many people who are going to lose lives and will not be able to enjoy the fruits of that revolution. And majorly when people are doing this, you have to.
Please, there's one question I want to ask Alex. What do you mean about the military? Because I didn't understand what you mean with military. Alex, media. What did you mean with about military?
Alex, you can give an answer maybe to that before you get from Jeremiah.
What I meant is this, and I think I gave a historicity of, and it was based not on the general revolutions that the world has had. We have had different kind of revolution, and when you study them, they're different. Like Bashir's revolution, when you look at Zimbabwe revolution, Sri Lanka revolution, and now that we are almost facing Iranian revolution, we must look at the men that we want to have a revolution against. We must study this man. We must know his history and how long he has been in power, the positions that he has held, and the kind of language that he's using. when you study Ruto very well, he's a very conniving character. But not only that, if there is a man that has mastered power, and that is why I used something called power is a contact sport. Ruto has been in the government of Moi. He missed a little bit, but later on joined Kibaki. He went and became a deputy president, which according to me, he wanted to be in power, but he realized that he could not be the president. So he used Uhuru and put Uhuru as a puppet, but basically he was the president. We are dealing with a man who is like Abacha. So when you look at now how to deal with a man, you must ask yourself many questions. Now, when you look at how revolutions are done, you cannot just, the masses cannot just succeed a revolution without the involvement of the military. We start the revolution, eventually the military comes in. So what I meant is this: when we look at revolutions, we should not concentrate on rallies. Yes, Kamkunji was okay, but without some military men getting involved in a cozy way, not directly, then we have an advantage because we are penetrating on the course that eventually they are going to buy it. So the more we do it, one or two generals will come out and say, enough is enough. So power is grabbed, but we start by picketing, demonstration, mass demonstration, and eventually some people who have power beyond the president sit down and warn the president and tell the president enough is enough. You cannot win a revolution without the army coming out and telling the president, you must step out. That's what I meant.
All right, Jeremiah, you wanted to say something? All right, you can proceed before maybe.
Yes, Leo. I did want to say something, and I thank Alex for that additional bit of information. What I wanted to say was I forgot to address one point raised by Uprising, where he said we need to have aware something that a symbol of resistance, and I believe that's another good step. The only thing I would say is this: if you wear certain colors, and I'll give some background in the, I think in the, those who may remember during the campus or university of Nairobi strikes led by one Karl Marx and his colleagues, they used to wear black t-shirts written Omtiop. And when you used to see people wearing black t-shirts and Omtiop, you can tell that's a symbol of resistance. In time, I think even the security services, when they saw anyone wearing Omtiop, they were likely to grab them, and it would be another long story. If you wear yellow today, for example, people are likely to associate you with UDA. If you wear blue, although most of the colors that we have, including jeans and other favorite football teams, are blue, people are likely to associate you with Azimio. My suggestion would be, why can't the symbol of resistance be something like the Kenyan flag, so that we have something like a ribbon? If you have seen the lapel ribbons that are worn to commemorate the HIV/AIDS or cancer awareness periods. If they are red, if they are yellow, if they're red, if they are pink, a ribbon worn during that period indicates that we can develop a ribbon that is of the colors of the Kenyan flag and wear that as your indicator for symbol of resistance. No one can snatch the symbol, the colors from you. No one individual or organization can claim the colors of the flag for themselves. So that becomes a good symbol of resistance. That's one suggestion I had. I've quickly scrolled to the YouTube comment section, and one of the things I saw is comments arising from my submission. And I've seen why Raymond Derrito saying literacy simply means ability to read and write. A lot of Kenyans are literate, but are they educated, able to logically separate wheat from chaff? My argument or response to that position is the following. We do not need to have our petitions at a very high academic educated level. It can be as simple as we do not have food in our school. We do not have textbooks in our school. It does not need to be written out in a thesis that a scholar would understand, but a simple one sentence document should suffice as petition for as long as it is able to identify who the author is and where they can be reached in terms of a postal address. That would be my response to that point. I can see Alex raising a point, but I just want to raise one more. Michael Ngige is saying, Jeremani, Kenyans need to take this thing by force, the way it was taken by force. And I still come back to the point. If we're able to understand how to use force, how force is delegated, and how we can recall that force, then let us explore force. But until we understand it, it is it's like entering a Serie A league while you have never even played secondary school league football. When you talk about the military, those are professionals. Until you're able to engage them at their level, you should not think of it. Until you're also able to engage the politicians at their level, you should not get into it. But ultimately, if you're able to empower yourself at the bare minimums and then bring them to answer your questions at the bare minimum, to me, that would be a more prospective solution. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, there's somebody who is asking a question. There is some contested debate on the involvement of Raila in the coup. But I just want to tell you, is it black or who? Is it black? You'll find that the story of the 1982 coup is it is in public domain. Even Wikipedia and several newspaper articles have recorded clearly that the general people who are involved, we had people like the Pancras Oteo, the General Ochuka, and that guy called somebody called Jode. So after they were tried, they claimed the name Jaramogi was mentioned. Not that Jaramogi participated, but by that time you'll remember the only person who was a threat to Moi's government who was in opposition was Jaramogi. Just like today, if there's a demonstration in Meru, demonstration somewhere, even if Raila doesn't participate, obviously they'll say he's the one who is opposing the government. So the name Jaramogi was mentioned, and they mentioned Jaramogi. They suspected he was the one who was financing these guys. After that, he was put under the house arrest, and Raila was arrested because by that time Raila is the son of the main person opposing the government. And by that time, he was a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. For those people who normally doubt whether he was a lecturer there, I think from that history of 1982 will tell you. And by that time, the role that was played by these universities, the lecturers, they believed that, I remember sometime I was told Moi even banned the books written by Karl Marx. He banned such books because, the roles that were played by these students by that time. So that is how Raila got himself arrested. He was in a University of Nairobi, and the students are the ones who are majorly forcing and they are majorly advocating for Moi to be removed from power. His father is the leader of opposition. His father has been mentioned. That is how he found himself in jail. No, I don't remember anywhere that records Raila participating or giving the role that he played. It is only those people who fail to maybe look for information are the ones who always believe that Raila participated. And it is one of the things that has been used to demonize Raila up to date. If you hear anybody who've never gotten information or anybody who is literate outside there, they'll tell you Raila alitaka kupindua serikali ya Moi. They don't even know the years and what happened in the 6-hour time. They only know Raila alitaka kupindua serikali ya Moi. So somebody will really wonder, at 1982, Raila had not even developed interest in politics by that time. So we need to get the facts and stop maybe smearing and dragging Raila's name everywhere. But somebody who's fighting for a worthy cause, you will always have to be mentioned in everything that is going to give people some worthiness. So Raila, I know where he is. He doesn't regret being mentioned. If maybe kupindua serikali ya Moi was going to bring change in Kenya, then everybody should be proud to be part of it. No one should run away from being part of it. And that is why I don't think it takes time to respond to such. I've seen Mama Mary Wainaina have joined. Maybe we've been here, we've talked. Let Alex give a quick rejoinder, then we welcome Mama Mary Wainaina. We hear from her. Alex, just a minute.
Okay. I just want to give two things that have been said. Go put right water. That cup is wrong. Let me say something that is very controversial. And I have said that thing, and I have come to a conclusion, my friend, that the 1982 coup was a hoax. There was no coup in 1982. When you read these things of what happened and what transpired, it does not make any sense. What had happened is that the Mount Kenya Mafia had become so powerful for Moi, and the kitchen cabinet of Moi at that particular time, they managed something, and then they took him to Kabarak, and then whatever they did, it showed that there was a coup, and from there, Moi became a dictator. There was no coup. If there was a coup, when you sit down and start making a coup, you don't just 5-6 people. A coup is something that you sit down, it is well organized, and people are strategic, especially military people are not stupid people who just go to the radio station and take over. It does not make any sense to me. When you are making a coup, my friends, you don't just wake up 6 people, you rush to KBC, you announce that we have changed the government. They're strategic. There are military men who take over places. There are people who go arrest the president. There are people, whatever that transpired, a coup cannot be as simple and myopic as the way we were told. Unless those people are very stupid. A coup is not any coup in the world. And you can study coups. 6 people cannot go to a radio station and just organize and just say, oh, we have taken over the government. It does not happen so. For me, that was a scam. Now, let me come to my friend. What is his name? I want to respond to him. I totally agree with what you're saying, but I want to be on the opposing side. You see, whatever you are saying, in that we can use the courts. We don't have courts anymore, and that's why we are frustrated. Had we had courts, by now, we should have resolved our problems. Had we had an attributor, whereby we can have lawyers. That's why we have seen lawyers. People like Orengo, people like Lumumba. Look at the lawyers that we have had previously who have courage to go to court, to petition. They are quiet. Why? We don't have courts. So whatever you are saying is philosophical. We are at the crossroads. We are selfless. We are desperate. So we must use another approach that is not conventional. And that's why we are taking time to understand that if we have to go in that direction, we don't cause anarchy. What you are saying is good when we have functional courts, but we don't have functional courts. What you're saying is very true. And that's how it must happen. We do not have courts. You will go there, you will be told this is hot air. Why should we go there? Why should we go there? And that's why we are saying we must understand that power is a contact sport. If it's a contact sport, then we must define power. In the definition of power, we must know power is this and this and this. So when we go to a revolution or picketing, we don't just go to Kamkunji, we become happy, we go home, and then we start talking, then we start going to social media, we show how it was good, how this person spoke, how this. That's hot air again. I am saying and I am proposing that as a people, we must sit down and understand if we must have a formidable solution, we need a different strategy. The conventional strategy that we must use is not going to work. You are being philosophical. You are being intellectual. But this time around, intellect does not work. Philosophy does not work. Ideology does not work, because if we had a working judiciary, I totally agree what you are saying is workable. But the problem is that you go to Koome, what are you going to be told? What are you going to be told? Obviously, you know. So I'm telling you that let us not be philosophical anymore. You see, if somebody becomes unreasonable, you can't be reasonable with them because you're wasting your time. We have tried to become reasonable to the KK. We have told them the subsidies, they have refused. We have told them about everything that you're saying. I don't want to repeat what everybody knows here that has happened. These are people who have added school fees. January, you see what is happening. How do you negotiate and use legal means that you are saying for us to do that? It's nonsensical. It's totally nonsensical. So I know what you're saying is intellectual. We must do that. That is what's supposed to be done in a normal society. But we are living in a society whereby it's not working. The president cannot listen to you. The person who is in charge of some things is Sudi. You can't negotiate with Sudi. The way you are speaking intellectually, Sudi cannot understand you. Sudi will tell you, Ona Iburukenge. What are you going to say? Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. How I wish we had, we only need 1,000 people with the same thought and the same energy as yours. Then I think right now we will not be planning how, and we'll just be talking of when to execute it. So it seems Jeremani wants to give you the last rejoinder before we welcome Mama Mary or Inaina. So I'll give him a minute to give you the last one. And Black, you know, when people talking, there is no psychopath. But what happens is, when you hear those people who believe in Raila and follow Raila talking of the positive parts, it means that his positive side overshadows the negative side. So if you want people to talk of the positive side of William Ruto, then the positive side should overshadow the negative side. Majorly, we do compare the positives and negatives, then you draw a conclusion. Even in a debate, you normally have the opposers and proposers. After that, you draw a conclusion. But if you draw in Ruto's side, you'll find that the negatives are more than the positives, whereby they now cover the positive things that he's done or that he's planning to do. So there's nothing positive we can discuss. And if you have maybe some of them, then you just need to tell us this is positive, then we'll not run away from it, we'll discuss it. Jeremani, maybe that 1 minute, Mama Mary and Aina is also waiting to tell us something today.
Sure. And I apologize for coming back severally. Only that I just want to add a few more bits of information.
No, it's healthy and keep the conversation moving. Yeah?
I just want to add a little bit more information to give context to our discussion. And this one I'm directing it to Alex. In 1964, there was a mutiny at what we call today the Lanet military barracks. That mutiny was supposed to escalate into a possible change of government. The military men at that time were saying, our conditions, our welfare were not being taken care of. So we need a change of government to put in place people who can take care of us. The mutiny was quickly suppressed, although there were plans also to take over the Voice of Kenya at the time, and then broadcast a message of change of government. It was suppressed, and as we know, during that time, 1964, information was not spreading out very widely. So even today, too many Kenyans do not know that in 1964 there was a mutiny and it was suppressed at the Lanet barracks. Some years later, 1966, General Ndolo, who was the boss, and in fact, it was General Ndolo who benefited from that mutiny, because at that time the agitation was, we have so many Mzungus in the military ranks. When are we going to have Africans take some of these positions? So people like General Ndolo were promoted to brigadier level, and that was the first time we had generals of African rank arising from the 1964 mutiny. A few years later, General Ndolo was on the other end of the stick, because the question was he part of a team, 1966, that was organizing a coup against Kenyatta? Yes, there was that kind of arrangement. There were even goat-eating sessions organized at General Ndolo's home, I think in Machakos. People like Kitili Mwendwa, who was the Chief Justice, lost his job arising from that as well. So 1964, 1966, 1982, the same element arose, but it started way back, say 1980. 1980, Charles Njonjo resigned from government as the Attorney General and wanted to run for a seat at what we call Kikuyu constituency. He became MP, and along the way, allegations arose that he was trying to sponsor a motion of no confidence in Moi's government. The motion of no confidence was to be presented in one session of parliament where people like Stanley Oloitip would become the vice president. Njonjo himself would become the president. The motion of no confidence did not get far because some of the people who were paid refused. There was a gentleman then called Mutual. Mutual was an MP from the Kalenjin side, and he used to mobilize, or was almost like the chief whip for parliamentarians from Kalenjin land. Mutual refused to join Njonjo's camp, although he had been promised, and it was very comical. Keys were shown to him, and he was told, if you get me these MPs from the Kalenjin side, these keys will be yours. And this was keys to a Mercedes-Benz that Njonjo owned. Mutual did not fall for it. Word went round that Njonjo has been planning to sponsor a motion of no confidence against Moi. He had about 60 MPs on his side, but he needed, I think, 20 or 30 more, which he was not getting. And he wanted to get that from the Kalenjin MPs voting bloc. With time, there were also allegations of a coup. The coup of attempted coup of 1982 took place on the 1st of August. There was another parallel arrangement alluded, or word has it, was being organized by another team from Njonjo's side. And this other coup was to take place sometime in September. The date was chosen for when President Moi, who was chairman of the OAU, would be out of the country. So that when he's out of the country, there's change, and then he's told, oops, sorry, there's a new president. This is borrowed from the history of Nigeria, because there was a president called General Yakubu Gowon. He was attending an OAU head of states meeting in Uganda, chaired by Idi Amin. When he was told, this is General Yakubu Gowon, sorry, officers back at your country have taken over the country, so you're no longer president. That's how General Yakubu Gowon lost his presidency, arising from a meeting he attended at OAU. Why am I going into this long history? I'm saying this because I always go back to the element of, if we do not know some of the events that have happened in history and how they have shaped some of the decisions that we now live with today, it becomes difficult to build momentum towards a course of action for us to all take. And I say this in closing. In Sudan, and this I'm also directed to Alex, revolution is not necessarily militant. In Sudan, the revolution that ousted Bashir arose from bread. There was no bread, cost of bread was going up, and people were getting hungry. And that's how we ended up having Bashir lose his seat. So it's important also to understand the various facets of revolution. They can be ideological, as Alex is accusing me of, or they can also be at the basic minimum, where people are hungry and saying, we want food, we want bread. Can we have this change of government to ensure that we get the bread we need? Thank you, Leo.
Thank you very much. I can see Kenyan with
I
love is
wanted,
also present.
I want to
Welcome.
say something.
Yes, Rhoda.
Brother Brother Rea Nyakubaya, I want to
Leo, I
say
told you
thank you
you just talk
thank you
of
so much to be here. I want to
Leo Messi, eh?
Ati?
Yes. You just think of
Ati?
Messi, then you think of Messi and call his first name Leo, like today.
I have I have problem with my internet. Pardon?
I'm saying the name should not give you struggle. You just talk of Leo, like Swahili today, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, today. So thank you so much. Have a nice time and happy Merry Christmas. So we see tomorrow. We
Oh,
see
you too.
today. Today.
Today, yeah? Okay, you too. Mama Mary Wainaina,
Yeah.
karibu.
Okay, bye bye everyone. Happy Merry Christmas. Bye bye.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Good evening, good morning, good anytime. Yeah, I'm here. Alex has left and I had a point for him. I wanted to support him that Ruto has been in government for many years. So he has learned a lot of tactics, how to handle um, things in different ways so that he can earn his living and his own conniving way, and he managed. But despite of all those years he has been in the government, he still had to use other sources for him to get where he is. But that's all he is capable of doing. Jeremani, I'm very happy to have you a historian for us. And I believe history is a knowledge of change of needed when if needed to refer. I have learned a lot of things from my old facts. And that is what has shaped my life up to date. And those are the things that Ruto was preaching that Kenyans should not be interested in. We don't want history. That was very, very bad, and even somebody who were denying the youngsters to know how things go, how they started, how things started, and how you can help yourself to a certain when found in a dilemma, or when you want to use examples. We get examples from the history. So when you see a leader trying to divert people's mind, not to think better, that is somebody who is for himself, not for other people. And that Kenyans should take note of, because his idea of leading the country is for you all to listen to him, however, even if he's wrong. So you take it or leave it. But he wants you to take what he knows that it is right. What you know is not right. So even if you have a good idea, even if you want to invent, so you shouldn't until he gives you a go ahead. That is very bad for a country, because we want to develop with different minds so that we can have a aggressive and progressive country. Now, this morning there was a lady who was there called Agnes Njeri. Actually, when she gave her contribution, it gave me chills. I felt so bad. It really made me feel very, I pitied Uhuru, because of how we people, or many people, have taken him wrong because of his keeping quiet, or being taken that maybe he was conspiring with Ruto. When I heard about the voting style, the way those people were voting, and how many votes were found, after many people have voted, how many votes were found, I was really saddened, and I felt really this was a real scam, real one. Though we talk about it, but this is very bad for the country. When people think how they went to vote and this is the outcome, I know what I feel. I cried bitterly, actually, for the situation, and it has never gone out of me. The other thing is that when people unite, they get a good answer. Look at Floyd, who was killed in America. The whole world united, no matter what color. So you can see human beings can relate. Human beings know right and know wrong. So don't underrate the unity of a country, the unity of public, the unity of human beings. That can cause an alarm. It can cause a country to stabilize or become unstable. So when people are talking like we are talking here, trying to talk the facts that we can prove, we are completely in that situation that we are trying to say, this is the right way, this is the right way the country should go. It's not that we are talking from nowhere. We have seen those things are not going well. We have seen people are suffering. We have seen people have been denied their rights. People have been put into a corner, pushed to a corner. What do you expect them to do? They can't wait to fall. They will fight back. And that is where now Kenyans have reached. They are suffering, and they are not suffering because they are not capable. They are able to do their own things, but they want to have a way of how they can help themselves, but it is not working. What do you expect them to do? This is a pillar whereby people will hold on until it falls. And it is not going to fall on one, it's going to fall on many. And that is how people will unite and make sure our country is liberated. The other thing is when Alex talked about Ruto being in government, I'll repeat again that one. During nullification, Ruto was the mastermind of ceremony, making promises. Remember when he made promises to those children, primary children, to get laptops? He is the one on the podium shouting, very happy, promising those things. So these promises never started yesterday. They started a long time ago. So when we look at this picture, we will see that, in fact, this Ruto, the way, even when you look at his eyes, the way he was looking people from a side eye, it's like, you fools, you don't know me, when he was making those comments, those promises. He used Uhuru, the polite person, and that one we cannot deny. He used Uhuru to reach where he is. He had learned so many things about Uhuru. He had learned Uhuru cannot break anybody's eggs. That is how he was so good on manipulating people and making sure that they are seen together with Uhuru, so that he can wear Uhuru's clothes. Because Uhuru was not pretending, but one person was pretending to use the other one. And that's why I said sometimes back, Ruto will never be shown, will never be seen. His footmarks will never be seen on the ground. He uses people's shoulders to reach where he is going. Even those people who looted Kenya, while connected with him, or whatever way he was using to corrupt Kenya, you'll never see his hands. You'll never see his footmarks. He uses other people who go down by themselves. They cannot say a word because they don't know the repercussion. So it is very, very saddening when you see that all people have been silenced. Men and women, strong men have been silenced, made to listen while they are under the table, not able to say anything, because the moment you say something, you don't know what will happen to you. It's very, very scary and very bad for the country if we cannot fight for our rights. When people stood up for the history making of that day when Floyd was killed, nobody was harassed in the country, in America, any other country. They were let to walk. And when they walked, the country listened. The government listened. And what happened? Those policemen who had tried to work their way out, not to have any punishment, what happened? Now they are in jail. Why? Because people united and they shouted and they said this is not right. And in fact, with what they had to say with their mouth, with the arguments that people raised, with the true things, honestly speaking, those people, they raised their points that really nobody could evade. Nobody could challenge those words. Nobody could challenge the truth. That is the answer that the country worked for, and they got it. That's the same way in Kenya. That's the same way Kenyans should work. That's the same way Kenyans should raise their points. It's not a matter of fighting, but politely, and we can get it. However, if that person who feel that will use force for polite people to disregard their points, then that's a full dictator. And there is no question about that. So what I say is that the unity of people, and I would use this unity is like how these people, white or black, the way they united in the whole world is the same way in Kenya. All tribes can unite to make their word, to make their point, to the government, and they will listen. If they don't listen, then the answer is dictatorship, because we have points, we have got things that are going wrong since the beginning up to the point we are right now. This other point of UDA coming to the forum and talking about coup, we can't imagine how many good people have been killed for the right thing, doing the right thing, but they have been killed. They have died. We have buried them with the good wisdom that they had in their mind, that they could have shared with our young stars who are struggling to know how to take care of themselves, how to keep up with the world. Those people who were killed is because the person who was on power by that time was not ready to listen to people opposing him. How do you live in a country whereby you don't need opposition? And if you are opposed, you kill those people. How do you want that country to live? How do you want those people to live? No wonder that's why most of the countries in Africa, people have no voice because they are scared they will be killed. But they have a very good thing, a very good advice, a very good idea, a very good move for the country, but they are not let to air up. How would they live? They would just live miserable with no happiness, wondering where else to go. That is where they know, that is where they have been brought up. Where else will they go? That's how Africa, I'll talk Africa in general. That's why people are so miserable, running out of their country, going to other countries to be misused or die on the way. How many people have died trying to ferry, trying to move from their country to other countries because to look where they can have peace. And moreover, they are not happy because they have not moved with the total holy family. They are moving one person out of a big family, leaving his family or her family behind. What kind of happiness is that? Why is Africa treating their people like animals? While they see the other countries, people are living with their happiness in their hands. It's a pity what I see. And when I hear that country Kenya, people are being promised to have scholarship for nothing. People promised that they should apply for green card. Applying for green card to leave the country. Where are you going? What do you think you're gonna meet there? How are you sure you're gonna be happy? People just wanna run out of their country. Why? Because of the treatment those people are being treated. Why are they treated like that? Because people are not considering other people like human beings. This money has come to spoil the relationship of people in the country. And I wonder how we're gonna live this way. How long are we going to live this way? When we have people coming to be in power who don't consider other people feeling pain, who don't care about people living in poor conditions, who don't care how the neighbors, how the other side of the country, what they are going through. God will see us through. Because what I have seen in our country and in Africa in general, we are heading nowhere until the time these powerful people change their mind and become humans. Not to treat people like animals, like objects, like nothing. Because the life we have is not forever. They will not be the last people in the world. They don't own anybody's life. Everybody was created equal. One heart only. No extra. And we don't buy hearts. We are created with one. And once it is gone, it's gone. Let's pray for our country and as whole of Africa. Let's remember the whole Africa and our country and our mother country, Kenya. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you very much for such input and the reminder. We really value people like you. I hear they call it institutional memory. You know, at least there are people when they talk like you, and when you talk, everyone will want to listen because you are not only talking of maybe what we should expect, but you are talking out of experience. You know where this country has come from, and you can better tell us where the country, you can better tell when the country is moving in the right or the wrong direction. Let me allow Jeremani to add something as we continue.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you once again, and I want to thank Mama Mary Wenaina for bringing the concept or introducing the aspect of human dignity to the conversation. Understanding things from a human perspective, or treating fellow human beings as humans as opposed to animals, is one of the things that I'm very passionate about. And I want to share, as usual, I want to share some historical stories to provide the context to my submission or to my arguments. And this is why I wish to start. Malcolm X was shot in 1965. Malcolm X was shot right in the chest. And the person who shot him in the chest was just within his reach. And why did that happen? It happened because Malcolm was on the podium making a presentation. And as much as Malcolm X was very militant about his about the plight of the African Americans, he was also passionate, or he was also keen to see that the people he is addressing understand where he is coming from. So he would even pause in the middle of a presentation to have a one-on-one engagement with the people in the audience. And I think the person who shot him knew that Malcolm X has that kind of pattern. He engages, he comes forward to you, he leans over, trying to understand. Have you understood what he said? Do you still have doubts? Then he can clarify. It is that instance that made him, brought proximity of himself to the person who shot him fatally that evening. Why did I use Malcolm X to illustrate this point? Malcolm X, as I said, took his time to see that his fellow human beings understood what he used to communicate very vigorously, and that they understood where he was coming from in his messaging. I take it to another dimension. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed in Paris on 10th December 1948.
And Jeremani,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to add, wanted maybe because you're doing that, I'd like that history part of it. But could you also educate people that at the time that Malcolm X was being killed on this other side, Piogama Pinto on the same day was being killed on the side of Kenya, and it was all connected? 1965.
Right. Yes. Piogama Pinto was killed in 1965, but this is something I think the information you're sharing came from someone called Gregory. I'm forgetting his first name, but Gregory was his name, and he was sharing that information. He had actually warned Malcolm X that he may not warned, but he had given apologies to Malcolm X and said he's not able to attend that evening's presentation because he feared for his own security, and he warned that it is possible Malcolm X may be assassinated. Of course, Malcolm X had been through many incidences where there was a threat to his life. So he took it as one of those days. He did not anticipate that he may be shot in the manner that he was. Now, it is said Malcolm X and Piogama Pinto were shot on the same day or around the same time. Malcolm X was shot on the 25th, and Piogama Pinto was shot on the 20-something. They were not shot at the same time, but it was around the same, within a span of a few days of each other. So it was not as directly put by Gregory, but they were shot at the same time. There's a video circulating of Gregory making such a presentation, but it was on two different occasions. Thank you for that, Martin. So I was talking about the Declaration of Human Rights. This was made in 1948, 10th of December. And why am I using this bit of history for this conversation? I'm tying it back to what Mama Mary Wanaina has talked about. Africa, and I made a note here where she says, why is Africa treating people like animals? And I always ask like referring to history because I always say if we do not understand the history, then there are certain things that happen to us that we fail to get a grasp of. I picked December 10th, 1948, because at that time, maybe the only independent African state may have been Egypt. Ghana got its as a first Africa or of African heritage, people of African heritage got the independence in 1957. Was it 57? I think it was 57, yes. And why is that momentous? It says that by 1948, most of our African nations had not grasped the concept of human rights. All the other European nations had been fighting amongst themselves, had known the bitterness of war, had seen what war does to a civilized society, had seen how backward they became at the end of a period of war. And 1948, of course, comes after a few years after the end of the First World War. So this was a period of reconstruction and people saying it is time that we adopted conventions that ensure that every human being is treated as a human being. And of course, this comes from the back heel of the Jews suffering the Holocaust and people understanding that even Jews were human beings. So this also came around that time. Why do we treat our fellow Africans as less of a human being? Is because probably other interests, our impulsive nature, we have not learned to overcome our greed. We have not learned to lift others up as opposed to shining by putting others down. That, to me, is our greatest failure in terms of advancing the cause of human rights for fellow human beings, especially in the African context. Thank you, Leo.
That's great. I think it is really interesting to be here today. And I'm pretty sure those people who are behind there, everyone is having a pen and a paper somewhere, getting some free lessons. Maybe if Ruto might have known of your existence, instead of promising people some Arizona QR codes, he would have just contacted you so that you can give Kenyan. No, Kenyans really need to understand history. And they always say if you don't know where you came from, then you cannot be able to project the future. For you to project your future, you need to know a bit of your history. It will enable you. And even it is biblical. Mama Mary will agree with me that anywhere in the Bible, even if you're reading the New Testament, they will always refer, even God, when he was sending Moses, he used to tell him, go and tell them, I'm the God of Abraham. I'm the God of Jacob. I'm the God of Israel. So they will always refer you back to history before you can be able to determine your future. And that is one of the things that our Ruto did not want. He did not want Kenyans to be taught their history simply because
Leo,
he wanted to move. Yeah.
Leo,
Yeah.
I have a question. Has history been stricken out of school because Ruto didn't want people to learn history? I
All
want to
right.
know.
What is happening? History is still in school. But what happens, as a teacher's perspective, the history that we learn in school is not the real history. If you want to get the real history, then you need to go to the historians, like what we are getting from Jeremiah here. I myself, I taught something called social studies. So you'll find that in these social studies, what we teach as part of history is what is called fabricated history. Because most of our books are sponsored by the British. Like the current CBC is sponsored by World Bank. And those people who sit in KICD to determine this curriculum and approve them, they are people who they are not experts in history, but they want to give you, I do call it white man's history. There's that part that the white man or the colonial government want you people to learn. There's some things that you will, there's some things that we were never even taught in school. Like if you are learning about those people who founded, the founders of KANU, you'll never hear the mentioning of the intellectuals like Moi Kibaki. It will force you to go and read some writings, is when you'll be able to realize that Kibaki was there when KANU was being formed, that the people who drafted some of the bylaws that were used in KANU. So such things are not taught in school. And most of our history that we teach, like if you look at the primary level, these boys and girls are taught of things like the Baganda Kingdom, the Nyamwezi chiefdoms, things that are not irrelevant. They're relevant. You imagine you are year 6 and year 7 kid learning things about the Baganda Kingdom, yet they don't even know the chiefs within maybe your Kikuyu community or the Luo community. And the kids of today, if you tell them these colonial chiefs or the chiefs that we had before the colonial government, they can't remember. But they'll tell you of somebody called Kabaka Mutesa and the Kabaka Mwanga. That's the kind of history that we taught in school. It is not helpful. It is there to advance the agenda. There's a story I read. There's somebody, a certain soldier, who wrote something about destroying a country or a society without using bullets or guns, firing a gun. And he said the first thing you need to do, you have to infiltrate and do away with the education system. You will not need guns. It will take you time. But at the end of the day, you will ensure that you educate them to be the people that you want. And that is what these current governments and our colonial powers are doing. They ensure that the kind of education that they are giving you, like the kind of education they were giving Africans, is that education that is preparing you to be their subject. They don't want you to think independently. Currently, I was teaching the British curriculum, IGCSE. There's one IED Excel. So I was looking at, I was doing teaching some math, and I was looking at even their literature. They're doing first language. If you look at what these kids are learning in IGCSE, and you come and look at what we are doing in our 844, you'll find that we are really burdening our kids with things that are not necessary. We don't allow our kids to think. We want them to think within a certain a box. That is why when you're giving them composition, you guide them. You want them to think like currently, if you go to private schools, I taught in Nairobi a New Light. What we teach them in composition, if you give year 4 composition, they'll write the same story. They'll think in one direction. They are not creative. That is what we are doing. We simply drill them. We simply teach them to pass exams, not to help them. So when it comes to school, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Unless you bring some experts to come and give some history, you'll find that the kids will be shocked to tell you, oh, these things we were not taught. They were not in our syllabus. That is what happens. That is why we people who depend in the history that we learned in school, there are so many things we don't know. There are so many things that you need to get somebody who is in touch, or you need to go to the archives and read some books, some raw history. But if you depend on the ones taught in school, it is selective. It is selective. So we appreciate having people like Jeremani in this forum. They are really helping us, so that when we are coming into these discussions, you'll find that at least we get more informed, which is most important. Even when you want to tackle like the UDA bloggers, when you tackle people with the facts, they don't have a way of responding. I can see Black is already admitting that Ruto has not done much, but he is promising. So he's now changed from Ruto have done much, he's now going to promises. And that is a good step. Next, he'll also see that the promises are not coming. Then he will join the Azimio and help us push the agenda. Jeremani wanted to say.
I just wanted to add something a little more to the Pio Gamapinto history, because as you pointed out rightly, and I'm seeing these being pointed out by, if I may refer very quickly, this is Danny Darius on the YouTube chat section. So Danny Darius says, I used to teach history and contemporary religions in college. I can confirm that it is diluted history. So what you're saying, Leo, is quite right. the history that is taught in our schools is very diluted. And let me point this out because you may not find this one in those history books. There is something that has been a yoke in Kenya's psyche for many years. And this is something that is called the Z plots scheme. Z plots scheme occurred in the 1960s, right after we got independence. So the Z plots scheme worked this way. The colonialists were living in anticipation of independence in Kenya. And the new people in government were going to take over the colonialist farms and 100 acres. So that you find that where a colonialist was, their house plus 100 acres was now being taken over by our new people in government at the time. This went on for a period of time, and allocations were being done at that time by the Minister for Lands, Jackson Angaine, and money was given to Kenya government at the time by the British government to finance the purchase of those farms from the colonialists, so that they are they are paid their money as they depart. The African or an Africanization program was taking place to see that those developments or those farms were now owned by Africans. It was done in such a haphazard manner that people in government at the time were applying for 2, 3, or more plots, and they were getting allocated, and no records were being kept. When an audit was done in the 1964-65 financial year, the Auditor General said he is unable to provide or pass the accounts for that year because the money that was given by the British government was not properly spent. People got more allocations or double or triple or 3 times what they were supposed to be getting. Because of the absence of records, I would get land in Kitale, I would get another in Nakuru, I would get another in. So that's how it was working. And you found that people who were in government were the beneficiaries of that lapse in record keeping. Pio Gamapinto uncovered what is called the Z plots scheme. And it is he who was now going to table in Parliament a document to counter the 1965 what the Economic and Planning Ministry had presented as what was the name of this paper? Sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which essentially established the basis for our current system, which was to be a socialist and capitalist mixed bag economy. Pio Gamapinto, having discovered that some people in government got more land than was supposed to be part of the plan, was going to table a motion of no confidence in government. And he was getting backing from people like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who said, you go and present it, and then we will mobilize the numbers to come and support you. Pio Gamapinto was leaving. He even had an exchange with Jomo Kenyatta at the time, and the exchange happened in parliament buildings. The exchange was such that a couple of people in government or a couple of MPs heard it, and they asked Pio Gamapinto, why are you being so harsh with the president? Don't you know he is the boss? And Pio Gamapinto was adamant. He said, I don't care. He went as far as calling him a certain expletive word. And people said, you ought to be careful. Pio Gamapinto was living next to or where the current Sarit Center is located. Some gentlemen went to protest outside his house. They had been organized and mobilized to go and protest and say, you are denying us rights by bringing some of these things in parliament. Some of those protesters did not know the reason they had been summoned or mobilized to go and protest outside Pio Gamapinto's house. When Pio Gamapinto was leaving his house, shots rang. Pio Gamapinto was shot. His 2-year-old daughter was in the car with him. She remained unharmed, but Pio Gamapinto was dead. The gentleman who was put in prison for that was called Kisilo Mutua. Kisilo Mutua spent 36 years in prison and was only released by President Moi just before he handed over the reins of power. Kisilo Mutua maintained, and you can find these interviews done by KTN, I believe they will be online. He maintained that they had been mobilized to go for a demonstration, but they didn't know exactly what the demonstration was about. So these were the people who were just paid to appear somewhere. But in the process, as soon as they appeared, shots rang, someone was dead, and they were the ones found there. Then it was left on Kisilo Mutua to handle the 36 years in prison for Pio Gamapinto's death. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you know that, Maria, before maybe, let me just a quick rejoinder in relation to the question that you asked about history being shorter. Like, you know, what you've explained about the session paper 10 of 1965, basically what is taught in the Kenyan system, they call it the national philosophies, and they classify them as 3 philosophies, whereby they are taught of the Harambee philosophy, the socialism, and finally the Nyayo philosophy that was introduced by Moi, and nothing is mentioned past that. So, you know, these kids as they grow, they'll not be able to understand. And we are having a government that is having 100 days, and we recently saw a task force. And one of the only thing that the task force came up with was that the grade 7 be domiciled in primary. But they failed to tell you, there's something they're not telling you, grade 7 are going to do 23 subjects. What does that one mean? You're going to buy 23 textbooks. You're going to buy 23 exercise books. The size of the bag will also have to increase. Remember, in the primary, they used to have, before this CBC, they were having a maximum of 7 books. So now they are going to carry 23. That is 3 times. So you will have another bag. You'll have to buy more books and spend much. I remember when they did some education review in 2006, they had to combine some subjects and do away with others. Like in high school, people used to do economics, accounting, and something to do with what? They came and combined it and made it business studies, because there are things that were related. Currently, if you look at the CBC from the grade 4, they are doing science and technology, they're doing something called agriculture, they're doing something called home science. So if you look at all this, even the teachers, sometimes I used to see them, they are confused. You find that the teacher, they are confused, they don't know the difference between these subjects because they are more related until they keep on confusing them. So if this government was really caring, and if it was really pro-hustler, those are some of the changes that hustlers expected, that this CBC task force was going to sit down and see. CBC is good. What do we need to change? CBC is giving us 23 subjects. These subjects are like units. Why can't we put them together and give them one name to maybe reduce the cost of buying more textbooks and the cost of buying more exercise books? At the end of the day, the person who is benefiting are the producers, the cartels that Ruto wants to fight, and yet is the one who is encouraging them because they are going to produce more textbooks. These people are not hustlers. So if somebody still believes that there is a blueprint, I don't think the blueprint is there. If it was there, tungekuwa tumeshaiona, because I think it is normally the first half that you play with all your energy. Then when it comes to second half, you now need to develop on the energy that you use in the first half. And if this government will not use that energy at the beginning, then I don't think they're going to have this energy. Maybe they'll have nothing to develop on. They needed to have given us some foundation. At least they tell us that this was the blueprint, we've done this is what is remaining. But so far, nothing has been done. So I urge you, Mr. Black, that the earlier you join this so that we can help you push the Jubilee to look for that person who went with the blueprint. Maybe I guess it was with David D, and D feels he has been betrayed. He was not made the Minister of Finance, or maybe they did not create some cabinet for economics to give him job. He decided to hide the blueprint and to hide the manifesto. We'll think about it and maybe help them push David D to give them that manifesto that they really advocated for, so that we can realize their promises. Mama Mary, you can proceed.
Yeah, Leo, as you have said about many textbooks, of course, that's where they get many tenders to supply these books. So they will look all venues where they can get more money from the public so that they can enrich themselves. Now, Jeremani, the history you are teaching is very, very good. And we are getting somewhere. Those people who don't want history, really, they are lacking something very important. And I remember even in America, there was this time of history of Black American history. They were trying to waive it. I don't know how far they went because they didn't want it to be taught in school because people would understand what they went through. I don't know whether it was bringing some kind of fear or hate, or I don't know, but I don't know how far they went. It's good, Jeremani, you brought that point of how Pinton was killed. If you look the history of Mau Mau and the other guys, there were those other guys, I would call them snitchers. The snitchers lived a very comfortable life, the Mau Mau, while they were fighting. The snitchers, their children went to good schools. They got educated, while Mau Mau were in the bush. The snitchers lived in better environment, while Mau Mau were in the bush. The snitchers, they got good pay because of their work towards their colonial, while Mau Mau were in the bush. Now, when it came to the time of when Kenya got independence, Kenyatta said, we'll forget and move on. But the snitchers had already seen that, wow, now that the colonials have been chased out of Kenya, we are going to die. What are we going to do? But fortunately, their savior came, because Kenyatta never declared a fight between the Mau Mau and the snitchers. So they were saved and they lived. Those people turned out to be more educated, more richer than the people who were fighting for the freedom. Now, if you do your research right now, you'll see how those homes are. They're in shambles because those children who are brought up in better life, who are brought up with the silver platter on the table, Now they are fighting because, of course, those who were snitchers, they are no longer alive. So these children were left with this wealth. Now they are fighting for the wealth because they never knew where it came from. It was easy come. So what I'm trying to say is that when a country comes to a stage whereby we want to have a level of everybody appreciating each other, everybody living at their own capacity, because in our country we are never given, we are never handed out. We don't get handouts from the government. And then that comfortability or that responsibility is taken away just because you are seen like you can be rigid because you can afford for yourself. It becomes very, very tricky and very challenging. And also that can drive people to feel out of their way and out of their touch, out of their life, out of how they can control themselves. Because it's not that Kenya people are working so hard to buy rivals. Kenyans are working hard to better their life. Kenyans are working hard to meet their responsibility, taking care of their family. But when the government intervenes, my effort, that is where it will not work. That is where now I'll say, no, I have my life. Control where you are, leave me alone. And when people say leave me alone, in a tone that the face is fixed, that's when we know we are not in good shape. And so the country of Kenya, that is where it has reached. And I'm saying this with confidence because what I have heard many people say here, even voters from the country, they have reached a point of no return. Because there is no way you can control my capability and I don't want anything from you. The only thing I need is peace. And that peace you want to deny me because I'm making it for myself. It won't work. So what I would urge Kenyans, we are not going to relent. Let's not accept to be undermined because of our effort. We are used not to be supported by the government, except that we ask for peace and security. Then we can execute our duty. And our duty is to take care of ourselves. We are not lining up, waiting for the government to give us anything. The only thing we are looking is for them to give us a space to breathe and make something that is logic, something that is legal. And I'm talking this because of democracy. Our democracy should be led to be free and fair. When people thought of IBC should be banned, IBC should be there, but it should be there for the people of Kenya, not for one person, and it should not be controlled. It should be open to the people of Kenya because we are the people paying for that office and paying for those employees. Even America, they have caucus, and the caucus, they are never turned that vote for this or go for this. They do them with their own mind, and nobody who can change them. And nobody can try even to buy them to change their mind. That would be a crime. Kenya, why are you accepting this? To be bought, to change your mind. Are you crippled? Don't you have your own mind to think the right thing? And in fact, even when they are being bought, they know they are doing the wrong thing. And if you happen to know that they have been bought, you are silenced in a different way. You don't know your life fate. That is where we have reached, Kenyans. So whoever we have elected, and we find that he has been silent, she has been silenced, or she has been bought, let's count him out and say we want a re-election for our constituency. We want a new person because that one was not the person we wanted. That is not the person who represents our capability. He's not responsible of us, he's responsible of himself, not for the constituency. And that is what I would say. Kenyans, let's stand firm. Let's follow what is good so that our country can stand. Even dictators, wherever they are, sometimes even they don't sleep. You'd be surprised. You'll be shocked. They don't sleep. They have got nightmares because they don't know what may come. So they don't have a comfortable life. It's just because there are askaris outside there guarding them. But they also know even those askaris can change their mind. They are human beings. So let's give them sleepless night so that they can serve the country and the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Yes, we want to see Kenyans giving the government sleepless nights until they won't be able to sleep. It happens in most countries when the people entrusted with running the government are not able to do it. So what normally happens is that the citizens don't allow them. There are countries like the neighboring countries in Kenya, our neighbors towards the east, the Somalia. In those places, being an MP is risky. no one wants to be, because you are an MP who cannot even go and speak to people. Those people are really angry if they meet you. In fact, you are wanted, and that is why most of their MPs and their politicians are staying in Kenya. They stay in Sili and South Sea because they know they've failed their people and there is nothing they'll be able to tell them. So they cannot. When they want to speak to their people, they just do it on media or on TV. And even the events cannot be live. You cannot even go maybe Facebook Live. The event will end. After the event has ended is when the news will be posted. They don't have live TVs. So I think Kenya will also reach at that point whereby nobody will want to see these people. Nobody will want to see that Ruto is going somewhere. Instead of maybe the government encouraging you to attend, the government will be using the army and the police to prevent you from attending because they know your attendance is going to cause chaos. And what Alex was telling us, we need to be violent so that we can respond to the violent government and push them away. So I can see Kenyan with love is with us, unless Alex, you want to say something before Kenyan with love can take it over.
I had very few things to say because I've not been feeling well. I want us to remember that for you to become a president in Kenya, you must, as much as you want, cannot be as good as Raila. You must inflict as much as fear to the people. Because the way Kenya is right now, in the past election, when you look at, apart from Kibaki, when you look at Uhuru in 2013, in 2017, the kind of abuses that he had are unimaginable. And sometimes we forgive him because we have people here who have short memory. I'm telling you, there was no reverence and respect. The wild fear that we saw was one of the most insidious that we have ever seen. We don't have leaders who you can look and say, wow, what a leader, right now in Kenya. And the thing is that when we are looking for a revolution, you ask yourself the kind of leaders we have. they cloud and give you fear to a point that there are people think that what they are saying is the truth. For instance, we were told, no, don't switch it out. So, for instance, the Uhuru people convinced people that Raila is going to take their cows and their goats and their businesses. Now, and that's where I have a problem. You see, we are not a united force in a revolution or in a picketing. And if you want to change a regime, unity is paramount. Division can never bring that kind of changes. But let us be honest. Let us be truly honest. There is value in being honest, in having open communication. I don't think, even if Azimio is together, Kalonzo trusts Raila, Raila trusts Martha Karua. We are having a coalition of convenience. And the conviction is that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So we are friends because we have common enemy, not because we have common agenda. And that is where we are having a problem. And we must be very honest to our leadership that until and unless you put your differences away, we are not going to succeed. You see, let me tell you one thing that is very important. The purpose of a government, the sitting government, it is to retain power, is to sustain power, and it's to acquire power. And those three things are very powerful. When you want to retain power, and in acquisition of power, what happens? You hear the things that we had this week. Shoot to kill. Now, let me say another thing that is very important. Because I think what we are talking about is how can we have a regime change? Because that is the topic that is here. Whether we talk about other things every day, the mantra here, the main purpose here is how can we change the current regime? And we must come out not only intellectually, but also we must also look in other ways that how is it possible for us to achieve that? Where are we wrong? We must diagnose our own shortcomings. Because we think we are perfect, we are going together, but yet there are so many features within us that are against us. And that hurts me, my friend. Now, dialogue must start between us. And I don't think we have had a good dialogue. Babu Wina anasema hii, Onyonka anasema hii, kila mtu anasema hii. We do not have a common cause. I was studying ANC. I took time to study ANC and how they decided because of their varied, Chris Kani anasema hivi, Steve Biko anasema hivi, Zuma anasema hivi, they decided to form Mkongo wa Zizwe. I don't know if I said it right, whereby it was a command system, whereby, like Balula said this week, we can, even if we have different opinions, we cannot be reckless, whereby people think that democracy is whereby you have carelessness to say anything anything, we must have a common cause, and we are not having it. Until and unless we have a command center where we have a commander-in-chief and a secretary general who is militant and who is not joking, whereby like this week when the ANC was doing their elections, the people who implicated Ramaphosa in parliament have been suspended. That's how we must go. An organization must have discipline. And I think we are missing that discipline. I'm coming here always to talk about how we can move forward. The shenanigans of politics, the nonsensicalism, we must have something called cathedral thinking, whereby we realize the future. Because we are not having the revolution right now. We are planning it. And when you're planning something, you must have the cathedral thinking on the strategicness, on when we reach there. But before we reach there, discipline is paramount. Azimio is missing discipline. Kioni anaongea leo hii, nani anaongea leo hii, Kalume anaongea leo hii, nani anaongea leo hii. We are not united. And until and unless we get to a point whereby we are united, I swear this is a mirage. We are coming here to waste time. And our leaders are listening to us. And Deto said yesterday that he has had something. And I know some leaders who listen. And they go implement. And they hear that people are mad. Now we want to tell Sifuna, all these people who have varied views, like Babu.
Actually, what you're saying is right. I just maybe to maybe help develop on it. Sifuna needs to become a secretary general. He should stop maybe sympathizing with people. In any political party, for you to be strong, you need to be a secretary general who is ruthless, who gives command, and you need to command your troop. There's no need of having a troop of 100 members who are not loyal to you. Really, it doesn't add any value.
Unless we have personal reformation politically, we are not going to make it. It takes courage, especially to suspend people, no matter how powerful they are, and put them to oblivion, and create young men who are militant. Because if we come here every day, we have a desire of change. And one of the things that you see Ruto has, they have a command system whereby Ruto is everything. Look, let me give you an example. The other day, Gachagua was very careless and told Sakaja whatever he said. What did later Ruto say? I'm in charge, Sakaja, do what you ought to do. What did Gachagua do? He was embarrassed. That is the kind of leadership that we must have. But we don't have it. And yet we expect we are moving forward. An organization that has succeeded must have discipline. There is internal organ of resolving conflicts. not going to the media. Leo mtu wako hapa, leo mtu wako hapa. Social media, you find people in Twitter, in Facebook, then you sometimes even you wonder, where are we headed to? So that's my view, that I think we have a desire, but we are not disciplined. Discipline is paramount in winning. Look at some of the organizations, and I tell you, look at South Africa, how it ended up winning the war. They had discipline of the highest order. When Chrissy Hani disagreed with the entire ANC, but still he realized that unity of purpose is the only thing that can help them. Azimio is missing discipline. And we must have one person, like this week, ANC chose Mbalula. Go look at the speech of Mbalula. Mbalula said, I'm the commander-in-chief. If you have been indisciplined, we are not going to forgive you. You must ship out, because we have a purpose. Election is coming, and if we start these shenanigans, we are going to lose. And that's what we have been doing. Democracy is good, but there is an internal mechanism that people resolve things, not in the social media, not in the media, not in all these things that we are doing. We are missing the point. Revolution means there is a center. The center is not holding in Azimio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary, a quick rejoinder.
Yes, Alex, there was something that you mentioned about how the other elections name calling, which really drifted people's mind to think someone, I would say honestly, Raila, it's somebody who we should not vote for. Honestly, I would say I was one of the people who listened those words, those harsh words, those things that made us go whichever side I went, the other side. And 2017, when the election was nullified, I had come to my senses. I had sat by myself and I started thinking, what is all this going on in our country? And I came to my senses. Honestly, I would say here with point blank, with no blinking, that there was one place I went and I said Raila had won 2017, and I was harshly charged and I left. And from then up to today, I've never changed my mind, because we are people who should have honesty in our mind. Don't cheat yourself. Otherwise, you'll also come to find you cheated yourself. Whichever side that you stick on, whether they win or not, stick on it, because that is your mind, and try to cultivate good things about it. So, Alex, I know there was many people who were poisoned to listen to those words, which were very harsh for Raila. But I think this time round, maybe they came to their senses as I did. And I believe they did not come to Raila because of running away from Ruto. They were running from wrong person, wrong character, wrong ideas. That is what they were running from. And that is what we got. and it's not what people voted for. If you listened to that lady who talked this morning, you will believe that people had changed their mind totally, and they wanted to vote for the right character and the right person who owns change, who is made of change, who is made of ideas, who is made of sympathy and mercy and love, because Raila is made of love of people and country itself. So nobody will move me out of there. I will not change my mind unless I'm changed. Because good things, nobody hates it. And we want to live in a country that is harmonious and a country that has peace and security. So I'm with you, Alex. And I believe we lost it on 2017. That's why we are in these shambles. Because if we were keenly looking for further than that, we would not have got this situation we have right now. But anyway, we are here to fight and get through. So I listen to you, Alex, and I know what you feel. I'm with you and other Kenyans who think the same, because I know there are many. It's only that they cannot raise their voice for this moment, but they will do that when the moment comes. Thank you, Dio.
Thank you, thank you. Kenyan with love, are you still there? Hello? Kenyan with love, are you there? Jeremani? Jeremani?
If they are not there, I'll
No,
say.
Jeremani. Oh,
Oh,
Jeremani is
German
there.
is here. Okay.
Some people are calling
Yeah.
for your counsel here, so you can proceed. Eh?
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Was it me addressing or Alex's counsel?
Do you have something that you can put across?
On that, okay. Let me speak to the revolution. I've been checking the comments also on the YouTube section, and I saw one particular one that caught my attention, where Raymond Rito is saying revolution will not be televised, and the planning shouldn't some of these things be discussed on another agreed upon platform. And I wanted to share the following from my observation of the successful and long-lasting revolutions. This is what I picked up. Allow me to start from 1789. The French Revolution is marked as having occurred in 1789. One of the unspoken things about the revolution is that it did not occur in linear form. There was no planning that said, we are tired of King Louis XVI, let's go and replace him. There were a series of mishappenings and unplanned events that led to the eventual revolution that we now know of 1789. Eventually, the king was ousted. 1792, he was guillotined, and a new regime came to be. But let me address the series of mishappenings from an unheard of or not widely spoken of perspective. So there was a gentleman called the Marquis de Saint-Horog. So this Marquis was known to be a drunkard. He had the title, yes, and from those who know the ranks of lords, you start at the Duke, coming to Marquis, you go to a Viscount, and so on. So the Marquis de Saint-Horog was a very high-ranking member of the nobility. He had married, I'm forgetting the lady's name, but he had married and separated. In the separation, he got the short end of the stick and he was trying to find his way back into the society or the social classes. He fell into drunkenness, but his drunkenness was more of a clever drunk. We drink with you people together, we make all the plots. I pretend I'm drunk, but I have my schemes that I'm putting together. On one occasion, when a group of disgruntled Frenchmen marched to the king's palace, allow me to introduce another character so that I can tie these two gentlemen together. There was another gentleman called Santerre. Santerre is spelled Santere. Santerre was the owner of a brewery. So you can likely tell where these two met. The Marquis de Saint-Horog and Santerre himself. So Santerre owned a brewery, and we can project that the Marquis used to drink at Santerre's brewery. So one time there was a disgruntled lot who organized a riot. Riots were a common event within the French Empire at that time. People get annoyed with something today, they gang up together, march towards the palace. Someone will come speak to them, they will disperse. So that was a common occurrence. But on this occasion, they marched to the king's palace. And at the king's palace, they even went up to the bedroom. King Louis XVI was known as the sun god. And the sun god, no one looks at the sun, because either you'd melt or you'd burn. And King Louis XVI had, or the kings had, that mythical heritage to them, that you do not look at the king. You do not come so close to the king, otherwise you will burn. What happened then when these people got into the king's antechamber? Antechamber is like before the main bedroom, there's a holding room before you get into the king's bedroom. So they got into the antechamber. And these people were wearing what today is known as the bonnet rouge. Bonnet rouge is like a red. Bonnet rouge is red. So bonnet rouge is like the headgear. It's like a marvin that people wear on the head. But this one was red in color, and they were walking with pitchforks. So the pitchforks is what you use to stack up hay or to move hay. With the marching into the king's antechamber, that mythological connotation of the king being the sun, so that you will be burnt if you get close to the sun, was broken. That myth that the king and the sun are one was broken. That then gave impetus to future rioters to move, knowing that the king is just like any other man. In fact, as they rioted, one of them took off the headgear and placed it on the king. So if you Google You might see images of King Louis XVI wearing a mavin that is red in color, and that is what the rioters put on his head. Sonter, the brewer, Marquis de Saint-Roch were outside the king's antechamber, and they were egging on the rioters, go into the antechamber. This is what we wanted. The revolution is upon us. Let us not waste the opportunity. They were egging on the rioters. Someone said if the king's blood was to spill, it will be on the heads of Santerre and the Marquis de Saint-Roch. And the French society was so they could live up to the word. And at some point, Saint-Roch, the Marquis de Saint-Roch, and Santerre himself discovered that this may, if this goes wrong, will be the one guillotined as opposed to the king. So they retreated, and they were hoping that the rioters will go in with the pitchforks and they will deal with the king, and that will be the end of it. It didn't happen. After the rioters went to the antechamber, they found that the king was actually a soft-spoken person, was not the evil person that they'd been made to believe who was causing them all this strife. That he took time to listen to them. He took time to even wear the bonnet rouge. And I speak of the bonnet rouge because it has a similarity with the MAGA movement, red hats. They discovered that this king is not the evil one that we were meant to believe he is. And the riot ended at that antechamber and they walked away. That was the end of it. Years, not years, but a couple of months later, when the king was put on trial, Santerre had become the mayor of Paris, and he was the one who led the procession into beheading King Louis XVI. But why am I going into all this history? You may wonder, what relevance does it have to the Kenyan context? If we are to speak of revolutions, we also need to put into context what revolutions there have been, what led to them. Were they a linear kind of revolution, linear progression? Learn the lessons, because they ousted the king, yes, in 1792. But Maximilian Robespierre and the other people who came in after the king tried to establish a new order, a new form of discipline, because I had the word discipline being used, a new order, a new religion. And then by 1973, Maximilian Robespierre himself was facing the guillotine. And that was the end of him. So yes, they led the revolution, but they were not able to govern thereafter. I'll give another final example in closing. And this is the Russian Revolution of 1917. In similar form, the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 did not occur in linear form. There were a series of disgruntled occurrences, series of riots, a major one occurring in 1910, where a group known as the proletariat organized themselves, went into the streets of Moscow. The mayor of Moscow, who was the uncle to the Tsar, ordered that they be shot. And that shooting mobilized other members of the proletariat to say, is this what the royalty or the Tsar does to his own people? We must start rising up against this. So there were a series of revolts here and there, and it did not help that there was World War as well at the time that fueled disgruntlement. And eventually, that is what led to riots that called for the ouster of the Tsar. And eventually, that's what we came to know as the Bolshevik Revolution. But you also need to go back and understand that there were Bolsheviks and there were other, forgetting the other counterparts at this point, but there were Bolsheviks and another opposing camp. The other opposing camp also had the ideology, but when the riots broke out, the Bolsheviks took advantage of it very quickly. Lenin was out of the country at that time. He was in Switzerland. He boarded a train through Germany and then found his way to Russia. But by the time he got there, the revolution was already in motion. And all he did was now provide presence or leadership that the other revolutionaries could look up to. That's all I have to share as far as revolution history goes. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you very much. I guess, and I'm pretty sure I can see people really enjoyed the lessons today. People have really learned a lot. And sometimes it makes I hear people say legit, it makes the conversation legit when our conversations are based on facts and some historical findings. And it makes also the conversation flow well, and people will have to get some sense. And I can see it's already working. Black already accepted the facts, and you start by denying that I'm not joining, then the next you'll have to join. So I'll see him joining maybe next. Kenyan with love, karibu. Hello. Kenyan with love. Yes.
Leo, thank you. Pole sana. I was trying to, I was looking on another screen. I was trying to see if I can download a video and see if we can play it here. But Leo, thank you so much for taking charge and moderating. We really appreciate you so much. You're a great moderator, by the way. Thank you so much. Mazume shikilie show. Ala. Kumbe. But at the same time, let me really appreciate Jeremani for something. Jeremani, I think we
Kenyan
love.
just a minute. If maybe you were able to send Mama Mary the link, if you're able to resend the link.
Oh, okay. I'm about to send her. Okay. And anyone else that wants to come in, you can still come in. I think we're still here. I just did. And Jeremani, thank you so much for that education that the history that you're giving people, because I think sometimes we are we don't understand our history. And sometimes when people come and actually understand the histories, when they really understand some things, because there's some things that have been taken out of context due to the geopolitical and the political kind of way that we have with the crooks that we have been in the politics, thinking that they're going to be politically straight by either calling people muganga or, criminalizing people and doing all that, or bringing propagandas. So the propaganda machine, there's some people, and I'm not ashamed to say, neither am I afraid of saying, there's people that if there was no propaganda in this world, they would not have a career. I'll mention one. Na kama kuna mtu anataka kuni contest on that one, they can tell me. Someone like Dennis Itumbi. Who's Dennis Itumbi? Other than what has he ever done for this country other than a propaganda machine? You see, it's just a propaganda machine, and those people actually are the ones that wipe out our history. And unless and that's why you come and hear the hustlers. What is hustlers? And you have a leader really fighting with that hustler narrative, but nothing to do with our history. I remember growing up, and most of the people here will tell me, growing up, we had something called civics education, which used to tell you Mekati lilies of the days and whatever, and what they did, and who used to wear their shoes facing backwards, so that if you're looking for them, you go away from them. But if you're running away from them, you run into them. Where we used to learn how Mau Mau used to be. What was Mau Mau? And it's not just Mau Mau, it's not just Central that fought for Kenya. The Kalenjins did. All the places did. Kambas did. But people do not want to really understand the history, and that's why you have people come and tell you I'm a hustler. What hustler? In fact, it was just the other day. Actually, I think it was just yesterday. I was talking to my friend, and I was saying, so now, since watoto wa Raila na watoto wa Uhuru ni, what do you call this? I mean, they are now, you know, they're called what do you call that name yenye anatuitaga hapa hivi nini, the watu wakubwa dynasty. So now what are we going to call the kids of Ruto now from now on?
Watoto wa Kenyatta na watoto wa Jaramogi.
Hao ndio dynasty peke yao.
Hao ndio Ruto anaita dynasty.
na hao wake sasa juu wamekuwa president, watakuja kutuitisha kura aje? Alex, hao wake watakuja kutuitisha kura, watatuitisha aje? Mahasla bado.
They are still calling themselves hustler. I see them in Facebook calling themselves hustlers. Juzi wanatuambia wanauza smokies. So you wonder. you wonder. They still want the tag of hustler.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is that power, when Orengo said it sometimes, you know, I mean, some time back, and there's so many books that have been told about power. When you don't watch power, it can get into your mind, and you don't understand what next, how much it can destroy you in as much as it can make you. As we speak today, because no one has ever brought the hustler narrative, the day that I will meet Ruto's kid trying to tell me that they want even an elective seat, I don't care how smart they are, I will call them a dynasty. But you see, before then, we never used to talk about dynasties. We just listen. I mean, how much people you know in the country, how good you are, what you understand. And sometimes, by the way, in a funny note, let me say, some of these kids that come from that leadership, those leadership houses, they actually know some things that have actually affected our countries because their fathers and the people who are there tell them what actually is ailing the country. They understand more than Munyako Madare, and not that I'm looking down on anyone Munyako Madare, because they understand, because they hear the problems, because they see the people that come and knock into their houses every day trying to ask for that leader to help them. So they already know. So I'm telling you, those kids actually are better than, not that they are better, but they do understand the things that ail our country. So now when you come with
sorry to maybe interrupt you a bit. there's something that is so funny about this dynasty that we are meant to believe. I was just looking and I came to realize since independence, Jaramogi, whom we are told is a dynasty, was a vice president for 3 years, if I'm not wrong. Then he was an MP from that 1963 to 1969. Then from 1969, I think the government, there's a way he fought him, that somebody who became an MP. Then again, he got elected in 1992 after a break without being an MP or anybody in government. He got elected in 1992 and passed in 1995. So the total time he was there after independence is only 9 years. So the person calling his kids and calling him a dynasty is somebody who's been an MP for almost 20 years and a deputy president for 10 years, longer than the period Jaramogi was in active politics. I just did that and realized there was some interruption between 1969 to 1992. Jaramogi was not representing Bondo. That's the time we had the father of Rachel Mamo, the people who are representing Bondo. And I remember even Moi banned him from contesting. So it doesn't make sense for us to buy the idea that some are dynasties.
Thank you, Brother Leo, for that clarification. And also, we really need to understand.
Kenyan with love, let me remind you, these words were coined on by Mutahi Ngunyi. Mutahi Ngunyi was a strategist that was highly paid, especially by Kibaki government. Kitu kama tyranny of numbers. But then Ruto took it, make it like it is a gospel truth, and then people bought it. I don't think Ruto meant it, but it was a political strategy that, if you know what Mutahi Ngunyi does, is to create words for posterity of politics. So let us not take the word dynasty so serious, like the tyranny of numbers. These are cliches for election purposes. There is nobody who is a dynasty. When you take those words seriously, you give credit to Mutahi Ngunyi.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for that. Because it's something that we need to talk, because it's something that has changed the dynamics of our economy and our political and our geopolitical way of looking at things. It came with Ruto, and that's why I'm saying that it's something that people need to talk about, and has changed what Kenya used to be. Probably after some time, if we can look at that thing, we can get away from it. But it's a hurdle that I think Kenyans will have to deal with for a long time. Again, I think that at this point, Mr. Chair, Leo, I've been here and for a long time, kuna time nilisema I'm not going to politic a lot anymore, but I'm going to talk matters our country. Matters our country is that where we are today, we will not, again, be told Central and Rift Valley constitutes everything. Because first of all, they don't. Today, we are more united as Kenya than we've ever been politically. We have the Kikuyus in our side. I said this before, and I'm repeating myself, but I want people to understand what I'm trying to say. We have the Kalenjins in our side. We have the Kisis. We have all the tribes in our side. And Mr. Chair, I will ask another question that I normally ask here and I've asked for a long time. I want you, Mr. Chair, to even ask this question again. Other than part of Kasentro and part of Rift Valley, where did Ruto get his votes? I keep on asking this and looking stupid for repeating again and asking that question. But it's because that question, people need to answer those questions So that way, again, we don't ever fight and we don't even get in a limbo again, because our country, where we are, this country, we have a big potential to go so far away, but we have to move away from this BS of people trying to come in and get pretend to be elected and they're not elected. And then after that, they spend a whole 6 years trying to justify their legitimacy while they don't have the legitimacy of the country. So instead of even doing good things for the country or working their thing, they are working too much to get the legitimacy to be accepted as leaders, while people already know they are not leaders. We are not stupid. We will not be stupid anymore. There will be no stealing elections again. And that is what we are fighting for. And we know the election results. We know where we are going. We know what happened. And if Baba on Monday says, twende, tumtoe, tuliapisha, last time tuliapisha, nothing was done. This time tunazatoa. But again, we have to be careful not to end up in a place where we destroy our country, because we have a little bit of power over East and Central Africa, and especially the East Africa, where we even have a community and a parliament for that, because we were bound to be the Washington, D.C. of Africa. But there's leaders around us who don't want to hear that. One of them, I'll tell you, is Museveni, because they think, but they are landlocked. I've been saying this for a long time. So there's an inward fighting. And Ruto is sacrificing the country to get power. And he's also scared of the ICC, because ICC kesi yake jifungwa. Lawyer yake amekufa the other day na alikuwa kwe. So there's a big problem here, and Kenyans need to understand that. Wacha ninyamazia hapo for now, because naweza kuwa nimechoma watu na najua nimechoma, nitachomwa pia. Mr. Chair, thank you for your good job and we really appreciate tuko hapa na wewe.
Thank you. Karibu sana. Huh? That same
I
question.
want to ask Ndeto one thing.
Yes.
Ndeto has constantly, every day, redundantly asked that question. Where did Ruto get his post? Ndeto, you know very well. He did not get anywhere. Stop asking that question. It is not going to help you. You know the answer. Let me give you an answer today. Ndeto, Kenya is bleeding people. We have been inflicted by many things. I want to advise you that we must heal first in order to make good decisions. Okay? We have been wounded by the system. That system is Ruto. The damage that has been caused to Kenyans is state-inflicted, it's state-perpetrated, and the state is culpable. And you must know that it is complicit of what it has done. And today, people are suffering. You don't expect the state to apologize. Because if it apologizes, it will be guilty and it must give power. So your question is right, but you will never get the answer. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering, and whatever we are suffering, it is state-sponsored, state-inflicted, and state-perpetrated. You must know that. We have no. We have no.
Kabla tukupatie hiyo dakika moja, there is somebody who really was commenting, and we thank God already ameingia studio, so we just want to give him a minute, at least we hear from him. There is this man called Pen Ben has been making several comments. At least he will now be able to tell us what he was saying in the comments. Then Torotich, is it Torotich, the Rap Moi, he's also around the corner. And maybe before Pen talks, I also want him to, I know he's going to, because he's a hustler, he's going to shed more light in this. Because Kiprotich there is telling us that hustler is a brand. And I just want to remind him that hustler is not a brand. It is that is a prayer or the wish of William Ruto, whereby William Ruto wishes that you become poor, you identify yourself as poor so that he can continue misleading you, lying to you, and deceiving you. And he doesn't not only want you to be poor in material, he also wants you to be poor in mind and poor in thinking, so that whenever he tells you lies, you'll not be able to accept. That is why he wants you, number one, to follow him, you have to accept, I'm a hustler in my mind, I'm a hustler in everything, I'm a hustler in my thinking. So Mama Mary, it seems that she wants to talk in a minute, then we proceed.
Come on.
Sorry, Pen. Just give me 1 minute. I want to tell Kenyan love with love. Have you ever seen in a court of justice, people have been praying that he be found guilty? And even when he was found guilty, people went on crying. That is how Kenya is right now. Even if Ruto will be found guilty, Kenyans will still cry, because where he has put them, it's a very bad position. That's what I want to tell you. And remember, the servers were not open. That's where his winning was. So he did not win, but the server carried the biggest secret. Stay knowing that and be convinced Raila won. Raila won in a large number of votes. Also, let me mention one thing. One point. There is Hummingbird who is there commenting and saying people going out, it's that we should sympathize with them. Yes, we will sympathize with them going out of our country. But remember, I'll give this example of wild beast, and don't mistake me, I'm not calling Kenyans wild beast. Wild beast, they migrate from Tanzania to Kenya, Masai Mara. But they know they are going there for a leisure, and then they come back home to roost. You see? So Kenyans should not be like they are running out of Kenya going to other countries because of their fate, because of their misery. Let them go out like tourists and come home to roost. That's all I can tell Hummingbird. People should not run away from Kenya because of the situation, bad treatments, bad situation in our country. They should go out, go for a tourism, then come back home happily, because that is where they belong. Those are two things I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenyan with love. Okay. Pen, you can, Kenyan with love wants to inform you, maybe he asked a question. Let us hear if he is contented, then we proceed.
No, I wanted to agree with Mama Mary. She preempted me kidogo. But before you bring Penyagaka, huyu ni mzee wetu, tumesumbuana naye hapa for a long time. Penyagaka, it's nice to see you. But Penyagaka, please be honest with us, tafadhali. And again, there's something that you said, and I wanted to say it because before Penyagaka kuje, because I know mali anaenda. We know him very well. We know he's gonna bring a atawasha moto hapa saizi. Kabla awashe tu. That thing that you said of Ruto wanting to make and the hustler thing, I believe this hustler fund
I propose you should have left him to say whatever.
No, he's gonna. You know him, Alex.
I propose you should have let him say whatever. Please, don't.
You know him. Let me
Preempt,
just finish because he's gonna hit me hard.
No. That's unfair.
Okay.
Just allow him to give his submission so that we can respond. You preempting what he's going to say. You preempting what he's going to say is not right. Let Penny speak.
It's not about him. Me, I'm replying to Leo, not Penyagaka. Let me react to Leo. Leo, when you say Ruto Nini wants to make people, feel wako chini na nini, and I believe even the Hustler Fund is what it is, so that it brings people in debt, so that you're always in debt, so you're less of a person and you cannot stand for yourself because the government is holding you whenever you're going to even utaki kwenda kwa police station because you owe something.
Penny atatoroka. I know Penny. Allow Penny to speak. Tafadhali. I know Penny. Penny is going to run away.
Yeah, and you tell us why we are encouraged to borrow frequently.
Okay, what did you say? Alex, thank you very much. Thanks, young people.
And Penny, today we want to see your face. Always you hide your face. We want to see your face.
You know, hello?
Can hear you. Proceed.
There's something wrong with this, Alex. There's nothing wrong with my face. But I appreciate you guys. And Alex, when somebody's talking, let them talk, because they really digging the hole for themselves. And when you stop them, like you stopped Mato, that was interesting. Today, I really wanted to tell you guys that I appreciate you very much, Alex and Mato, because how you replied to Mato, how painful it is, and how you told him that this is a healing time. To me, that was very, very nice. I mean, I come here sometimes with Mato and Sema, and I do that. But there comes a time when you have to listen to what somebody has to say and make an idea of what that person said. Mato was very, very clear how bad these elections were. And Alex, you were very, very clear on how it is healing time. That makes my second point, Alex. In Kenya, this is why a lot of people have not liked me in this show. In Kenya, we do not have ideological differences. We have personal differences. If we can change our politics into ideology, I think it would be better. And that's why I think Matoni mekuja hapa muna sikia baya nikisema Ruto nini. What you say about the Ruto is very, very true. There is nothing, he better, you don't even know where it came from. So what Mato you are saying is true. But what can you say? Now Alex alisema like 3 days ago. What can you say to change the narrative from what this Ruto guy is doing? Ni kebago, ni nini, is attack. Hustle is a very bad word. Hustle, you get it in America, you get it in the ghetto. And this guy who can sell drugs, beer, Bibles, and everything, and he makes money. That's a hustler. So if you really want to go to the details and the nitty-gritty, it is not even there. But what is on the other side? That's where some of us have a difference, a problem. But in as far as you're talking in this show, I come to listen, and very good ideas, even if they're like from Asimio side, and it is good. It is good to listen to you guys, young guys, because personally, I was in class. I was a young person when they killed Steve Padobiko. I was in class when they would call Nelson Mandela the darkest leader in Africa, and I contributed a lot, but on this one in Africa, I never contributed. I looked down. So that one professor picked me on me, like, what do you think? I said, I don't know. And to this day, I'm very sorry for that. I mean, if I had gotten him, then I would have told him that. But it's worth it to tell you. For up to today, I'm very wrong. Because it is good to tell the truth, and if you are wrong, you are wrong. Even Jesus was killed. If I'm wrong for supporting Ruto, let me be wrong. And when I was telling you, Mother, that I would be here on the 14th of August, I thought that When he loses, he goes home to Sogoi. When Raila loses, he goes home to Bondo. But it's no. And then it has taken me from that time to now. That's what I wanted to tell you guys, to realize that Kenyan politics is on a personal level. You know, Alex, for some of us who want to feel about Raila vis-a-vis Nyachai and all this other stuff, it's history. But what do we bring to the future? Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka niwaambie leo. Matoa hiyo kesi yako yote, ukiitaka nitaenda huko. Thank you.
Thank you for being short and brief without hurting anyone's feeling. That was great. Let us give it to Roy Teach. I think you waited for long. Roy Teach. Habari ya asubuhi ama habari ya jioni? Unmute yourself, then you speak. Sudo. Torotich is still connecting. In fact, amepotea. Mise, karibu. Tumekuambia maybe, but I know ulikuwa umejipanga hata kama ni salamu tu, karibia.
Asante sana. It's good to see Alex Mbiore, Mary, Kenyan with Love, Jeremani. Jeremani, I hope you're keeping safe. The weather is severe over there. Mr. Leo Nyabaya, good to see you all. It's always a pleasure to be here. I just I just came on because I was listening to you guys. I just wanted to demystify the narrative. I think especially you Leo Nyobayo and Kenyan with Love are trying to build. I think it's important that we make use of our dictionary in order to understand the word of the meaning of hustler, as opposed to representing the meaning itself. I thought that I come on to demystify what you guys are saying about hustler. Perhaps the meaning of hustler means aggressive, enterprising, a go-getter. That is the meaning of hustler or hustling. The context in which that the Kenya Kwanza government is using it is to identify with the common mwananchi, who is a go-getter, who is enterprising, who is who is aggressive in looking and making ends meet. So let us educate our people not to misinterpret or misrepresent or misuse the word hustling. I believe that it is in that context the Kenya Kwanza chose that to identify with the Kenyan mwananchi. And even when you look at Azimio, Azimio, it is Azimio la Umoja. I think the meaning of Azimio in itself is descriptive, the same way the meaning of hustler is descriptive. So, Leo, my brother, I do understand that you totally have...
Sorry, I didn't intend to do this, but just allow me before maybe you proceed, before I withdraw the statement or stay the statement. I don't know which dictionary you are reading from, because we have different dictionaries, but allow me also to read for you from my dictionary. A hustler, yeah? Hustler, plural, we have hustlers. It means a person who hustles, such as one who obtains money by fraud or deceit, scammer, swindler, a financial hustler who orchestrated the theft of $6.2. That's an example in a sentence. So it depends. Maybe you are having another perspective which was not in the mind of the crafters of the theme hustler. So maybe you, if you are told to interpret it, you interpreted it differently. from what they had in mind. So I think that is a contentious thing that we can't go into right now.
Thank you very much for pointing that. But I know you did pose a question wondering which dictionary I'm using. I'm using Oxford Dictionary. And I did look through the synonyms of hustler. And I found one being active, ambitious person, ball of fire, beefer, busy bee, busy person, doer, dynamo. So still that does not, I think the dictionary you're using probably is the Azimio dictionary. We will allow that because that dictionary will permit the meaning and interpretation of the word hustler. But let me yield the time. I just wanted to say that I'll be listening here and contribute as we get along. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Jeremani wants to give some information.
No,
Go on.
I have to respond to that. Miss, in as much as you want to use the synonyms, you see, synonyms are are addition to words that are almost, but are not the real words. So I think you are misinterpreting. So instead of you using synonyms, I want you to use antonyms now. Can you read for us the antonyms? Because that will help us now.
I would allow Alex, since Alex introduced that, it is only respectful to give him that opportunity to educate on that, as on that. I did not intend to shoot myself on the foot, so I'll let him shoot me, use that and give us the meaning and interpretation of the antonyms. Thank you.
I'm not going to do that because I wanted to educate you on that, because I know, you being a lawyer, I know what you are best on. You can take somebody who is guilty to become unguilty. You can use so much whatever clauses to make a guilty person to be unguilty. So I think you're using your legal expertise in a way that you're trying to misinterpret things here. A hustler is what my friend read. You are using synonyms, which is very wrong. We were using the definition, and you decide to use the synonyms. That's very wrong. My
Thank you,
friend,
Alex. Maybe just to put it, maybe he used a synonym. For example, if I talk of educate, educate can as well mean correct. So I want us to put it in a different context. If I say educate, it's positive, and both it's positive actually. But if I say correct, it simply means you are doing a wrong thing, then I'm now correcting you. So once you divert it to a synonym, it is going to lose the intended meaning. That is why I told you your definition and your perception is different with the Ruto's perception. And if you want to know that, you now look at the practical part of it. They talk of hustler and they tell them hustler is somebody who is poor. Hustler is somebody who should just be given 500 shillings, and you keep on borrowing. The limit is not added, and they expect you to make profit with that 500. Which business can you do with the 500 and make profit if not snatching funds? That 500 you can use it at fire to go to town in maybe somewhere that is crowded. Then you start snatch some people's funds and sell them to make profit. There's nothing else you can do genuinely to earn a profit out of the 500 shillings. So that clearly defines what a hustler should do in order to rise. So Jeremani had something to say. Let us avoid that discussion on the definition so that we can proceed a healthy discussion. Jeremani, you can take it.
Thank you, Leo. It's good to see Miss has finally arrived to the forum. Welcome. I wanted to share something arising from what Pen Nyagaka mentioned. And I like that he said, in Kenya, there is no politics of ideology. Our politics is largely based on personality differences. And I agree with him, and not only do I agree with him, history agrees with him. And I want to give the following history. I want to get out of Kenya first, then I will come back to Kenya. In the French history, the revolution of the French was driven by two camps. One was the Jacobin or Jacobin, and in the Jacobin club, you had revolutionaries or luminaries like Maximilian Robespierre. On the opposite camp, and when I say opposite camp, and this is essentially why in our houses of parliament we have opposition on one side and then we have government on the other side. It arises from that history. So the Jacobins used to sit on one side together. And then on the other side was the Girondins or Girondin. The Girondins get their name or derive the name from a region in Bordeaux called Gironde. So the deputies of the French Assembly who came from the Gironde area of Bordeaux or region of Bordeaux called themselves the Girondins. The Jacobins or the Jacobins used to meet at a venue called the Jacobin Club. In the Jacobin Club, or from the respective sections they used to meet, they used to have debates. And those debates were on what form of government do they want? What form of representation do they want? Those debates is what gave rise to the concept of ideological politics. So the ideology of the Jacobins differed from the ideology of the Girondins. And hence, the aspect of them becoming ideological rivals. Now, I jump to Kenya. We do not have ideological politics because the parties do not have forum for their members to ventilate on ideas or political schematics that can then be proposed as the way forward for the respective political parties. We only have a few people within a political party who determine the way. And most of the time, as Pen Agaka said, it is the personalities that drive those goals. Historically, Ronald Ngala would have been the president of Kenya. I pick another example. Eliud Mathu would have been the prime minister of Kenya. Why did they not become? And I give the obvious example that you all know of. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga would have been prime minister of Kenya. And I ask the question, why did they not become? At that time, the goal of nation building united all the African leaders. The goal was to move away from a colonial rule to a rule by the African or the people of Kenya of African heritage. That was a uniting factor. Ronald Ngala was in Kadu, but Kadu arose from a meeting at Ngong Hills where Sir Michael Blundell invited those who were not invited to the KANU formation meeting of 1960. And these people are the ones who went and formed KANU. The ones who went and formed KANU suggested or proposed Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta, as the chairman in absentia. Jomo Kenyatta was still serving his time at Kapenguria, but he was suggested as chairman or president in absentia. Ronald Ngala did not attend that meeting, and they were invited to another meeting at Ngong Hills by Sir Michael Blundell of the New Kenya Group, which represented the settlers, and thus they formed KADU. Ronald Ngala was the chairman. Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi had a role also in that. I forget what his title was, but those were the luminaries of KADU. On the other side, Masinde Muliro, Tom Mboya, James Gishuru, and other luminaries. If I may not forget his name, Njoroge, Dr. Njoroge Muigai, I believe I'm forgetting, was also on the other side, forming KANU. This, I'm giving the history just to show where we've come from politically. And Masinde Muliro actually at one time vowed not to be in the same party as Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya had his own political party, the Nairobi People's Congress Party. He dissolved that party and they went and joined KANU. NPCP was a Nairobi party, but they decided, let us fold this party and join KAU, Kenya Africa Union, to form KANU. That's how Tom Mboya became the Secretary General. I'm going into that history, as I say, because I'm following up on Pen Negaka's mention that we lack ideology in Kenyan politics. And in the absence of ideology, then it's very easy for people to come in and bring their personal interests and camouflage them as the interests of the nation, while in actual sense they're pursuing narrow, individualistic interests of their own. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you for that. Chorotich, I think you escaped, or you had some issues, huh?
I had issues. I tried to toggle this mic, but it did not come on, and then my screen became static, so I didn't know
Now
what
you're
to
loud
do.
and clear. We can hear you as if you are in parliament. Huh? You can now proceed.
Perfect, perfect. Yes, Misa came in, and then I was like, "No, what is this?" You know, with Misa, I hear he's a lawyer, and you know, Misa is this typical people who are just good people, nice people, ordinary Kenyan, very honest people, and then they become lawyers, and then they are taught to disregard morals and truth, to go around formulating morals and truth to suit their narrative and whoever they are defending. You know, like right now, if I ask Mise 1 + 1, he will not tell me the answer. He can ask me, or if he has two, if he has 4 as the answer, he will defend how 4 is the answer to 1 + 1, and he will make it stand. Like, you know, like right now, hustler fund, really, seriously, you know, Wakenya amekuwa wakitumia hiyo term hustler fund as to mean ya kweli go getter, no problem. But ukiangalia hata manifesto, the way Ruto alikuja akafanya campaigning, ali resort back to the dictionary definition of hustler, because he used his crooked means kuingia kwa akili za watu, kuwadanganya vitu yenye anajua kabisa hawezi kuzifanya ili apate tu hiyo kura. Like for instance, let's talk about ile yenye alikuwa anasema kuhusu kazi ni kazi. na back it up, you know. He went to some town, I don't know where, I don't want even to target the town actually, and he met some prostitutes and he started a circle for the prostitutes. Now you think about it, hawa watu wenye wanajiita hustlers wameenda wamepatana na prostitutes, wameanzishia circle so they can empower them atu wakuwe ni watu. Who does that na anajiita president? Who anajiita yani candidate, aspiring president, alafu the same person ametuletea hiyo kitu inaitwa Hustler Fund. Nasikia saizi imemorph, imekuwa hiyo loan yenye tulipatiwa juzi ni ya sijui ni ya personal use. Sasa kuna ile yenye itakuja ya business. How do you give a nation bana biashara ya kufanya, I mean loan for personal use, kama unataka kabisa ya nchi iendelee? Sio, ni kama unataka kuharibu hiyo nchi. And also kuna hii kitu ingine yenye kina Ruto amefanya. Juzi alikuja akatutwitia kuhusu vile amepiga inaitwangaje, amegamble, amebet, sijui alibet $1 million ama nini. So alikuwa anaangalia vile atailipa mpaka na Hustler Fund, just like the hustler he is, a crooked man, ule mwenye anataka kutumia njia yoyote apate yenye anataka. It's only that watu walireact mpaka ka pull down hiyo tweet yake, but in reality that's what he was thinking. He doesn't even see the problem of betting in Kenya. He doesn't see. Kama si watu kupiga nduru, hiyo ilikuwa inaendelea kusimama. So now mimi siwezi kuja kutuambia hapa hivi kuwa Hustler Fund, I mean hiyo hustler narrative that inamaanisha go getter, when everything else yenye mmekuwa mkifanya inasimamia the real definition, the dictionary definition ya hustler. That is what I wanted to tell you, Mr. And you know, we really don't need to defend hiyo kitu kwa sababu we are Kenyan at the end of the day. As much as tuko mahali penye tuko, but Kenya is home. For those of us that are in Kenya, for those of us in abroad, tuko hapa. In fact, we are in this forum because we call Kenya home. Seriously, tutaendelea kuachilia Kenya yetu iendelee kuharibika because we are defending somebody because anatoka kwa community yetu, ama kwa sababu kwa sababu tuko kwa hiyo chama na tuone tu Kenya ikienda kuharibika? We need to wake up. Who's benefiting now yenye hii serikali iko inasema kuwa wanaenda kuleta No, I'm on phone. Who's benefiting now when, especially now that tuko na Kalenjins and karibu na Waluya pia wengi wenye wamefanya kazi ya ukulima ya mahindi, na tunasikia GMO inaenda kuletwa. Saizi wameidhinisha mahindi ziende kuletwa, na wamedisregard wale wote wenye wako na mahindi kwa shamba na wenye wameshindwa kufikisha mahindi zao kwa cereals board. Who's benefiting? Who's suffering? It's me and you, the common Kenyan people. So tuache mambo ya defense ya vitu ya uongo. But I know time is nigh when you lead the revolution are the very people when wamekuwa kidefend hii hustler narrative, because it's not going to hold. It's not sustainable in itself. What is happening with this government is not going to stand. It is evil and it's glaring to everybody. Ule mtu mjinga kabisa mwenye anaangalia vile hali inaenda, anaona tu kabisa hapa haiwezekani. That's why we had a person from our own region akisema yeye akikosa soko ya mahindi yake anaenda kuzichoma hiyo mahindi. And you know what that means? Revolution is coming right from home. Itatoka hapo hivyo Sugoi ikienda huko hivyo kwingine. So me, I don't have much now to say, but I'm still here. Will contribute more. And please Mr. Moderator, kidogo nilikuwa ninaona umekuwa kama wewe si moderator, wewe ni una interrupt, umekuwa Mr. Interrupter. Kuna vitu yenye Alex Media alikuwa anaongelea, then you hold the thought kwa mdomo yake. Wachilie mtu amalize statement yake at least before you come in, please. Otherwise, thanks.
Thank you. But kuna kitu moja umesahau kukumbusha Mise, whereby the presidential candidate, the church presidential candidate anafungua soko ya prostitutes, and he calls himself a church candidate, and we know very well church and Christian religion is against prostitution. And the Bible records among the people who will not see the kingdom of God, prostitutes. So these are church candidates. I don't know if the mission of the church changed from preparing people to go to heaven to preparing people to become presidents. So
True, and not only that, hata sijaiona mtu yote in the Bible mwenye aliwahi make anything out of gambling. So as much as tutaambiwa saizi na Mise, Mise is a lawyer, atatuambia kuwa Yesu alikuwa anatembea na kina Mary Magdalene ambaye inakuanga inasemekana kuwa alikuwa prostitute. Mise is going to defend using that one. But before uendelee ku defend, show me one person that made it in the Bible, ama kwa Quran, ama kwa Bible yoyote, hata ile ya Wahindi, na ali make it through gambling. Nobody. So please, watu wa ukweli bana.
Now, gambling, we don't blame him. Gambling, in short, he was trying to tell you that he's gambling with the nation. Unaweka kichwa huku na unaweka double chance. So he was just portraying his real image. So Chakamdume, kuna Mswahili hapa, sijui ameenda wapi.
Mise alikuwa anataka kujibu kitu.
Mise unataka kujibu?
Yupo, mpeni Mise ajibu kwanza, maana unajua.
Mise unaweza jibu.
Asante sana. But asante sana ndugu zangu Chaka Mdune, Toroitich kwa kunigonga hapo, na shukuru sana ndugu Rich Makiadi, karibu sana. Penny, karibu tena kwa kurudi. Asante. Mimi haswa lengo langu alikuwa linamzungumzia Ruto. Haswa nilikuja kulishughulikia jambo lile la ile hadithi mlikuwa mnajaribu kuijenga, lakini kwa kweli ndugu yangu Toroitich umemzungumzia mama wa muhimu sana katika Biblia ambaye anaitwa Mary Magdalene, ambaye Yesu alimpenda sana, na kupitia ukiangalia historia ya Biblia inasema kwamba kupitia ile pesa aliyookota ama alikuwa amepata kwa hiyo njia ya ambayo umezungumzia hapo, alinunua perfume, most expensive perfume, na akakuja wakati ule akampaka.
Mise wacha kudanganya,
ndio wa kwanza.
Mise hakupata.
Lengo langu kuja ni la kusema hivi yaswa, sisi kama Wakenya, serikali wakati rais wa Marekani ambaye anayejulikana kama Barack Obama alikuja na mada ambayo ilikuwa inasema hope, na akasema yes we can. Na wakati kila rais anaingia ofisini anatafuta ile mada ambayo inaambatana na ina uwiano kati ya wananchi na serikali, ama serikali ambayo inatarajiwa. Na rais ambaye aliyeko mamlakani hivi sasa, Daktari Samoei William Ruto, alikuja na mada ya hustler, na tumai kwamba lengo lake si kuwalaghai wananchi. Nafikiri lengo lake lilikuwa haswa kuzungumzia ile model of governance. Sana tunajua kwamba model of governance serikali nyingi inatumia ni top down governance, na akaja na bottom up governance ambayo watu wengi walifanyia msaa sana. Lakini kwa sasa kwenda mbele, mimi ningeomba kwamba tusije tukawa tunasema tunataka tuondoe hii serikali, lakini tuiweke hii serikali, tuwe macho na kuuliza ama kuangazia yale mambo ambayo hawafanyi vizuri, na yale ambayo wanayofanya vizuri tuijue kwamba tuwape eko na ongera, kwa sababu wao wanatufanyia kazi sisi. Hakuna aliye mkubwa. Kama vile jana nilisema, nafikiri sijui jana ama jana juzi, nilisema kwamba nilimkashifu sana naibu wa rais aliposema kwamba yeye atamkalisha gavana wa Nairobi Bwana Sakaja amuelezee vile kazi inafanya. Kwa hivyo ikawa ameenda kinyume na matarajio ya katiba. So hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kuzingatia haswa, lakini sisi zote najua tuna nia nzuri kuona nchi ambayo ina wili, nchi ambayo kwa visasi vichavyo ambavyo vitakuwa na mwelekeo mwema. Asante.
Asante sana kwa hoja au tunasema vipi? Naona wengi wameinua mikono. Kabla Chaka Ndume akuje atueleze kwa Kiswahili chake sanifu, wacha tumpe Alex aseme neno.
Unajua inaniuma sana wakati Mise ambaye najua ni Mkristo na najua anamjua Mungu anakuja hapa anasema kuwa ile perfume ambaye ilinunuliwa na ikamwagiwa Yesu ilitoka katika usherati. Unajua iko vitu zingine unaposema Mise, you degenerate, you become a delinquent, and yet you are a very intelligent man. That's a very bad statement to say. Don't go there just because you want to make a point. Leave theology alone. Just say that he used money to buy, but don't say alitoa kwa usherati. How do you know? You are going to generate a spiritual conversation here, lakini we are having a political conversation. You need to retract that. You are not sure alitoa hiyo pesa kwa usherati. That's a very dangerous statement. I beg you as a friend not to go to that extent. Just retract your statement.
Unajua wito, ukipewa wito, ukiambiwa, ukielekezwa na ndugu yako mkubwa, lazima uitikie wito. Ndugu yangu, kwa sasa, kwa kweli vile umesema, ningependa withdraw your statement, lakini kisha tutarudi siku nyingine kuijadili. Asante.
Asante Mise. Ingawaje watu wanauliza, manake umekuja kwa wakati mzuri, na ukiangalia mada tulikuwa tunazungumzia siku 100 za uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza au uongozi wa UDA. So wengi wanatarajia kusikia kutoka kwako, utakuwa unasema vipi kuhusiana na uongozi wa UDA kwa miaka 100. Kando na hayo majibizano tumekuwa nayo, wangependa pengine useme neno, utuambie ni nini yametekelezwa na ni nini hayajatekelezwa na ni nini tuweze kutarajia kwa siku zijazo. Manake siku 100 ni mingi sana, tunaweza kujua kama tunaelekea mahali pazuri au tunaelekea njia mbaya. So nitakupatia dakika moja ili uweze kutuelezea tu kwa dakika moja, utuambie tu ni yepi yametendeka vizuri, yepi yako njiani.
Asante sana. Aswa ningependa kwamba mnajua kwamba ile Hustler Fund ambayo imetoka, nafikiri kuna wengine hata watafurahia katika sikukuu ya Christmas. Nimesikia mkikejeli na kuikashifu Hustler Fund kwamba ukipewa 500 utafanyia kazi gani na upate kurudisha kiasi gani. Wajua vizuri kwamba kule nyumbani kuna kazi mingi. So ningesema kwamba Hustler Fund vile serikali imesema itaongeza the limit, na tunatarajia kwamba hivi sasa wamejua the pros and the challenges of rolling out the project, the Hustler Fund project. Now I believe that when we come or resume the new year, the limit was supposed to be increased a few days ago. I think they have not done that. I have not checked if they have done so. I would say that hongera kwao, na wale ambao watapata waitumie kwa njia mzuri, manake serikali ina mikono mirefu na itashikana na wewe, usije ukaitumia kwa mlungula, kwa kuenda kukunywa pombe ya mnazi pale Mombasa ambapo ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune yuko. La pili, ningesema kwamba serikali imefanya siara za nchi za nje na ikapata kuongea na kufanya mambo ya mikakati, kuweka mikakati na mikakati na ya kidiplomasia ili kwamba Kenya imefunguka kwa nchi za nje kufanya kazi na biashara na kuleta waegezaji katika nchi yetu. Nchi ya kwanza kupitia within the siku 100 tumeona kwamba serikali ya Kenya ilipata kuweka mikakati pamoja na nchi ya Saudi Arabia kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya ambao wanaishi kule wanapata mambo mazuri ama utekelezaji wa kazi, na wanapokuwa katika ile hali ngumu wameweza kuhakikishiwa kwamba serikali ya Kenya itakuwa na namba watakapofika na kuongeleshwa na kusaidika. Pia na katika yale mambo ama mikakati walipo nchi ya Kenya na nchi ya Saudi Arabia iliyokuwa nayo, sasa walifungua kazi zingine ambazo nchi ya Kenya ama wananchi wa Kenya wanaweza kwenda pale Saudi Arabia wakafanya kazi kule. Kwa hivyo hayo ni mambo mazuri na nataka kuwapatia heko na hongera kwa kufanya within the 100 days. Lakini pia ningependa kuwakosoa kidogo, kuikosoa serikali kwamba viongozi wa serikali hii iliyopo wametumia muda mwingi sana kwa kuongea sana kuliko kufanya kazi. Wananchi hivi sasa hawataki kuongea juu ya siasa. Wananchi sasa wanatarajia kuona kwamba serikali imeweka njia mbadala ya kuwapatia kazi, kufanya wizara ya afya kuwa kamilifu, kuhakikisha kwamba barabara iko kamilifu na njia zote za mawasiliano, kwamba hivi unavyoenda popote unapata ni njia rahisi. Kwa hivyo ningependa sana jinsi wanavyoongea mengi sana, pia wazingatie kuyafanya sana, vitendo viwe sawa na maongezi. Hayo ndio ningependa kuchangia kwa sasa, na ningependa kuambia kwamba ni vigumu sana, haswa kila nchi hivi sasa ina kazi ngumu. Juzi nimeenda pale kwa chemist ama pharmacy kununua dawa na nikanunua dawa na tissue paper na gum, chewing gum kama hii, na nikalipa dola 73, kitu ambacho hapo kidogo ungetumia kama dola 20 ama 23, lakini hivi sasa nikapata kwamba inanunuliwa $73. So inamaanisha kwamba uchumi haujakuwa mgumu Kenya peke yake. Nchi zote hivi sasa zina kazi ngumu sana, na Kenya iko katika the struggle, pia ina struggle sana wakati kama huu. Kwa hivyo serikali izingatie sana kwa kufanya vitendo na kuwaekeza na kuleta waekezi, watu wa kuwekeza na kuhakikisha that they have enabled the citizens to be independent. And I like the quest of the president of enabling and advocating for more local borrowing than foreign borrowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the input, and please don't leave. I know there are several questions coming. Tutakuuliza, wacha tusikize kabla to dilute Kiswahili chako. Wacha Chakamdume atakuja akiendeleza, alafu baadaye tukikuja kwa maswali tutakuwa tumejitayarisha kuzungumza Kiswahili.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kujaribu, muniwie radhi, wacha nikuwe sasa kama mise. Tafadhalini nijaribu kitu tu, dakika moja tu, msisonge. Let me try and see if it works. If it works, tell me. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Muniambie. Okay.
Alex, tunaona unataka kutoka kwenda nje kwa local pub, lakini ujue leo weather si nzuri sana, kwa hivyo ukae nyumbani, bado tunakuhitaji.
stock niko nayo kwa nyumba buda ya mpaka tarehe 1.
Endeleeni, tunaijaribu, ikifanyika mtaniambia. Endelea Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out something.
Maybe you can try na ile inaitwaje sharing the screen ama.
Ndio najaribu hiyo, ndio nilikuwa najaribu. But endelea tu, I'll let you know when I get ready.
I think the next person Chaka Mdune. Karibu alafu tuende kwa Richi.
Asante ndugu yangu Nyabaya, lakini litakuwa ni jambo la fedheha kama sitaweza kumsalimia mkuu wangu, mwanzilishi, muasisi wa kipindi na hii panel, Mr. Rich Makiadi. Apokee kwanza salamu zangu, alafu nimwambie kwamba tumempeza sana hapa kwenye hiki kipindi. Then vile nimsalimie ndugu yangu Mise. Tuko hapa uwanja wa mapambano na kuelezana ukweli. Ndugu yangu Torotich na Jeremia na mkuu Alex pamoja na Mato. Lile ambalo mimi limenifurahisha zaidi kutoka kwa mkuu wangu Mise na usubuhi ni kusema kwamba pesa tuitumie vizuri.
Tumempoteza. Richie, you can proceed as we are waiting for him to come back.
Nilikuwa nataka kucheza video hapa kidogo, lakini I thought he's going to give his submission as I try to download that video. Oh, there he is. Wacha Chaka endelee, naona ameingia. Alafu nitaongea baadaye. Kuna video najaribu kudownload hapa.
Okay, sawa. Chaka akikuja, Mise, kuna watu wameuliza maswali, jipange utajibu baadaye. Watu wanauliza je, hizi pesa za Hustler Fund zilitoka wapi? Like where is the source? Where did they come from? So utajibu hiyo baadaye. Chaka, unaweza endelea.
Sawa, nashukuru nimerudi. Sasa umetanguliza mahali nilikuwa naelekea. Nilikuwa tu nimuulize Mise kwamba aninunue chupa mnazi nikunywe, ninunue unga, hiyo ni pesa tu ya kukula unga tu. Lakini tuangalie source ya hii pesa imetoka wapi. Na ile tunaambiwa tuna save, inakuwa saved, inaseviwa wapi? Akaunti ipi? Hilo ni la kwanza. Pili, akisema kwamba anaipongeza serikali kwa sababu imefanya ziara za hapa na pale kuweza kuunganisha mataifa, kuweza kuwekeza. Je, hizi siku 100 imeleta mazuri gani kwetu? Imefungua milango gani kwetu? Kwa sababu kila nashuhudia hapa mimi ni zile kazi zilianzishwa na former president, ndizo ambazo wanamalizia. Sijaona kipya hapa. Pili, nimuulize tu brother Mise kwamba je, swala la harama ya maisha kwa mwananchi haswa wa Kenya, yeye na mtazamo wake ana rate hii serikali percentage gani? Swala la elimu katika siku 100 za hii serikali, ndugu yangu Mise, hii serikali yetu unairate na percentage gani? Kisha nirudi pale nimuulize swala la ufisadi ambalo limekuwa donda sugu. Je, katika siku 100 za hii serikali ana relate namna gani? Na mwisho nimuulize donda sugu ambalo linatumaliza na limelikita mizizi katika hii nchi, swala la tribalism. Je, ana relate namna gani? Kwa sababu upande wangu mimi naona kwamba hii serikali imefaili, na nikipewa masuala na kuirate basi nitaipa 0.005% kutokana na jinsi ilivyo tenda kazi katika siku zake hizi 100. Na pili, niseme wakati unapokuwa umeajiriwa aidha kwa kampuni, kwanza kabla wa kuajiri rasmi katika kazi wanakupa probation, ambapo wataweza kuverify ama kuweza kuangalia performance yako, na ule muda kidogo wamekupa, je, are you going to deliver ama utafela? So probation ambayo tumempa huyu mheshimiwa wetu rais, ambaye kwangu mimi bado siamini kwamba ni rais wangu na sitakubaliana kwamba ni rais wangu. Tumempa probation ya miezi mitatu, tuangalie, tutathmini, je, utendaji kazi wake, je, kutokana na kauli kwamba yeye atasimama sawia na mwananchi wa kawaida, yani hasela hapa chini mashinani, kuweza kumtoa chini kumpeleka juu. Lakini sijaona hilo likitimika kikamilifu, zaidi ya kununuliwa wabunge, zaidi ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanamchafulia baba jina kwa sababu ni kikwazo kwao, na wingi tu wa Thanksgiving ambazo ndizo tumezishuhudia, na trip ambazo ni za mabilioni ya pesa ambayo yanapotezwa katika misafara ambayo kwa kweli hakika hatujaiona ikiwa na tija ama maana kubwa katika hii nchi. So brother Mise, ukisema kwamba kila anayeingia kwenye uongozi basi huja na mbinu yake, ukatoa mfano wa rais wa Marekani, alikuwa rais wa Marekani Barack Obama, kwamba aliingia na kauli mbiu ya kusema yes we can, na huyu naye aliingia na hasela, but yes we can tunayo rekodi yake ile ambayo aliweza kufanya wa Marekani na watu kumwamini kwamba mtu mweusi pia anaweza, akipewa nafasi ya uongozi anaweza. Na kibaya zaidi, huyu alikuwa na chembe chembe za ziwani huko, of which tunaamini watu wa ziwa si watu ambao wana uchu wa madaraka, si watu ambao wana uchu na mamlaka, ni wenye kutenda kazi na kufanyia kazi haswa ile ambayo wakishapewa wanafanya tena kwa roho yao mmoja. So brother Mise, for real, kusema kwamba tuunge mkono hii serikali na tushaiona dalili, unanipa maswali kidogo kwamba je, tuingie katika hili zimu lizidi kutumaliza kama hizi siku kidogo tu hali ni hii? Je, tutapoiweka hii serikali katika miaka mitano ijayo tutakuwa wapi? Shule zinafunguliwa tu karibuni, ni siku ngapi? 9 zimebaki tu tuingie shule. Ile pesa ya kusaidia mwananchi aweze kulipia nayo pia ishachukuliwa. Pesa ya kusimamia chakula ndio hiyo walibeba, pesa ya oil ndio hiyo walibeba. Then still bado tuseme kwamba tuipe tena muda hii, kwa sababu kila kweli una roho ya kutetea nchi yako Mise. So nisiwe mrefu tuamie pale, but ndio hayo maswali ambayo unajiuliza na kuipa hii 0.0005% kutokana na poor delivery yao. Probation yao imeisha, nao ni wakati wa sisi wananchi kuungana pamoja. Niliona watu wa mlima jana wameingia hapa kwa fujo na kutoa picha halisi ambayo iliendelea kule. So for real, huu uongozi ulinyakuliwa, na kama ulinyakuliwa ukasingiziwa na Mungu, ndio maana kuna huu mwanzo mbovu na huenda tukaelekea kubovu zaidi. So kabla tuharibikiwe ama tujenge ukuta, wacha tuzibe huu mwanya kwa kuweza kusimama pamoja makabila yote 47 ya Kenya na tuseme no. Tuingie wote pamoja na Mise kwa hii serikali, kwa sababu the way imeanza itatupa maswali na itatubebesha mzigo, hasa wa sisi watoza ushuru. Kwa hiyo nitakwamia tu pale, maana sijamaliza kusubmit, lakini niache tu hapo kwanza Mise nimpe hiyo dozi kidogo.
Mr. Chair na Richi, mnaweza niacha nijaribu tu nione kama itafanya. Kama itafanya ni sawa. I think I've gotten a breakthrough. Wacheni dakika tu moja, msitoke, msibanduke. I think
Mato, ni video aina gani? Ni video aina gani?
Ni ya YouTube, si ati haiko nini.
Okay. Ukicheza
haiko
ni ya local media. Okay, sawa basi.
Unakumbuka last time bwana tulifanya karibu, moja ishaenda already.
Sawa.
Let me know if you can see it. Is it visible?
Although his campaigns were largely based on the cost of living, which he said was high at the time.
Mato, you have to add it on the screen, like you add the screen unaongeza mtu.
First 100.
Your video is not showing.
Your video is not showing. Feel that it is taking too long for clients. Say that lowering the cost of living.
And I'll figure it out how to do that.
I'll figure it out.
If you want me to play that, you can copy paste your video link kwa chat hapa nikudownloadie pande hii.
Okay.
I can do that for you, alafu tuicheze. Sijui Misa ulikuwa unataka kureact,
Nilikuwa naambia Mato kama nataka kushare a video, you have to share and then add it, just like you add one of us on the studio. So that is what happens in StreamYard when you are adding. Kwa nampatia tu mawaida kidogo.
So, Misa, you're not responding?
In regards to what?
Chaka, I think was expecting some response from you. Or you've not seen anything, maybe what your response, or you don't have the answers, right?
Unajua ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune akizungumza, saa zingine tunaweka kikomo tusije kujibishana na yeye. Kwa hivyo na mheshimu kwa sasa, na sitaki kujibishana na yeye kwa sababu ashazungumza mambo ambayo yanawazia mkubwa sana. So kwa hivyo kwa sasa singependa kujibu kwa sababu naweza nikapata nimeotea kidogo. Asante.
Richi, tuko kwako sasa. Video yako
Pole moderator. Mise, tuko hapa wote kuweza kusimama, si kwamba tunagombana, na pia kuuliza hayo maswali si kumaanisha labda tuna ugomvi na wewe. Hapana, mimi na wewe ni ndugu moja, ni kitu kimoja, wote ni wa Kenya, na kile tunazungumzia hapa ni kwa minajili ya taifa letu. So sometimes sio na uoga, maana kuna ile sometimes nakuwa na munkara, maana unatuingiza mahali ambapo simo, ushaona. But kwa haya ambayo tunazungumzia ni kureti hii serikali yetu na yale ambayo tumeyashuhudia. Kwa hiyo kama umenipa hiyo heshima, pia nitakushukuru, na vile umesema kwamba ni mambo ambayo tumeweka na ni mambo ambayo yana hit na ni mambo tunayaona, nikwambia asante, lakini usiniogope vile. Tuko hapa kujadiliana kaka, na sisi wote ni kitu hiki kimoja. Tunatofautiana hapa, lakini mfano tungekutana sasa hivi, mimi na wewe nakwambia, kama unapiga mnazi tupige mnazi, kama ni chai tupige chai.
Haya, sawa Chaka,
kama asante.
Sawa Chaka, kama umemaliza hii video yangu nayo ni mrefu, lakini nitajaribu hebu mute mic Chaka kidogo. Haya, sawa. Okay, let me see if I can hii nimejaribu kudownload hii yangu, lakini imeleta kasheshe kidogo, so let me see if I can play directly from my screen here. I hope itacheza vizuri.
Juhudi za Rais William Ruto kufanya hivyo bado hazijazaa matunda,
na Wakenya wanazidi kusubiri, ijapo baadhi ya wakereketwa wanaarifu kwamba huenda ikachukua hata miaka miwili kuirejesha hali sawa ya uchumi, jinsi anavyoarifu mwanahabari wetu kwenye taarifa zetu maalum za juma zima za mizani ya Ruto, siku 100.
Siku 100 za utawala wa Rais William Ruto zimetimia, wakati ambapo Wakenya wapo kwenye shamra-shamra za Krismasi, ila lawama kuwa rais hajatimiza ahadi ya kushusha gharama ya maisha bado ipo.
Hakuna kitu amerekebisha hata. Sema bei itashuka na ishuki. Sasa hapo amerekebisha nini?
Na wakati anasema umpatie muda kidogo. Nyinyi mnasemaje?
Mshahara na nini? Ikiwa hakukuwa na pesa, wanapata wapi mshahara? Wabunge wake wanapata wapi? Wafanyakazi wote wanapata wapi? Ikiwa hakukuwako.
Hatua ya rais kuweka ruzuku kwa mbolea ikionekana bado kutozaa matunda, huku bei ghali ya bidhaa haswa vyakula sasa ikiwalazimu baadhi ya watu kubadilisha tamaduni zao za kuisherekea Krismasi, haswa kwa kususia kusafiri mashambani au hata vyakula ambavyo wamekuwa wakihusisha na sherehe hizo.
Bado yale maisha yalikuwa hapo mbeleni, ilikuwa shopping ya ngiri moja unaweza kuifanya hata ukakula kwa siku mingi, lakini leo ngiri moja unaweza toka tu na vitu 3 kwa duka: unga na mafuta na pengine kasukari na maisha.
Let's give William Ruto more than 100 days to see whether he can put some mechanism or some policies in place that will generate those wanting areas of economic growth.
Pindi tu alipoapishwa rais, bei ya petroli ilikwenda juu pamoja na gharama ya stima, hii ikiwa kinyume na matarajio ya wengi waliodhani kuwa kulingana na kampeni zake gharama ya maisha ilikuwa ishushwe kwa kasi.
Hizi vitu ingerudishwa chini, especially kama unga ambayo sisi watu wa kawaida tunaitegemea, tuna survive nayo, unga na sukari na hizi vitu ambazo ni basic. Kama singeenda chini, maisha yetu ingekuwa mzuri.
The war between Russia and Ukraine has devastated global economies. Not only the African continent, it has spilled over almost everywhere on the globe. And it is not easy for any country within the globe to claim that you can create a wonderful big change or put some mechanism in place that can spur economic growth for that particular country.
Haya, wakereketwa. Sasa unajua wale watu wako kwa ground ndio hao wanaongea. Sisi tunakujanga hapa kupiga siasa tukisema uchumi hustler fund imesaidia watu kama wakina Mise hapa. Wanakujanga hapa wanatuambia hustler fund imesaidia watu. But you've had umesikia na masikio yako mawili kutoka kwa watu ambao wako kwa ground. Wale walikuwa wanaitwa mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda, umeona kuna mtu wa kuuza kuku hapo. You know, people are claiming Ruto should be given more time. But we are also supposed to ask these people when wanasema Ruto apatiwe more time, what is it that he changed? Ni nini alibadilisha kufanya bei ya unga ipande? Hiyo ndio kitu tunafaa kumuuliza. Kama ulikuja ukiwa president, ukiingia kwa hiyo kiti ukapata unga iko 100 mfuko moja, alafu baada ya siku 2 wiki moja unatoa kile kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinasaidia kuweka bei hapo kwa 100, unafanya ukarabati.
Umeona yangu? Kama unaweza angalia, you work on it while you're talking.
Nimeona. Yeah. So unafanya ukarabati yako hapo for whatever reasons, unatoa ile kitu ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa hapo temporarily kusaidia watu ili bei ya unga iteremke. Alafu sasa saa hii wale watu ambao wakereketo ambao walikuwa wanapigania watu wakina Atuoli, wale watu ambao tulikuwa tunasema ni watetezi wa watu wenye walikuwa wanasema miti katwe sugoi, ndio wako mstari wa mbele kusema huyu rais apatiwe muda zaidi more than 100 days. Lakini mama mboga anauliza namna hii, kama kweli unataka kupatiwa zaidi ya siku 100 kupunguza gharama ya maisha, na wewe mshahara yako unataka itoke wapi? Because the people that you are taxing, una overburden na hizi taxes ni wale ambao wanaenda kuuza mahindi, wanaenda kuuza sukuma wiki kwa barabara ndio wapate taxes za kulipa mshahara wako. Then where are you expecting your salary to come from? That is the big question that mama mboga anauliza. I said here yesterday na nitarudia tena, hii serikali is a failure. Mimi wherever you say ati serikali sijui imeperform vizuri, what sijui imeenda Saudi Arabia okay, sawa sawa. You know, there's a saying that says you can chew gum and walk at the same time. It is good. That is foreign policy. If they have gone to Saudi Arabia to try and improve the working conditions of Kenyans abroad, it's a good thing. We appreciate that. But then it also comes down to the local mwananchi, yule mtu ambaye yuko pale chini anashughulikiwa vipi? Yule mtu ambaye aliamka saa 12, saa 11 kwenda kupiga kura anashughulikiwa vipi ili kuwezesha maisha yake ikue affordable? And that is what this government has failed to do. It has failed to address the issues of wananchi wa kawaida. Imeshindwa kupunguza bei ya mafuta, imepandisha bei ya stima, and one thing that they have done completely above the expected level is borrowing. They have managed to borrow 1.13 trillion Kenyan shillings in 100 days. And I have given a breakdown here, Mise. I have the numbers. They have managed to borrow 1.13 trillion in 100 days. The people that say they are not going to push Kenyans to the ditch because of overborrowing are the people who are in a rush to make sure that they borrow money from all over the world. They are going for IMF loans, they are going for World Bank loans, they are going for loans from South Korea, they are borrowing domestically, they are borrowing internationally without regard to how sustainable these loans are going to be to our economy. And so William Ruto has been a disaster, to say the least. He has been a disaster for the 100 days that he has been in office. I cannot point to one thing that he has done to change the life of mwananchi wa kawaida. And life is going to be hard because I came here the other day and I told you that the subsidies that were in place, even to make sure that mwananchi wa kawaida ananunua stima kwa bei rahisi, zimetolewa. So from January, the rates at which ulikuwa unanunua stima, ukiweka 1000 token pale unapata 57 units, expect that to go lower. Utaweka 1000 probably upate around 20 or 25 units because the rate ya stima inaenda kupanda tena. School fees subsidies zenye zilikuwa from the Uhuru Kenyatta government zimetolewa. Mise, parents are complaining. Mafuta yenye tulikuwa tumezoea kuona hapa inawekewa subsidies kwa sababu ya hali hiyo. If you give me the reason ya Ukraine na Russia kufanya bei ya mafuta ipande juu, nitakubaliana na wewe, but what are you going to do to cushion mwananchi wa kawaida? Do you remove the subsidies and then you expect people to live a comfortable life? Because energy is life. If the cost of power, if the cost of fuel continue to rise in our country, then it means life is going to be expensive. And I'm looking at the cost of fuel in Kenya vis-a-vis the cost of fuel in probably the US, for example. Let me give an example of that. You see the cost of fuel everywhere else is dropping. I'm sure sahi Kenyan with love mafuta unanunua $2 na around 80 something upuzi hapo. Wakati Kenya mafuta ilikuwa hapa ilikuwa inauzwa $5, around watu walikuwa wananunua $5. Hata Kenya tungesema okay, ni sawa sawa, basi bei ya mafuta imepanda kila mahali. Lakini shida kubwa ni kwamba bei ya mafuta ikipanda Kenya inakuwaga imepanda pande zingine, lakini wakati mafuta inashuka pande zingine, bei ya mafuta ya Kenya haishuki. Ni kwa nini? Are we protecting cartels? Are these cartels that are running the energy sector ambao wameshika serikali hostage? Are these cartels? Can somebody do something about these cartels, or is it just a continuation of cartels? You know, you come in with a new regime, but the cartels remain the same. So I feel sorry for my brothers and sisters in Kenya. Ninaona wakulima wa sukari are the next victims. I was reading here that the government is also planning to import sugarcane. I mean, not sugarcane, sugar, sukari yenyewe. Juzi tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya wakulima wa mchele kutoka Mwea wakilia, wanasema serikali imeplan kuimport over 250,000 metric tons za mchele kutoka nje. Tukasema bahati yao mbaya, wakule ujeuri yao. Hata tujamaliza siku 3 tulisikia tena mahindi inaenda kuimportiwa. Sasa saa hii the latest ni sukari, and these are the same people wakikuja kwa mapodium hapo na wakikimbia Western Kenya wanaenda kusema we are going to revive the sugar industry in Kenya. We will make sure that mkulima wa miwa anapata haki yake. Juzi umemwona huko Western Kenya akisema ya kwamba anaenda kufufua uchumi wa magharibi. And you know, people still think that magharibi economy depends on sugarcane. So they have tried to revive Umia Sugar Company, but in real sense there's ni ule mtu anakujanga kukusalimia na mkono ya left na nyuma mkono ya right ameshika sword. So watu wa Western Kenya na wale wakulima wengine wa miwa enzi za zile areas za Kinanzoia sugar, you know, all those sugar belt regions, prepare yourself. This one is coming for you next year, ya kwamba serikali imeagiza sukari kuanzia mwaka ujao, na si sukari kidogo tu vile tunafikiria, ni sukari tani ngapi? Hata I need to get the tonnage here. So it says that Treasury CS Njuguna Ndungu opens window for importation of 100,000 metric tons of duty-free sugar until March 31st, 2023. Cartels ndio wamefunguliwa. Sugar industry ambayo tunajaribu kufufua inaenda kukutana na another mawimbi ya duty free sugar hadi mwezi wa 3 mwaka ujao. So mise, wakati tunakuja hapa kusema ya kwamba serikali imefanya kazi, hebu nionyeshe jambo moja tu peke yake. Can you pinpoint one thing that this government has done to lower the cost of living in the Republic of Kenya? If you answer that and show me that, then we will argue on the same level. But as long as they continue talking about lowering the cost of life without vitendo, hakuna siku ambayo tutakubaliana na hii serikali. Mimi nadhani nimemalizia hapo. If you want to rebut, you have an opportunity to do that. Mato, nitaangalia hii yako, acha nijaribu kuidownload. Mise au Mato, whoever wants to go.
Mise, you're up. You've been challenged. I mean, Richie, buangalia hiyo. I'll talk after umenichezea hiyo yangu. Bado napigana na kujua venye ya kushare, because I think side yangu inakataa. But Mise, you're up to that. And then sijui nani ameenda wapi, Mr. Chair. Amecheza hii kitu vizuri. But Mise, yeah.
Kazi nzuri sana. Ningependa, sijui unataka nisungumzie lipi, kwa sababu sijaona kama nimeulizwa swali.
Okay, I think Richie alikuwa na point ya kuna points alikuwa akikwambia like utuambie hii serikali inatupeleka wapi at this point, because I think at this point hata venye Richie tu anasema, mi kwangu personally mimi naona kuna shida, na shida iko, mi shida yangu kubwa kabisa, my biggest problem with this government, and Richie just you can even counter that. My biggest problem with this government is that I feel like they're making a business sort of a government, and that's where I have a big departure with this government. I feel like everything is a business. Everything that you want to talk to the government is not a service for for the people of Kenya. It's a business. That's why you have the savings, you have all this, you have to repay, you have to kwenda kukopa and everything. What people are wakopagi kutoka kwa government, and that's a big problem. Now, The other big problem I have, Mise, is that you can look at, I mean, since this government has been, and this is 100 days that we're talking about, which imepita tu the other day. 100 days. No one has spoken about the overpasses that we were doing. No one has spoken about the infrastructure. Because people, the Gashawas and the Rutos of these days are not talking about the infrastructure. What are they talking about? Savings for Kenyans. Which bank are we going to look at our savings? Instead of talking of the infrastructure, today we still talk of Thika Highway. And when we talk about Thika Highway, I bet you Jina Kibaki will come somewhere. We'll still talk about Bagathi Highway. I mean Bagathi Road, which was made was what walikuwa kitest if we can do a road out of concrete instead of tarmac. Still there. And you can put names on it. Now, we do have the super highways. Unfortunately, mtu mwenye ako Kenya atakwambia kitu ilisimama, which is something that was working. Mise, I used SGR, even though I agree SGR was a lame duck, hiyo kitu haikuwa right. But ukishuka hivi SGR, next to it, ile reli ya kitambo, unapata train ingine kuku, unajiuliza uko Kenya mko wapi? It's called infrastructure. So, why are we not talking about infrastructure? Why are we talking about deaths na watu wa Kenya and making people mkue kila mtu anadai nini serikali? Si hata heri CRB yenye watu walikuwa wanaingizwa CRB. The things that are being spoken about, where we are going, I mean, we're running on a wild goose. This is the real wild goose chase. Tunakimbiza kina the four. That's the biggest thing, that the four commissioners. That's the biggest thing. Oh, that's what we need to do. That's what's doing nini. Can we really, after all these years of independence, and then you have people like Gachagua 24/7 campaigning. I don't know who's ana campaign ya nani ama na campaign nini. I don't know if he understands he's already the vice president of the Republic of Kenya. So I have a problem, and I didn't want to talk before Richie got that video, because that video was
It's ready. It's ready, Mato. It's ready. If you want me to play it, it's ready.
Go ahead, my brother. Thank you.
Okay, let's see.
Now, though his campaigns were largely based on the cost of living, which he said was high at the time, efforts by President William Ruto to lower the same haven't borne much fruit, going by his first 100 days in office. A section of Kenyans feel that it is taking too long for prices of basic commodities to become pocket-friendly. Others say that lowering the cost of living is easier said than done, and that the country just needs to relax and allow the president the time to sort things out. Well, in our continuing series on Ruto's 100 days in office, Ibrahim Karanja focuses on the cost of living.
President William Ruto's 100-day in office clocks as Kenyans kick off the festivities. But as the Christmas fever grows, many Kenyans will barely be celebrating, unable to afford a basic meal. For this group of Kenyans, they feel let down by the Ruto administration that promised to lower the cost of living but is yet to do so 100 days since assuming office.
Hakuna kitu amerekebisha hata. Sema bei itashuka na haishuki. Sasa hapo amerekebisha nini?
Na wakati anasema umpatie muda kidogo. Ninyi mnasemaje?
Mshahara na nini? Ikiwa hakukuwa na pesa, anapata wapi mshahara? Wabunge wake wanapata wapi? Wafanyakazi wote wanapata wapi? Ikiwa hakukuwako.
In his earlier days, the president suspended subsidies that were put on foodstuff and instead channeled the same to fertilizer.
Na dawa ya kupunguza gharama ya maisha ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunawasaidia wakulima wazalishe chakula zaidi. Hizi interventions zingine ni short term. But the surest way to ensure that we manage the cost of living, and 52% of the budget of every Kenyan goes to food. If we manage to reduce the cost of food so that the budget of every Kenyan that goes into food purchase goes down, we will begin the journey to bring the cost of living in our republic. And the intervention by government to make sure that we reduce the cost of living is the intervention around production.
Bado yale maisha yalikuwa hapo mbeleni, ilikuwa shopping ya ngiri moja. Unaweza kuifanya hata ukakula kwa siku mingi. Lakini leo ngiri moja unaweza toka tu na vitu tatu kwa duka. Unga na mafuta na pengine kasukari na maisha.
Let's give William Ruto more than 100 days to see whether he can put some mechanism or some policies in place that will generate those wanting areas of economic growth.
The cost of basic commodities at shelves continue to cause pain in the wallets of many. Maize flour, cooking oil and sugar are still unaffordable to some. Fuel is not cheap either.
Hizi vitu ingerudishwa chini, especially kama unga ambayo sisi watu wa kawaida tunaitegemea. Tuna survive nayo. Unga na sukari na hizi vitu ambazo ni basic. Kama singeenda chini, maisha yetu ingekuwa mzuri.
Most of Kenyans in informal employment earn 500 shillings and less per day. Therefore, budgeting in an economy with a high cost of living is not a walk in the park. Their representative, KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli, says the government is not to be blamed and urged Kenyans to be patient a little longer because there will be light at the end of the tunnel soon.
The war between Russia and Ukraine has devastated global economies, not only the African continent, it has spilled over almost everywhere on the globe. And it is not easy for any country within the globe to claim that you can create a wonderful big change or put some mechanism in place that can spur economic growth for that particular country.
Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
Haya, Mato, video yako ndio hiyo. Umemute.
Richard, thank you so much for playing that video. Guys and people who are watching, and mathematicians na mtu mwenye anaweza calculate. If you have a calculator, I want you to really take it out. I want you to do 500 times the population of Kenya. And in fact, I'll go 5 million. Richie, I want to do this so that people understand. No, 50 million, sorry, not 5 million, 50 million. I think we are almost there. Ladies and gentlemen, that comes about to about 25 billion. I want you guys to really ask yourself, okay, that's the population, including the leaders themselves, including the guys that actually the middle class, including wale watu kama sisi wenye we don't want to get even the hustler fund. That goes to 25 billion. B with a B. Billion, which is half of what has been passed. That is if we decided everyone, whether you're rich, you're not a rich person, whether you're a politician, you're not, you get your 500 of the hustler fee. Now, math does not lie. If everyone in Kenya was given 500 shillings, we would use at least, we would use half of what has been proposed or what has been passed. Fortunately or unfortunately, we know that not everyone is going for that thing. And I want to ask people, where's the rest of the money going? And there's a reason I bring up this math. Because the problem of the government that we do have is what I was saying before, Richie. Thank you so much, Richie, for playing that video. The problem with that is that we have a government or people who are fond of saying tumetenga, bilioni, but you never where they go. And that's why we had the Kimwarel problem and we had all those things. Because right now you try to ask them, where is the other 50% going? Assuming everyone gets 500 in our country. Where is the other one going? Of course, we know no one is taking, is less than all those people. And that is what this government is because of business. They do business with the government and with themselves. And then again, they know they are very good at lying to people. Tumefanya. But again, we also have a citizenry that is not really questioning and even doing their math. 50 billion for Hustler Fund is way too much money. And you will never ask, Mr. Even you, I know you're very smart. You will never ask what happened to the surplus. And that's what they do. They go past some laws and pass some BS, ningeongea vibaya, lakini pass some BS kind of things and budgets, and then no one asks, hiyo ya mwisho ilienda wapi? We know it is not a supplementary budget because the constitution has a supplementary budget. And we never even account for the supplementary budget, even on the county level. And I believe, Richie, sorry, Mr. Chair, I believe that's why Raila was saying, we know where the money of free education will come from. We know it's over to the 6,000 for the struggling family. He knew where it's going to come from because the taxes that we pay are so much. And that's why you find these leaders trying to go into parliament or even Senate or at a MCA and cry and commit suicide because they know what they've lost. And they will never let you. They kill each other because of that, because that's how they make money, because ni ile pesa, the secret money, the silent money. Nyi munakuja munaambiwa tunajenga barabara pale. And I know it. I saw it. When my grandmother was alive, she used to tell us one road imejengwa maraka sita in the books. But unless Kenyans We start doing what Uhuru had started, and that was someone that I never voted for, and I apologize to him today. The man stood and said he's not going to employ rogue judges, neither is he going to do stupid stuff, neither is he going to take a rogue vice president, but he's going to concentrate. In fact, that man even left his social media, asipigwe. And I can tell you, you go to Kenya today, you will see fruits zake. But today, hata USGR, it was, leo, what have we had? 100 days. I know mtasema ilikuwa kidogo. But since then, have we ever judged a president? 100 days, and we felt it was nothing. Sikia kina Kibaki, when Rainbow ilichukua, the contractors walienda kufungua, walienda kuchukua, walifanya kazi usiku na mchana. They had spotlights to work, and Thika Highway came. Today, and last, hii ya mwisho si ile ya kwanza, hii ya mwisho, the last 5 years of Uhuru, things happened, and they were caught in camera. Wanashikwa huko wakitembea usiku kwenda kuangalia nini imefanyika, nini ijafanyika. You could see it. You could see the change. This guy that we have today is still politicking instead of serving Kenya. And ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to stay here forever being called a third world country. It's going to come a time that we are not being called that third world country, and it's coming. And if that takes either for them to style up or for Kenyans to style up, it's either or. And that's why this time round, we do even have the bunge la wananchi. And it will destroy. Tutasema. Kama ni kufukuza, tutafukuza. We are not the first country to walk into State House and kick someone out. Mugabe, where is Mugabe? Ethiopia. Eritrea. Where are those people? It can happen constitutionally. And we will not let you guys set up. I'm not mentioning anyone. I'm talking about the people that are trying. We will not let you guys set up Baba to go ndio mwanze kusema alifanya makosa ati alicommit treason. We will do it ourselves and we will agitate. Kenyans, we need to start because Kenya has to move on, and right now we are right where we need to be. Ukraine stood up for a bigger Russia. Kenyans, we have to stand up. Now, yetu, we are not standing against another country. We are standing against ujinga ile Kenyatta alisema. Na ndio babu usemanga. Education, ujinga, na health. The things that bring us back. But we are at a place that Kenya can be a big hub for Africa, as Africa is becoming a united countries of Africa, not a United States, but a united countries of Africa. We are there. We've started with East Africa. That's why we have an East African Parliament. We are going to do that. Either or. Richie, sorry, maybe I've come out of nimekuja nikiwa radical kidogo, maybe nimeruka sana, and I know nitagongwa kidogo, but thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. I think Mise, now you have an opportunity to rebut.
I think it would be unfair. We need to look for Njeremani and Alex Media.
Wewe sasa unatafuta watu wenye wameweka kiti ya kutaga inaitwa kutega studio. I don't know if I've told you so many times here, as long as somebody's present, jina yake ikiwa inaapia kwa screen, unajua yuko area. Akipata nafasi ya kukuja ataingia tu. But I want to echo what Matoa said here. And as I keep on saying here, we will always try as much as possible, Misha, to give credit to this government wherever it tries to work hard. I challenge you, Mise. You know, you are a supporter of Kenya Kwanza. I challenge you. For the 100 days that William Ruto has been in government, and I asked you this question when I was doing my presentation earlier, can you point to me one thing, just one thing, that William Ruto has done to lower the cost of living? Just one thing. Kitu moja peke yake ambayo serikali ya Kenya Kwanza led by William Ruto has done to lower the cost of living in the Republic of Kenya. Because we have played videos here, and there's somebody here who was asking us why, I think ni Aguaru, anasema, why did Kenyans give William Ruto 100 days? We did not. Nobody here gave William Ruto 100 days. Nobody set 100 days for William Ruto. On their campaign trail, William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua themselves, manitumia lugha ya Atwoli, anasema themselves said that within 100 days, they are going to do these things. So when you come here and ask what have they done in the 100 days, we are not talking about something that we set for them. This is a bar that they set for themselves, not us. Sisi tulikuwa hapa, we were against their presidential bid. Fortunately or unfortunately, they won. And so we will always try to hold them accountable to what they said they are going to do. And I've played so many videos here. You know, I play so many videos here about the pledges that they did, you know, from the women, promises that they made to our sisters, our mothers, all those people that were supposed to be given diapers. I played so many videos here just to show you that these people made so many promises that they were supposed to fulfill within their first 100 days in office. We did not set that for them. So we need to interrogate these people and ask them, Kwani, was it just a con game? There was another issue behind ambayo sisi hatukuwa tunajua. But from where I stand, I can tell you I have not seen anything. I have not seen anything whatsoever except for the borrowing. And we have the evidence. They were criticizing the government of Jubilee, which they were part of, as a government that is, you know, so much dependent on over borrowing, a government that has no strategy on how to run a republic. What they are doing right now is exactly the same thing they were criticizing 3 months ago. And on that note, I want to play this.
Deputy President William Ruto is expected to present his papers before IEBC Saturday. And his Kenya Kwanza counterparts today took their bottom-up economic model to Nairobi County.
Tutapanga ajira ya vijana ama vyeo ya viongozi? Tutakopa teni ama kwanza tutafuta pesa ya kuzalisha chakula tuondoe njaa? Si jameni, tuondoe njaa kwanza.
66 days to the March anticipated 2022 election, and his team, among them his running mate Rigathi Gachagua, made several stopovers in Kamulu, Ruai, Utawala, campaigning for their formation.
Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu, miezi miwili imesalia, ni lazima tujikomboe, tujiondoe kwa hali ya hatari. Tuko pamoja? Na suluhisho ni nani?
The Kenya Kwanza team took a swipe to President Uhuru Kenyatta over what they termed as continued borrowing, accusing the Jubilee government of plunging the country into debt, saying it had raised the cost of living.
Wale majamaa wa kuzimia ati wanataka kuendelea ati kukopa pesa, ati wanataka kuendelea na capital intensive projects ambayo inafaidi watu wachache. tunataka tuwaambie hii serikali ya mahasla, tutabadilisha hiyo maneno. Tutawachana na kukopa pesa, tutatafuta investment. Tutawachana na capital intensive programs, tutatafuta labor intensive programs.
Kwa hivyo yeye akiingia, madeni itapanda, bei ya mafuta itapanda, bei ya unga itapanda, bei ya school fees itapanda, bei ya healthcare itapanda. Yeye anasema lazima aendelee vile rais anayestaafu anafanya.
Siku hizi unakopa ndio uende ukalipe mkopo, kwa sababu maisha yamekuwa magumu sana. Wale jamaa wa kuzimia, si nilikuwa huko, hawana mpango mwingine wa Kenya. Wanataka kuendeleza Kenya vile imeendelezwa na ile serikali iko, kumaanisha ya kwamba maisha yako hayatabadilika, maisha yataendelea tu vile vile.
Njia ya kupunguza bei ya vyakula ni kufukuza mtu ya kitendawili na kuweka William Ruto ndio tupunguze bei ya chakula. Tuko tayari.
At the same time, they pledge that they will ensure that the common Kenya accumulates wealth, saying it will help solve the ever-present unemployment issue facing the youth. After drumming up support for the bottom...
Textbook example of a conman. Textbook example of a conman is a person who tells you what you want to hear so that they can get something that they want from you. Mise.
Now let me respond. I ask that you, duly address the President of the Republic of Kenya as a man of integrity, and you desist from misrepresenting him and his character, because that misrepresents the character of our country. Now, I think I just want to look at William Ruto's campaign promises and look them from a different perspective. I think there are a few things that you need to give him credit. He's trying. And you don't expect miracles within 100 days. And that's the problem with people from Azimio. Even the Thika superhighway that you guys are referencing was not built within 100 days. It was built thereafter. And so the pressure that you're putting onto the current government is unduly called for, and is not practical. Just because you want to make a point that he's incompetent, he can't make a good president, to just perpetuate your narrative of William Ruto's character and governance. But the truth is, he promised of agriculture. Those were the promises. Talked about micro, small, and medium enterprises. He talked about housing and settlement services, or affordable housing, and also talked about creative economy and service economy, and healthcare and digital superhighways, and I think many other things that he promised. But let us reflect on what the president is doing. When the president went to Korea, and I hope that Kenyans will come to take a moment and read and understand the Korean culture, and know that Kenyans have potential also to benefit from the Korean culture. For example, if you've had an opportunity to work for JICA, which is in Nairobi, which is a Korean organization, that basically Korea is very, very much interested in healthcare. That's why Japan, Korea, they're very interested in public administration and healthcare. And when you look at their culture of eating, living style, and all that, I think as Kenyans we can benefit from that. If you look at Korea, when you're in college, they have a culture where people would like to volunteer to your organization and even develop things like websites or as a way before you graduate, as a way of getting experience and learning, and give free service to the society or to the community. And I think Kenya can benefit from this. But I want to talk specifically about the visit of the president to Korea. As you know, it's an historical visit for the last 32 years. And when he went there, the truth is he borrowed 100 and he got a funding of 120 billion dollars, 120 billion shillings. But again, what is this money meant for? It is supposed to be to set up a smart city, which is Consa Techno City. What happens? I remember sometimes back when Alfred Mutua was trying to talk about, making Machakos international, making Machakos a great and place to be. A lot of people say that is just hot air. But today, people leave Nairobi to go to Machakos or Masaku to go and watch games there or to do some things there because of the very good work that Alfred Mutua did. But because Kenyans or human beings are endowed with the ability to bring down good leaders, criticize, find scandals so that they can victimize and make them look like they are incompetent. That's why when Alfred Mutua was faced with a lot of challenges, but today you go to Machakos, you'll see a difference. That's why you see traffic, people going to Machakos to spend money there. That is the kind of leadership that we are looking for. Also, within 100 days, the president promised to improve the welfare of civil servants. And I think he has, in recent appointment, he appointed the retired retired Mr. Chief Justice Maraga to head a campaign that is going to identify, recommend institutional and administrative reforms within the civil service or within the starting with the police force. And these are good things to improve. That's why you find police, it's very difficult to bribe police out there, unlike Kenya, where it's very easy to bribe police because they are poorly paid. And these kind of reforms are good for our people because these same police officers, they are our brothers, our sisters, our parents, and our Igbo people in our community. So I think that is a good initiative within 100 days the president has started, and that is something that we are going to benefit from. When we talk about Concert Techno City, remember the president was talking about, creative economy service, intellectual property, and so on. If we are going to improve and increase in our technology, those are jobs. Those are jobs. That's where we can and digitalize government services. Those are jobs because we have an infrastructure that will enable us to roll out those projects. For example, Kenya is very talented and blessed to the fact that English is almost our primary language of instruction. So if we have call centers divided in Kenya and meet the international standards, and we have call centers in Kenya, those are jobs. And a lot of youths who have finished colleges, universities, who have finished even high schools, will be able to work in these call centers. Just like Safaricom, think about people who work in Kenya Commercial Bank call center, or financial institutions call centers, and even Safaricom call centers. They make a lot of money. I'm sure most people who work there make more than 25,000 or to 100,000 shillings a month, and that will improve our economy, and that will bring bring us to what is called trickle-down economy, that the money that will go to the grassroots, where the president has been very key on that. And in terms of, before I forget about the police force, you see, the president wants to bring professionalism, applicable allowances, and efficiency and effectiveness in the police force, to ensure that the police are there to serve and protect the people, and not to harass and intimidate people, because we pay them salaries, and we deserve better services from them. So these are some of the things that a common mwananchi might not conceptualize at the inception of this project, but after the rolling out of these projects, we will start seeing the bigger picture. Think about, Ruto is trying to rely on human creativity. Think about someone like Churchill, for example, in the comedy industry. Churchill, if you go back to 2003, 2004, nobody respected Churchill. I did go and did work at the Kenya National Theatre with the likes of Churchill to act set books and so on. Nobody really respected Jalango. Nobody really respected Churchill or Captain Otoyo. But when Churchill changed the comedy industry and revamped it and gave it life, and Kenyans started embracing comedy, you know what? It created jobs for comedians. And this is the kind of things that we are talking about. When we talk about intellectual property, Kenyans who are innovative have innovated. Think about someone who came up with M-Pesa. It's a Kenyan. Someone who brought about services that we are enjoying today with Safaricom and other products or other foreign investors. They innovate, but because they cannot protect their intellectual property, they lose. And we want to have people who are compensated because of their ability to innovate. And that's why technology is very key and important. So these are some of the things that we need to embrace, that they are not going to happen tomorrow, but gradually within 5 years, they are going to happen, or beyond 5 years. But what I'm more concerned is that the money that we are borrowing, the funding that we are borrowing, I don't have a problem for us to borrow, because even America owes. No country that does. Every country owes a lot of money. The problem that I have is the misappropriation of the funds that we are borrowed. If the money that we are borrowed is directed and used exactly to the purpose that it was borrowed for, I think our country will flourish, and our country will go to a greater height, and we will have prosperity in our country. And lastly, if you look at our country, William Ruto is trying to look at there's a lot of things that the former presidents did not tap into. William Ruto has visited more than 10 countries since he came within the 100 days in office. And I think what William Ruto was looking at was trying to make sure that he has exhausted the 5 foreign diplomatic pillars that we have. One of it is diaspora diplomacy, environment diplomacy, culture diplomacy, peace and economic diplomacy. Some of these things that we have not exhausted. And by having our president going out there and creating environments for our people to get opportunities out there, I think is a good gesture. The problem is, once we create those avenues out there, how do we sustain them? And there's also something that I've had a chance to talk to my brother Jeremani, and we agreed unanimously that our country has good policies. These policies are not retired, or no one cares to retire the policies when they are not working. We still using policies that were designed to work at a certain time, but after some time now they become redundant because the purpose of which they were designed for has been outgrown with time, and this is where we are having a problem. And William Ruto looking to the West is a good thing because we were kind of submerged or consumed by the Chinese, because we believed that China is the only partner that we can work with, and as such we don't get very good deals. Think about it, that China, we borrow money from China, whereby we are supposed to get 75% buy local materials, local labor, but instead we borrow money from China, and then we bring labor from China, we bring materials from China, and China controls our projects, which is supposed to be to benefit our local people. And that's why I like the West. The Americans, when Americans take up projects, they let the local people, despite the fact that watatunyanyasa kiasi fulani, but at least they are not hawatunyanyasi sana kama the Chinese. The Chinese have been abusing our people to the extent that nobody talks. And I think I like the fact that one day Matiang'i asked, yani hatuwezi pata mtu anaweza fanya kazi kama hii within Kenya, the expertise that is supposed to be 25% foreign, if it's missing. Why are we bringing almost 100% expertise from China, materials from China, human labor from China? So these are some of the things that we need to start streamline and have these people who have interest in our country compete and not to have monopoly like China is having right now. Let me stop there, and I think the president is doing extremely well. Thank you.
Yeah, sawa. Black, nasikia simu yako inachemka. Wacha nikupatie nafasi uongee kabla ilipuke.
Mjambo wenzangu kwenye panel na watu wote mahali popote mlipo. I hope you all doing fine. Kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi na nawapenda nyote. Yeah, my phone is eating up. Na I hope mtanisamea because I'm somewhere sensitive na haitakuwa sawa if I'm on live. Anyway, nevertheless, shortly, what has the KK government done in the past 100 days? It has done some things, but ile kuwa wazi from the mwananchi's point of view, that's where we are. I'm trying to place myself there. To the expectation of which we voted it in, we haven't much received that. That's the truth, because maybe we had expected vitu kama unga ishuke, vitu kama mafuta, bei ya mafuta ishuke, and such alike. Now, but again, on the other side of the coin, is there some other measures that have been taken that I believe is going to be providing long-term solutions to whatever we were expecting the government to have done for us. For instance, we have these loans that I've seen and watched Makiadi bringing out the numbers, and it is worth noting that the IMF loans, who has piano to EP, IMF usually follows up on their money. I mean, in the sense, si eti kufollow up kwa upande wa kulipa eti kama venye commercial loans China huwa wanatufanyia, no, go to under, no. Like, they try to ensure that the money is well spent with less spillage. No. So when you see them coming in, it means that kuna vile ambavo the plans which we have laid out to them in regards as to why we need the money, wameona it is worthwhile. Now, unfortunately, amongst the dreams which many Kenyans had when we were voting in the government, for us to realize those, it would come with some pain, unfortunately, and that's the pain which we are going through right now. Like kama hii mambo ya chakula bei kushuka, overall production of food has not been really great in the recent times, and mostly it's been blamed on issues like poor rainfalls, drought, and stuff like that. Now, in those times when we were facing those problems, tulikuwa tunasema mbona serikali haijajenga dams, mbona ingekuwa hizo siku zote imejenga dams hatungekuwa na hizi shida. Now, at this point, I think the government has decided that hizo lawama za mbona haijajenga dams, watengeneze hizo dams sasa, unaona. So what has William Ruto done in the past 100 days? In the past 100 days, he has done his best to secure us partner countries that are going to assist us in building these dams, one of them being UK. UK has offered to give us what 4.2 billion worth of funds yenye watatujengea nayo dams, 100 dams. That's something. Now, this is going to happen in a period of 3 years. Unfortunately, 3 years is a long time to wait. There's going to be a lot of pain in that time for those 100 dams to be constructed by UK. That's just one of them, because already tulikuwa tumekuwa promised 700 dams by our president. But since I don't have much time, nasema tu zile few that can come up kutoka kwa akili yangu, which is those 100 dams that are coming up from Britain, ambazo zinafaa kuwa constructed within a period of 3 years. So unfortunately, in the next 3 years, in matters dams, itakuwa magumu kidogo. Now, as to why, kuna kitu ambacho ulikuja ukasema Makiadi when we were having a discussion somewhere that amongst the things that we expect to have as a nation is increment in tax. But the one thing that people fail to understand is it doesn't have to be necessarily increment in tax rates. It could be increment in tax revenues that are collected. Now, in my view, in the coming projects ambazo zinakuja, zile kama zile housing projects, zita provide a lot of jobs, massive, such that watu wengi watakuwa wamepata pesa and they'll be in a position to spend. Once they're in a position to spend, because they'll be buying products, these products are charged VAT, the government collects these VATs, these revenues from VATs, zitaenda kwa serikali. So that is added revenue for the government. That is how I want to look at it. It matters revenues. I also saw some people talking about the subsidies which were removed, like from Achia. They asked me those questions. Yes, it's true. Kuna subsidies ambazo ziliondolewa, and unfortunately, it's very painful, because now issues like subsidy education, which was very helpful to many parents, ambayo imeondolewa sahihi, itakuwa ngumu sana kwa wazazi wengine kusomesha watoto wao. But this is a part of the IMF's structural programs, whereby it's trying as much as possible to push the government to reduce its expenditure such that it can reduce the deficit, budget deficit, because our budget usually has a deficit of around 1 trillion. So some of these subsidies, ambazo ndio, the intentions were good, but somehow they found their way into the cartel's pockets. It is my hope and my prayer that somewhere, somehow, a subsidy like the education fund, with the plan which nilikuwa nimeona MPs wanataka CDF zao zirudishwe, perhaps somewhere, somehow, this CDF kitty could be increased in such a manner that these members of parliaments and maybe the ward representatives, maybe because kulikuwa kuna hii ward development fund, pesa kiti zao ziongezwe such that they will be offering these bursaries directly to the people as part of the solution, in my view. If at all the government felt like the subsidies were, of course, end up with these ghost schools, so maybe CDF funds na WDF, Ward Development Funds, kirudishwa waongezewe hii kiti, wapeane bursaries directly to parents, to the needy parents and students. That is my view. But just to sum it up, whether we have done great in the past 100 days as a government to our people, I would say honestly no. But as to the plans which they have relayed to us, which they want to implement in the long term, I would say yes, they are good. So it's a win-lose situation. That's how I'd put it. Lose in the short term, win in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Hold on, Alex. Hold on just a minute. I'll give you guys an opportunity to respond before Black disappears. Yeah, let me. I know his phone is hitting up. Let me just give you an opportunity. I wanted to make remarks, but I think maybe you have a burning issue, Alex, and then Kenyan with love, and then I'll make my remarks later.
Makiadi, the question was, what has the Ruto government done in 100 days? What my friend has explained is what they are going to do in the next 3 years. When you tell us the dams, 100 dams in 3 years, I fail to understand. Did you really understand the question that we are asking? We have no problem of the promises of the future because we are not going to criticize Ruto of the things that he has promised and he has not done yet. He has promised us those dams in the 3 years, and we are waiting for that. So the question is, you have not answered exactly. What has he done in 100 days?
I'll answer that. Now, I heard me speak about the president's visit to Korea. It is worth noting, aside from the loan which you are talking about, that Korea actually has a budget of $12.1 trillion that is usually to fund African projects. Now, part of this, Kenya is a beneficiary. Now, that aside, kwa ile trip yenye WSR, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, when alipo visit Korea, it is also worth noting for those that maybe did not follow properly or keenly, he managed to secure a partnership program with the Korean government for the marine jobs of Kenyans. What do I mean by this? Tuko na Bandari College, kuna wanafunzi huwa wanasomea pale, na kuna kazi nyingi sana Korea in matters marine. But unfortunately, they do not recognize the certification that our students get from the Bandari College. Now, among the agreements that and the MOU that our beloved president signed with the Korean government was for them to find a way whereby the Korean government watafanya mikakati such that they would align or rather streamline our Bandari College penye marine education inafanywa in regards to, let's say, marine engineering, marine technologies. Ile syllabus na zile vitu ambavyo wanafundishwa kule, we are aligned na what the requirements are in Korea, such that when mtu akisoma pale Bandari College akiwa certified, anaweza kupata kazi in Korea. Now that already is an avenue for Kenyans to get jobs, Mr. Alex, just so you know. So when you ask what he has done, aside from the loans ambazo mnaongea, that is a plus for the many Kenyans that are in Bandari College. What else has he done? Hizi subsidies zenye unaongea, zenye nimesema kweli kwa painful. You should also note that the minute, the president alipokuwa anakuwa sworn in, he said the minute nikiweka hii Biblia chini, wachieni hawa cartel, nitapambana nao. Hawa cartel basi mketi mkijua walikuwa kwa hizi subsidy. So amepambana nao. Amewafungia nje. Mifereji yao imefungwa. Now, it's just, the question now here is, how will the wananchi be able to benefit from these things that rather the kupata usaidizi ambazo wakipata kutoka na hizi subsidies, wakipata uwezo wa kununua hivi vitu ama kulipia hivi vitu through these jobs ambazo zitatokea, I don't think they'll be needing these subsidies, right? Kama mzazi anapata mapato kisawasawa, hata hitaji subsidy, maana yake ataweza kulipa nini fees. Ndio hizi kazi ambazo zinazokuja hizi projects ambazo zina come up soon, zitawawezesha hao parents kuweza kulipia vitu kama hivi, education and such things. For example, vyakula vikishuka chini bei, once the irrigation schemes coming from the dams, bei ya chakula itashuka. Manake vyakula vitakuwa vingi. Bei ya chakula ikishuka, it means everyone will be able to purchase this food at lower costs. They'll be having more money to save in their pockets, right? If they save a lot more in their pockets and they're earning extra from the projects that are coming up, will they be needing the subsidies? I don't think so. So Alex, kujibu swali yako, I've just given you two things that
so Trump, just 30 seconds. What you have said is that Ruto has done nothing in the last 100 days, but he's putting up strategies for the future so that maybe things can be better. But for the 100 days, he has been preparing for the future. He has done completely nothing that directly has benefited Mwananchi. And we are not going to be repeating here what we have repeated all the time. Maneno ya subsidies, we have no problem with this. The question is, when you take those subsidies, which I have always agitated here that used to benefit the cartels, and I'm one of the people who was happy that the subsidies have been taken away. But this money for the subsidies, at least, Mr. Black, let us agree to disagree agreeably that there was a way the government could have made sure that at least they have benefited common Mwananchi, especially as we come to Christmas. They have failed completely and they have made the life of Mwananchi completely difficult. Come January, Kenyans are going to ask themselves, where are we going to find money to take our children to school? So let us agree here, Mr. Black. Yes, ameweka hiyo mikakati. We do not disagree. Maneno ya bandari haijakuwa within 100. It is a future thing. Okay? It is there and we appreciate it. But it is not within 100 days. Hiyo bandari, those things of bandari are not already in effect. The question is clear. In 100 days, what has Kenyans benefited as individuals? Kenyans have suffered more. Maybe in the future, through the programs that he's doing, we are going to benefit. But for now, the austerity measure that has been put, Kenyans have suffered beyond, and they are wondering. So I want you to be honest and say, mikakati imewekwa, lakini Kenyans are suffering. But in the future, maybe we will be. When austerity measures are put,
They are not put so that you benefit right away. It is that maybe in 6 months you benefit, but in 3 months, Black and the rest, like me say, you ought to be honest and accept. In 3 months, Ruto government has made Kenyans' life more difficult.
I think I was very clear when I finished my submission with the exact words of win, lose. Lose in the short term because we have not felt the impact of government in the past or in the last 100 days. That's why I said lose. Sacrifice would be in brackets, but I said gain or win in the long term because of the plans which have been made. I think I was clear by saying that, Mr. Alex.
Okay, I think that is well settled. I think you'll get another opportunity to rebut that. Mato, you had lifted your hand, so I'll have to end kwa Jeremani.
Can I add something quickly within a second, please?
Hold on, if you can hold on.
Please, before Alex goes, because he says something that
Alex is here. Alex is here. It's okay.
All right.
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to tell Alex that that is a good observation and contradiction at the same time. Alex, you have said properly and clearly and loud and clear that within 3 months of the Kenya Kwanza government, they have laid strategies. And I just wanted to remind you that the strength of the buildings, the skyscrapers that we see today, is not in the mirrors, the glasses that we see. It is in the foundation. The foundation. When the foundation is strong, then we are assured of the longevity. So we are assured of the stability of the building. So today, what you are dismissing is that when William Ruto, for example, from what Black has said, Black has said that there are marine or submarine jobs that the Kenyans could not qualify, and the president said that they have made arrangement through the Mombasa College to make sure that Kenyans are given opportunities. The president, when he was in Korea, said that they have made it easy and they have made diplomatic arrangements so that Kenyans can work legally in Korea. That is not the future. That is the present and the future. So I just wanted to remind you that the foundation is part of the work that Kenya Kwanza has done. And also there are things that are right away, like the ones that we have highlighted in Saudi Arabia and many more. So, and also, Mr. Moderator, is it okay that my brother Alex, I don't know if it's Alex who is speaking or it's the woman and the baby up there who is sleeping, so who is talking. So I would like that you bring it to that you ask my brother Alex to conduct himself properly and guided by you, by your able moderation at this point. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think this issue about the Mombasa, whatever, the college, maritime college here is very clear. It's not that, Mrs., you want to put it, that Kenyans are going to work legally. I don't know where you got that statement that the government has made arrangements so that Kenyans can work legally. Sijui ni statement. No country allows people to work illegally. Hata mahali uliko. If you go to another country when you are a illegal immigrant, you do not have status to work there. So no country in the world allows other citizens from other countries to work in that country if they do not have the necessary papers. So this was just an arrangement between the Maritime College and I think Black told you very well to try and harness and bring harmony in what they teach in Kenya and what Korea teaches, so that at least they can have some form of exchange program, you know, trying to align the two syllabuses or whatever together, the curriculums together. So si ati president amesema kutakuwa na some form of kufanya kazi huko legally. Kitu ya kwanza ukienda Korea lazima ukue in good standing ndio ukubaliwe kufanya kazi. And we have Kenyans in Korea who are working right now. So sijui what will be different for them if I go by what you are saying. And then I just want to say, Misa, you had addressed the issue of police reforms. I want to tell you this is not the first time that we are having a commission that is being set up to look into police reforms. I don't know what you think is special with the Maraga Commission, if it's going to exist for that matter, but we have had commissions before that have been formed to address issues to do with the police service and the well-being of our police force, and we know the outcome. The files are still in the shelf, eating a lot of dust. You said about looking for loans in the West or from the West. Let me tell you, Mise, the reason why William Ruto is not going for Chinese loans is not because we had bad deals with China. It's because we have borrowed from the Chinese until they hawawezi tukopesha zaidi. Si ati ni kwa sababu tulipatiwa bad deals. The Chinese do not follow up money vile the West inafuata pesa zao, Mise. And Black has told you here very clearly. Kama Kenya ingepata opportunity ya kupata more money kutoka China ingeendea, kwa sababu you have an opportunity ya kugawana na Mchinese. Hata kama atakupatia labor, uko na kati yako 5% ya project ya 50 billion, ukiweka kwa mfuko wewe na umaskini mmeachana. So Kenyans know that. So for Ruto to go to the West kutafuta pesa pande hiyo ni kwa sababu huko kwingine tumeomba zaidi mpaka hakuna mtu anataka kutuona. Hakuna mtu, ukionekana unatoka Kenya as a president or leader, wanajua umekuja kukopa pesa, unfortunately. Black, mambo ya education, umeongea mambo ya education hapa. I think we had a better plan for the education sector in Kenya. Raila Odinga's plan was to have free primary education kuanzia hapo mpaka university. As to whether the program was manageable or we could be able to fund that program, that is a debate for another day. But I would not expect us still to be talking about subsidizing education here. Na kuna mtu ambaye alisema ako na mpango wa kufanya masomo iwe ya bure kuanzia shule ya msingi mpaka chuo kikuu. Kwa hivyo hii story yote tunakuja kusema ati bursary, sijui World Development Fund itoe pesa iende kwa mzazi wa kawaida kufund education. Hizi ni vitu ambazo zilipitwa na wakati. If Kibaki came in na akasema from day one nikiingia kwa ofisi masomo ya primary itakuwa bure, watu wakasema where are you going to get the money? He did it. Right now masomo ya primary ni ya bure kwa public schools, unless unataka mtoto wako aende kukaa kwa desk moja peke yake kwa darasa in a private school, then you have freedom to do that. But some of these things are practical. It only needs people who are committed and people who put the government money into good use. Wacha kwanza Jeremani aongea alafu we can take another lap. Oh, sorry Mato.
Point about Makiadi. There is a statement.
Wachana na hiyo. Alex, I avoided that necessarily because I did not want us to go to that route.
No. You cannot attack children.
No,
Why?
it's okay.
Mama Kiadi, you cannot. No.
Hold on. We do. Ngoja kwanza.
Mama Kiadi, wait. There is a day here. Mise was driving with his family. And the statement. No, Makiadi, wait. Let us make this straight. Then Mise, somebody said something about Mise. And then Mise made us apologize to him. Mise today here is attacking families, women, and say, kuna watoto, wanawake, na Alex, who are misbehaving. And for him, he protected himself. Mise, you must apologize for that. And let us all of us here respect families here.
I apologize unreservedly. However, I was referring to the box that is overhead. Thank you.
Okay, he is apologized, Alex. Tafadhali, let's not degenerate the debate into issues that are not, concerned to what we are here to discuss about. So, tafadhali, Mise, decorum, tafadhali. I know Alex has pointed out an incident, and I know you are very bitter. I did not want to talk about that, but because Alex has been offended, apologies, Alex. I may withdraw his statement. So let's move on to Kenyan with love. Alafu Jeremani nakuona umenyamaza for a long time. I'm coming to you, and we have new panelists here. So let's keep it brief. Alafu tusonge.
So thank you, Mr. Makiadi. You know, I'm listening and I'm taking notes very well. But Mr. Makiadi, on this one, I want to stay, and I want to stay on point of what we are talking about. We're talking about 100 days, and I think we've played a couple of videos about it. And I think Black is a very smart person. He's ako 50-50 anasimama pale katikati. Mise is a rogue person when it comes to this question of 100 days. Makiadi, you said it very well. Now unajua saa zingine mtu akiwa you want to say something and then inakuma sana and then it goes saa zingine unasahau kidogo, but I still remember a little bit of what I wanted to say. I think Makiadi, you said it very clearly that we did not come up with 100 days. They're the ones that came up with 100 days. Sisi tulikuja nayo. Hao ndo walituambia tukiweka hivi Bible within 100 days. They're the ones that said it. The guy that the Mise comes here every day, talks. And the person that Black is actually a moderate kind of guy that actually, I mean, kikiumana, yes, he understands hapa kuna makosa kidogo. So I'm really not going to go on to Black so much, but I'm going to go to even not go to Mise, but the kinds that come here and keep on telling us. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing that have been done within the 100 days. Hakuna. If you want us to tell you itakuwa kuweka judges wenye walikuwa corrupt, that's an achievement yenye imefanya. I don't know what's going on with the screen, but I hope everybody can hear. Can everybody hear me? Screen imeharibika side yangu.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Endelea.
Okay. So it's only the judges. I mean, when walikuwa corrupt, Uhuru alikuwa amekataa kuweka. That's one achievement yenye imefanyika na Ruto. Number 2 ni kuchukua parliament. Number 3 ni kuleta hii kitu inaitwa hii shetani inaitwa sijui Hustlers Fund yenye haitajalipwa na italeta shida. Number 3 ni kutoa watu ambao wamekuwa kwa, I mean, people corrupt and criminals into government. And when I say criminals, I'm not afraid and I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm talking of Aisha Jumwa that killed some, I mean, was there when someone died when he was there, and they went there to create trouble. I'm talking about corrupt people. That is what has happened. Those are the achievements. Anything to help Mr. Mise, however much you want to talk, however much you want to do, including that same person that we are counting him for the 100 days, amejitoa kwa ICC. Deputy wake amemtoa kwa zile vitu alikuwa amekula. So when you come here, Mise, I would really want you, and without taking too much time, because it's not my time, najua utanipatia time, I wanted to reply to that. The 100 days, what we are talking about 100 days. Patia credit mali iko. Kama credit imekuwa ya kuleta watu wauni kwa government, ipatie credit ikiwa hivyo. Because at the end of the day, Mise, your government, Idi Amin akaamka leo ndio kwa run hiyo government ya Kenya, bado itakuwa government yako. Wewe umebarikiwa kwa sababu uko Canada, lakini kuna watu wanaumia. unga imepanda, kila kitu imepanda, hata mliuziwa fertilizer ya free na mkauziwa 3000. Hata sijui kama umeuziwa bado. So, Mise, think about your country before you think who you stand with and why you do that. Because your country, leo, ukatolewa hiyo Canada, uambiwe rudi nyumbani, utaenda kulia kama ule mama mboga mwenye aliambiwa atakuwa mama mboga na atakuwa kwa serikali. Saizi wewe si mama mboga, lakini Mungu amekupatia mahali ukakaa. Think about your country, my friend. Niliacha siasa, but think about your country. Usikuja hapa kutupigia story na sisi si wajinga. Hakuna mtoto hapa. Like Ruto says, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Na hakuna mtoto hapa. Some of us have seen it. So don't come here. Let's talk about our country. Stop talking about Ruto's nini. Hata sisi tukiongea Raila akifanya makosa tunamwambia hapana. Kama tulimwambia kwenda Congress, that was a wrong move. We tell him. So please think about Kenya. Kenya comes before any leader that you think can be, because that is where your kids are going to live, and this is where once you're told to leave that Canada that you think you live in, that's the place that you can be. So please look at that country, and if something is going wrong, Mr. Stop, and stop with the BS. Thank you.
Makiadi, BS in full means bullshit. So can you ask him to retract that statement, because that's very disrespectful.
Sawa, Kenyan with
no,
love.
I meant stop with the babysitter.
Unajua mtu akisema hiyo anajua ile kitu anamaanisha, so we know what is trying to emphasize. Context is very important. So wacha nipatie Njeremani nafasi. Naona pia nani amekuja, Guru, Stone PK yako hapa, Chaka. So we have full house. Wacha tujaribu ku keep time ndio at least wenzetu waongee. Njeremani, let's keep time, at least brief and short and sweet ndio wengine wapate nafasi ya kuongea.
Sure. Thank you Bwana Makiadi for the opportunity. I want to start with the year 1928. This is the 6th of November. Herbert Hoover has just been elected President of the United States. He won the Electoral College by 444 votes out of about 500 something. So by about 83%. And he lasted the presidency from 1928 to 1932. One term. What happened? America went into the Great Depression. It was that time when nothing seemed to be working. And when Franklin Delano Roosevelt stood against Hoover, or stood, he won. And it is Franklin Delano Roosevelt who coined the term first 100 days. It is thereafter that first 100 days has been used as terminology by presidents or governments coming into office. Franklin Delano Roosevelt did the following. 15 million people are out of the job. So one of the first things he wanted to do was quickly turn around the economy so that people can get back to work. Established social programs so that those who are not in work can be taken care of. Those are the quick impact projects or initiatives that FDR undertook. They have become, and they were successful, and that's why they've become the benchmark for today's conventional speak of within the first 100 days. Very quickly, we go into Kenya and we start looking at what are the first 100 days, say for Jomo Kenyatta presidency. He spent the first year trying to make or together with others, trying to establish Kenya as a republic. We move quickly to Moi's term. The first 100 days, Moi first started by disbanding the ruling party's organizational structure, that is KANU, so that he could work within the 90 days required to mobilize and galvanize his opposition to be president of the country. We move very quickly to Mwai Kibaki. First 100 days, the quick pledges he made about free universal primary education is what we still enjoy to date. We move very quickly to Uhuru Kenyatta and we ask the same question. What were the first 100 days initiatives? There were so many promises. The same benchmark is what will be used against President Ruto this time. What are the quick initiatives with a wide or national impact that many would like to see? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeremani. I don't know who came next. I think Guru ulikuja mbele ya Stone PK, yeah? Okay, go ahead. Endelea Guru.
Habari yenu. Nimemsikiza sana hapa nyuma, and I think today I've had quite some very strong defense for the government from the likes of Mise, Black, and the rest. I said the other day here, it is very difficult to defend this government. Ni kazi ngumu sana. We might talk here on this forum, but the greatest defense that you can get for this government, if you want to know if things are working well, go to the hustler, the border guy, the mama boga. That is the person who will tell you whether the government is doing him any good or not. So therefore, the truth of the matter is that according to the promises given during the campaigns, nikiweka Biblia chini namna hii, mtanunua unga shilingi 70. Mafuta ya gari itakuwa 100 na kadhalika. All that are stand out to be hot air. Today, the Kikuyu, because they are the ones who are really ejected with this disease, that all that happened was because we had a dynasty, or it is Uhuru and the rest, and they bought it. If you ask them, they wanakuambia aya or datoishi ti Uhuru. You know, this was not about Uhuru, and therefore some of them are feeling quite sad that they were able to be cheated, to hate somebody for the sake of it. There are conversations right now going on in the community, and what is going to develop in the new year, we can only wait and see, because the people have started seeing things in their true colors. Wacha ile siasa ilikuwa inapigwa ya panganga hapa, ati unajua, even to an extent that the current president Ruto was once told that this is about Ukraine, and he publicly said it is not about Ukraine, it's about poor leadership, their dynasty. You know, there is one thing about the current age that we live in. Internet keeps records. Kwa hivyo mtu kuja kusema sijui maisha ni kwa sababu ya Ukraine na Russia na nini, utauliwa na jana juzi ulituambiaje, na unatolewa ile clip. Kwa hivyo the same statement he was making that anamalisha siasa ya utaberi, conmanship, yeye ndiye hiyo wembe hiyo ndio itamkata hiyo, the same one. We say where we come from, maybe Stone PK can attest to this. Rice do not have legs. Haina miguu. Unasikia Richi? Tunasemanga rice do not have legs. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kwamba you will be caught up by the same lies that you are trying to propagate against individuals, against communities, against anybody. The truth in our politics, the honesty of telling people the truth of what it is. I think for the first time, we got a government that relied heavy on propaganda and lies. Maheni. And this is what is now consuming this government, because you cannot defend this government anywhere. Tunaweza ongea hapa kwa hii forum, juu tuna masomo kiasi kila mtu hapa, lakini enda kwa yule mama mboga na mtu ya bodaboda. Juzi niliona kipindi, kuna one of the mainstream, they went around asking people, women, they are saying nothing, nothing has been done for them. Young people, they are saying no, hakuna kitu serikali imefanya. But I must correct this one. It is based on the promises that were given during the campaigns. Ukiahidi watu kitu, tafadhali hona. Hizi hasa ya kundanganya watu, nitawapatia maji in 20 days. And you know it is not practically possible. Wachana nayo. Wachana nayo. So, those who are defending the government, I wish you well. But the greatest defense for the government can only come from those people who are directly affected by the hard economic times. It's not an academic exercise. It is practical living. Enda kwa mtu ya mbonda, enda kwa mama mboga, ndiye atakwambia hata hiyo hasra fund ni kenjeri. Sababu, there is no way it can change his or her life. Waona? Sasa tumeingia another round of promises upon promises. What I have seen is they have started commissioning projects that Uhuru actually commissioned already. Dadia project is Uhuru. We've not seen anything transformative from this leadership. It's not an inspirational leadership. So Baba was very generous with them to give them 4/10. I think I gave my score here to be 1/10. There are those who feel differently. So far, ile iko ni mahangaiko kwa wananchi na kukosa matumaini. Wanangoja wakijiuliza tunaelekea wapi. It's a lot of theories going around. I've heard somebody saying, oh, you know, fertilizers will be given, farmers will go to the farm, the food prices will start coming down. I mean, governments do not run on theories. They run on policies. The short term, the medium term, and the long term. You cannot sacrifice people in the short term so that you have a goal in the medium and the long term. I do not know what kind of planning is that. However, those who feel that they should defend the government, maybe they have a very personal benefit that they drive, but as far as the general public is concerned, this government has been a failure in the first 100 days. Asante.
Thank you Guru Maridadi. Wacha niende kwa Stone PK haraka haraka. Na kuna ndugu yako pia Chaka yuko hapa Stone PK. Sijui kama unataka kumpatia nafasi atoe comment kabla drop, lakini I know wewe ni mungwana. Unaweza enda, alafu Chaka najua yuko pia hapa ataongea baadaye. Whichever way works for you.
Chaka ndugu yangu na kupisha wewe bana.
Chaka umezima microphone. Inaonekana mitambo yake ni kama imekwama. Aya, Stone PK endelea. Chaka akipata nafasi ataongea tu. Acha kwanza pambane nayo.
Aya, thank you. Asante sana ndugu. Chaka ukiwa tayari nitakupisha, nitaweka pause. Jaribu ngangana na mitambo. Na wasalimu wote, ndugu Guru, ndugu yetu Jeremani, namuona Mise pale.
Unanipata sasa?
Aya, basi endelea Chaka.
Mimi kile ambacho nitaweza kuzungumzia ni kwamba this government total had failed. Bila uoga, bila wasiwasi, imefail kwa mambo mengi tu. Kwa hiyo wale wanapongeza ni haki yao, ni sawa yao, wacha wapongeze. Lakini hakuna ambacho mimi binafsi ama na wengi wa Wakenya wenye wako huku mashinani wanaona hii hali, picha halisi, kwamba wako na matumaini na hii serikali. Na nitarudi tu kama ambacho nilizungumzia hii leo tu katika hii panel hii wakati tukianza na brother Bernard, kwamba kosa ni ushindi. Ushindi haukuwa wa huyu rais, na huo ni ukweli, lazima tuzungumze. Na Mungu hawezi changanywa na mambo ya uongo. Ndipo hii ilifail. Tukirudi tu wakati hawa miasesi hawa mawaziri walipopata hizi nyadhifa, wengi walianza kumesi. Tukumbuke kisa cha Murkomen airport wakati ule, wakati alienda kwa mzozo wa marubani, he failed. Yani walianza na mwanzo mbaya kwa sababu kwamba huu uongozi si wao, na kibaya zaidi ni kumshirikisha Mungu katika mambo yao, kwamba wao wanamjali Mungu. Huu uongozi ulikuwa wa Mungu, Wakenya waliamua, na bado propaganda ile wanaieneza. Hata juzi kwa Marekani rais alizungumza hayo kwamba mimi nilichaguliwa kidemokrasia. So kweli ni kwamba hili ni laana, maana huu uongozi si wake. Ndio maana jana nikazungumzia kwamba huyu mbuzi hakuwa wa Ruto, mbuzi alikuwa wa Raila. So ni sisi wa Kenya tumwambie, tuwaeleza hawa wanasiasa ukweli mahali upo. Hatutakubali kuumia katika hii, na hakuna mtetezi wetu, na mbinu na mikakati ya hawa watu kutusaidia na kututetea hakuna. Kwa sababu kama ni kuwarete, tumewarete, miezi mitatu imeisha, 100 days ndio hizo zimeisha, hakuna chochote wamedeliver. Ni kubambanya tu, lakini hawajui wa kuanzia ni wapi wala kwa kumalizia ni wapi. Na hii yote ni kwa sababu ya huyu mbuzi hakuwa wa huyu mwenye yuko kwa serikali. Mbuzi alikuwa wa mwingine, apewe mbuzi wake. So wenye nguvu ni sisi wananchi. tuungane pamoja, tushikane pamoja, tumpe mwenyewe mbuzi wake, alafu tuone kama hii Kenya haitaenda mbele. Tusipelekwe tu na watu ambao waliungana kwa sababu ya kujifidia kwa yale machafu na maovu waliowafanya. Wengi wa wenye wako katika hii serikali, wengi ni msitu, waliungana pamoja. Hawa watu wakasema hapana, sisi tutasimamia hapa ili kusudi tupate nafasi ya kujifema. Maana kungeingia uongozi mwingine, wangekuwa hata wengine wangehama nchi. So kweli ni lazima wananchi tuungane pamoja. Haya yote tunayazungumzia, lakini conclusion ni kwamba ni tuungane pamoja, tumwambie wale wako katika hizo uongozi, wale waajiri tuliwatuma tufanyie kazi, tuambie mmeshindwa na kazi, na ni kwa sababu kwamba huu uongozi si wenu, uongozi ni wa mwenyewe. Sasa mtu ametumesi hapa ni Chebukati, mtu ametumesi hapa ni jaji mkuu, na kisingizio na kipengele kikubwa kilichotuumiza sina kutumaliza ni pale kwamba uamuzi kutoka kwa koti kuu, hao uamuzi ndio mwisho, ndio final. Hatuna mahali tuliwekewa si wananchi kwamba tunaweza wapeleka hao majaji hata kama wameenda kinyume. Laiti kama tungekuwa na hiyo nafasi, hatungefikia hapa. Wananchi tungepata nafasi ya kuraise. So the only healing solution is ni kuungana na kuhakikisha yale maovu, yale machafu, haya mambo tunakuta ya wizi wa kura kila mwaka, na kura haipati nafasi ya kuzungumza, kwa sababu lengo la uchaguzi ukiingia ni kuhakikisha kwamba sauti ya Mkenya ndiyo ambayo inazungumza. If ikifail, kwa sababu sio iliyozungumza, ni watu walipanga watupangie kwamba hawa watu wataka hapo wa serikali, basi haina value. Kura yetu haina value, na kwa sababu haina value ndio tunapitia haya tunayapitia. So ni sisi wananchi tuungane pamoja, kabila zote 47, tuseme no, 100 days zimetosha. Tumeona picha yenu halisi, tumeona rangi yenu halisi, jinsi mnavyofuta makesi mahakamani, jinsi mnavyobambanya mipango, jinsi mnavyoongea siasa mahali mnaenda. Tuna Thanksgiving na misafara ambayo haielezeki. Hiyo ni pesa yetu, na kibaya zaidi ni pale tulipoondolewa hizi pesa za kutuweza kutusaidia, kutufeva upande wa chakula, kutufeva upande wa gharama ya mafuta, kutufeva upande na elimu. Kazi kwa vijana ndio hizo pesa zimeenda, pesa za wazee ndio hizo zimeenda. So hii ni dalili wazi kwamba hawa watu were not ready. Hawa watu walikuwa kwa serikali tu, ili wakiwa kwa serikali basi watakuwa na sauti na watapanga kila ambacho wanaona ni halali. Lakini kama kungeingia mtu mwingine, basi wangekuwa na maswali ya kujibu. So ni sisi tuamke wananchi. Huyu mbuzi tumpe mwenye mbuzi, tuacheni uoga na mambo mengi hapa. Mbuzi tumpe baba, maana baba tumeona mahali ametoka na hii nchi, na tuna imani kwamba hakika ataipeleka hii nchi mahali, atapigana na ufisadi ambao hii serikali imefail, atapigana na ukabila hii ambayo hii serikali imefail, na hayo ndo madonda sugu yanayotufumbua na kutumaliza hapa Kenya. So for real, ni wakati ambao ni lazima tuungane kwa pamoja, tuache mambo mengi hapa, kwa sababu huu uhuru naamini tunaozungumzia hapo ulitoka mahali, na tukiuruhusu kama hii itaendelea, hakika na imani hatumalizi miaka miwili, wimbo utakuwa hapa ni chama kimoja UDA, na usipozungumzia kuhusu serikali kwa uzuri, ukijaribu kukosoa, you are in for it, na we are heading there. Kwa hivyo tusisubiri, tujenge ukuta, tuzibe huu ufa mapema. Asanteni kwa hapo, mchango wangu utabaki kwa hapo mimi. Na kuwarai tu ndugu zangu wa Kenya wote, tushikane, hii tuing'oe mamlakani, na tukishaing'oa mamlakani tunaanzia hapo mahakamani, maana hapo ndo kulianza utata. Chebukati jana anatokea mahali anasema kwamba hii nilifanya kazi zangu miaka 6, kwa hivyo kuna mambo ambayo nimeacha hapa ambayo anayekuja atafutia yapi. Anajipiga kifua na lipi? Kama ni uchaguzi wa 2017 ilifail, hii nayo yalifelisha. So ni legacy gani anaiacha hapa ati kwamba wanaokuja watafuata hizo njia zao, kwa sababu kosa kubwa ni kwa sababu hakuwa amekuwa funded. Jambo la uongo na waibu. So Kenya tusiwe na kubaika. Kenya ni yetu sisi, tukiharibu ni sisi wananchi, sisi ndio kusema. Hawa viongozi ni waajiri tu, tumeweka hapo watufanye kazi. Asanteni.
Asanti sana ndugu Chaka Mdune, ni kweli ulioyaweka waziwazi, ni kweli kabisa. Nirudi pale nilikuwa nimewasalimu ndugu zangu wote mpaka na Torotich pia namuona pale. Zamu ni yangu sasa na ningependa kuanza kwa yale Bwana Guru alisema semi moja ya kutoka kwetu. Ni kweli uongo hauna miguu. Ukiusema utakaa pale pale. Hivyo ndio tunamaanisha. Kwa hivyo useme leo, kesho huwezi ukapanguza ama ubadilishe ati sasa ukue uongo mpya. Ukienda Embu ni uongo tofauti, ukienda Nyeri itakuwa imebadilika, ukifika Kisumu itakuwa imebadilika. Sasa huo uongo ni kwamba misingi ya chochote kile unachofanya, hata kama uko katika ndani ya kanisa, alafu uongo ndio foundation yako. Nimesikia Misi akisema nyumba nzuri sijui za skyscrapers zinatengezwa kwa inaitwa nini, ile misingi bora. Ukiweka misingi ya uongo kama misingi ya watu wanaitwa Kenya kwisha, kina Ruto na wale wengine, basi hizo nyumba zitakuwa zinaporomoka. Na ndivyo sasa unaona serikali ya Ruto inaporomoka kati ya hizo siku 100 hata hazijakwisha. Manake msingi wa uongo, it cannot last you even a minute. Na ndio unaona watu wamesema what will eat Ruto. Wale watangatua Ruto wakiwa mstari wa mbele, Bwana Mdune anavyosema, ni wale aliowaandaa. Hao ndio wamegeuka, hawataki kuyasikia hayo mambo ya kishenzi. Hawataki kuyasikia mambo ya kipuzi ambayo wakinamizi wanakuja kusema hapa, kujaribu kutupatia theories nyingi ambazo hazina maana. Uwezi ukaja unaanza kunipa theories za nani na nani, na chakula changu umekitia, kitumbia changu umekitia mchanga, chai ya kwangu umeimwaga, kisha unaanza kunipromise baada ya miaka 3 nitakuwa nanywa chai ya maji, chai nzuri, chai ya afya nzuri. Huo ni upuzi na ni ujinga ile Kenya wameletoa, haujawahi kupatikana. Number 2, tunasemi pia huko kwetu, tunasema justice and truth does not require any defense. Haiogopi chochote. Ni kama simba katika areas za Masai Mara. If you've ever gone there, that's where we are. Unaona simba anatembea akiwa na maringo, anajisikia mzima, manake haogopi. He's the king. So truth is like that. You talk truth, there are those who will feel hurt. There are those who will say, oh no, you are not supposed to be radical. Radical because I'm telling you Ruto is rubbish. He's giving us nonsense. You are telling me Ruto is good. He started 100 days by removing ameanza na long-term objectives, long-term strategies. It's only a fool who does that. You begin, if you are in the village, you begin by tilling the land. But before you till the land, lazima utafute chakula ya kunywa, maji ya kunywa na chakula. Ukifika kule kwenye shamba, when you are clearing that a quarter acre ambayo unataka kupanda ndizi ama whatever you want, you must carry chakula na mkopa wa maji. You cannot go there empty stomach. Then you start unalima ukisema Mungu baada ya miezi 6 ama miezi 3 mahindi yatamea, nitapika ndio nile. It's only a fool, and the biggest fools are found in Kenya leadership today. Tumevunja rekodi wa Kenya kwamba si tumeweka serikali inatueleza long term when watu wanakufa njaa. You are telling me unatoa subsidy because cartels, hiyo pesa inaenda kwa cartel. Garbage. If you removed the cartel, where did you take the money? Why don't you put hao watu unasema si cartel, na mwananchi should not be interfered with. Mwananchi aendelee kupata chakula chake. You don't tell me umetoa cartel and then you even don't explain where that money is going to. You are the biggest cartel. Remove cartel A, replace cartel B. That is what they have done. So for me, Ruto is only using that theory I propagated here earlier on. The theory of destroy kabisa, deconstruct anything that is life-giving to mwananchi. Because he's satanic. He's satanic, and that is true. He doesn't believe in God as he portrays. Hao ndio wale watu wa kumaliza watu. They are the people who are creating mavaksini za kuua watu, chakula poisoners za kuua. He believes in destroying humanity as he makes his money. Ruto can sacrifice 2 million, 3 million Kenyans wafe, and then he becomes a very powerful person in terms of money. He can do that. We know people who have done that. Felicite Kabuga of Rwanda did that. Acquired pesa kabisa, and he even attempted to eliminate a whole ethnic group. That's the evil, something that can never be seen. It is similar to what we are seeing in that country. You've destroyed everything, then you are giving us garbage about 100 dams. Does Ruto know how long it takes to do a dam? I want to give him notes on the 5 dams that we have, which he does not even know where they are. How long did Kindaruma Dam take? How long did Kamburu? How long did the guy is so, he has no interest, and then Mizo wanakaa kuja hapa kutuambia, oh, he has acquired money to give us 100 dams in 3 years. Total nonsense. You cannot make sense out of nonsense in 100. Actually, the 100 days are total, absolute garbage. For me, I rated him 0 because as a project manager, which is supposed to be a CEO of a country, he's supposed to know that there is what we call immediate needs addressing. Okay? Then he's supposed to go to the short-term goals. Then he can give us the long-term. It's any fool. That is the 101 basic project management theory. Unaanza na mwananchi huyu. These hustlers, he called hustlers. Unakuja unawambia hawana kazi, umemaliza hiyo kazi mitaani because you are saying the money was going to other people, and you are not telling us where that money was going. Hakuna kazi mitaani. 400 shillings those guys were getting. Jioni ako na 400. Okay? Let the unga stay at that. Let this guy earn the 400 shillings. Then unamwambia kuna manyumba za kujenga. Really? Kenyans, in fact, 100 days wa Kenya mumevumilia tabu. By today, Ruto should be chased out of, afukuzwe kutoka Nairobi, kutoka Sugoi, aende akachukue mahali pa kuishi Uganda. Maybe Museveni atakuwa nini. Because he is killing Kenyans. This I'm saying without fear or favor. All the indicators, 100 days times 100 will make 3,000 days. The indicators are worse. Oh, at Korea is going to give us, but Richie has corrected this. Mise, you are learned, man. How can you give us that kind of very useless theory that Korea will be taking workers from Kenya? Since when did we ever have those kind of nonsense? I mean, totally. Kenya Kwanza people, you are giving us garbage when Kenyans are suffering. And you are lucky because most of you are living out there in abroad. Teremuka hapo Kenya saa hii kuja hapa, uende kwa street uanze kuambia watu maneno ya hizo 100 dams when they still remember the Kimorela and the rest. Utakulwa, utalambwa kulambwa. Jaribu hata kutembea umevaa hiyo t-shirt ya yellow. Uambia ati Ruto is excellency doctor. Utajua ujui. What I'm trying to say is that 100 days is 100 days of misery. Ruto does not know how to construct a nation. He has no idea. Okay, the nation has been destroyed, and here I will not blame Ruto, but I'll blame him because that is his first job he should have done. Angeweka Biblia chini, it would have been to help people live in this house called Kenya. Afanye Mkenya avumilie, na unavumilia by making sure that what Mkenya anapata, you don't aukati, unajaribu kupigana ndio protect apate kikubwa. A nursery school kid can do that theory. I've come to your house, I've found that you are supposed to get 2 kilos of unga, but umekuwa ukipewa nusu kilo. Hiyo ingine inakuliwa na mtu. I'll quickly go for the guy who is eating the rest of the unga. I'll not cut your half a kilo. Simple theory. Dr. Excellence Arap Ruto, who cannot even think beyond Bwana Asifiwe, which is a fake Bwana Asifiwe. It's nonsense. It's totally nonsense. Neither you'll come. We'll give you as much time as you want. Okay? So let us not say, oh, we are going to wait for more days, 100 days. We make sense. You can't make sense out of nonsense. all the tenets, all the indicators that Ruto has given cannot work. It's not possible. The theory is impossible. It has been tested. So tusianze kusema tunangojea 100 days, okay? Hizo sijui Black anakuja anasema, oh, you know, there is sijui. We have had this Maraga kwa sijui reforming. By the way, reforming those government things is not a priority to the common man, guys. It doesn't make sense because they have never worked. Mwananchi ale ashibe, mwananchi aweze kupeleka watoto shule. Jerumani amepeana example ya Kibaki, the only president who did something 100 days, which was life impacting, making sure that all kids go to school. Let's solve the problem of having classrooms. Wacha wasomee kwa miti, chini ya mti, lakini wako shuleni. Now you tell me the long-term solution of building more classes. That is what a daktari should be doing. Not a doctor coming giving us, cutting this, oh, hustler fund, oh, the nonsense. A nation is built by making the people living in that house have a life that is bearable. Wanakula, wanashiba. Kidogo tu, asishibe sana. If they have not been getting 2 meals, let them get 2 meals, then unaongezea, then, you know, the family starts growing. That's when they call themselves belonging to that house. And there is no nation called Kenya. It's a country of bandits, tribal bandits, thieves, going all over the world. Oh, you know, Ruto has traveled more than nobody else, no president has traveled. Those travels are rubbish. You're traveling to look for more money to steal. Simple. Mwizi anazunguka kutafuta hela za kuiba. So the more funding we have, the better. 2013, when they got in with Uhuru, walienda kutafuta hela za kula. SGR, oh, SGR will be one of the best. Sijui life changing. Nonsense. It was proved wrong by Ethiopia. Our SGR was the most expensive rubbish that you could ever have. Why? Because so much had to be used to go into people's pockets. They stole money out of that. Yes, SGR was there. What trains did they bring? Archaic trains. Repainted them, refurbished them at the cost of modern coaches. We can enumerate the garbage that came in from 2013, which Ruto is 100% part of it. Oh, in this day, we'll have 100 stadiums. In this day, we'll have laptops for the kids. And then you're telling us we are wasting time here to Mtembei trying to say Ruto can make a turning, life-changing kind of interventions in country called Kenya. Watu wangu. Tuache kudanganyana. Tuache kuleta theory zile tumesoma. Ati tuna apply, Ruto ataweza ku wherever. I'll be coming back with more, but Kenyans, my parting shot is Wakenya musikubali kupewa sumu. Hiyo mumepewa sasa imetosha. Mkingoja mtakosa nguvu ya kungatua huyu mtu na wezi wake wote, na wale wote matapeli yako nao, wale wote wezi na wauaji ambao amesema ni weupe kama pamba. Ruto amefanya watu wakachukia kanisa. What other evil can you talk of? Ukisema ni guru alikuwa anatuambia, unauliza mtu, unaambia mtu mimi nimeokoka bwana, ni Yesu ni mwokozi wangu. Mtu anakuuliza, oh, umeokoka ile ya Ruto ama gani? How can you have that kind of a thing? Ati mtu anauliza umeokoka gani? Yani kuna kuokoka ya Ruto watu wangu. This is shameful. These problems we're having in Uganda, we are not hearing this kind of nonsense. Why Kenya? In Tanzania kunatulia, wanatushida twao hapa na pale, but they are cool. In Kenya is where we are being lied, and yet we are supposed to be the most learned, most educated, most advanced. Na tunadanganywa hapa kama watoto tu, kuzungushwa His Excellency Doctor. Anyway, let me pause there. I'm going to give Ms. raised your hand. I can give you a minute. And for now, because mi ndio nimekalia hapa, it's a minute. then we'll give others. If you want to
Thank
talk
you.
for long, you'll split your talk.
Thank
Just
you. Thank you.
arrange your
I really want to see Toroitich and Jeremani coming back, and even Alex. Let's first begin with what you just said. You said that all that we have been saying here are theories. We don't know what you guys are saying, whether it's practical or impractical. The truth is, the government of the Republic of Kenya is headed by none other than His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. But you said that what we are saying is nonsense, and the definition of nonsense is words of no importance. And you are advocating of removing the government from office. I think that will be the best definition of the very words that you said. And I will add that is illusion or illusory to even imagine that in the next 5 years you are going to remove the president of the Republic of Kenya, or if there is any proxy through which you will get to office. So I just wanted to correct you there. And I also wanted to tell you that you were totally misguided by saying or rubbishing the affordable housing projects. And your priorities will not be the priorities of the President of the Republic of Kenya. That is why he ran on a ticket or an office of for the office of the presidency. He has his order of priorities, and it shall remain so. But I just wanted to jog your mind and tell you that the commission of 5,000 units will create jobs, and you will come to appreciate the creation of those jobs, that the creation or the commission of building of 5,000 units that will employ all manner of professions. And also, you ought to understand that the president is organized to document all those people that have learned on the job and reverse them to be documented and given certificates that will recognize them both locally and internationally, meaning they will be labor ready when they go out of the country, and meaning they will increase the diaspora remittance. And lastly, Stone PK, you ought to understand that Kenya is not a communist country. Kenya, the way what you are advocating is like you are advocating communism. Kenya is a market-based economy, and kila mtu anajipigania, and we have all been given equal opportunities. It is how you utilize all of us Kenyans, and we have been in tough times. It's not going to get any better in the future. It gets tough to every level you get. Things get tough and tough. And I also wanted to tell you that you guys keep contradicting yourselves. I had Guru.
You have 20 seconds.
Yeah, I had Guru saying that the projects that, I think is Guru or someone was saying that the projects that Kenya Kwanza is launching, they belong to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And you come here and tell us Ruto was part and parcel 100% of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So if he's launching the project and continuing with the legacy of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I don't know why you guys keep contradicting yourself. That is what I would like to say, that you guys need to get out of illusion and build and become surreal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much. I think when people listen to you, some of them get sick. I can tell you, I wish you record and listen to yourself when you are talking.
It's the same way they get sick, Stone PK. It's actually, to begin with me, when you say that we impeach the government and did a revolution, it's very sickening, actually, to come from you. So to begin with you.
Mister, let's not engage on that. I'm just telling you it's good sometimes you listen to yourself.
I don't have to listen to myself. I am not here to be.
Okay, now can we, somebody else who wants to say something? Mr. Thank you very much. Was it, who was to follow? Was it Torotich? Msururu?
Yeah, I think it was me. It was my turn.
Okay, fine. Now it's your time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Na just to start with the last point yenye Mise amesema ya kuwa Ruto alikuwa kwa ile government ingine, then why are you relaunching the projects yenye already ilikuwa launched na the same government? Aren't you taking us for a fool? For fools actually. So Mr. Mise, you know, at least leo nimeona umepatiwa time, a very extensive period of time to try to convince us of what this government that you defend so much has done, and what you've come up with promises, just like they keep churning out hundreds of promises and nothing executed. Unapata, actually, there is one thing, by the way, and which is affecting me, I can say, almost directly, because there is this matter about security that they tried. I remember they said, and he came out forcibly, and I lauded him for that, the president, that is. He said that he's going to deal squarely with the banditry issue. And I was thinking, like, now, okay, this is a guy coming from our region, and there is something really that's going to come out of this. And in this, after this 100 days, what I can tell you is really there are so much more cries coming from the same place. Now people are going to get much more poorer than they were before. In fact, that is like tenfold. Why am I saying this? What happened? The government took their security personnel, and what they've done is like profiling. If you're a male, if you look like what people keep referring to, like what people think the bandits look like, you cannot move. And you know, bandits do not have a uniform. They just people like same like you and I. That's why we have thugs in Nairobi, and they are not known until they do something, and then they say they were thugs who raided a certain M-Pesa. Now, men cannot move in West Pokot. Men cannot move in Samburu, Turkana. And I know it's convenient for the government because since we have nobody talking from there, and at least it's not making headlines, it's seemingly, it appears that the government is doing something, but it's hurting more than it's solving the problem. And there's going to be retaliation. Remember, there is a time we had a discussion here with Leto, and I told him that President Moi tried, even to a point where in Kacheliba they brought a whole army base. And what kept happening is banditry kept happening, and it has been happening to date. Right under the noses of KDF, they could do nothing. And so this government is trying to suppress people. It's like it's trying to bring a bigger gun to suppress the small guns that are there. That's not the solution. That's not the solution. Same thing what they're doing right now with the Mamba ya Mahindi. Because they are thinking in their head. I don't know where these people are coming from. They have never been on the ground. They don't understand what actually happens in the ground. Kwa sababu unapata mtu watu wakiwa wanaenda kuvuna mahindi wanaleta GMO. When banditry imekuwa too much, what they come to do is to bring guns, kujaribu kufanya watu wasiwe na move, because anybody that is moving from their villages, they are termed as bandits. They are being arrested left, right and center. The other day Kamketa aliongelea this thing, and aliambiwa na Gachagua, hatutoi. Why? Because if security wanaendelea kukaa huko hivyo, what it appears to be is kumekuwa na calm in the area. Nothing like that. Kuna ceasefire lakini hakuja kuwa na peace restoration in that place, and there will never be peace as long as watu wako wanaendelea na wrong approach ya kujaribu kuleta peace pale. So in these 100 days, These people are doing damage, and where they can jificha kwa uongo, wanajaribu like what is happening now in Baringo and all those areas, and they will not go there. Like right now they will not go there na uende usikie ati wameenda sijui Thanksgiving kwa kanisa, kwa sababu utasikia ukweli zikianza kujitokeza, watu watapiga nduru. Sasa it's only wanawake wenye wanatembea, wanaume wote wamekuwa profiled as bandits. That is very very wrong. So we say you've been given a good amount of time kujaribu kuelezea, and what we've had is you bluffing, because in the last 100 days yenye umeweza kutuelezea ni promises tena, vitu ati yenye umesema mikakati yenye wanapanga. I know you say you're a lawyer, na I believe terminologies ndogo ndogo kama vitu yenye imefanyika in 100 days to you does not redefine itself to be things that you were planning to do after the 100 days. So let's agree that this government has done nothing, and it's not going to do anything. It's just going to do much more damage. So thank you.
Stone, ulikuwa umefikisha wapi?
Ilikuwa ni tunaenda towards guru no Jeremani kama ana jambo. Ana jambo, you can go to guru, then upande hivyo mpaka going towards Mdume, then Mise upande huko juu.
Haya, sawa. Namna hiyo basi, guru. Guru, are you here? Haya. Naonekana guru pia ametega stage. Tuende kwa nani? Kwa Chaka. Umesema Chaka next Kichaka.
Asante sana brother Makiade. Haya ya Mise, nadhani hakuna mtu anaweza mgia akilini mwenye akili yake timamu. Samahani kama nitakuwa pia nimezidisha hapo, but for real sijui yuko Kenya ipi, ama ni vile yuko majuu, huoni ile picha halisi iko huko. But for sisi ambao tuko huku ndio tunajua pale kiatu kinatufinya. So mimi kile nitazungumzia kama ni maswala na promises hazijaanza tu kwa sababu wameingia katika mamlaka. Promises zilianza wakati 2013 wakiwa kwa uongozi. Kumbuka wakati wa 2013 2017 hapo Ruto akiwa naibu wa rais alikuwa na ahadi hizi tu. Hapa tunaloketi bilioni 200, hapa tutatia bilioni 600, hapa tutaloketi. Hii vitu vya promise havijaanza leo, na ndicho kitu cha kwanza mimi niliwasema kura yangu siwezi peana hapo. Wakati alipokuja kuulizwa kuhusiana na masuala na vile viwanja alivyoahidi, jibu lipo, rekodi zipo, kila alijibu. Baada kwamba amefail, alifanywa interview na vile viwanja uliahidi viko wapi? Zile sio unasema utajenga. Na in fact huo ndo wakati corruption ilizidi zaidi. Nafuu ya Uhuru kupata usemi ni baada ya kuungana na mzee, ndipo alipokuwa na usemi wa kupata nafasi ya kuzungumza, lakini wakati huo Ruto ndo alikuwa anazungumza kila kitu. Sasa wamenyakua haya mamlaka, maana ni kunyakua, si kwamba ati wamechaguliwa kidemokrasia. Never nothing, huwezi danganya wala huwezi danganya mtu yote. Kenyans wanajua mahali kura yao waliipeleka wote. So tusidanganyane hapa. So walivyonyakua, naye ndo alipata mwenzake hivyo hivyo, naye mwenye akili sawia na yake. Huyo deputy anawazungumzia kutoka ingia hapa, hajazungumzia kingine. Ni blaming games na kuponda Raila, kuponda Uhuru, kuponda Raila, kuponda Uhuru. Dynasties, you study captures, you kuna makatels. If the cartels, si mtuonyeshe sasa hawa cartels ni hawa, na tumechukua hii pesa hii, hawa cartels hii itaenda tutalipia school fees, hii itasimamia wazee, hii pesa tumepata kwa cartels huyo maana aliiba hapa, hii pesa tutaipeleka hapa. Hivyo ndio kunajenga nchi. Lakini si mara unasema kuna cartels, tunaishia kuna cartels.
Ile pesa tunaipata katika hiyo wakati tunazungumzia hatujui inaenda wapi. Si vitu vya kubezi hapa jamani. So for real, hii mambo na promises hazijaanza leo. Kwa hiyo tusishangae na hizi promises. Hata tukusema tunawapa tena another 100 days. Sisi bado tutakuwa ngojeni kwanza, tunajipanga tu, lakini wanajipanga wao. Ndio maana mimi sasa hivi nimebadilisha msemo kwamba hii ni serikali ya tumbo kwanza. Mwangalie Mudavadi ambaye ilikuwa kabisa ni mwana uchumi wakati akiwa kwenye serikali ya Mwai Kibaki, tuliona mchango wake. Sasa hivi mbona amemezwa? Anatapatapa tu, hajui kwa kuinzia ni wapi, kwa sababu Gachagua wakitafuna yeye ajue kumeza. Mpaka sema anajitokeza sema sisi watu Waluya sisi ni nini? Hii government imefail. Huo ndio kweli wa maneno. Wamenyakuwa, tumewapa 100 days, they have failed. Hakuna kitu ambacho kitatusaidia hapa zaidi ya kuhakikisha sasa hivi wanadeal na machips, wanaturegesha enzi za DO. Alafu sasa watu watakavyo kuja kushambuliwa huku, wananchi ukijaribu kutoa ulimi, utajaribu kuzungumza, na ndio maana amekimbilia sasa hivi kwa county commissioners, amekimbilia kwa machips, analega ni kuhakikisha kila mahali amefunga. Na nilizungumzia Makiadi, utanikuwa shahidi wakati tukianza hapa, nikianza kuzungumzia kwamba Ruto plan yake ni kucapture vitu vinne vikuu. Kwanza ni judiciary, ya pili ni parliament, ya tatu ni security, na ndio hiyo ambayo sasa hivi ipo anadeal nayo. Ya nne ni makanisa, ndio aliyomaliza nayo. So please, tumeona picha halisi, na sisi wa Kenya ndo kusema, ndio kitu ambacho mimi kinaniweka katika hapa, ni kwamba na sauti ya kuzungumza na haki ya kuzungumza. Hawa ni waajiri wetu, hawana lolote. So tukiacha hii serikali, hii nchi iende katika mikono ya hawa jamaa, please, hatutakuwa tuna nia nzuri na vizazi vyetu. Wakati ni muda wetu, Mungu ametuajalia nao, tumefika huu wakati tuzungumze kama Wakenya. Sauti zetu kama Wakenya zisikike, liwe fundisho hata kwa mataifa mengine ambayo mataifa jirani kama Uganda na wengine, kwamba wananchi ndio kusema. Tukizungumza tutaiamsha mpaka Afrika, tutazungumza na hawa watu weupe wanaotuchezea sheri wakati wanafaidi kutokana kwetu. So Kenya, let's lead with examples. Tuseme hapana. So tukipata mtu ambaye yuko na nia nzuri kama Raila Odinga, let's support him. Angalau tutapata daraja ya kupata kupeana sauti zetu pale, mawazo yetu pale, tuseme hapana, kwa sababu tayari kila kitu tumekiona. Sitaki kuingilia yale mapungufu yote ambayo kwa sababu yamejionyesha wazi. Please Kenyans, na ndugu zangu hapa kwa panel, na wale wako kwa comment section, tuchukue nguvu ile katiba inaturuhusu. Ile katiba inaturuhusu kwamba Mkenya ndio kusema. Tusijaribu kuruhusu katiba yetu ichakachuliwe kwa njia moja ama nyingine, pasipokuwa na mahusiano na maelewano, na hakuletwa hiyo kitu back kwa wananchi huku. Tusijaribu kuacha bunge vile tunaliona leo linatuamulia kila kitu, na ndio mipango mikubwa iliyo katika hii serikali. Tunatengenezwa kila kitu bungeni tu. Sasa tumewatuma kazi zingine kule nako wana yao ya kuwafeva, huku Wakenya tukiumia. So ndugu zangu wale mko huko hapo na huko majuu, mkiongozwa na huyu misi hapa, sisi Wakenya ndo tunajua. Alfu kiwa nayo si lolote. Misi, acha nikwambie kweli, alfu si lolote. Sasa hivi ni sasa una shilingi 100 tu. Harama ya maisha iko juu, na kibaya zaidi thamani ya pesa yetu imeshuka hadi ya Tanzania hapa tu, nchi jirani hapa yao iko na thamani, yetu imeshuka. Juzi nilitoa mfano hapa, ukiwa na shilingi lako 1000 utakwenda kutoa 1800, 1018 ya Tanzania. Na miezi miwili mitatu huko nyuma ilikuwa thamani ya pesa yetu, ukiwa na 1000 ya Kenya kule unapata shilingi 22,000. Ona the way sarafu yetu inashuka kila uchao. Alafu hapa tunazungumzia kitu ambacho ni ya kadhiaka. Please, Sisi ndo tunaumia, na huu mzigo umebembeshwa sisi, ambao sasa si mahasela tena. Bodaboda hana thamani, huyo mama mboga alizungumziwa hana thamani yoyote. Kwa huwezi ndanganya na hasela fund ambayo 25 shillings kwa kila mtu, hatujui inaenda wapi na hatujui sosi iko wapi, alafu tunaambia tumetengeza, ametimiza ahadi. Hii ni propaganda, hii ni uongo kwa peupe. Kwa tutoke katika uongo, tuingie katika kweli, maana naamini vitabu vya Mungu vinasema haki siku zote huinua taifa, bali dhambi ni aibu kwa watu wote. Haki iko wapi? Haki iko wapi? Kama hapa tunafagilia kwamba tukubali tu kwa sababu serikali ndio ambayo tutaamini kwamba inaongozwa na dokta ya nini? Dokta wa kujilimbukizia mali? Dokta mwenye uchu na madaraka? Ama tuna kiongozi ambaye anajali masuala ya mwananchi wake? Please do not mislead us. Utaniacha nizungumze kizungu yangu mbaya, lakini nitakizungumza. Usitu hapa please. Achana na kufagilia kitu ambacho tunakiona. Sisi ndugu zako ndo tunaumia huku. Nikwamie pale Makiadi. Asante brother.
Haya. Asante sana ndugu yangu Chaka. Jua Mise umetajwa hapo, lakini kabla nikupe nafasi ya kuongea, nikubali nicheze hii moja alafu tusonge mbele.
Naimba huku akifagia boma lake pamoja na mjukuu wake katika kijiji cha Gikomo, eneo bunge la Kieni. Wangare ni mlemavu licha ya kuwa ana bidii ya mchwa katika utendakazi wake. Usilojua ni kuwa ni mmoja wa wazee walioko chini ya mpango wa Inua Jamii, na ambao kwa muda wa miezi 6 sasa hawajapokea pesa za uzeeni.
Uhuru wa Kenyatta napatia pesa na witeithia nacio, na iko Ruto na igea kasini hakuna pesa. Hakuna pesa. Hii no atusaidie, Ruto atusaidie, atuhe pesa hii tuakuru inakupa ni ngaragu.
Wangare mwenye umri wa miaka 77 anatueleza amekuwa akitumia shilingi 2,000 alizokuwa akipokea kila mwezi kununua vyakula na kujikimu kimaisha.
Mimi iko pesa napatia, inasaidia, inakula, inakugula gakoko, nakula matube, na iko leo ikunakupa ni ngaragu.
Pesa ya wazee ndio inakuanga usaidizi kwao hasa kabisa. Na ndio kama sisi tunaona tunaathirika saa zile wao wasaidiki.
Mita chache kutoka hapa tunakutana na Elizabeth Wanjiru anayetembea kwa kutumia fimbo. Wanjiru ni miongoni mwa zaidi ya wazee 700,000 ambao bado wanasubiria pesa za Inua Jamii.
Kama nikipata hiyo pesa, nilikuwa na ugonjwa wa kansa, nilitibiwa Nyeri na nienda Kenyatta.
Kwa Mudhoni wa Ng'ondu aliyetengwa na familia na kusalia kuwategemea wasamaria wema, kukosekana kwa fedha hizo ni pigo kubwa kwake.
Kiwa ni shida ya maji, anaenda mto hapa chini, anashukua anaenda kwa sababu hana hiyo pesa ya kununua maji.
Hali si tofauti kwa mzee Ondieki Omenyi mwenye umri wa miaka 85 kutoka kaunti ya Kisii.
Kiwa mgonjwa mimi nasumbuka, nikaenda kwa hospitali mimi nasumbuka hospitali, mimi nalia sange mimi mchamana nisaidia pesa hii kwenda tisetie kwa ugonjwa. Ugonjwa pesa kama na siti mimi ngoja kufa tu, sasa nitafanya nini?
Pesa zilikuwa zinawasaidia kukula, kuendea hosi, kupata hata pesa ya kutumia mahitaji ni mengi.
Kulingana na idara ya maslahi ya jamii, pesa hizo zimechelewa kutolewa, jukumu ambalo ni la waziri wa hazina la kitaifa Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Kwa sasa wazee hawa wanatumai kuwa serikali itasikia kilio chao na kufanya hima kuhakikisha wanasherehekea Krismasi. Gatetenjo.
Aya, tulikuwa tumefika kwa Alex. Aya, Alex ni kama hayuko. Mise.
Asante. Kwanza nataka kusema kwamba najua ni upumbavu na upungufu wa akili, unapozaa mtoto na kisha unataka huyo mtoto aanze kutembea, kuzungumza, kuongea na kufanya kazi within 90 days or 100 days. So hiyo ni upuzi mkubwa sana, na unapata kwamba watu wengi wanazungumza tu kwa sababu ya kuzungumza bila ufahamu wowote. Na ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, niwe radhi nikuzungumzie. Kwanza kabisa, wewe na kuheshimu sana, na usije tunapenda sana hekima zako unapotuzungumzia, tunafurahi sana, lakini pia usije ukatupoteze ama kutupotosha kwa njia ya kutuambia kwamba wewe ni Mkenya zaidi ya Wakenya wengine. Sisi zote ni Wakenya, na wengine wanakuja hapa wakituambia kwamba wao ndio wanaosikia uchungu wa uchumi. Sisi hivi tunatuma pesa mingi sana kuja Kenya, watu wengi wanatutegemea. Kwa hivyo inakuwa ni upungufu wa akili wakati watu wanakuja wakisema kwamba wale ambao wanakaa majuu, wale wanakaa kule nje wanakaa kwa ustaarabu. Wewe una ufahamu wote kujua kwamba hao walio huku nje wanafanya masaa marefu sana, kisha na maana watume pesa kule nyumbani wasaidie jamaa na marafiki katika kulipa school fees, katika kulipa healthcare, na kisha unapata mtu tu asiyekuwa na ufahamu wowote kwa kuzungumza tu kwa sababu ya ushabiki. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, hivi sasa ninapokaa hivi nafaa kutuma Christmas, niko na list kubwa sana.
Samahani kidogo kaka, Kakamise, unajua tu, lakini utanilia radhi ndugu yangu. Kwa swala la kusema upuzi, kwa swala la kusema watu hawana akili, wala ni upumbavu mtoto kuzaliwa kutembea leo, unamaanisha umelenga mahali. Sawa sawa.
Nalenga wale washabiki
kwa sababu bando zangu zinaisha na sitakuwa najisikia amani kama sitaweza kujibu hizo kauli. Kwanza hapa hatuko katika matusi brother. Hilo uelewe kwanza. Pili, si kwamba labda pengine mimi ama najiona ni Mkenya kuliko watu wengine. Lakini wacha niingie hii umonka kwa sababu Kenya ilikuwa imefika hatua ya watu kutoka nje. Wanaita hapa ni Ulaya. Pesa yetu ilikuwa na thamani kubwa. Uganda alikuwa anaithamini, Rwanda alikuwa, Tanzania hivyo. Sasa kama kila uchao pesa inarudi chini, yaani thamani ya sarafu yetu inarudi chini, wewe unategemea kwamba useme watu hawana akili kwa sababu kwamba wanajiona wao ni Wakenya peke yake? No. Pili, kuita watu wapuzi hawana akili, asiokuwa akili wa kwanza ni wewe kaka. Umesoma kweli, ni profesa, sijui ni wakili, but kile unakizungumza hapa umeshindwa. Hata na mimi basi sijaenda shule, natumia tu nguvu ya macho tu. So kutokuwa na akili kwangu kuna favor watu wengi, maana sisi ndio tunabeba huo mzigo. Usidanganye kwamba mnatuma pesa nyingi kwa matibabu na kwa shule. Bora wewe unatuma pesa nyingi, maana uko kazi, uko majuu, huko unatuma pesa. Sisi tuko hapa tunajitafuta kwa jasho yetu, tulipie hizo school fees. Ni watu tofauti. So uchungu wa mimi na wewe utakuwa ni vitu viwili tofauti, havijaambatana. So nikipata serikali haituongozi katika hali iliyo sawa, haimaanishi ni mimi naongea tu. Pili, tukizungumzia hili swala la kwamba tutegemea serikali tayari kwamba hati bado ni changa, hakuna cha uchanga wowote hapa. Kwa swala la mwananchi, gharama ya maisha, hili si la kubezi. Hili ndio lilikuwa ni kitu cha kwanza kufikiriwa katika mambo yote. Hii mambo na hasira fund, hii yote ni rubbish. Sasa ukisema kwamba sisi ni wapuzi na ni watu ambao hatuna akili, ndugu yangu, acha nikwambie kweli, asiokuwa na akili ni wewe mise.
Asante Chaka Mdune. Mimi si kukuita Chaka Mdune kwamba hauna akili, lakini kwa sababu mimi nakuheshimu sana. Asante kwa kurudisha hivi kwamba katika mazungumzo yako umekuwa na hisia kwamba wewe umeguzwa ama umegwarishwa
watu kujanja
umeyazungumza. Haya, sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi. Huwezi, kila kitu kina mipangilio yake. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba ni upuzi kila siku kuja kusikia kwamba mwenye aliyeshinda uchaguzi ni huyu, aliyefanya hivi ni huyu. Kwa hivyo sasa tusije tukawa kama wale ambao wamepungukiwa na mambo ya kufanya. Lakini na mimi nasema kwamba Makiadi, sijui kama Chaka anazungumza, manake tunazungumza tukiwa wawili.
Sawa, endelea.
So kwa hivyo tuwache upuzi na upungufu wa akili, tujue kwamba kila kitu kina wakati wake. Watu wengi wanajifanya kwamba wao ndio wanaoshikilia uchumi. Sisi pia ni Wakenya, sisi pia tunayo hiyo uchungu. Kwanza zaidi tunabeba mizigo. Watu wengi hapa ukiuliza akina Stone PK, wakikwambia ile pesa wanatuma nyumbani, utashtukia. Akina Makiadi, akina Alex. Alafu kisha watu wanakuja hapa wanasema kwamba eti nyinyi mnakaa kule nje hamjui. Sisi tunabeba mzigo yenu. Kwa hivyo msije mkaingilia watu ambao wako majuu ati kwamba hawajui ule uchungu uliopo nyumbani. Hiyo itakuwa ni ya kupotosha wananchi. La pili, kwa nataka kusema kwamba mambo ya kiuchumi ni mambo ambayo yanashughulikiwa na sio shida ya kiuchumi. Ukiangalia gazeti la CNN limesema kwamba inflation is a global problem, sio shida tu ya Kenya, ni shida ya ulimwengu. Na ikasema kwamba ni akina nani wana control inflation, you know, the Federal Reserve. Kwa hivyo kuna other factors ambazo hatusiangalii. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema tusije tukakuja kwa sababu ya ushabiki. Tunataka kila siku tunakuja tu tukichimba mtu ili tupate tu yani ile ya kuonekana kwamba sisi ndio wale ambao ni radicals. We are not radicals. Let us have constructive criticism and agree to understand that the question of inflation and economy is not only, Kenya is not the only country that is affected. I want to point out to something that was called an ambitious plan in the United States in 1948. In 1945, the European war left Europe in ruins. It was shattered. President Harry Truman, introduced something that was known as an ambitious plan. And then after that, the agenda was actually to try and help Europe to recover from the war that Europe was in. And a lot of people were very skeptical about it. The same thing that we are having today is an ambitious plan. Ruto has an ambitious plan. After the success of the Marshall Plan, the United States was able to create markets for its products. So the production of goods and of the products of the United States created local jobs. It created trading partners and created stable development between in Europe and trading partners between the United States and Europe. Today, what we are having, the problems, the ambitious projects that have been proposed by the president, these are not projects that will materialize in 3 months. How do you expect a house to be built in three months? How do you expect a affordable housing to be done within 3 months? It's impossible. So if the government has not achieved its mandate within 3 months, we can't castigate it. it's tiresome to hear about every day Raila Amolo Odinga, Raila Amolo Odinga. You're crying over spilled milk. Today, the Star newspaper credited Chebukati as the most, as a man who salvaged Kenya in the election of 2022. So I want us to put our bitterness on the side and look at our country and stop this narrative of Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, it's sickening. He's not the president. He's not, and maybe may not be, but he has a chance in 2027. But for now, let us focus to make sure that we are going to allow the government a conducive environment to trade and create jobs for its people. Within 100 days, it was premature to start saying we are going for maandamano, we are going for maandamano, we are going for maandamano. That is sabotage. So I want to stop there by saying that every day we come here and purport that Raila had a perfect plan to liberate Kenya. But Raila was the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. He has been during the handshake. So he has had the privilege to serve the Republic of Kenya. Today, Safaricom is very successful, but the gentleman who, the deceased now, left Safaricom on a very good grounding. But today he's not the CEO. So if Raila has fought for our country, if he has liberated our country, we appreciate, but a time is coming that other people will pick up from there and take our country to a different and greater heights. Thank you.
Haya, ngoja kidogo tu, dakika moja. Najua umeongea mambo mengi sana hapa. Ngoja Alex, dakika moja tu. Hold on. Just give me a minute. Let me just hold on. Okay, let's listen to this first.
Deputy President William Ruto promises to take his presidential campaign a notch higher after the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission gave him the go-ahead to contest the presidency. And this afternoon, he campaigned, as you saw, in the capital, where he made a number of commitments to those who live and work in the capital and to the nation at large, should he assume the presidency. Allow me to catalogue them for you, beginning with what he promises as far as the capital city is concerned. Now, he promises to establish 20 new markets, ensure stable water supply as well as a working sewer system, and mortgages from 5,000 shillings and 5% interest on mortgage for those who are first-time home buyers. Now, let's take a look at his bottom-up economic pledges. And we begin with, let's change this graphic, if you will, please. There we go. He promises to inject 50 billion shillings into Mama Mboga. He talks about boda kiosks, and he talks about doing this by facilitating access to credit as well as a nurturing business environment. And he says he will do that by way of legislation. He also promises to increase the minimum wage from about 100 shillings to 200 shillings a day to 1,000 to 2,000 shillings a day. And he says he will inject 100 billion shillings into creating employment generating projects, including in the area of manufacturing, agro-processing, and value addition. And notably, he says he will stop borrowing. And I want to quote exactly what he said. He said he will stop borrowing and invite friends to invest in Kenya in those areas I mentioned prior. All right, staying with bottom-up economics, he said he will bring down the cost of fertilizer to 2,000 shillings a bag. This is as far as farm inputs, saying that this is critical to reducing the cost of living. So fertilizers and seeds, he says he will bring down their cost. Do note that Raila Odinga has also made the same pledge as far as bringing down the cost of a bag of fertilizer to 2,000 shillings. Being a former Minister of Agriculture, he says he will eliminate brokers and cartels in that sector and stop the importation of textiles, wood products and leather in order to facilitate Jua Kali enterprise. He says that he will build their capacity through Civic training. Now, away from economics, let's take a look at what he's promised as far as social welfare is concerned. For those on the lower end of the income bracket, he says he will reduce NHIF payments from 500 shillings by half to 250 shillings. And he says for those who are desperate, the government will make NHIF payments on their behalf. He says cash transfers to the vulnerable, that is orphans, those over the age of 70 and the disabled, will be made before public servant salaries are paid. And finally, he has promised 50% of his cabinet slots for women. Deputy
Aya, Alex Media, alafu niende kwa Stone PK. Umemute ndugu yangu.
Yeah, first of all, some of us are extremely sick, even when we are here. We are having a lot of pain, but still we come here just to have. It soothes us, it's just therapeutic. I want to talk to my friend, Mise. Mise, can you get out of the curtain, please? Mise, I want to address you, please. It cannot be that you say all these words, we listen to you, and then you decide to go to the curtain, Mise. That's very disrespectful. And that has been your tendency. Unakuja hapa unatusomea, and then you decide, because when you see facts, you run away. It's very disrespectful. Okay? Makiadi, we just listen to this fellow. He said some insidious things that no human being can listen to. But we were so patient to listen to him. Now, after you have put that video, he decides to be conniving, alafu anaenda nyuma ya curtain. I want to address you, and I know you are listening. You have abused Chaka. You must respect people if you want us to respect you. Otherwise, you should be thrown out of here. This is not the first time, second time, or third time that you come here and you belittle people to a point that you think that people never even graduated from class 1. What did Chaka do to you? And then you start a catalog of lies. A catalog of lies. But yet we have the patience to listen to you. And then now you go behind the curtain. Mise, you need to respect yourself. Let me address you in Kisi in this way. Omo menyo ya anga oyo menyete kesole. Vianda ambiri kori monto omo ngaini. If you come in this panel, respect people. It has become perpetually your tendency to belittle people, to think people are stupid, and yet we keep listening to you. And when you say nonsensical things, you abuse people, then you have that tendency to run away. We should not be listening to you anymore. If after we listen to you, you start hiding. You said nonsense. You lied. And you know you did that. And we were patient to listen to you. Makiadi has played. We are not the one who said about the 100 days. We are not the one who promised UNGA to go down. We are not the one who said we are not going to borrow. We are not the one who said all those things that were said. It is your man Ruto who said that. Don't come here and start saying, oh, you cannot do this. You are being myopic, you're being stupid, and you should stop that. You must stop coming here and stop lying to us. If you want us to listen to you, be intelligent. Let me address again to you in Kisi. You cannot come here and abuse Chaka as if Chaka just graduated from kindergarten and you are a PhD guy. You must respect people the way you address people. You just addressed Chaka in a way that we cannot accept. The other things we can tolerate. But you come here all the time. You belittle people. You belittle people. You belittle people. And yet to respect you, even when you are saying the most insidious, painful things, we still listen to you. Have the tendency to respect people. Chaka did not disrespect you. What you have said to Chaka is really wrong. It has pained me. You are a learned man, and you are from my village, Bana. Miss, don't do that again. Apologize to Chaka. Chaka may have said something wrong, but you are a learned man. You should have known how to do it.
Alex, are you addressing me?
Yes.
Okay. So, what is your point? What exactly are you addressing?
See, you are not here when we were addressing you.
I want to. Am I not supposed to? I'm in my own house. I can take a break. You've not been here. How many times did we call here and you here and you are not here?
I am here, and even
Alex.
No, I am here. Listen, I am here, and Makiadi understands what is going on.
So how do you know that Makiadi doesn't understand when I went to get a glass of water and even use a bathroom? Come on, man.
Okay, let me apologize if you went to use the bathroom.
Yeah,
but I apologize if you went to use the bathroom. But my point is this: how you addressed Chaka was not right. Regardless of what happens, let's have the decency to make sure that we treat other people with decency. You go to the hand site and see what you told Chaka. It was not right. Honestly, just go to the hand site. I know Muano Minto, Tingo Kongaina.
Alex, stop inciting.
I'm not being incisive. Ask everybody.
I did not go back. I did not address Chaka as a person. I said clearly, and I will not retract my words. I said clearly, ni upungufu wa akili na upuzi na upumbafu for people to come here and tell us the same thing that is sickening every day. I cannot abuse. Chaka is like my father. How would I abuse him? So don't try to incite Chaka. I have immense respect.
I'm not inciting Chaka. Ask everybody. You did wrong. And if you're not going to retract, it's okay. But it's going to come. It's going to come a point that we are not going to listen to you because sometimes the things you tell people, you belittle people.
That's
okay, guys.
How you feel and how you want to interpret my contributions. I'm not here to belittle anyone. Those are your opinions, and you are entitled to it. If I want to tell you, Alex, that if I want
you don't have the entitlement to belittle people.
Guys,
all your submission, you are belittling people.
That's your interpretation, but that is not what I do.
Mr. Order. Stone PK. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Richie, and thank you, Alex, for bringing that up. I know Mr. likes defending every other thing, and actually he goes to the opposite. He is a very good student of bottoms up shenanigan of his doctor. So for me, I excuse him, but again, it hurts when he goes attacking people and professionally, and then he also wants to show like it's When you say people wapumbavu nini, and who are you addressing? And you know, we are not babies. But let me move away from that and say, if you are tired of listening to people talking about Raila Amolo Odinga, on the same equal measurement, you can stay away from coming to where people talk about Baba. It's as simple as that. Una akili ni yako, una gadgets ni zako. You are not forced to come and sit with wapumbavu ambao and disilients or whatever you are calling them, those who keep and who are delirious about Baba. You are free to keep off, mute, or even come and mute and anybody talks about Raila. Yeah, like some people here have told us they do. Whenever you start speaking, they mute because they don't want to listen to you or anybody else who they think.
Moderator, I think it's good you direct.
Let me finish, then you'll be given your time.
So it's like you are attacking me, and I can
I'm
also
not
respond.
attacking you.
You are. Why are you talking about me? I'm not.
You have been attacking people.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Stone PK.
Lisa, I'm just saying, anybody tired of listening people calling Raila and all that, in this channel, utachoka, utaumia. Not only me, say anybody else, even those who are on the side chat. You don't have to come here. It's your own volition. It's up to you. So people should not come here and start saying, insulting others. We will talk about Raila until Jesus comes back because we believe in him. And then you believe in Ruto. Go ahead. So let's not accuse each other ati mtu asije kuongea juu ya Ruto ama mwingine asikuje kuongea. But we will tell you, don't come to lie to us. And we give you facts about the lies that you are saying. When they were being run on this screen, you took off. You don't want to sit and witness and see what your man has been saying. That's what we are just saying. It's not that we are delirious, we are this and that. We are just calling facts, and they are bitter. We are telling you this man called Raila cannot be equated to this useless guy called Ruto. And it's a fact. This guy has no clue. It has been proven. The reason why he's doing these very many trips abroad is because he's idle, even in mind. The reason why he's going for money, borrowing what he had said he won't borrow, is because you need money to steal. These are facts. And it has been seen from the previous activities. In my submission, I talked about the projects that 2013 Jubilee government went for. Mega projects. You don't steal small projects za mwananchi, quick impact kule. You can't steal pesa from a borehole. You have to steal money from a dam. You cheat people, you are doing a dam in Kimwarel so that you have huge money. And towels, the hotel na nini. These are facts, my friend. Back to you, Mr. Makiadi.
Yeah, Kenyan with love.
Thank you so much, Richie. There's an issue that I'm looking at here, and Mise, this is all revolving around you. Eh? This is a channel that this channel is being listened by a lot of people.
Am I the subject of it?
Just listen, man. It takes very little to just listen.
Leave.
I didn't even say anything.
You kind of people actually me, all of you.
No, Miss.
I'm the one talking.
Don't talk about me.
I've been given the chance by the leader.
Kenyan with love. Hold on. Let me give direction here. I think we are degenerating our debate into name calling, and it's not fair to our listeners.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, I want us to address the issue that is running across our screen here. We are moving away from where we normally are at this particular time, and that is we discuss issues that are helpful to our country. I know Mise, people have issues. I think you know there are people who like Alex talking. There are people who like Stone PK talking. You will have fans here, and you'll also have enemies. That is not to say that we will excuse being disrespectful, and I'm not addressing Mise or anybody in particular. I'm just saying in general, we have been in this channel, especially hii wakati yetu ya jioni, tumekuwa hapa tukiongea vitu za maana bila kuingiliana. So I want us to maintain that decorum. Wacha tuache kupunguza hii debate yetu ikuje kuwa debate ambayo watu hawata enjoy kuwatch. Some people come here because they believe you guys come here with substance. So let us maintain that status. Tuache maneno ya kuingiliana hapa, tuache maneno ya side shows. Let us speak to the issues that brought us here. Kama ingekuwa ni maneno ya kuingiliana, most of us would not be here right now. So kama mmekosana, I want you to, you know, apologize to each other so that we can move forward. We have been here for a long time, almost 8 months. Let us not haribu debate yetu na siku moja namna hii.
Okay, Richie, I wanted to say something. I wasn't going to go into that too
Kenyan
much.
with love, make your point. Tuendelee.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, we are, you know, we are Kenyans, and the things that we are doing, the things that we come here in this discussion, we've been here for a long time. We're very personal and we really love each other. Na hii Kenya venye tunaipeleka ni yetu na mali inaenda. Ile kitu itafanyika ni, I think, Richie, hata ukiwa hapa, we come here and talk, and we talk, and we will talk, and we will end up talking. Some of us tumekuwa hapa tukakuwa reprimanded for a long time. Na tunakuwa hapa, Richie, you know that, for a long time. So basically, today we have a discussion. Tuko na mada ile siku. Na ya hiyo siku yenye tunataka kuongea. Na saa zingine tunakujanga tunakimbia kidogo kutoka kwa mada yenye tunafaa kuongea. But again, we do have a discussion that is going to end up today. Na ita end up ikiwa vizuri. Richard, I know you will hold my hand on that one. Hii mada yenye tuko nayo leo ya kuongea juu ya Kenya yetu, itabidi tuimalize pamoja. Na tutaimaliza vizuri, na tutaimaliza bila kelele, na tutaimaliza tukicheka. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, the people that come and watch this show, this is a show that we come and talk. We do, yes, have disagreements on where we stand and everything. But again, this is a show that we come here to have our conversation of our country. We are not going to degenerate to name callings. Whoever wants to feel like they can come here and name call and feel like they can tell anyone is not more educated than they are, I don't care what your profession is. I guess, and I believe, the people that moderate this show and the people that actually can talk about someone, you can easily be kicked out, because we are not going to come here and start feeling like you're bigger than anyone. There's people in this show that are bigger than anyone that comes in this show. The people that you see here take their time. And the reason they just take their time is not somewhere to come and play. These are very educated people. It might not be your way, but it might be another profession. Or they might even not just be educated as you think you are, but very educated in the way they reason and what they do. We will not let this show deteriorate to a point of feeling like you're bigger than anyone. But we will have this show be a show that we can all respect each other regardless who you are. We don't care what you do for a living. We don't care about that. But when you come in this show, what you do for a living, leave it where it is. Let's talk about Kenya. We will not, and I believe Richie will allow me to say that, we will not come here and feel like you're bigger than anyone. All I'm trying to say, let's have a good conversation, and let's have a conversation that hakuna mtu anaweka mwingine chini ama unajifikiria uko juu. Other than that, Richie, tuendelee bwana, tumalize hiki, tuendelee. Let's keep the conversation going, tuongee story ya Kenya yetu and everything. But let's leave our conversations and our professions out there, na tuache tusitane watu sijui nani all names. Let's just have a conversation. That's what this thing is all about. Other than that, there's ndo maana tuko hapa sisi wote. So I think Richie, we just stop that at that. Alafu tuendelee tu na stories zetu. Pole daddy.
Okay, safi Kenyan with love. Najua nasoma ile kitu inaendelea huko, lakini sawa tu, I will not mention that. Anyway, naona kuna mgeni ameingia hapa. Mmefanya Agnes Njeri tena amedrop. Okay, sawa basi. Sijui Chaka kama unataka kuongea kabla nimpatie leo nafasi pia.
Ukiadi mimi ninatoka. Want to thank you guys. I have to go to sleep. It's 2:35 in the morning here.
Ngine ni waombe msamaha ndugu zangu.
Ngoja kidogo mise dakika moja tu kabla ya kuondoka. Chaka ongea alafu nitakupatia nafasi.
Ni waombe msamaha ndugu zangu, pengine nimepitiliza kwa njia moja au nyingine. Sisi ni wanadamu na tumeambiwa makosa. Kauli mdomo ndio unaofunga ndio unaokomboa. So pengine kunaye nimemkwaza, nimezungumza kinyume, but for real kile mimi nakizungumzia hapa, naamini kwamba nazungumzia kwa naji ya sisi wa Kenya wote. Sisimamii kwamba labda najiona ni mkuu, labda pengine na thamini yote. Mimi ni mwanadamu tu na si lolote. Kunaye mkuu wa vyote. So ndugu yangu Mise, kama kuna mahali pengine nimekukwaza au mimi nikwambie pole, na tuko katika hii panel kuweza kuelimisha jamii. Pili, kuweza kuangalia a future ya hii nchi yetu, kwa sababu naamini kwamba ni sisi ndo wakati huu tunaweza ipeleka hii nchi yetu mahali pazuri, especially kama wananchi. Juu hapa siani kama kuna mwanasiasa yuko hapa. Sote ni Wakenya, wale wanaunga mkono pande mwingine na sisi ambao tunaunga upande mwingine, but still we are Kenyans. So kama kuna mahali pengine nilizungumza nikakukwaza, samahani ndugu yangu Mise, lakini mambo na matusi si jambo zuri. Despite sijasoma, sijafanya lolote, ni mtu wa chini, nakubali kwa sababu lazima nijikubali. Lakini naamini kwamba Mungu humtumia yoyote yule. Haijalishi yuko na masomo, haijalishi yuko vipi. But humtumia mtu, Mungu hutamuona kwa macho. Mtu humtumia mtu. Sasa hizi sauti tunazizungumza, naamini kwamba hakuna mtu anayejua sauti ya kesho atakalozungumza ni lipi zaidi ya kujua la leo. So brother Mise, na pengine kama kuna wengine nimewakwaza, mimi Chaka ni mtu mngwana zaidi, nimpenda wenzangu na nimpenda ushauri. Pili, na I believe kwamba heshima siku zote si utumwa, na nimelelewa katika mazingira ya heshima na kutaka kujifundisha. So pengine kama na mahali nimekukwaza kaka, samahani, ili tuendelee na huu mjadala na tuendelee na hii panel, tujikuze. Mwisho wa siku turudi tujue, je, mwisho wa siku nchi yetu imeelekea katika mkondo gani? Je, wananchi wetu wana imani na wanaridhika na wanaikubali kwamba wao sasa ni Wakenya na wanakubali na uongozi? Hayo ndio mambo ambayo tunazungumzia hapa. Kwa hivyo niwe tu mfupi wa maneno na nizungumzie pale, sitaweza kuongeza. Nitazidi kuwasikiza ndugu zangu. Ili nikushukuru brother Makiadi kwa kunipea nafasi. Nimrai ndugu yangu Mise, kama kunalo nilomkwaza anisamehe, lakini asinitukane na kudharau.
Chaka.
Naam kaka.
Chaka. Kaa hapa. Wewe ni mtu tunakuheshimu sana. Kaa hapa tumalize hii discussion. We are about to move in a different trajectory right now. Tutaenda trajectory ingine. Pole, Kiswahili changu si kizuri sana, lakini tunaenda vingine sasa. Tunatoka huko kule kulikuwa watu wenye wamekwazana, inaendelea, tunaenda kivingine. Chaka, kaa hapa. Huo unakaa na sisi mpaka tunaenda kufunga. Uendi mahali, usiende mahali kwa heshima. Kwa heshima, uendi mahali. Tunakaa hapa mpaka tufunge hii chapter sisi wote pamoja. Na sisi tunaenda kubadilisha topic. Yeah, tunabadilisha topic. My brother Richard, badilisha topic.
Ngoja Mato, unajua umeunmute ukaanza kucomment katikati, sasa hata umenipoteza mahali nilikuwa nimefika. But it is okay. Mise, ulikuwa unataka kuondoka, I'll give you a minute to say what you want to say, then I go to Agnes.
Asante sana. Chaka Mdune.
Na pia Agnes anasema usitoke.
Yeah, Chaka Mdune, mimi sikuombi msamaha kwa sababu mimi sikukutukana katika mazungumzo yangu, na haikuwa nia yangu kukutukana kwa sababu naheshimu wazee sana. Secondly, let me now address a few things here. We come here with independent mind, a divergent opinion. We don't come here to we don't come here to say things that I've listened to other people saying here, that we don't care what you do. Neither do I care what you do. I actually come here and speak based on what my understanding on the economy. But don't always think, other people here think that when we are of divergent opinion, we are disrespectful. No, I respect you. I've never met you. Matu, I've never met you. Stone PK, I've never met you. Makiedi, I've never met you. Alex, I've never met you. But don't cry to be victims, and try to, because maybe I pressed hard on issues that you do not agree, and then you try to become victims so that you can get credence in your argument. What I'm saying
What happened to Mise?
Seems you've lost him.
I removed him. The reason is no.
No. Alex, hold on, Alex. Alex, hold on, Alex. It's unfair. It's unfair for me to be. Hold on. Let me tell you.
No. Give me a second.
You know, it's unfair. Hold on. It's unfair for me to be the moderator here, and you taking people off the stage without even telling me. It's unfair.
Makiadi, it cannot be.
We are not running a dictatorship here.
It's not a dictatorship.
You are given an opportunity. Hold on, Alex.
Listen to me.
Alex,
Makiadi, listen to me. Makiadi, I've been quiet here. Please listen to me. Please.
You know, unfortunately, the bad thing about hii show, ikifika mahali ambapo mtu anataka kutoa watu kwa show, and I'm the moderator here, hiyo ni kama kunikosea heshima pia. I have given everybody an opportunity to speak. Wale ambao wamekwazwa na wale ambao wanasema wamekwazana. I give everybody, I'm always a fair person. Napatia mtu opportunity ya kuongea. So it's also unfair to me when you remove somebody from the screen. Na mimi ndio moderator hapa. You are creating enemies. Unatengeneza maadui hapa. Hata kama tunakutananga hapa kwa stage, we have always acted professional at this time. So I don't want it to be a habit whereby unakuja hapa just because you have admin rights you can throw somebody out. You know, it's not fair to me. So I want us to be professional here. Kama Mise amekukosea na umepata nafasi ya kumwambia amekukosea, mpe nafasi pia yeye ajitetee. Kama ni kujitetea, aseme ya kwamba sikukuwa na maanisha hivyo. It's fair to hear the other side. So we do not want to degenerate the debate into hatuko kotini hapo bana. So tafadhali, let's be mature in our debate. Let's be mature in our debate.
Thank you.
Makiadi, I agree with you. I respect you as a moderator.
Usijaribu kutoa mtu hapa kwa debate bila kuniambia na mimi ni moderator. Otherwise you'll be doing my job. It's better off uniambia hata mimi nitoke. You carry on with the show. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you, because we're not going to let this show to degenerate. As the moderator, Makiadi, I respect you. Mi hata ukinitoa mimi nitaenda tu kivyangu niseme nimekosea. Unajua, because you're the one on the chair. As the one on the chair, I think you should always take it. Kama Mise kuna kitu alikuwa anasema, he should. So Makiadi, hata saizi misbehave.
Let's do this, Mise.
Yeah, I was actually finishing.
In 1 minute, and I want you, Mise,
yeah.
I want you ukae hapo dakika moja. Agnes amekurequest ukae hapo. I think she
wants.
Oh,
yeah, I will stay.
Okay.
Makiadi, you know that we do disagree to agree, but I'm a very independent person when it comes to thinking. I respect everyone here. All I'm saying is that let us be constructive in our criticism. Let us not personalize let us not personalize issues when we have difference of opinion. We are not cut from the same fabric. Even children born of the same mother will always have different traits. I'm not a revolutionary. I don't believe in disrespecting leaders. Neither did I abuse in my intent, in my speaking, in my contribution. Let me very clear and categorical that I have never abused someone younger or older than me. But I respect everyone. So if it was in the interpretation of others that because Chaka Mdune aliongea ndio na mimi nikakuja nikaongea that I was addressing him, I think that was mistaken and taken out of context. So let me finish by saying this. We come here, it is 2:45 a.m. We come here to spend time, not because we are idle, but because we come here and love our country. I learn from you, Mato. I love from Stone PK. I learned from Makiadi. I learned from everybody. Leo, the other day when you came in, I learned from all of you, and Mama Agnes and Jerry. I think it is good to see you. But my objective in this is not to put anyone down. At the same time, I don't have control to interpret, to help people interpret what I mean. What I mean, I have no ill motive. I just speak what I know, and that is the end of it. So what I will apologize is if I was misunderstood, I tender my apologies. But I did not, and I will not disrespect a man of the age of Chaka Mdune. Namheshimu sana. Na kila wakati when Chaka Mdune is here, I tend to speak Swahili, not because Chaka Mdune does not, but because I enjoy speaking Swahili with him. And that is how much I adore him. So to try and misconstrue my contribution to be understood that my intention or my motive was to put down Chaka Mdune is misguided. So I want to apologize to those who felt that I was disrespectful. But what I'm saying is that we need to be objective in our debate. Now, despite the fact that we have leaders that we adore, let us also respect our leaders. It is important. God has given them a chance to be there to lead us. If you feel that they are weak, go down and pray for them. Don't call them prophets of doom, because even you, if you were given that chance to be in a position of leadership, perhaps you might not do what these leaders are doing. They sacrifice a lot, despite the fact that we are paying them salary to lead us, but they do a lot, sacrifice a lot to see our country being stable, peace, and tranquility that we enjoy in our country. These challenges will be there. Otherwise, life will not be life if we don't have challenges that we have in our country, and every country has its own challenges. Thank you very much, Makiadi.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for bringing me back and ensuring that it's not about, if I disagree with Mato, we should learn to coexist, not to suppress others because we have certain admin privileges. Thank you.
Okay. Sawa sawa ndugu yangu. Wacha nipatie Agnes nafasi pia aongee. Karibu. Agnes, unmute your microphone. It's your turn.
I've unmuted. Matiangi, Stone PK, hata Mise na huyu mwingine Lea Mbanga. Actually nimeingia kwa sababu ya Mise. Sababu Mise saa zingine ananikasirishaga, lakini mimi ni kijana yangu siwezi nikamuongelesha vibaya. Lakini wengine wetu ukituona na miaka sile tuko naso, sisi ndio tulikuwa kwa devolution ya Moi wakati wa Mutipati. Na sisi ndio tunajua vile tulikuwa tunatembea. Mimi nilikuwa ina Rombi. Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi, hata kupata shilingi 100 ilikuwa shida sana. Kama mimi nakuanga upande wa supply ya export company. Ukisema hapa mtu anaenda kutafuta soko ya UK, what you don't know and you are learned, In Kenya, we are small scale farmers. We don't have big farms. So whenever you want to export our goods in UK, they doesn't go there. Sababu ya zile mikataba wanakuanga wanatuwekea. Kama saa hii ni season ya maembe. Do you know where we export our mangoes? We export in the Middle East, not in UK. Alafu wakati tulianza kuenda Russia na Ukraine, ndio tukakuwa tunapata pesa ya export. Wakati Kibaki aliingia akakufungua biashara. Uhuru akaingia, tukaingia kwa soko ya Russia na Ukraine. Sasa kukakuwa na vita. Unajua wakulima wa avocado wakupata pesa. Wewe ukanjua silienda kwa sote. Wa farmers wakupata pesa. Soko ya Europe hakuna wa Kenya inasaidianga. Au wanatoanga matunda yao Peru na hizo country kubwa zenye zinakuanga na big farms like South Africa. Sasa ya Kenya inakuanga ni small scale farmers. Tunapeleka Russia huko Asian country na nini. Kwa hivyo mtu asiseme ati anaenda UK kutafuta soko, anaenda kujitafutia tumbo yake. Hata ukiona wengine wetu hatujasoma kama wewe. Mimi nimesomesha hata msichana wangu, ni wakili kama yeye na ni mpusi tu kama wewe. Jua mjuagi mahali tumetoana na Kenya hii. My last born is a lawyer like you and I always argue with her because the debate in her is like you behave here. You made me to come here today. Because even when I was voting, I told her not to vote this guy. She did not hear me. Na nilikuwa namsomesha kama narara nikitafuta pesa hii kwa usiku. Nyinyi hamwezi mkajua mahali Kenya imekuja kuchika line watu wakaanza kuweka pesa kwa mfuko. Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi na uwezi ukapata hata dururu hata ya kusaidia nani hata nani. Tukakuwa na serikali ya Kibaki. Wakikuyu na kabila zingine wakaanza kuexport. Hii Kenya ilikuwa ya Wahindi na Wasugu ndio walikuwa wanafanya export. Sisi ndio tunajua mambo ya hii Kenya. Tukiona mkiongea hapa saa zingine tunasikiaga kama tutakufa. Sababu hamjui mahali tumetoana na hii nchi. Kama mimi ni supplier na nimesomesha watoto wangu na supply. Na nyinyi hamwezi mkajua hata dola ilienda chini kwa nini. You cannot know. Mtu kukuja hapa kutuambia mambo ya Europe. Do they take our our avocados? Do they take our mangoes? They ban that. Most of you don't know. Maembe yetu ilibaniwa kitambo sana. Walikuwa nachukua Kent, Tommy are taking, they don't take them. The only country that take our fruit are the Middle East and Russia and Ukraine. Na hapo ndio shilingi ya Kenya ilianguka. Nyinyi hamwezi mkajua hivyo. Sababu you have been sending like 20 containers in a week in Russia. 10 containers in Ukraine. Can you calculate how much it was? And this year we were not sending anything. Farmers are just crying. Suppliers are just crying. You are good because you are in that country where you are. Just come back here in Kenya. You see how people are suffering. Even to get a packet of unga. And when you go there, when the government is having money, it's having money for everyone in this country. But when you are having money, the money you have, you can only help your family, not everybody in Kenya. So when you are talking in this panel, you might check out whatever you are saying. Because people are suffering, even to get 100 shillings in a day. So when you are saying that someone is going there looking for the market, which market is he looking for? Unajua pilipili zetu zinaendaga airport zinasemekana ziko na wadudu ziko na nini, hiyo soko inafungwa mara moja. Unajua nyinyi kusoma tu. Mambo ya hii shida ya huku